The system screen suddenly flashed red with an emergency alert. A forced mission ordered everyone to reach Huangquan Hospital along the assigned route within 30 minutes. 2 deadly warnings followed: run out of time or stay still for too long, and a mysterious hunt would begin. The game had only just started, and one mistake could cost a life. Jiang Che froze in place, unable to process the scene before him. He touched a roadside lamppost, and the icy chill felt completely real. Everything was so vivid that it was hard to believe, especially when the metal stayed freezing, despite the humid weather. Dense trees surrounded him, and the damp air carried a heavy, moldy smell that felt strangely familiar yet impossible to place. Looking up at the circling birds, Jiang Che recalled rumors about another world overlapping reality. It no longer sounded like just a legend. Only 10 minutes earlier, he had been asleep at his classroom desk until loud voices pulled him awake. The moment he opened his eyes, Zhou Fu joked that he must already have a plan to survive the life or death trial, and even asked him to carry the team once they entered. Nearby, Su Yuzhou laughed and mocked him, claiming good looks would never save anyone here. Jiang Che fired back at once, saying Su Yuzhou was obviously just jealous of his appearance. Just as the tension rose, a cold voice interrupted and ordered everyone to stop because the homeroom teacher had arrived. Jiang Che knew he had transmigrated into this world. Although it looked similar to his old one, something still felt wrong. The biggest difference had yet to be revealed, as if the final piece of the puzzle was still missing. This reality was not just an ordinary world. It also contained a bizarre parallel dimension called the Ghost Realm, filled with things beyond normal understanding. The teacher entered the classroom and calmly reassured everyone that this trial was not too difficult. Staying calm would be enough to survive. The class reacted in every possible way. Some sounded fearless. Others worried it would repeat the disasters of previous years. A few planned to burn through all their revives first, while others still dreamed of top schools, but could not hide their fear of dying. Early legends claimed anyone could be dragged into a strange dimension at any moment, leading many to believe the Ghost Realm was a completely separate world. Even while resting or handling everyday tasks, people could be taken away without warning. Inside the Ghost Realm, ghost-like beings possessed their own minds instead of acting like mindless monsters. Even worse, SS-ranked entities at the top of the power scale could wipe out an entire city in a short time. Later, someone successfully formed a contract and returned with a ghost stone. Humanity gained control over entering and leaving the Ghost Realm, turned the system from passive to active, and unlocked the revival mechanic. After that, the government required every citizen to join the trial upon turning 18. The teacher continued encouraging the class, reminding them to retreat once they ran out of revives if victory seemed impossible. Jiang Che also realized he was about to enter the Ghost Realm for the very first time. The teacher gave the signal and told the entire class to count down together before activation. As the final number reached 0, the trial system activated and officially began the event. In an instant, Jiang Che was pulled into a new space. The moment he regained his balance, he immediately opened his character panel to check his status. The panel displayed his name as Jiang Che, no rank, ghost power of 50, and only 1 revive. The number shocked him because beginners normally started with around 10 ghost power. A strange thought crossed his mind. Could appearance actually affect potential stats in this system? In the distance stood the gloomy Huangquan Hospital, the mission target. The journey was still long, but the time limit seemed manageable. Even so, the hospital's name alone sounded deeply unsettling. Just as the area fell silent, a freezing presence suddenly rose behind Jiang Che. Then a voice scraped against his ears like ice and whispered, "Hello." Jiang Che instinctively clenched his fists as cold sweat broke out. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had barely arrived and already ran into something he never wanted to meet. That kind of luck was beyond terrible. A girl wearing a mask crept up behind him and gently rested a hand on his shoulder. In a teasing voice, she asked if he thought she was beautiful. Too scared to turn around, Jiang Che nodded over and over while stammering his agreement. She slowly pulled down her mask, revealing a horrifying slash that tore across her mouth. Her twisted smile looked completely insane, and she asked the same question again with obvious excitement. A pair of sharp scissors glinted in her hand, their cold metal reflecting pure killing intent as the air around them grew unbearably heavy. Jiang Che screamed in panic the moment he recognized her. She was the slit-mouthed ghost from the official warning files. He desperately searched his memory for the survival lessons he had studied, hoping to find a solution, but his mind had gone completely blank. The harsh truth hit him. Everything he had learned had practically vanished, leaving him with nothing useful. The scissors pressed against his neck as an icy pressure spread through his body. She repeated the same question, this time with far more force. Backed into a corner, Jiang Che suddenly came up with a bizarre idea. He started making strange noises while slowly backing away, repeating them again and again to confuse her. The meaningless sounds continued, buying him a few more precious seconds. The instant she hesitated in confusion, Jiang Che spun around and ran. He tried to reassure himself that his speed was enough to escape if he just kept moving. But only moments later, the ghost appeared right beside him, as if she had teleported, staring at him with a mocking grin. Jiang Che panicked so badly that his words came out completely wrong. The ghost grew even more excited, believing he was praising her beauty, and twisted the situation into something even more dangerous, while he desperately tried to deny it. The ghost blocked his path, raised the scissors high, and demanded another answer. Jiang Che quickly raised both hands and softened his tone, trying to calm the situation. Then he backed away several large steps, awkwardly creating as much distance as possible. He forced an innocent smile and threw out another strange question in an attempt to distract her. Instead, it only enraged her, as though she had been deeply insulted. The ghost let out a furious scream and charged after him again in a frenzy, while Jiang Che silently cursed his unbelievable bad luck as he kept running. After reaching an area filled with massive trees, he finally stopped to catch his breath, while the ghost also paused to watch him. Sweat poured down his face. Jiang Che tried cracking jokes in his own head to ease the pressure, but the tension refused to fade. The ghost repeated the exact same question again, without changing a single word, like a machine following fixed programming. Watching the endless repetition, Jiang Che began to suspect she was trapped by a rigid behavioral pattern. Her patience finally snapped. The scissors transformed, glowing brightly as they floated into the air, ready to strike. She judged Jiang Che to be deliberately provoking her, and decided to use even more ghost power to force him into submission. Without another moment of hesitation, the glowing scissors shot through the air like a deadly streak toward him. Jiang Che instinctively raised an arm to block, and a survival guide he had read suddenly flashed through his mind. A layer of dark energy instantly erupted before him and formed a solid barrier. The system automatically activated its defense and completely stopped the incoming attack. The ghost froze in disbelief, unable to understand how her attack had been blocked so easily. The system displayed an analysis window, revealing the ghost's resentment and tragic past, exposing the source of her hatred. After reading it, Jiang Che immediately realized this had to be the special cheat every transmigrator hoped to receive. He instantly changed his attitude, stepped forward, and loudly declared that he would bring justice for her, even though he was gambling everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at her in challenge. The information window slowly disappeared, and the guidance signal shut down, marking the end of the system's support. Jiang Che's raised finger suddenly froze before slowly dropping to his side. He realized in horror that every hint from the system had completely disappeared, leaving him alone in the deadly situation. He frantically looked around for anything that could save him, muttering the names of imaginary tools under his breath. Only cold silence answered him. The barrier from earlier had been nothing more than a lucky system response. He had no real skill or weapon at all. The ghost's fury exploded, and her killing intent became so overwhelming that the air itself felt suffocating. She growled through clenched teeth, making it clear how much she hated being ignored. Her eyes looked ready to crush Jiang Che on the spot, while the crushing pressure on his back left his mind in complete chaos. The situation spiraled out of control, and Jiang Che panicked, convinced he was about to die on the spot. Every horrifying ending imaginable flashed through his mind. The ghost kept closing in, dragging out every word as she demanded his final answer. Her mouth stretched open unnaturally wide, and her icy breath spilled out as if she were about to deliver the killing blow. At the peak of the tension, Jiang Che suddenly rushed straight toward her, closing the distance on purpose. The ghost froze in surprise, completely caught off guard by his unexpected move. Jiang Che instantly changed his expression, putting on a dramatic look as he tried to create a completely different atmosphere. His mind raced through everything he remembered from the files, piecing together clues from the system's description of the ghost's hidden pain and buried desires. He treated them as his last chance to survive. He convinced himself that every clue had been hidden inside the system's hints. If he did not gamble on that path, he had no chance of living. Jiang Che then launched into an overly dramatic speech, pretending he was acting out a tragic love story to strike at her emotions. The ghost angrily cut him off and told him to speak normally. The The moment her attention slipped, Jiang Che switched tactics and asked a direct question to test her reaction. Before she could respond, he dashed forward at incredible speed. The sudden move stunned the ghost, leaving her completely frozen for several seconds. After a brief pause, Jiang Che stepped back. At that moment, a faint strand of energy appeared, like an invisible thread connecting the two of them. The ghost immediately exploded with emotion, caught between shock, confusion, and complete disbelief over what had just happened. A strange thought crossed Jiang Che's mind. The ghost was not nearly as terrifying as he had imagined. In fact, there was something oddly hard to describe about her. The ghost gradually returned to a human appearance and quietly stood still. Her voice softened, losing its earlier hostility as she introduced herself by name. After that, she turned and walked away, leaving behind a cryptic promise before disappearing into the darkness. Jiang Che stood there, in complete shock, unable to process everything that had just happened. After a few silent seconds, he burst into disbelieving laughter, amazed that he had escaped death in such a bizarre way. The system suddenly announced that he had completed a hidden mission and rewarded him with a low-grade forbidden item, a ghost scissors, which was automatically equipped. An old pair of bloodstained scissors appeared in Jiang Che's hand. He immediately realized it was a rare item. Even at a low grade, it was extremely valuable, although it was bound and could not be traded. The system explained that the forbidden item was linked to the ghost he had just encountered. It possessed unique properties and could never be sold or transferred. Jiang Che smiled faintly, feeling as though he had entered a whole new stage of this survival game. He reassured himself that he finally had something to rely on and was no longer completely empty-handed. Without wasting another second, Jiang Che headed toward his main objective, Huangquan Hospital. The system officially confirmed the mission: reach Huangquan Hospital and work as a patient caretaker for 7 days. It also issued several warnings. Your relationship with patients would directly affect your evaluation. Provoking them was extremely dangerous, and no matter what happened at night, you must never open your eyes. Overall difficulty, rank E. As Jiang Che stepped into the hospital lobby, he found it strangely empty without a single person in sight. He could not help wondering whether the other participants had not arrived yet, or if no one had ever been here at all. While he was thinking, hurried footsteps echoed through the silent hallway. A female nurse appeared. Her tight-fitting uniform made the already gloomy hospital feel even more unsettling. In a cold voice, she called for the newcomer. She walked over, looked Jiang Che up and down, confirmed his identity, and assigned him to the 4th floor. She ordered him to report back at exactly 6 in the evening for his next assignment. Before leaving, she informed him that room 401 contained a special patient who needed immediate attention. After giving her instructions, the nurse turned to leave. Jiang Che quickly stopped her to ask about the others. She coldly replied that he would find out after the shift ended. Then she added one final sentence that sent chills down his spine. Someone had already died and had even been treated as food. Hearing about death, right from the start, filled Jiang Che with unease. A participant had already disappeared, and the mention of being eaten made him question everything he had heard about the revival system. Her next comment, saying the taste was actually pretty good, made the atmosphere even more horrifying. Cold sweat ran down Jiang Che's back. He could not believe someone had already died so soon after entering. He was no longer even sure whether revival was real. Everything seemed far more complicated than the original briefing suggested. He stepped into the nurse's station, but it was completely empty, with no sign that anyone had ever been there. Jiang Che wondered if he was the only one working on the entire floor. Opening the patient records, he found 8 rooms listed, but only 4 had patients. That let him breathe a little easier, thinking the workload would not be too heavy. The remaining pages were completely blank, making the mission seem even simpler. He decided to start with room 401, reminding himself that this was only an A-rank mission, and probably not too dangerous. The moment he reached the door, he noticed fresh bloodstains splattered across the frame, as though something terrible had happened only moments ago. Jiang Che's expression instantly changed. His earlier confidence disappeared, replaced by complete alertness. The system suddenly issued a warning. A special patient was inside, and the moment the door opened, an object would fly straight at his face. It would not be fatal, but failing to react properly would damage his standing and evaluation as a nurse. Jiang Che drew the bloodstained scissors and muttered that this really was a world of ghosts, where even greetings were bizarre. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open, ready for whatever came next. The door burst open, and just as the warning predicted, a human head shot straight toward him. Jiang Che reacted instantly and drove the scissors through the flying object. Inside the room, someone sat upright in bed and stared at him with icy eyes. The room fell into complete silence, and the atmosphere instantly became unbearably tense. In the corner of the room, a little girl hugging a teddy bear also stopped moving and quietly watched him. Jiang Che brushed off his hands, thinking the room actually looked much calmer than the system had suggested. Everyone inside immediately panicked at what he had done. His single reflex had turned a harmless prank into real violence, and the ghost power radiating from his scissors made him seem far more dangerous than expected. Jiang Che calmly introduced himself as the new nurse and asked which patient required special care. The head lying on the floor suddenly spoke, claiming she was the one who had requested treatment. Jiang Che smiled politely and offered to help with her injury. The system displayed another strange warning about a young lady, revealing that this patient's condition was unstable and required extreme caution. Jiang Che fell into deep thought after reading it. The severed head kept urging him to act, repeatedly telling him to pull the object out. Before anyone could react, Jiang Che suddenly snapped the scissors in half with brute force. The shocking sight sent the other two people in the room into complete panic. Jiang Che kept his calm smile, as though he had done something perfectly ordinary. He casually remarked that he had not expected a head to be so easy to deal with. The system immediately recorded that his actions had created a suppression effect, causing every patient in the room to become fearful and much more cooperative. Jiang Che rested the broken scissors on his shoulder and asked who needed care next. The remaining two patients hurriedly waved their hands, refusing to make any further requests. Jiang Che turned to the young lady and asked if she needed help reattaching her head. She immediately refused in panic, insisting she could handle it herself. A repeated announcement echoed through the hospital speakers, calling for the nurse assigned to room 402 to respond immediately. Jiang Che became alert at once, realizing this mission involved far more than a single assignment. He had originally thought finishing the head nurse's instructions would be enough to wait out the rest of his shift, but that clearly was not the case. Since the system offered no additional warnings, he reassured himself that the danger was probably still manageable. Pushing open the door to room 402, Jiang Che called out, asking where patient number 3 was. A bizarre ghost suddenly lunged at him, making distorted, meaningless sounds that carried an overwhelming sense of chaos. Jiang Che flinched in surprise. Before he could react, the creature grabbed onto him and desperately pointed toward the back of the room, as if trying to warn him about something. A man hanging upside down from the ceiling appeared, his head twisted at an impossible angle. He explained that a child inside the room was making too much noise and asked the nurse to deal with it, pointing toward a crying child on the bed. Jiang Che frowned. It made no sense that a case like this was being handed to a nurse instead of being handled by the patients themselves. The upside-down man replied that this was exactly what nurses were for. If they could solve it themselves, they would never have needed outside help. Jiang Che reluctantly admitted the logic made sense, even if he disliked it. The system suddenly issued another warning, stressing that a nurse who failed to complete assigned tasks would be considered unqualified, and the consequences could be severe. Left with no choice, Jiang Che picked up the crying child and began telling a story to calm them down. The child stopped crying almost immediately, but Jiang Che could not shake the feeling that every patient in this hospital carried deadly killing intent. The child quickly revealed its true nature, threatening to eat Jiang Che if the story was boring. Even so, he remained completely calm. Seeing that the threat had no effect, the child fell silent, unable to understand why the man before it was so unfazed. Jiang Che began telling a ghost story he made up on the spot, speaking in a slow, soothing voice. The child instantly flew into a rage, opening its mouth wide to reveal rows of sharp teeth and demanding to eat him because the story was unbearable. A dull thud echoed through the room, and the entire space was instantly stained crimson as something collided. Jiang Che's scissors had already pierced the target the moment it lunged at him. In a cold voice, he reminded the child that interrupting someone while they were speaking was rude, no matter who they were. Back in the main lobby, the surviving students gathered together in panic, sharing everything they had witnessed. Some had watched patients devour people alive, while others had been attacked during their shifts. The thought of surviving 7 full days left them drowning in despair. Jiang Che also put on a frightened act, agreeing that the mission was terrifying, and complaining about being forced to deal with such bizarre situations. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, announcing the arrival of the head nurse. The head nurse entered with an icy expression, carrying a stack of envelopes, as an overwhelming pressure filled the room. One student hurried over to flatter her, but was knocked down before finishing a single sentence. With one casual swing of her hand, the head nurse effortlessly took the student down, without the slightest hesitation. Everyone else immediately backed away in absolute terror. The head nurse coldly scolded them for failing even such simple tasks and for receiving complaints from patients, making her disappointment painfully obvious. She then handed out wages to each person based on their performance during the day. She also announced that every floor had a vending machine where they could spend their ghost coins on daily supplies. She assigned their sleeping areas. Nurses would stay on their designated floors, while the cleaning staff would spend the night on the first floor. Before dismissing everyone, the head nurse emphasized one final rule. Once night fell, everyone had to sleep immediately. No matter what happened, they were never allowed to open their eyes. Anyone who broke the rule would face the consequences alone. The vending machine gave a small shake before letting out a loud click, dispensing a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Che looked at the handful of ghost coins he had earned and compared them to the food prices. One simple meal would nearly empty his wallet. He could only sigh at the outrageous cost. While checking the machine again, he accidentally noticed another item hidden deep inside one of the compartments. Looking closer, it appeared to be a flashlight. After thinking it over for a moment, he decided to ignore it, planning to eat, get some rest, and prepare for the next morning. The scene suddenly shifted into a heavy nightscape where a massive cylindrical structure stood in the distance, radiating an eerie presence. Jiang Che found himself standing before its enormous gate, where 3 giant characters were carved into the entrance. Zhu Tian Prison. He quietly muttered that the place felt strangely familiar, as though he had seen it many times before in his dreams. He pushed against the giant gate with all his strength, but it would not budge even slightly. Clicking his tongue, he felt a little disappointed that he still could not open it. Giving up, he lay down right where he was and sighed. If he could only dream about this place without entering it, then there was no point. With that thought, he went back to sleep inside the dream. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Jiang Che's real body slept soundly in bed, even drooling a little. A strange shadow silently appeared inside the room, standing beside his bed and staring at him without looking away. At exactly 6:30 the next morning, all the surviving students gathered once again in the main lobby. The crowd buzzed with anxious conversations about the night's events. Some described horrifying things that had happened in their rooms, while others claimed they had witnessed things beyond explanation. Jiang Che simply yawned as he noticed the number of survivors had clearly decreased. Just then, someone called his name, and Jiang Che casually answered. Li Xiaoxiao hesitantly walked over and asked to borrow 50 ghost coins. As she spoke, she carefully watched Jiang Che's expression. In her eyes, he was the only one who still looked calm after the first night, making him seem like the safest person to rely on. She grabbed his hand and pitifully explained that she had run out of ghost coins and was starving, catching Jiang Che slightly off guard. When he still did not respond, she continued pleading, even offering to trade anything she had in return for his help. Jiang Che immediately pulled his hand away and changed the subject when he noticed the head nurse approaching. He quickly calculated that ghost coins were extremely limited, while valuable items like the flashlight in the vending machine could become critical later. Lending money now was simply not an option. The head nurse swept her cold gaze across the students and announced that several more people had died after breaking the rule against opening their eyes at night. Without the slightest mercy, she then assigned everyone's new tasks for the day. Jiang Che walked down the ward hallway, ready for his next task. He figured his job today was to deliver medicine to room 403. Remembering the warning from the patient in room 402, he stayed on guard. After hearing every previous nurse assigned here had met a terrible end, some even torn apart or eaten. The upside-down man also described those gruesome deaths in a chilling voice, hinting the newcomer would likely face the same fate, making room 403 seem even more dangerous. The system gave another bizarre tip about improving the medicine's flavor. Without hesitation, Jiang Che mixed a strange survival-style concoction and carried it to the ward while staying fully alert. Jiang Che pushed open the door with a polite service smile and said the requested drink had arrived. Behind that calm face, he still complained that a simple coffee cost 50 ghost coins, a clear trap for newcomers. He set the coffee beside the bed and kept acting like a dedicated server, while secretly calculating his expenses and joking that he might have to use an even crazier recipe if he ran out of money. Luckily, he could still afford it for now. The ghost woman accepted the cup, touched it lightly, and licked the surface as if testing the taste. Her reaction changed instantly, as though a unique flavor had completely overwhelmed her senses. Without another thought, she lifted the cup and drank every last drop. Jiang Che froze for a moment and thought she was a true coffee addict. After finishing it, the ghost woman looked completely satisfied and let out repeated sounds of uncontrollable pleasure. She handed him several ghost coins and demanded the same drink every day from now on. Jiang Che accepted the money without delay, already seeing a steady source of income. He left the ward soon afterward. He still could not believe what had just happened, feeling like he had accidentally discovered an unexpected way to make money. Without wasting time, he returned to the vending machine and bought plenty of snacks, drinks, and the expensive flashlight he had wanted earlier as an investment. The system suddenly confirmed that the special blinding flashlight had been activated and unlocked a new challenge, involving crying voices in the darkness. Jiang Che casually read the details while eating snacks. He quietly repeated the new mission to himself and prepared for whatever came next. At that moment, Li Xiaoxiao screamed from the hallway as she ran for help, claiming something was chasing her. She cried and begged for help, promising to accept any condition if Jiang Che saved her. Before she could say another word, Jiang Che moved first and threw a powerful punch at the figure rushing toward him. The heavy blow sent Li Xiaoxiao flying to the floor, revealing that the situation was far from normal. The entity clutched its face and screamed, still trying to exploit their supposed friendship. Jiang Che answered coldly, refusing to believe the disguise and treating it as nothing more than an imposter. He calmly examined the strange details and quickly concluded it was only a low-level ghost that preyed on emotions. He pointed out one small clue that exposed the difference and declared the creature had already revealed itself. The entity immediately fell silent with no excuse left. Jiang Che's fighting spirit surged as he treated it like another chance to sharpen his skills and prepared for battle. The ghost burst into laughter, admitted its true identity, and declared Jiang Che would become its prey. Jiang Che did not wait another second and launched the first punch straight at his target. The ghost cried out in panic before it could react. Jiang Che immediately closed the distance and finished the fight with repeated strikes from the ghost's scissors, leaving the enemy no chance to recover, while warning that villains always die because they talk too much. The creature was completely overwhelmed and could only scream in despair. 6 o'clock in the evening marked the end of the shift. The head nurse appeared and handed Jiang Che 3 salary envelopes as a reward for his outstanding performance. She patted his shoulder, praised his work, and told him to keep it up. The people around them could not hide their jealousy, whispering that he had earned both praise and rewards, and was clearly ahead of everyone else. Others openly complained, saying he had not even prepared seriously, yet he kept getting lucky and collecting all the benefits. Some people even started thinking about teaming up with Jiang Che because his survival skills looked promising. The class leader suddenly called for silence and said he had important information about the next stage. He paused before speaking with a serious expression, stressing how critical the situation had become. It was only the second day, yet almost everyone was already dead, and he could no longer stay silent as the class leader. He warned that if everyone kept acting alone instead of forming teams, almost no one would survive the coming days. Wealth, status, power, and their future were all on the line, and this was their only chance to change their fate. He raised a newly acquired item for everyone to see, and explained it was a side quest reward, a sword that could reliably damage ghosts, even though it was not a cursed item. He also mentioned the flashlight in the vending machine, suspected it was a special item, and suggested everyone pool their ghost coins to buy it together. Watching from the side, Jiang Che silently sneered. He could tell the class leader was testing everyone's reaction to the head nurse's praise, while also looking for a way to gather resources from others. It was not a bad plan, but Jiang Che had little interest in it. One student asked to leave, but the class leader immediately stopped him, trying to keep Jiang Che around and insisting there was still room to discuss cooperation. He added that if Jiang Che ever faced danger, he could find him on the 7th floor, where the sword would be enough to provide support. Jiang Che gave a casual reply, neither agreeing nor refusing, before walking away. The scene shifted to an old hospital room, where Jiang Che rested alone on a worn-out bed. He opened the system panel and checked the mission details. It mentioned a blinding flashlight that could break illusions and reveal things hidden in the darkness, but it would only last 3 hours. It was obvious the system wanted him to leave his room at night to search for clues. Although the head nurse had strictly forbidden anyone from acting after midnight, Jiang Che now had a special item and the system support, so staying inside no longer seemed like the right choice. Lying on his back, Jiang Che stared at the ceiling and weighed the importance of this mission. If he cleared the main challenge, scores and exams would hardly matter, and even admission to a top university would be within reach. Forming a team was possible, but everyone here put their own interests first, so any alliance had to be made with extreme caution. The name Lisa Hao crossed his mind, making him even more wary, so he decided to rest before making any moves. Exactly 10 o'clock that night, Jiang Che suddenly sat upright with his eyes wide open, as though he had been dragged out of a deep sleep. He let out a short breath after realizing he had almost overslept. But the moment he fully woke up, he froze with a strange feeling. Was this really the same hospital as before? The familiar room was gone, replaced by a decaying hallway with stained walls that looked abandoned for years. A thought flashed through his mind. Was this the true appearance of Huangquan Hospital? Jiang Che activated the blinding flashlight, and the countdown immediately showed nearly 3 hours remaining. The beam sliced straight through the heavy darkness. He stood up and slowly swept the light around, feeling increasingly uneasy with every step. This trip outside looked far more dangerous than he had expected. Suddenly, a heavy sound came from outside the door, putting Jiang Che on full alert as he realized something was waiting beyond it. He quietly approached the door and looked through the peephole. The instant he looked outside, his heart nearly stopped because another eye was staring directly back at him from the other side. Jiang Che stumbled back in shock. At the same time, a desperate cry came from outside as Meng Wei shouted his name, begging him to open the door because something was chasing her. Jiang Che recognized the voice at once. It really was Meng Wei, who was usually quiet and reserved. The frantic pounding on the door and her desperate cries grew louder, as though something behind her was closing in fast. Jiang Che immediately raised his guard to the highest level and reminded himself never to open the door carelessly. He had no idea whether the figure outside was human or ghost, and one wrong move could cost him everything. Besides, everyone still had a chance to revive, so rushing out now would only be walking into a trap. Before long, the pounding and cries outside slowly twisted into something unnatural. The desperate pleas revealed their true nature, turning into the shrieks and tricks of ghosts putting on an act. Some even changed their voices and begged him to open the door. Then the fake pleading was replaced by vicious curses. "Jiang Che, I hate you. I want you dead." The voices echoed again and again before suddenly falling into an eerie silence. Jiang Che listened carefully and was about to check the situation when he noticed blood slowly seeping under the door, crawling inside as if it were alive. He quietly muttered that everything outside seemed to have gone silent. Right beside his ear, an icy voice filled with resentment whispered, "Why didn't you save me?" Jiang Che jumped in shock, spun around, and stared in horror, unable to understand when the monster had entered the room. Meng Wei's ghost appeared with eyes full of resentment, repeating that they had been classmates for 3 years and he had abandoned her. Her words soon became relentless curses that seemed ready to drag his mind into darkness. Acting on instinct, Jiang Che immediately pointed the flashlight at the floor. The beam revealed an arm reaching up from beneath the ground, sending a chill through his body. He quickly swept the light across the room. As soon as the beam covered every corner, Meng Wei's figure vanished completely. He let out a breath of relief, thinking the flashlight had saved him. What puzzled him was that the ghost could enter the room directly, yet it had still bothered to knock and put on a show. Another long and sorrowful sound echoed through the hallway. Listening closely, Jiang Che realized it was a woman crying. The system immediately confirmed that he had discovered a new clue for the mysterious crying challenge, raising the mission progress to 10%. Jiang Che guessed that the higher the mission progress, the better the final reward would be. To push it further, he would probably need to find the source of the crying. However, the sound was not coming from this floor, and the flashlight had only a little over 2.5 hours left. Wandering through the darkness without a clue could easily waste all his remaining time, and the system offered no useful hints. For now, resting seemed like the safest choice. Without another thought, Jiang Che returned to his bed, pulled up the blanket, and went straight to sleep. The next morning, he brought coffee to Ting Yi in room 400. The patient immediately complained that strange noises had echoed through the night, keeping everyone awake until morning. Hearing that, Jiang Che instantly became alert and asked for more details. The young woman shot him a sharp warning glance. She bluntly told him it would be best if he stayed out of it. Then she suddenly grabbed Jiang Che by the shoulder and nervously warned that if he kept digging into the matter, the head nurse would make sure no one survived. He must never interfere. Jiang Che immediately stiffened and chose to stay silent. After leaving the room, he began connecting the clues in his mind. Everything seemed to revolve around the head nurse, and nearly every patient feared her. For now, it was probably best to finish his assigned work before investigating further. As he wondered where to begin, he remembered Today's assignment was to visit the patient in room 404, on the 8th floor. Just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly called out behind him. Jiang Che reacted instantly, drawing his weapon and spinning around, expecting an attack. The other person hurriedly waved his hands and said they knew each other. Once Jiang Che recognized Zhou Fu, he lowered his guard and apologized for overreacting. Zhou Fu scratched his head and explained that Jiang Che's assignment really was on the 8th floor. He also said he had once teamed up with Xiao Jun. While caring for a patient there, Xiao Jun disappeared after entering the restroom. After reviving, Xiao Jun said he had encountered a ghost that asked him to choose red paper, yellow paper, or white paper, and he had chosen the white one. Jiang Che immediately cut him off and asked in a low voice what he was really trying to say. Zhou Fu slowly revealed the bad news, saying Xiao Jun had already left this ghost world forever. He also asked Jiang Che that if he ever had the ability, he hoped Jiang Che could help him escape as well. Jiang Che paused for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure and gave a polite smile, saying that if someone proved trustworthy, he would consider helping them. Jiang Che sat alone in the men's restroom. Before he could do anything, the system interrupted with an overly obvious hint. He was left speechless, convinced it had watched far too many horror movies. Just then, 3 sheets of paper in different colors slowly slid under the stall door. A dry, bony hand followed, along with a cold, eerie laugh that invited him to make a choice. Before the ghost could finish its speech, Jiang Che kicked the stall door open and charged out. He shouted back and directly questioned the ghost, playing the paper game. The ghost froze in shock and stammered, unable to understand how Jiang Che had predicted its lines. Jiang Che gave it no time to react and rushed in with his weapon. He attacked while mocking the ghost and even brought up funeral expenses to pressure it mentally, leaving it begging for mercy. Trembling in fear, the ghost hurriedly handed over a handful of ghost coins, offering them in exchange for its life. Jiang Che gladly took every coin. He casually wiped away the blood and made a few insincere comments about Xiao Jun's friendship, before calmly denying he had anything to do with him. The ghost stood there, completely stunned, unable to understand where the conversation had gone. Jiang Che suddenly grabbed the ghost by the hair, yanked its head back, and demanded information about the patient in room 404. Terrified, the ghost immediately confessed that the patient was in the nearby women's restroom and repeatedly begged to be spared. The system confirmed the mission target once again. The patient from room 404 was the person he needed to find. Jiang Che finally found him. The patient from room 404 was sitting in the restroom, reading a magazine and laughing to himself as if nothing else mattered. The moment he saw Jiang Che, he rudely told him to get lost. Jiang Che skipped the small talk and simply asked if he wanted to drink mutai. The two of them then returned to room 404. The room was a complete mess, with trash and belongings scattered everywhere, as though it had not been cleaned in ages. The bald man opened the bottle, took a long drink, and looked completely satisfied. Once the alcohol began to kick in, Jiang Che casually steered the conversation toward the crying from last night. While pretending to be curious, he was actually judging the value of the rare mutai and weighing the situation. The bald man suspiciously asked why he wanted to know. Jiang Che brushed it off and tempted him with more good liquor to keep the conversation going. After a long sigh, the bald man warned him that this matter was extremely dangerous and that the head nurse would deal with anyone who dug too deeply. Still, if Jiang Che truly wanted answers, there was a way. Jiang Che signaled for him to continue. The bald man leaned closer and whispered that if he wanted the truth, he should go to the rooftop. Without hesitation, Jiang Che left immediately and headed straight for the rooftop. Standing above the hospital, he looked around and quietly assessed the situation. But all he saw was an empty rooftop that looked perfectly ordinary. He looked up at the sky and noticed its strange grayish-red color, nothing like the normal world. Questions flooded his mind about the true nature of this place, and whether the hospital existed in a separate realm. Jiang Che slapped his forehead to stop himself from overthinking. This was no time for theories about the world. His priority was finding clues. If he completed this challenge, his journey through the ghost world might end much sooner than expected. If nothing turned up during the day, he would continue investigating at night. He glanced at the ground and suddenly noticed a faint glow in a hidden corner. His curiosity immediately grew as he wondered what had appeared this time. Walking over to investigate, he picked up an old phone that looked like a cheap imitation of a luxury brand. The system suddenly announced that it was a special item connected to the bloody night crying, and the mission progress instantly jumped to 50%. Jiang Che was stunned by the sudden increase. Then he laughed. realizing he had just found the key clue, even though it looked like nothing more than a cheap phone. The system issued another cryptic warning, saying that secrets always hide in the darkness, and that investigators may also be watched. After reading it, Jiang Che became even more puzzled by what it meant. At that moment, a strange and unpleasant scent drifted through the air. Jiang Che immediately judged that it was no ordinary smell and was likely the sign of an rank or stronger ghost. Jiang Che's survival instincts kicked in, and he knew things were bad. He could handle frank ghosts, but anything a rank or above was far beyond his current strength. Suddenly, the head nurse's cold voice came from behind him without any warning, asking what he was doing there. Jiang Che quickly acted natural, scratched his head, and claimed he had only come out for some fresh air. The head nurse narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. He quickly added that he had already escorted the patient from room 404 back safely, but the room was so filthy that he needed a breath of air. Meanwhile, he kept searching for an escape plan in case she saw through him. Cold sweat ran down his back. He knew that, if the head nurse became suspicious, he stood almost no chance against her. In the worst case, he would have to gamble with his revival opportunity. The head nurse stayed silent for a long moment, making the tension almost unbearable. Then she suddenly shouted and ordered him to leave the area immediately. 6 o'clock in the evening arrived. Everyone gathered once again in the main lobby. Some people angrily accused Li Jiahao of using his sword to force everyone to hand over their ghost coins, and even tricking them while forming teams. Distrust spread through the crowd. Some wanted their money back, while others opposed the idea because they still feared his strength. Jiang Che looked at the small amount of ghost coins he still had, and guessed it was connected to his earlier trip to the rooftop. Li Jiahao glanced at his remaining coins and sneered with open contempt. Jiang Che frowned as he reassessed the situation. He realized he had missed an opportunity to profit the same way Li Jiahao had, even though they were both earning ghost coins through different methods. Back in his room, Jiang Che took out the phone he had found, but the device refused to power on. Looking out the window, he remembered the system's hint that secrets only existed in darkness and guessed the phone might only work at night. 7:30 that evening, the phone finally powered on. Jiang Che could not hide his satisfaction, feeling that his theory had been correct all along. There was only one video stored on the device. He immediately played it. A distorted and horrifying sound came from the speaker, making the entire room feel suffocating. The screen displayed an incredibly disturbing scene. Jiang Che froze when he realized the person in the video was himself, and a deep sense of dread filled his mind. In the video, he held a sharp knife, slowly raised it, and sliced a deep cut across his own cheek, as though completely unaware of what he was doing. The instant the knife cut his cheek in the video, the exact same wound appeared on Jiang Che's real face. Blood trickled down as the burning pain spread, making him wonder if the injuries were somehow linked. On the screen, his other self raised the knife again, this time aiming directly at his throat. Jiang Che shouted in panic, desperately telling it to stop, but nothing changed. The figure in the video only smiled with a twisted grin, as though mocking him. At the height of the crisis, he suddenly remembered the blinding flashlight, the item that could break illusions and expose things hidden in darkness. It felt like his final chance. Without hesitation, Jiang Che pointed the flashlight directly at the phone screen. The figure inside the video instantly twisted in agony, screaming and begging Jiang Che to stop, as though the light were burning it alive. The phone dropped onto the bed, and its screen went completely black. Jiang Che gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat after barely escaping death. He silently realized that without the flashlight, the outcome would have been disastrous. He immediately reevaluated the flashlight's true value and noticed the mission progress had increased again, making him even more certain it was the key to clearing the challenge. Looking back at the screen, he discovered the video had completely changed. Only a little over 20 seconds remained, making him suspect this was the real recording. He played it again. This time, it showed a young woman being restrained while crying for help in terror. A man beside her laughed loudly with a cruel smile, constantly taunting and threatening her. The man looked disturbingly pleased with himself, and every word he spoke made the atmosphere even more unsettling. The young woman struggled desperately and even slapped him, but she still could not escape. The man grew even more violent, using threats and force to control her while proudly showing off his cruelty. As the young woman was knocked to the ground, Jiang Che noticed a small mole near the corner of her mouth. Looking closer, he realized she was the head nurse in her younger years. After confirming the girl in the video was the head nurse in her younger days, Jiang Che immediately questioned the identity of the other man. The video ended, but but the mission progress did not change, leaving him confused. He wondered if he had missed a crucial clue. Jiang Che replayed the video again and again, searching every frame for more clues. As the two people struggled, his eyes caught a tiny but critical detail hidden in the background. It was the room number, 1401. The system instantly announced a new clue. The Bloody Night Cry Nightmare mission reached 60%. Jiang Che grew excited and figured the closer he got to the truth, the clearer the mission became. His next stop had to be the 14th floor. He started climbing the stairs. He climbed while gasping for breath, complaining that the system had warned him away from the elevator, forcing him to take the stairs until he was exhausted. When he spotted the sign for the 14th floor, he confirmed this was the next target, and room 1401 had to be here. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed from the end of the hallway, slow but unmistakable. Jiang Che reacted at once and slipped into a nearby blind spot to watch. A female nurse appeared with a scalpel in her hand. Her walk looked strange as she moved forward. At first, he thought she was the head nurse, but after a closer look, he realized she was someone else entirely. She walked straight into a room at the end of the hallway and disappeared behind the door. Jiang Che let out a quiet sigh, relieved that he had not been noticed. Then he suddenly froze. Since when had another nurse appeared in this place? Countless ghost children suddenly crawled up from beneath his feet, clinging to his legs and giggling as they kept inviting him to play. They dragged out every word, repeating the invitation, as if trying to pull him into another world. Jiang Che reacted instantly, aiming his flashlight at the ghosts and shouting in anger. The moment the light touched them, every ghost child dissolved into streams of red mist and vanished. He stopped to catch his breath, his voice still trembling, as he muttered that anything could appear in this place. While staying on full alert, Jiang Che suddenly felt a cold presence behind him. The nurse had somehow appeared at his back, whispering beside his ear in a chilling voice, as though she had been hunting him all along. He spun around on instinct, shining the flashlight straight at her, while shouting in panic, trying to drive away the thing chasing him. But the bright light only made her stagger before she fell. She was not destroyed. Jiang Che immediately felt uneasy as he realized the flashlight was no longer as effective as before. With no other choice, he turned and ran upstairs. The nurse stayed right behind him, keeping up relentless pressure. He cursed under his breath as he ran, feeling like hunted prey. She never said a word. Then she suddenly hurled a scalpel straight at him with incredible speed. The blade barely missed his head before slamming into the wall ahead. Jiang Che knew only quick reflexes and luck could save him now. The moment he spotted the rooftop entrance, he rushed toward it. Without another second of hesitation, he charged through the exit. He slammed the door open and rolled onto the rooftop to keep his balance. Behind him, the nurse's footsteps never stopped. He gasped for air and forced himself to stay calm. He quickly realized turning back would only lead to death because she was far too fast. The rooftop seemed like his only remaining option. At the same time, he concluded that the connection between the crying and the patient's fear might also affect the nurses, and the source of that sound was likely somewhere on the rooftop. While thinking, a small voice suddenly asked from behind who he was. Jiang Che turned around in surprise and found a little girl rubbing her sleepy eyes, innocently asking who he was. At the same time, the system displayed another strange hint about fear and loneliness, as if reflecting the child's own feelings. Seeing the barefoot girl in a dirty white dress, Jiang Che quietly fell silent. A strange feeling rose inside him. He gently patted her head and asked for her name. The little girl innocently asked if he had come to play with her. Jiang Che led the little girl downstairs to a vending machine to look for food. A lollipop dropped out. He picked it up and handed it to her. Seeing her simple smile, he asked if she was happy, and she nodded with innocent joy. He asked if the little girl wanted to come with him, and she agreed without a second thought. He wiped her mouth clean and thought about how easily children trusted people. At the same time, he wondered where her family could be in this haunted place. He realized that ever since the little girl joined him, the female nurse had stopped chasing him. His next target was still room 1401 from the video. Jiang Che carefully pushed open the door to room 1401. The little girl instinctively closed her eyes. Holding her hand tightly, he asked why she had done that. He covered her eyes and told her not to look inside. The moment he stepped in, the scene froze him in place. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, the stench of blood and rotting flesh, as if it had been abandoned in the middle of a long tragedy. A man so thin, he was little more than skin and bones, hung from a restraint frame in the middle of the room, completely drained. Noticing someone had entered, the man let out a weak cough. Jiang Che was stunned. This situation was far beyond anything he had expected. Standing in front of the man was the same ghostly nurse, silently guarding him. She coldly raised her scalpel and stabbed the helpless victim without hesitation. Agonized screams and desperate pleas filled the room, but nothing could stop her. Standing outside the door, cold sweat covered Jiang Che's back. He realized this was the exact room 1401 from the video, and everything matched perfectly. The little girl quietly asked what was wrong. His mind flashed back to the horrific scene inside. If the little girl saw it, the consequences could be unimaginable. The man hanging on the cross-shaped frame noticed someone outside and gathered his last bit of strength to cry for help, clinging to his final hope. He weakly begged for someone to save him from this nightmare. His desperate cries echoed again and again. The eerie nurse simply smiled, as if she were enjoying a game, before raising her weapon once more. A horrifying scene followed as a chunk of bloody flesh was sliced away and flew toward the doorway. Jiang Che watched in horror, his whole body turning cold as nausea hit him. The room suddenly fell completely silent. Jiang Che immediately wondered if it was finally over. But in the next instant, the screams returned, even more painful than before, as though the victim had entered an even worse fate. Jiang Che stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening. He began to suspect the space inside the room had changed, or perhaps what he was seeing was no longer reality. Even the details behind the man on the cross-shaped frame had completely changed, making the situation even more impossible to understand. The ghostly nurse continued torturing the victim, as though she were simply entertaining herself. The screams mixed with blood splattering everywhere. The clock showed it was nearly dawn, making time itself feel strangely distorted. Xiao Xiao gently tugged on Jiang Che's sleeve and softly said she felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave. He immediately agreed, told her to keep her eyes closed, and led her away. Xiao Xiao obediently followed. Jiang Che led the little girl back toward the rooftop, staying far away from room 1401. Xiao Xiao asked if she could open her eyes now, and he told her she could. He held out a large, colorful lollipop to comfort her. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement, and she asked again as if she could not believe it. He smiled and confirmed it. She hugged the lollipop happily, completely unaware of the horrors that had just happened. Suddenly, she looked up and asked if he would come back to see her someday. Jiang Che gently patted her head, promised he would return, and said goodbye while she kept smiling innocently. The system immediately announced another clue related to the crying child, raising the mission progress to 70%. Jiang Che silently calculated that the mission was almost complete. Only one final step remained. As he walked downstairs, he thought about the huge reward waiting for him and remembered his family's situation in this world. His parents had disappeared years ago, leaving his older sister to shoulder everything alone and raise him through countless hardships. That only strengthened his determination to finish this mission and change both of their lives. On the way down, he unexpectedly ran into Li Jiahao climbing the stairs. Both of them stopped the moment they saw each other. Jiang Che immediately judged that Li Jiahao had probably collected plenty of ghost coins and clues, and might have even unlocked the same mission. Li Jiahao spoke coldly, saying they were after the same goal and ordering Jiang Che to get out of his way. Jiang Che calmly told him to turn back, because the upper floors were extremely dangerous, while quietly weighing the real risks of returning to the 14th floor. Li Jiahao refused to believe him. He insisted he could still earn the reward, and was willing to risk everything rather than be left behind. At 6:50 a.m., everyone gathered in the main lobby and began complaining about the mission's brutal difficulty, saying it was far beyond what they had been told. Jin Mei held her friend tightly, worried that something had been wrong from the start. The mission was supposed to be easy, yet it had become far more dangerous. Li Xiaoxiao brought up another class that had once received an E-rank mission. It sounded easy at first, but the reality was anything but. Zhou Fu nodded and bluntly said that 13 people had died during that mission, a number that sent chills down everyone's spine. That group had even formed contracts with Yan Qingjiao and another ghost, with ghost spirits fighting beside them, yet they still suffered heavy losses. In the end, only one survivor remained after defeating Qingjiao. Gao Hai sighed and firmly announced that he was giving up. Even with a revival chance, the pain of dying was real. He opened the system, chose to leave the ghost world, and accepted mission failure. Qingya and Jin Mei quickly agreed. The tense atmosphere pushed everyone toward retreat, and Jiang Che realized the difficulty had shaken the entire group's resolve. At that moment, he noticed Li Jiahao. The man who had disappeared on the 14th floor had returned safely, making Jiang Che secretly suspect he was a hidden expert. Li Jiahao walked over and asked with concern whether everyone still had their revival chances. The only response was heavy silence, as everyone lowered their heads without answering. Jiang Che immediately sensed something was wrong and asked if that meant everyone had already died once. Li Jiahao confirmed it. After splitting from the group, he had been killed once by the nurse on the 14th floor. The experience was unimaginably painful. Li Xiaoxiao admitted she had been crushed by a falling flower pot while working and died instantly. Zhou Fu gave an awkward smile and said a drawer had fallen onto his head. His fate had been no better. Jiang Che stood stunned. He asked if they really were not planning to leave, because their revival chances were almost gone. One more death would be permanent. Li Xiaoxiao sighed with regret, but said her dream of entering Tsinghua University was something she could never abandon. She added that every attack from the ghosts only strengthened her determination. Giving up was not an option. Her expression immediately turned resolute as she declared she would finish the mission and prove herself no matter what. The patient in room 404 lay motionless on the bed, his mind in panic, as though he had just survived a never-ending nightmare. Jiang Che wiped away his sweat in relief after finally finishing his work. He pushed the cart full of syringes out of the room while the drunken bald man kept muttering vulgar nonsense. He felt everything had gone surprisingly smoothly. The patients had been far more cooperative than expected. After leaving the room, Jiang Che wondered how the others were progressing. The moment he turned around, he saw Li Jiahao already waiting nearby. Jiang Che casually bought a can of soda. After taking a sip, he looked at Li Jiahao in surprise and asked if he had come to ask for help completing the mission. He refused immediately, saying he had no reason to risk his life for someone else, especially someone whose actions were impossible to trust. Li Jiahao stayed silent for a long moment. Then he suddenly lowered his head and apologized, catching Jiang Che completely off guard. He sincerely explained that everything before had been his fault, but this mission was too important, leaving him with no other choice. Jiang Che remained indifferent and replied that it had nothing to do with him, and there was no need to apologize, since he had suffered no real loss. Hearing that, Li Jiahao simply nodded and said he understood. He would not bother him anymore. Then he remembered something important. He said he knew a patient close to the head nurse, who had revealed that room 1401 was always under her direct control. That was why he had risked investigating it the previous night, only to lose one of his precious revival chances. He also revealed that he knew the location of the head nurse's secret room, but under the current circumstances, he had already lost the chance to keep investigating. The moment Jiang Che heard that crucial detail, his attitude changed instantly, and he rushed straight toward Li Jiahao. Jiang Che casually threw an arm around Li Jiahao like an old friend, his tone suddenly warm. Li Jiahao froze, completely baffled by the instant change. Jiang Che smoothly turned the situation around, talking about loyalty and teamwork. He even brought up yesterday's rescue as proof that he never abandoned his allies. In another ward, an old television was playing a children's cartoon, completely at odds with the chaos outside. A chubby female patient hugged a mountain of snacks while complaining. Junk food was scattered everywhere, as she considered changing beds for convenience. Just then, loud crashing noises echoed from the hallway, growing closer by the second. Patients from rooms 402, 403, and 404 suddenly rushed over together with overwhelming momentum. The chubby girl paused in confusion, only managing to let out a startled cry. A bald man carrying medical equipment charged forward and loudly demanded to know who dared mess with their teammate. The room instantly descended into chaos, filled with screams, resistance, and panic as the situation spiraled out of control. Watching from the hallway, Li Jiahao stood frozen. He could not believe Jiang Che had rallied the patient so easily, while Jiang Che calmly continued asking about the head nurse's secret room. After getting all the information he needed, Jiang Che headed straight for the elevator. According to Li Jiahao, the head nurse rested on the hidden lower 4th floor, and this elevator was the only way down. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside without hesitation. Jiang Che pressed the button for floor 4. The system announced the elevator was descending. At the same time, a female ghost appeared inside with him. She asked in a strange voice if he was heading to the morgue. Jiang Che calmly replied that he simply wanted to take a look. The ghost woman shivered and muttered that this man was impossible to understand. He looked more like a ghost than she did. She began explaining that the hospital had existed for a very long time, saving lives while also taking them. Its history filled with darkness and contradiction. Unclaimed bodies were usually sent to the morgue, a place with an eerie sense of endless loneliness. Some corpses even disappeared on their own, or wandered outside, as if they had minds of their own. Jiang Che interrupted, refusing to believe dead bodies could walk. The ghost woman only smiled and confirmed it was true. She added that the head nurse used red-numbered wristbands to identify every corpse. She raised her hand with a creepy smile, showing off her own wristband as proof. Suddenly, her expression changed, and panic filled her face. She realized the numbered wristband on her arm had disappeared. Right then, Jiang Che held up a red wristband marked 117 and casually asked if this was what she meant. The ghost woman immediately snatched it back, completely unable to figure out when he had taken it. The elevator doors opened, and she instantly screamed in panic, warning him of danger and urging the doors to close. Jiang Che looked outside with a calm expression, unable to understand why she was so terrified. She repeatedly mashed the close button, but the doors refused to respond. Her frustration quickly turned into furious cursing. Jiang Che carefully watched the hallway outside. A ghost dressed like a patient was slowly approaching. The moment he spotted the target, he exploded forward at incredible speed like an arrow leaving its bow. The ghost woman kept slamming the control panel, desperately shouting for the elevator doors to close. She screamed in absolute terror as the situation outside pushed her to the edge. Seeing that thing rushing closer only made her panic even more, her voice trembling uncontrollably. She pounded the close button over and over, as though even a second of delay would mean certain death. The elevator doors finally began to close, and she sighed in relief, believing they were finally safe. But at that exact moment, Jiang Che reached out and stopped the doors from closing completely. He even complained as if the ghost woman was the one overreacting. The ghost woman stood speechless, unable to believe what she was seeing. As the ghost reached the doorway, Jiang Che loudly scolded it for interrupting his elevator ride, remaining unbelievably calm. The ghost woman felt like she was losing her mind, convinced the man beside her was the real monster, because he stayed so relaxed in such a deadly situation. Jiang Che stood calmly in the middle of the elevator, caught between two overwhelming, killing intents. A male ghost spoke in a bizarre voice, asking Jiang Che to lower his head so it would be easier to wash his hair. The elevator stopped on the second floor, and the doors opened again. Another ghost was already waiting outside, politely begging to ride with them. Jiang Che happily let another ghost into the elevator, then casually asked an absurd question about its daily routine. When they reached the third floor, he invited an elderly ghost inside. She looked kind on the surface, but secretly saw him as an easy meal. The old ghost kept smiling warmly, offering fake words of thanks. But the moment she noticed so many other ghosts inside, she grew annoyed, realizing her plan had been ruined. Jiang Che even picked up her dentures and casually asked about them as if they were an ordinary object, pushing the female ghost inside the elevator to the end of her patience. Her killing intent exploded as she decided she had tolerated enough and would kill Jiang Che immediately. She opened her mouth, revealing her monstrous nature as she prepared to attack. The male ghost quickly stopped her, saying they should keep order after enduring enough of Jiang Che's non-stop chatter. The ghost in the wheelchair also joined the argument, insisting the prey belonged to him and no one else could take it first. The elderly ghost refused to back down. She slapped the others aside and declared she had the first right to deal with him. The ghosts immediately broke into a chaotic brawl inside the elevator, all fighting over the same prey, just as the elevator arrived on the fourth floor. The female ghost screamed in frustration, trying to stop the chaos. But when she turned around, she discovered her target had vanished without a trace, making her even angrier. During the confusion, Jiang Che had already slipped out of the elevator and sprinted into the hallway. As he left, he concluded that these ghosts acted independently with no teamwork, making them easy to throw into chaos by turning them against one another. He walked straight into the morgue, observing everything while judging that even if a fight broke out, these ghosts would not be too difficult to handle because they lacked coordination. As he passed between rows of body storage beds, he felt the chilling silence surrounding him. He briefly wondered if the people lying here had once been familiar faces, before stopping at a clue that caught his attention. He ventured deeper inside, until he reached an old dusty table. Resting on the table was a weathered notebook and several old photographs. Jiang Che picked them up and realized the notebook was a diary. The opening pages described a bright chapter of the girl's life. She had just started her internship, dreaming of becoming a great doctor who could save more lives, full of hope and determination. A few months later, she wrote about an easy day at work when she met a well-behaved little boy who cooperated during his injection, reminding her of her own childhood. The system suddenly announced that a crucial clue had been obtained from the photograph and the night cry, pushing the mission progress to 90%. Jiang Che turned more pages. The girl wrote that her teacher had praised her and even hoped she would inherit his work, filling her with pride and absolute trust in him. But the tone soon changed as she described her shock after discovering that the teacher she admired had done something unforgivable. Fear and confusion slowly consumed her. After being deeply hurt, she fell into despair with no one to turn to, feeling abandoned inside a living nightmare. Her mind completely collapsed. Misunderstood and driven into a corner by everyone around her, her despair gradually twisted into thoughts of revenge and murder. Jiang Che closed the diary with a grim expression, realizing that behind this seemingly simple mission lay a long and painful tragedy. The system updated another clue involving cannibalism and the night cry, raising the completion rate to 99%. Jiang Che frowned. The number 99 felt as though the system was deliberately leaving one final mystery unsolved. At that moment, the system suddenly issued an emergency alert, upgrading the trial to nightmare difficulty. It warned that a murderous ghost sealed away for 50 years was about to be released, beginning a new massacre. The announcement shocked everyone outside. Li Jiahao, Li Xiaoxiao, and Zhou Fu all turned pale, unable to hide their panic. Jiang Che, however, laughed instead. The rare nightmare mode only made him more excited. He judged this to be an extremely rare event. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward, leaving him both cautious and eager. The system then updated the mission once again, completely replacing the night cry objective with a new quest called Final Release. Jiang Che cursed under his breath. He had been moments from finishing the mission, only for the system to suddenly replace it, making all his effort feel wasted. The head nurse suddenly appeared behind him and coldly asked why he was here, while the system began unlocking a new difficulty level. Jiang Che jumped in shock after being caught in such a sensitive situation, with no idea how to explain himself. He immediately decided to retreat and prepared to run before she questioned him further. But the head nurse simply stood there without stopping him, making the situation even stranger. That only made him more suspicious, unable to figure out what she was planning. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Li Xiaoxiao, Zhou Fu, and the others rushed over to find him, clearly worried. Jiang Che paused in surprise when he saw them. He asked why they had come here at this moment. Li Xiaoxiao hugged him tightly and anxiously asked what had happened inside the morgue and what they should do next in this chaotic situation. Jiang Che seriously explained that he had met the head nurse inside the morgue, but she had shown no intention of attacking. He also warned everyone about the danger of nightmare mode. He honestly suggested that anyone with no revival chances left should seriously consider leaving, instead of risking a meaningless death. Li Jiahao stayed silent for a long time, clenching his fists as he struggled with himself. In the end, he disagreed. He admitted the danger was enormous but insisted the rewards would far exceed everything they had now, making the gamble worthwhile. Zhou Fu immediately objected in panic, saying Li Jiahao had lost his mind. For beginners like them, nightmare mode was practically a death sentence, and pushing forward would only get them killed. Li Jiahao looked away with a bitter expression. He admitted he knew the consequences, but had no other choice. He confessed his past mistakes and promised to make up for everything if he survived. Li Xiaoxiao stood there in silence, completely unsure how to respond. Zhou Fu scratched his head with an awkward smile and admitted he did not want to risk his life. He chose to leave rather than become a burden. Before leaving, he turned back to encourage Jiang Che, telling him to stay careful and hoping everyone would survive. Jiang Che looked at the two remaining teammates and asked one last time if they truly had no intention of backing out. Before he could finish speaking, their unexpected reaction sent chills down his spine. Li Xiaoxiao suddenly grabbed one of his legs, while Li Jiahao wrapped himself around the other, both begging him not to leave them behind. They looked at him with desperate eyes, clinging to him as though he were their final hope. Jiang Che sighed helplessly and agreed to take them along, but warned that this was their own decision, and they would bear the consequences if anything happened. Back in the morgue, head nurse Sun Xiaoxiao stood motionless, staring at the diary as a twisted smile slowly spread across her face, as though she had waited years for this moment. She licked her lips, unable to hide her excitement and madness, revealing that she was the murderous entity sealed away many years ago, and this mode was exactly what she had longed for. The system issued another warning, announcing that the murderous ghost would appear at midnight as the countdown officially began. The hospital fell into an unnatural silence, broken only by the ticking of a clock. Each ticking second grew louder, like the sound of death drawing closer. Jiang Che's group gathered inside an old hospital room, silently waiting for the dangerous moment to arrive. Li Jiahao tried to reassure everyone. Even though his face was pale, he insisted they still had a chance to survive if they worked together. Suddenly, rapid knocking echoed from the door, putting everyone on high alert. Sun Xiaoxiao stood outside and coldly ordered that everyone must stay in their own rooms at night, and that gathering together was forbidden. No one answered, and the room remained completely silent. Furious at being ignored, her voice became even colder. Her body began mutating as sharp spikes burst from her flesh, and one of her arms transformed into a monstrous weapon. Jiang Che stared at the door, quietly preparing for anything that might happen. Losing all patience, Sun Xiaoxiao smashed through the door and charged inside. Her face had become horribly twisted with madness. She let out a creepy laugh and declared that the game had officially begun, as overwhelming killing intent filled the room. Li Jiahao shouted for everyone to retreat immediately. He rushed forward to block her path, saying he would hold her off while the others escaped through the hole she had just smashed in the wall. Li Xiaoxiao hesitated, staring at him with worry. Li Jiahao yelled at her not to waste the opportunity and to leave immediately. Li Xiaoxiao cried out his name in panic, while Jiang Che hurried the group toward the escape route. Before anyone could react, the next moment left her completely frozen. She looked down in horror and realized one of her legs had already been severed, without her even noticing. Li Xiaoxiao collapsed to the floor, while Li Jiahao coldly rushed past without looking back, leaving her behind in unbearable pain. Behind Li Xiaoxiao, a blood-stained hand slowly emerged, gripping a knife as an icy killing intent filled the air. She turned around in panic and weakly reached toward Li Jiahao, calling his name, while fear and resentment consumed her. Only then did she realize she had been used as a shield, abandoned to buy someone else a chance to escape. After running for a while, Jiang Che suddenly sensed something was wrong and immediately looked back. The moment he turned around, he saw Li Jiahao sprinting toward him, leaving him confused about what had happened. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiao remained trapped in panic as the memory of her teammate abandoning her replayed over and over, crushing her with betrayal. Jiang Che shouted for her to activate the system and leave the ghost world before it was too late. Li Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality and hurriedly reached for the option to leave the ghost world, but the system warned that doing so would mean mission failure. Before she could confirm her choice, Sun Xiaoxiao appeared and drove her weapon through Li Xiaoxiao's body, interrupting everything. Seeing there was no way to save her, Jiang Che immediately turned and ran, while Li Xiaoxiao was struck again and again until she could barely resist. Only after Li Xiaoxiao collapsed, motionless, did Sun Xiaoxiao finally stop, as though she had finished cleaning up. She silently surveyed the area before searching for her next target. After moving through the corridors, Jiang Che finally found Li Jiahao hiding in a dark corner, gasping for breath. The moment he saw Jiang Che, Li Jiahao firmly defended his actions, admitting he had only done what was necessary to survive. His emotions gradually twisted as he revealed the tragedy of his family, explaining how it had driven him into desperation and forced him to survive at any cost. Overcome with emotion, Li Jiahao confessed this mission was the only way to save his father. If he failed, he would rather die here. Jiang Che merely let out a quiet sigh, showing little reaction. He bluntly replied that he needed neither excuses nor sympathy because everyone had to accept responsibility for their own choices. As he continued walking, he recalled Li Xiaoxiao saying that if they survived, they would all return together, and that she had even cared about Li Jiahao's situation. Li Jiahao suddenly froze, as if those words had pulled him out of his madness. He closed his eyes and turned away with a look of quiet resignation. Jiang Che also remembered Li Xiaoxiao, saying she wanted to help everyone if they ever made it back alive. He walked past Li Jiahao and continued forward, believing everyone had the right to choose their own path and bear the consequences. But that had nothing to do with him. He made it clear that none of this was his responsibility. Then he opened the door ahead, determined to protect himself and complete the survival objective. Inside stood a little white-haired girl who turned around when she heard the door. The moment she recognized Jiang Che, she happily ran over and hugged him, acting surprisingly close. Jiang Che gently patted her head and said he had not come to play but to talk about something important. The little girl looked at him in confusion, while Li Jiahao arrived moments later and froze in shock at the sight of a child here. Sun Xiaoxiao's insane roar echoed from the distance. The terrifying sound quickly drew everyone's attention. A twisted and deranged figure slowly emerged, radiating overwhelming killing intent. She laughed like a mad woman as her eyes locked onto the three of them, as though she had chosen her prey long ago. Li Jiahao instinctively stepped backward in terror. Still holding the white-haired girl, Jiang Che quietly observed Sun Xiaoxiao. That familiar aura confirmed his suspicion. She was a D-rank ghost. Jiang Che gently set the little girl down and stared at Sun Xiaoxiao while rapidly considering his options. Even defeating or killing her might not count as success because this mission was about helping, not exterminating ghosts. Jiang Che remained calm and said, "That's right. No matter what happens, we have nowhere left to run." Without taking his eyes off Sun Xiaoxiao, he continued, "Before this ends, let me tell you a story." Hearing those words, Sun Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped in her tracks. Jiang Che slowly began telling the story of a girl who was intelligent, kind, and incredibly hardworking. Remembering the photograph from the morgue, he said her greatest dream had been to become a head nurse so she could save even more people. In one photograph, the young nurse stood beside a doctor in her uniform, but someone had scribbled over the man's face. After years of hard work, the young woman had finally become a nurse. Another photo showed her bright smile beside a young boy receiving treatment. Even with the exhausting workload, she stayed devoted, and many patients truly cared about her. But everything changed when a sudden disaster shattered every belief and value she had protected. One day, she witnessed something beyond imagination. Inside the office, the mentor she respected the most was openly assaulting a female patient. Shocked, she rushed forward to stop him without thinking. But in that instant, his true savage nature appeared as he violently threw her aside. It did not end there. The old doctor tied her up and dragged her into the same humiliating torture, turning her into another victim of his depravity. To bury the truth, he promoted her to head nurse. Her dream finally came true, but the price was unbearable pain and humiliation. From that day on, she lived under endless rumors and contempt. No matter how many times she tried to tell the truth, no one believed her. They even accused her of trading her body for the promotion. Jiang Che paused for a moment before quietly looking at Sun Xiaoxiao and the white-haired girl hiding close beside him. Then he slowly asked, "The tragic woman in that story was you, right? Sun Xiaoxiao, the head nurse of Huangquan Hospital." Jiang Che spoke with quiet sympathy. After that tragedy, not only did her co-workers reject and mock her, but even the patients who once trusted her slowly turned away. Sun Xiaoxiao stayed silent for a long time before letting out a cold snort. Her face twisted with hatred as she screamed, "None of those people were innocent. I killed every last one of them, and they deserved it. I do not care if I carry endless sins, but that monster deserves to be cursed forever and stabbed 1,000 times." Jiang Che did not deny her words. He calmly replied, "You are not wrong." His answer left Sun Xiaoxiao stunned. Jiang Che gave a faint smile and continued, "Why are you looking at me like that? I am not the kind of person who always preaches about morality." He admitted that man deserved a horrible fate, then pointed at Sun Xiaoxiao. "But there is still a piece of kindness left inside your heart." As he spoke, Jiang Che looked down at the frightened white-haired girl clinging to him. "This child is the clearest proof." He mentioned the head nurse who managed the hospital, the female ghost charm on the 14th floor, and the little girl who always appeared on the rooftop. Jiang Che concluded that all of them were personalities she had separated from herself. At first, he thought Xiaoxiao was her daughter, but after looking closer, he realized such a gentle child could never terrify every ghost in the hospital. There had to be another explanation. Jiang Che said with certainty that she had turned the last piece of kindness in her soul into the form of that little girl. To keep her from ever suffering another humiliation, she left her on the rooftop forever. Then he looked straight at Sun Xiaoxiao and asked, "What about you? Are you really going to live forever with that poisonous curse?" Sun Xiaoxiao lowered her head and laughed with bitter mockery. "Even if you guessed everything, what difference does it make?" She raised her head and looked at Jiang Che's group with cold eyes. Calmly, she said she had already walked away from that dark chapter of her life long ago, so she needed no one's pity or sympathy. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Xiaoxiao pulled out a shining surgical knife. She coldly declared that the conversation was over, and now it was their turn to pay with their lives. Jiang Che sighed softly and admitted he could not defeat her head-on, but he still had one final card. Looking at Xiaoxiao, he reluctantly mentioned that the little girl and Sun Xiaoxiao were originally one being. If anything happened to the child. Before he could finish, Li Jiahao's sudden action left Jiang Che frozen in shock. Jiang Che rushed over to catch the little girl. Xiaoxiao clutched her stomach as blood poured from the wound, soaking her white dress crimson. Not far away, Li Jiahao still held a blood-stained sword. His face twisted with excitement before he burst into wild laughter. Li Jiahao laughed proudly and declared the reward for this challenge already belonged to him. He even thanked Jiang Che for creating the opportunity. But at that very moment, a figure shot past so fast that the naked eye could barely follow it. Li Jiahao only felt an icy chill sweep across his neck. In the next instant, his head separated from his body. The severed head rolled across the cold floor before finally coming to a stop. Even in death, Li Jiahao's eyes remained wide open in shock, unable to understand how everything had ended like this. Sun Xiaoxiao struck without the slightest hesitation. She looked at the body on the floor and coldly said he was a fool for believing an ordinary ghost item could kill her. Then she turned to Jiang Che, her voice carrying a trace of exhaustion. The game ends here. It is time to finish everything. Jiang Che gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath as the situation became extremely dangerous. Just then, little Xiaoxiao trembled as she stood up and staggered between the two of them. Holding her bleeding wound, she spoke with great effort. I believe he is right. You are not a sinner, and neither are we. Those people paid with their lives. That is enough. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately screamed with hatred. Not enough. It is still not enough. Not every darkness needs light, and not every sinner deserves salvation. Xiaoxiao cried as she shook her head. She said the ones who truly needed saving were never those people, but the two of them. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Sun Xiao. The guilty have already paid the price, but you are still suffering. We share the same heart. Have you never felt that? Sun Xiaoxiao slowly calmed down. Her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at the little girl and could only stammer, but. Xiaoxiao continued, walking toward her one step at a time. When she reached her, the little girl wiped away her tears and softly said, For all these years, you kept me here because you wanted me to stay pure and untouched by the world's filth. But I was never truly happy. Standing before Sun Xiaoxiao, the little girl quietly said that only after meeting Jiang Che had she seen her first glimpse of hope for the future. Gently embracing Sun Xiaoxiao, she tearfully confessed, I do not want to watch you live in that pain forever. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, Xiaoxiao pleaded, This time, please let it go and finally rest. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl's body turned into countless points of light and slowly faded into nothingness. Sun Xiaoxiao stood there in silence as tears quietly fell. Only then did she realize that the remaining part of herself had never been truly happy either. Jiang Che collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. He silently thanked his luck that everything had still gone according to plan. Otherwise, Li Jiahao's attack would have ruined everything. Looking up at the gray sky, Jiang Che quietly murmured that in the end, people could only save themselves. Before his eyes, Sun Xiaoxiao had returned to the gentle woman she once was. She whispered softly, So this is the salvation meant for me? Moments later, her figure slowly dissolved into the air. A system notification appeared, confirming that the challenge mission, Final Salvation, had been completed. Since the ghost charm Sun Xiaoxiao had found salvation, the challenge officially came to an end. After claiming the rewards, all players would automatically return to the real world. Jiang Che scratched his head and let out a long sigh of relief. The long challenge had finally ended. Right after that, the system began calculating the final results and distributing the rewards. At that moment, Jiang Che suddenly remembered something important. He quickly searched through his pocket. He pulled out a tiny pair of red shoes. Jiang Che sighed with regret, saying he had forgotten to give the gift to Xiaoxiao. She had always walked barefoot, but now he would probably never have the chance to hand them to her. The system announced the results. His overall evaluation reached SSS rank. He gained 1 level, received 50 ghost power, plus another bonus 50 ghost power. He also obtained an exquisite urn box, a mini medical kit, and an rank blood nurse uniform. Jiang Che stared at the long list of rewards in disbelief. The exquisite urn box was described as so beautifully crafted that even resting inside it did not seem like such a bad choice. The mini medical kit contained 5 rolls of bandages, 5 heart speed pills, 5 bottles of sedatives, and 5 packs of hemostatic medicine. The rank blood nurse uniform carried intense resentment. Anyone wearing it could easily blend in among ghost charms. Looking at the pile of rewards, Jiang Che was so thrilled he almost laughed out loud. This trip had been an incredible haul. The system then announced that the return process to the real world had begun. Jiang Che clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. But just then, the system window suddenly began flashing as red warning messages appeared, stating that the transmission route had encountered an unknown obstruction. The smile on Jiang Che's face instantly froze. Despite the warning, the teleportation continued. Jiang Che cried out in panic, saying the guidebook had never mentioned that the transmission route could be blocked. Another unsettling system message appeared, informing him that the player was being redirected to an unknown space. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Class 12A2 was still waiting for the results. The ghost stone on the teacher's desk still glowed faintly, while the monitor beside it showed 2 dots, meaning 2 players had not yet left the ghost world. A few seconds later, one of the dots disappeared, leaving only a single player on the screen. The classroom was unusually quiet. Most of the students had already left, and only a handful stayed behind to watch. Standing at the front was a heavyset yet imposing man. He was the principal of Tianqing Academy. He asked Zhou Fu if he was certain the mission had been upgraded to nightmare mode. Zhou Fu was still shaken, as he immediately confirmed it. He explained that when he escaped, only Jiang Che, Li Xiaoxiao, and the class monitor were still inside. If the challenge had not become nightmare mode, he would never have made it out alive so early. The principal stared at the monitor before saying in a deep voice, "There were 3 people at first. Now only 1 student remains inside." Zhou Fu lowered his head, convinced the only survivor could be Jiang Che, but another student beside him immediately laughed in mockery. The student sneered that if even the class monitor could not survive, then someone as weak as Jiang Che had no chance of being the last one standing. The principal slammed his hand onto the desk and shouted for everyone to be quiet. He declared that nightmare mode was a challenge most people in the academy had never experienced. Whoever survived deserved to become the pride of the entire school. A teacher beside him looked confused. The mission had clearly ended, yet the last player still had not been teleported back. Leaning against the classroom door, Mi Qingjiao quietly murmured Jiang Che's name, along with the words nightmare mode, her eyes filled with thought. At that moment, Jiang Che found himself once again inside a familiar dark space. Before him stood a massive sign that read Prison of the Myriad Heavens. He was stunned to realize this was the very place that had always appeared in his dreams. Looking up at the towering prison before him, Jiang Che was completely bewildered, unable to understand why he had been brought here. Just then, the massive gate slowly opened on its own. Curious, Jiang Che stepped inside. As he walked, he muttered that he had been locked outside the gate for an entire month, yet today it had opened by itself, making him wonder if it was some kind of trap. The moment he crossed the gate, a strange message appeared before him. "Welcome to the prison of the Myriad Heavens. The current master of this prison is Jiang Che." Jiang Che froze and stared at the message in disbelief. He was actually the master of this place. Immediately afterward, countless streams of colorful light rushed toward him. Jiang Che instinctively closed his eyes, then suddenly realized he could sense every corner of the prison as though the entire place existed within his own mind. Every structure and detail of the prison of the Myriad Heavens appeared inside his consciousness. Only then did Jiang Che realize the place from his dreams had never been an illusion. It truly existed, and everything within it was now under his control. Even after becoming the master of the prison, Jiang Che still felt slightly annoyed. Looking around the prison, he frowned and bluntly complained that the place was old, shabby, and a complete mess. Just then, a strange sound echoed from deep inside. Curious, Jiang Che immediately followed the source of the noise. He arrived at a floor filled with enormous iron chains hanging from the ceiling. Pushing the chains aside, Jiang Che guessed the sound had come from there. But the moment he looked down, his face instantly turned red. Before him was a pair of long, flossless that looked unbelievably alluring, though the ankles were still bound by a heavy iron chain. A trace of anticipation quietly rose inside Jiang Che. Slowly raising his gaze, he saw a perfect figure with stunning curves, dressed in a daring black dress that could turn anyone's head. But when he looked even higher, he discovered the body had no head at all. Every bit of anticipation vanished in an instant. Jiang Che could only sigh, telling himself that in this bizarre world, expecting anything normal was a mistake. A status panel appeared before him. Cell number 1, prisoner, headless Yinsha Xiaoman, affinity, none. The description explained that increasing a prisoner's affinity would make them easier to manage, while also allowing the prison master to inherit part of the prisoner's power. After reading it, Jiang Che could not hide his surprise. The pressure radiating from Xiaoman alone far surpassed Sun Xiaoxiao's, making him wonder what her true rank really was. Even though he was nervous, Jiang Che kept a friendly smile and started chatting. He enthusiastically asked if Xiaoman wanted a hamburger, a sandwich, or some cotton candy, while reminding himself that no matter how powerful she was, he held absolute authority inside the prison of the Myriad Heavens. Seeing no response, Jiang Che stepped closer and kept talking. He even asked if she wanted coffee mixed with broken glass, then suddenly remembered she had no head and could not eat or drink. So he switched to asking if she wanted to hear ghost stories, look at handsome men, or admire beautiful women. Then an idea suddenly crossed Jiang Che's mind. He asked if she wanted to leave this place and breathe the air outside. Those words immediately worked. A white sign appeared above Xiaoman's empty neck with 2 words written on it, happy. Right afterward, Xiaoman lifted her foot and slowly walked toward Jiang Che. The system revealed her thoughts. Xiaoman had always longed to recover her missing head because it contained the brain she treasured most. She wanted to leave this place to search for it. At the same time, her affinity toward Jiang Che increased slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Che reached out his hand and promised that if she cooperated, he would help her find her missing head. He felt completely confident, believing raising affinity was no different from the games he had mastered before. But at that moment, a cold and arrogant voice rang out, startling Jiang Che. She asked how a mere human like him dared to order her around. Even without a head, Xiaoman radiated absolute pride. She raised her hand and controlled countless iron chains swirling around her, as she arrogantly declared that a single finger was enough to crush a human like Jiang Che. Yet in the very next moment, every chain suddenly trembled before snapping apart at the same time. Xiaoman looked around in shock, unable to understand what had happened. Meanwhile, Jiang Che simply stood there smiling, as he reminded her that she still did not understand who truly ruled this place. As he spoke, Jiang Che slowly raised one hand. An old parchment scroll immediately appeared in his palm. He casually said he had no interest in lowering himself to please anyone. Holding the contract, Jiang Che bluntly stated that whether Xiaoman agreed or not, she had to read it first. In his view, she only had 2 choices. The first was to sign the contract and become his ghost spirit. After saying that, Jiang Che tossed the parchment toward Xiaoman and calmly waited for her reaction. The second choice was simple: refuse the contract and accept death. Faced with Jiang Che's firm attitude, Xiaoman reluctantly gave in for the moment and picked up the contract to read it. The more she read, the more unbelievable it became. The contract was absurdly long, filled with strange clauses, such as never harming Jiang Che, protecting him at all costs, always respecting and caring for her master, learning housework, regularly preparing late-night snacks because he liked staying up to play games, assisting him in every situation, making sure her master stayed healthy and happy, and fighting every ghost charm with all her strength whenever Jiang Che was in danger. After finishing the contract, Xiaoman trembled with rage. She stared at Jiang Che in disbelief and repeatedly cursed him for being unbelievably shameless. Grinding her teeth, Xiaoman angrily demanded how a human could come up with such ridiculous and outrageous terms. He had even added a rule requiring her to comfort her master whenever he felt lonely. The more she read, the angrier she became, ready to tear the contract into pieces. In Xiaoman's eyes, serving a human was even more humiliating than death. But just then, her eyes stopped at the final clause. Jiang Che promised he would help her recover her missing head. At the same time, everyone in the classroom was still discussing the situation. The instance had ended long ago, yet no one had returned, even though the monitor still showed one surviving player. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the middle of the classroom, followed by a human figure. It was Jiang Che. The moment he returned to reality, he let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that he had finally made it back safely. His sudden appearance left the entire classroom speechless. Zhou Fu immediately jumped to his feet, excitedly shouting Jiang Che's name and congratulating him on clearing the challenge. Meanwhile, the student who had mocked him earlier turned completely pale, unable to believe what he was seeing. The principal was overjoyed. He hurried over and personally handed Jiang Che a cup of hot tea, repeatedly asking whether he was tired or injured. The homeroom teacher also rushed over to check on him, adding that she had always thought highly of Jiang Che. Faced with everyone's overwhelming concern, Jiang Che could only awkwardly greet the principal and his teacher. The principal grabbed his hand and excitedly said there was no need to be polite. A student who could clear a nightmare mode challenge was the academy's greatest hope. Hearing that, Jiang Che finally understood why everyone was treating him so differently. Jiang Che had barely picked up the cup of tea when he frowned because it was so hot it almost burned his hand. Seeing that, the principal quickly snatched the cup away and handed it to the teacher, blaming himself for letting Jiang Che hold such hot tea. The teacher also complained that they should have let it cool first before giving it to a student. Just then, someone called Jiang Che's name. He turned around and saw that it was Ye Qingjiao. In her usual calm voice, she asked Jiang Che to follow her somewhere private for a quick talk. The unexpected invitation left Jiang Che stunned. He could not understand why the school's famously aloof beauty had approached him first. His mind instantly wandered in every direction. He even grinned so foolishly that the principal beside him gave him a strange look, while Jiang Che secretly wondered if his main character luck had finally kicked in. Yi Qingjiao led Jiang Che to a quiet corner of the schoolyard. There, She politely congratulated him on clearing the challenge, especially since it had been nightmare mode. Jiang Che immediately responded with humility, saying his achievement was still nothing compared to Ye Qingjiao's, because she had successfully formed a contract with a ghost spirit. At the same time, he secretly decided to keep Xiaoman and the prison of the myriad heavens completely hidden. Hearing that, Ye Qingjiao merely let out a cold snort. She looked straight at Jiang Che and immediately exposed his lie. In her opinion, he had also formed a contract with a ghost spirit. Otherwise, his class would never have suffered such heavy casualties. With his secret exposed so accurately, Jiang Che froze on the spot. He quickly asked Xiaoman through his mind why Ye Qingjiao knew about it. Xiaoman answered as if she were looking at an idiot. She explained that after forming a contract, ghost spirits could sense each other's presence. After hearing that, Jiang Che could only complain that she should have told him something so important much earlier. Holding his head in regret, Jiang Che sighed to himself. This time he had truly slipped up, and his plan to keep the contract a secret had completely failed. Interrupting his thoughts, Ye Qingjiao calmly asked, "How many offerings has your ghost spirit demanded from you?" Hearing the word offerings, Jiang Che paused because he did not understand what she meant. Behind Ye Qingjiao, her ghost spirit slowly appeared. It looked at Jiang Che with knowing eyes before stating that Li Xiaoxiao and Li Jiahao had both died by his hand. It added that people who had contracted ghost spirits had no reason to hide things from each other. Then it gave a faint smile and asked if he knew why 13 students from Ye Qingjiao's class had died such tragic deaths. Xiaoman gently rested a hand on Jiang Che's shoulder and explained that in the relationship between humans and ghost spirits, humans were almost always the weaker side. A truly equal contract had almost never existed. She could not hide her envy as she glanced at Ye Qingjiao's ghost spirit, remarking that its treatment was far better than hers. Jiang Che ignored that comment and quietly analyzed the situation instead. Thinking about the 13 students who had never returned, Jiang Che's eyes immediately turned cold. He suspected they had all been sacrificed to Ye Qingjiao's ghost spirit. Contrary to his suspicion, Ye Qingjiao remained calm and gently told Jiang Che that he did not need to be so wary of her. Then she took out her phone, opened her personal QR code, and suggested adding each other as friends. In her view, only the two of them had successfully formed ghost spirit contracts during this challenge, so getting to know each other was not a bad idea. Before long, the afternoon had nearly come to an end. At exactly 5 o'clock, the final school bell echoed across the campus. The Tianqing Academy broadcast system simultaneously announced that the Ghost World Challenge had officially ended. Outside the school gate, countless parents waited with anxious expressions, listening carefully to every word from the loudspeakers as they waited for the list of students who would never return. The names echoed throughout the campus as the broadcast announced every student who had died during the challenge, including seniors such as Yu Xiang, Yu Feng, Dou Fei, Liu Yinghui, Wu Xiang, Liu Xing, Zhou Zihan, Zhang Xingxing, Tian Qi, Ma Hua, Huang Min, Yang Jifu, Di Huixi, followed by Li Xiaoxiao, Li Jiao Shu Xiaohong, Chen Yijing, Li Jiahao, Liu Ming, Lu Xiaoyao, and many more students from the remaining classes. Standing beside Jiang Che, Xiaoman frowned and asked if he wanted her to kill the woman they had just met. Jiang Che looked at her with a helpless smile and immediately refused. He even teased that she was supposed to be a little fairy, yet all she ever thought about was killing people. He patiently explained that things were different in the ghost world, but using her powers freely in the real world would only bring trouble. If the wrong people discovered them, the consequences could be severe. Jiang Che knew better than anyone that Xiaoman was no ordinary ghost spirit. The secret of the prison of the myriad heavens could never be exposed. After thinking it over, Xiaoman reluctantly agreed to follow Jiang Che's arrangements. Just then, heartbreaking cries echoed from the school gate as someone called the name of a lost child. A middle-aged couple collapsed to the ground, covering their faces as they sobbed, unable to accept that their child was gone. Not far away, an elderly man in a wheelchair trembled all over as he repeatedly called Jiahao's name in utter despair. Another father had nearly lost his mind. He cried and cursed the Ghost World Challenge, demanding that his daughter be returned. Security guards rushed over to restrain him, but he kept shouting that no one could possibly stay calm. Jiang Che silently watched the heartbreaking scene unfold. Seeing this, Xiaoman curiously asked if he felt sorry for those people. Jiang Che sighed softly and admitted that he did. After all, they were real lives in the real world. However, he also explained that although the students had been forced to enter the challenge, the academy had never forbidden them from withdrawing at the very beginning. If they truly did not want to take the risk, they could have entered and immediately chosen to leave. In the end, everyone had to bear responsibility for their own choices. As Jiang Che walked out of the school gate, he heard someone calling his name. A beautiful young woman, with a slender figure, quickly ran over. She gently tapped his head and playfully scolded him for ignoring her, even though she had been calling him for quite a while. Jiang Che awkwardly forced a smile and explained to his sister that he had not been thinking about anything. He had simply been lost in thought for a moment. Jiang Wan smiled as she rubbed her younger brother's head and warmly told him to hurry home because she was making his favorite meal. On the way home, Jiang Wan chatted non-stop. She sighed with relief that he had returned safely and admitted she had nearly had a heart attack after hearing that 11 students from his class had died. To her, the ghost world was never worth risking one's life for. Given Jiang Che's current grades, she doubted he could get into a good university, so she had already found a job for him. She seriously warned him never to enter the ghost world again. Jiang Che quietly listened without arguing. Hearing those words, Xiaoman immediately became furious. She clearly hated the idea of anyone stopping Jiang Che from returning to the ghost world. She aggressively prepared to charge forward, declaring that she would crush the head of any woman who dared stop her master from helping her recover her missing head. Jiang Che hurriedly stopped her, reminding her that he had just told her not to cause trouble in the real world. Besides, that woman was his older sister. Since ordinary people could not see ghost spirits, Jiang Wan only saw Jiang Che suddenly freeze and make a series of strange gestures in the middle of the street. Worried, she asked if he was all right. Jiang Che could only laugh awkwardly and stammer that he was perfectly fine. To change the subject, Jiang Che quickly told his sister that he had not only cleared the challenge, but had also completed the Nightmare Mode mission with outstanding results. Jiang Wan simply looked at her younger brother without saying a word. Then she suddenly teased him by saying, "If you cannot handle your drink, then go drink with the dogs at the next table." As she pulled Jiang Che along, Jiang Wan laughed and told him to stop bragging because she knew his abilities better than anyone else. The siblings continued walking home together. Along the way, Jiang Wan kept reminding him that after resting, they still had to get his graduation outfit tailored. No matter how his grades turned out, she would never allow him to return to the ghost world. If he disobeyed, she would break his legs and send him straight to work at the factory. Jiang Che could only helplessly insist that he was telling the truth. Time passed quickly, and graduation day finally arrived. Jiang Che dressed neatly and joined the crowd of students attending the academy's graduation ceremony. While waiting, Jiang Che found something strange. After his performance, he had expected at least some public recognition or even a scholarship. After thinking about it, he guessed the academy had deliberately kept every student's results confidential, and only those who revealed them themselves would let others know. Just then, someone walked over and softly asked if she could sit beside him. Jiang Che turned in surprise to see who had spoken. It was Ye Qingjiao. After she sat down, Jiang Che curiously asked why she was not sitting with her own class and had come over instead. Xiaoman suddenly warned Jiang Che to stop thinking about that because something had happened. He immediately asked what was wrong. At the same time, Ye Qingjiao spoke with obvious urgency, telling Jiang Che to look toward the stage. Jiang Che looked up and saw the principal still giving his graduation speech, as if everything were normal. He even joked that maybe the principal's wig was about to fall off. At that instant, every light in the auditorium went out. On the stage, the principal suddenly felt a cold, sticky liquid dripping onto the microphone in front of him. A ghost spirit wrapped in chains was hanging upside down from the ceilings, silently appearing directly above the stage. Jiang Che's expression changed immediately, while everyone around him froze in shock. But the truly terrifying part was that there was not just one. Dozens of chained ghost spirits were hanging from the ceiling in exactly the same way. The principal also realized something was wrong, as he sensed a ghost spirit standing right behind him. Panic quickly spread through the audience as students began screaming. Cries echoed across the auditorium. Some shouted that ghost spirits had appeared. Others called for the teachers. Some panicked and believed ghost spirits had invaded the real world, then turned and ran. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a man covered in metals stepped forward and shouted at the students, scolding them for panicking after they had supposedly survived their graduation challenge. He calmly explained that everything they had seen was only a mental illusion created by the ghost spirit contracted to him. It was nothing more than an illusion, not a real ghost spirit invasion. The man and the young woman standing behind him were members of Squad 333 of the Ghost Bureau. The man sternly reprimanded the students, unable to hide his disappointment at their reaction. He bluntly said that if the younger generation was this easily shaken, the country's future would be in trouble. Only then did the students slowly calm down, though they still felt uneasy after realizing he was from the Ghost Bureau. After speaking, his eyes suddenly stopped on one person. That person was Jiang Che. Seeing that Jiang Che had barely reacted to the terrifying scene, the man quietly judged him to be a promising talent worth cultivating. Meanwhile, Jiang Che remained seated, deliberately pretending he still had no idea what had just happened. But when he noticed the strange old man staring at him with a meaningful smile, goosebumps instantly covered his skin. Jiang Che secretly wondered why the man was smiling like that, and whether he had developed some strange interest in him. Even Ye Qingjiao looked slightly surprised that the Ghost Bureau had appeared in person. Jiang Che curiously asked if the organization was really that special. Yi Qingjiao explained that similar situations had been staged before to test students' reactions and determine whether their Ghost World results were truly credible. Even so, she felt today's situation was different. The Ghost Bureau was one of the nation's most important agencies, so appearing at the graduation ceremony of an ordinary academy was something that had never happened before. Hearing that, Jiang Che also realized something was off. From his experience, whenever something unusual appeared, a major incident was usually about to follow. Seeing Jiang Che deep in thought, Xiaoman assumed he had been frightened and immediately urged him to beat up the Ghost Bureau officers. Jiang Che could only glare at her and tell her to stop making things up because he was not scared at all. Xiaoman sighed with obvious disdain and said that by human standards, the Ghost Bureau officer was only around drunk and was nothing more than a weakling who could easily be bullied. Jiang Che laughed helplessly and reminded her that attacking a law enforcement officer was a crime and that he had no intention of going to prison. Xiaoman casually replied that prison was nothing to worry about because she had already experienced it herself. She even mocked Jiang Che for being too timid. On the stage, the Ghost Bureau officer shouted again, ordering everyone in the auditorium to remain completely silent. He then began recounting a series of horrifying cases. The first took place on May 23, year 121 of the Ghost Calendar, when a family of 32 people in Shancheng disappeared overnight. Quite a few students immediately remembered the case. Every victim had been skinned alive, and their skin had been sewn into clothes and hung all over the balcony. The man went on to describe another incident that happened on May 13, year 122 of the Demon Calendar. A clown-like specter with a body split into pieces appeared at Mado Amusement Park, killing 144 people, including 86 minors. The entire hall fell silent as he explained that humans could enter the specter world, but specters could also cross into the real world. Yi Qingjiao stayed calm, while the man questioned the students. He asked how many gave up the moment the trial began, and how many only went through the motions. He said everyone already knew the answer. He warned that if they kept that attitude, they would only realize the value of specter trials after real disaster struck, and by then, it would be too late. Looking across the hall, he revealed the purpose of this visit. Another specter trial would begin right here. This time it was completely voluntary, and anyone unwilling to join could leave immediately. His offer made many students hesitate, but after he announced a series of tempting rewards for those who stayed, the mood shifted and many began to reconsider. He declared that any student who cleared the trial's main mission would earn direct admission to Tsinghua University. Ye Qingjiao remained indifferent at first, but when he added that top performers could become reserve members of the Ghost Bureau, she finally showed interest. The man added that participants could also earn many other valuable rewards, though he refused to reveal the details. Then he told everyone it was time to make their choice. The moment he finished speaking, the hall erupted into chaos. The students complained that they had only enjoyed a few peaceful days before being dragged back into another specter incident. They believed the Ghost Bureau should handle it instead. Many students immediately got up and left, grumbling that their normal graduation ceremony had turned into a bizarre recruitment event. As everyone gradually left the hall, only Jiang Che remained frozen in his seat with an extremely frustrated expression. He gripped the chair so hard his knuckles turned white, while repeatedly calling for Xiaoman. He had no desire to return to the specter world after finally making it back. Jiang Che was not refusing to stand. Xiaoman had secretly locked him to the chair. She calmly reminded him of his promise to help find her missing head and asked how he planned to keep that promise without returning. Jiang Che turned red with anger and argued that she had no right to control his body, even though he was the contract holder. Xiaoman gently tapped Jiang Che's forehead and reminded him that everything came from his own promise, so her actions did not violate the contract. Jiang Che could only glare at her and threatened to throw her back into prison. Xiao Man laughed with amusement and explained that if a contracted ghost spirit was killed, the contractor would suffer severe consequences. At best, it meant brain damage and loss of bladder control. At worst, it meant paralysis and death. It was obvious Jiang Che had never learned this. After hearing that, Jiang Che nearly lost his mind. He could not understand why such vital information was missing from the books, and silently cursed the useless materials. The Ghost Bureau staff were still satisfied, even though most students had left. He praised those who stayed for their courage and ordered the principal to immediately send 200,000 yuan to each student's guardian. Then, he took out a massive chunk of ghost energy and calmly announced that everything had been explained. Jiang Che was on the verge of tears. No matter how desperately he struggled, he could not break free from Xiao Man's control and could only scream for help. The man coldly began the countdown, as if delivering Jiang Che's sentence. At the same time, he wished everyone success in clearing the trial. As Jiang Che's scream faded, the mission notification appeared. The Shattered Sunbone School instance officially opened. The first rule told transfer students to quickly fit in with their classmates and teachers. The second rule demanded absolute obedience to teachers, or the consequences would be severe. The mission was rated E rank. Jiang Che and 2 others now stood outside an ordinary-looking classroom. At that moment, a friendly, smiling teacher walked over and gently asked the 3 new students why they were still standing outside instead of entering the classroom. The system immediately assigned the main mission: survive the 5-day final exam at Shattered Bone School. During the first 2 days, no one could leave the instance voluntarily. Jiang Che's face instantly fell as he cursed the Ghost Bureau for changing the rules. Urged on by the cheerful teacher, the 3 students had no choice but to enter the classroom. He introduced them to the class, asked everyone to welcome them with applause, and told each newcomer to introduce themselves. The teacher looked at Wang Defa and pointed at the purple-haired boy, making him the first to speak. Wang Defa glanced around the classroom and found every student staring at him without blinking, making him incredibly nervous. Looking around awkwardly, Wang Defa introduced himself as an 18-year-old student who loved singing, dancing, rap, basketball, fried chicken, and claimed he was also a decent shooter. After finishing, he carefully asked the teacher if his introduction had passed. The teacher kept his gentle smile, nodded, and told him to return to his seat. Seeing everything go so smoothly, Jiang Che started thinking this trial might be easier than he expected. But the next second, the teacher's smile twisted into something sinister. Without any warning, he smashed Wang Defa's head apart right in the middle of the classroom. Blood and brains splattered everywhere, leaving Jiang Che completely stunned. The only thought in his mind was why this teacher loved smashing people's heads so much. Panicking, Jiang Che immediately called for Xiao Man and urged her to deal with the ghost. Xiao Man casually replied that forcing Jiang Che's body earlier had drained all her strength. She needed to rest now, so he would have to handle everything himself. Jiang Che gritted his teeth in anger and wanted to ask if she was doing this on purpose. Just then, another system message appeared. It said repetitive lives were too boring and hoped one of the new students would prove entertaining. Jiang Che instantly decided this was his specialty. He confidently stepped onto the platform and delivered the strangest introduction imaginable. Jiang Che proudly announced that he was a genuine human who had been breathing on his own since childhood, ate 3 meals a day, spoke fluent human language, and knew how to use a smartphone. He even claimed his father drove a Ferrari and his mother drove a Bentley before laughing and admitting it was all a joke. He did not stop there. Jiang Che suddenly acted like a different person, shouting wildly while leading the entire class to chant that Jiang Che was awesome. The scene was so ridiculous that even the newly revived Ye Qingjiao and Wang Defa froze in disbelief. Shouting his own name, Jiang Che ripped off his jacket right on the platform. The students below actually joined in, loudly chanting that Jiang Che was awesome. On the next chance, he stripped off another layer of clothing. The classroom instantly became even more excited, as cheers echoed everywhere and everyone kept praising him. On the 3rd round, Jiang Che took off his last shirt and proudly showed off his muscular physique. Within moments, the entire class was swept up by the excitement and endlessly shouted Jiang Che's name. Watching the unbelievable performance, Wang Defa and Ye Qingjiao wished they could pretend they had never met him. Encouraged by the crowd, Jiang Che became even more excited and even reached for his belt, ready to take off his leather pants. Fortunately, the teacher stopped him in time. Even though he secretly wanted to see more, he feared the principal would punish him if things went too far. He told Jiang Che to get dressed and return to his seat, while pointing out that his bear print underwear was already showing. Jiang Che happily returned to his seat, convinced his performance had been a complete success. The teacher quickly restored order and called the next female student to introduce herself. Ye Qingjiao calmly walked onto the platform, with the confidence of a true campus beauty. The moment she reached the teacher, she grabbed his head without a word and slammed it hard onto the desk. Then Ye Qingjiao calmly introduced herself, saying she was only 16 years old, had caused chaos in a nursing home at age 3, and had even wrecked a kindergarten. She coldly warned everyone not to mess with her unless they wanted a miserable ending. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the teacher was not angry at all. He smiled happily, told her to return to her seat, and called Wang Defa up to introduce himself again. This time, Wang Defa still stuttered. After a long pause, he suddenly declared that his favorite hobby was eating poop, leaving the entire class speechless. After the 3 newcomers finished their wildly unexpected introductions, the teacher immediately began the lesson. He announced that the English teacher had been sent on leave after the principal cut out his tongue, so he would be teaching this class himself. Holding the textbook, the teacher sternly told everyone to study seriously. He joked that if he failed to teach well, the Ministry of Education could deal with him, but the class should not turn into people answering completely different questions. Then he told everyone to open their books. Sitting below, Jiang Che grew even more confused. He never expected the Spectre world to keep up with human memes, making him wonder if ghosts spent their time browsing the internet. After what felt like a long time, the class finally ended and it was time for lunch. Students from every class headed to the cafeteria, but once they left the classroom, their normal appearances vanished, replaced by horrifying and bizarre ways of eating. Sitting in a corner, Wang Defa silently cried after wasting 1 revival on his very first day. Another student said his class was no better, and had even watched ghosts kick a classmate's head around like a soccer ball. Jiang Che sighed and said someone in his class had an arm chopped off just for answering a question incorrectly. With this levels of education, he joked that failing to get into Harvard would be a personal disgrace. A male student suggested that the 5 survivors work together and share information so they could help each other in dangerous situations. He introduced himself as Yang Ziyang from class 12A5. Hu Junji from class 12A1, the blue-haired boy, agreed with the idea. While calmly eating a piece of human flesh, Ye Qingjiao remarked that the first day's intelligence was still limited. Still, if they ended up in the same dorm tonight, they could cooperate and support each other. The moment Jiang Che heard they might share a dorm, his eyes lit up. He immediately asked if the school really allowed male and female students to live together. Looking at the pink bed beside his, decorated like a young girl's room, Jiang Che became even more excited. He silently thanked the heavens, believing that even in the Spectre world, he might finally achieve his dream of sharing a room with a cute girl. Suddenly, the trip felt completely worthwhile. But just as he was enjoying himself, Jiang Che suddenly felt an icy chill behind his back. Turning around, he saw someone claiming to be the dorm manager. The man greeted him and said that since Jiang Che was a new student, he would personally explain the dorm rules. He began listing the regulations. The first rule was that lights went out at exactly 9 o'clock every night, and no one was allowed outside afterward. The second rule was that the old dormitory area was strictly off-limits. After explaining a few more rules, he pointed at Jiang Che's bed and said there were not enough rooms, so male and female students would have to share. But if your roommate was the opposite sex, there was one rule you must never forget. The dorm manager suddenly smiled with a strange expression. Looking straight at Jiang Che, he stressed one thing above all else: never let your roommate become pregnant. After giving that warning, he left the room, leaving behind an unsettling atmosphere. The system immediately added more information. The manager had originally overseen the boys' dorm, but now he also controlled the girls' dorm and was thrilled about it. Claiming it was for student safety, he had secretly installed cameras throughout the dorms. Learning the truth, Jiang Che got goosebumps as he realized the man's gentle appearance hid a complete creep. While looking around the room, Jiang Che noticed a small note on the desk and walked over out of curiosity. Inside was a handwritten letter with cute handwriting. The writer introduced herself as Zhu Xiaoling, welcomed her new roommate, and said that if the cafeteria food was not to his liking, he could eat the snacks stored in the drawer. At the end, she proudly called herself an adorable beauty and said he would have to find her if he wanted to meet her. Xiaoman only glanced at the letter before dismissively saying the sender was merely an Frank Spectre. She even asked if Jiang Che wanted her to eliminate her. Jiang Che immediately mocked her, reminding her that she had just claimed to be too exhausted to help. Caught off guard, Xiaoman awkwardly insisted she had only done that to teach Jiang Che how to solve problems on his own. She added that if she was ever gone, he would need to protect himself. Jiang Che answered with a look of pure disbelief before searching for the drawer mentioned in the letter, while Xiao Man pouted and complained that he only knew how to bully her. The moment Jiang Che opened the drawer, he found it packed with every kind of snack. His eyes lit up instantly, though he wished there were some soft drinks too. Jiang Che's attitude changed immediately. He began flattering Xiao Man's, saying such a tiny matter was beneath someone as powerful as her. But while thinking about surviving on those snacks for the next 5 days, something suddenly felt wrong. Xiao Man had never met Zhu Xiaoling, so how did she know Zhu Xiaoling was only in Frank Spectre? When Jiang Che accused her of bluffing, Xiao Man blushed, denied it, and insisted she had genuinely sensed it. Jiang Che opened his status panel. It displayed his name, current level, 105 ghost power, along with his items, cursed artifacts, outfits, and remaining revivals. He quickly did the math. Each level granted 5 ghost power, plus the rewards from the Yellow Springs Hospital instance, which explained his current total. More ghost power made cursed artifacts stronger and boosted his physical abilities. Even so, Jiang Che knew that against specters, timing mattered more than raw strength. His eyes stopped on the exquisite bone box. Looking at its beautiful design, Jiang Che joked that resting inside it would not be so bad. Remembering that opening rewards often triggered new missions, he decided to open it immediately. The system instantly announced the rewards: a plaid hair clip and a fashion model magazine. It also included a black fountain pen and a special approval pass. One item after another appeared before him. Holding the magazine, Jiang Che looked disappointed and said he no longer needed something like this, now that he had such an adorable roommate. Just then, Xiao Man suddenly called his name. Holding the special pass, Xiao Man excitedly suggested they head outside. According to the system, it was a permit issued by the special administrator that allowed students to freely enter and leave the school. Jiang Che still failed to see what was so exciting and asked why they should go outside. Xiao Man immediately looked down on him and reminded him that their top priority was finding her missing head. Jiang Che gave her a knowing look and pointed out that her attitude had been completely different just moments ago. Xiao Man became flustered, quickly changed the subject, and urged him to leave at once. Jiang Che shook his head and refused. He assured Xiao Man that he would definitely keep his promise to recover her head, but something else was more important right now. Once that was finished, he would take her outside. Xiao Man tilted her head in confusion, wondering what Jiang Che considered more important. Before long, night fell, and the entire dormitory gradually became quiet. Inside a room that looked perfectly ordinary, the door slowly creaked open. Jiang Che quietly slipped outside, constantly scanning his surroundings. He reminded himself to stay absolutely silent because alerting the dorm manager would cause endless trouble. Just then, a voice behind him asked if he was still awake. The sudden question startled Jiang Che and nearly made his heart jump out of his chest. After calming down, he turned toward the speaker and complained that talking out of nowhere in the middle of the night could scare someone to death. Seeing Ye Qingjiao, Jiang Che felt both confused and cautious. What puzzled him most was that she had walked out of the creepy dorm manager's room, sending his imagination running wild. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Qingjiao coldly cut him off and told him to stop thinking such ridiculous thoughts. Pointing to the room behind her, she calmly explained that she had already dealt with the dorm manager and he would not wake up until morning. Then she invited Jiang Che to investigate the old dormitory with her. Xiao Man immediately warned that Ye Qingjiao definitely had her own agenda. She advised Jiang Che to avoid getting too involved with that woman. Jiang Che admitted the warning made sense, but the next second, Jiang Che flashed a bright smile and gave Ye Qingjiao a thumbs up. He agreed to go with her because he believed they were thinking the same thing. Xiao Man could only stare in disbelief. Ye Qingjiao wasted no time and immediately led the way. She said she had already learned where the old dormitory was, so they only needed to follow the path. As they walked, Jiang Che thought that, however Ye Qingjiao had subdued, the dorm manager was none of his concern. Meanwhile, Xiao Man kept muttering because he refused to listen to her advice. While walking, Jiang Che secretly observed Ye Qingjiao. Even though Xiao Man had forced him back into the Spectre world, he had no intention of leaving empty-handed. In his view, an abandoned dormitory had to be hiding some kind of secret. Jiang Che guessed that most of the mission clues were hidden inside this building. But if it truly concealed a secret, then the ghost lurking there was probably extremely dangerous. After a long walk, they finally arrived at the old dormitory, a rundown building covered in dust, filled with decay, and reeking of dampness. Standing before it, Jiang Che could not shake his uneasiness and kept watching his surroundings. Yi Qingjiao said she had already checked the building's layout. It had 6 floors in total, and she suggested they split up to save time. Jiang Che immediately refused. He argued that in every horror movie, people always got into trouble after splitting up, so that was absolutely out of the question. Hearing that logic, Ye Qingjiao was left speechless. After thinking for a moment, she agreed to stay with Jiang Che so they could back each other up if anything unexpected happened. Although Jiang Che usually acted clueless, he was unusually sharp now. He knew Ye Qingjiao had approached him for a reason, and Xiaoman had already warned him about her more than once. The two entered an old room in the building and split up to inspect every corner. While searching, Jiang Che secretly watched Ye Qingjiao's every move. Instead of avoiding her, he decided to stay close and find out what she was hiding. Ye Qingjiao seemed unaware of his caution. After searching the first floor without finding anything unusual, she suggested moving upstairs. In the silent night, the steady sound of dripping water echoed somewhere nearby, making the atmosphere even more unsettling. They continued forward carefully, checking one room after another. Even after searching for a long time, they still found no useful clues. Eventually, they reached the stairwell. As he climbed each step, Jiang Che complained about having to walk all the way up. Looking at the remaining floors, he comforted himself by thinking it was lucky the dormitory only had 6 floors. Just then, Xiaoman suddenly appeared with a wary expression. She warned Jiang Che to be careful because she sensed an extremely strange aura, especially on this floor. Jiang Che quickly noticed it as well. Looking around, he realized the entire floor was unbelievably clean, completely unlike an abandoned dormitory. He quietly concluded that if such an old building showed no trace of age, then someone had deliberately erased every clue. At that moment, Ye Qingjiao suddenly stopped and placed her hand on a door. Jiang Che immediately asked if she had found something. Looking at the room number, Ye Qingjiao frowned slightly. She said this was the last room on the floor. In that instant, a bizarre bell suddenly echoed through the silent building. Both of them immediately raised their guard. Hidden in the darkness, someone seemed to be watching them with a cold smile. They instantly looked back down the hallway they had just crossed. At first, everything was silent, but strange noises soon began to echo, one after another. Loud banging suddenly erupted from rooms that had seemed completely empty, instantly filling the hallway with tension. Ye Qingjiao's expression changed as she realized they had walked into a trap. She shouted for Jiang Che to run and instantly dashed away at incredible speed. Before he could even react, she had already disappeared from sight. Watching Ye Qingjiao vanish, Jiang Che could only stare in shock at her unbelievable speed. Xiao Man appeared again and reminded him that she had warned him this place was dangerous. At that moment, countless eerie arms stretched out from the darkness in front of Jiang Che. More ghostly arms appeared behind him as well, completely surrounding him. Xiao Man immediately shouted a warning. She jumped in front of Jiang Che and said she would temporarily materialize to hold the ghosts back, but she could not maintain that form for long outside the prison, so she urged him to run immediately. When Jiang Che asked why he had never known she could do this, Xiao Man snapped that there was no time to explain because there were simply too many ghosts. While staring at the approaching ghosts, Jiang Che quickly analyzed the situation. Since they had only appeared after he reached the 6th floor, he believed their goal was not simply an ambush. Thinking it through, he realized the ghosts had already missed several easier chances to kill them. Their actions seemed more like they were trying to stop anyone from going deeper inside. While Jiang Che was still thinking, the countless ghostly arms fused into one enormous mass and charged straight at them. Xiao Man immediately unleashed all her power, causing the invisible chains wrapped around her body to tremble violently. But Jiang Che suddenly grabbed her hand. The next second, he pulled Xiao Man toward the nearest room at full speed. Jiang Che had only one thought in his mind. Since they had come this far, he refused to leave empty-handed. The two crashed into the room, catching Xiao Man completely off guard. As soon as she got up, Xiao Man angrily scolded Jiang Che for risking his life. She had planned to stay behind and buy him time to escape, yet he had charged into an even more dangerous place. When Jiang Che remained silent, Xiao Man started to panic. She shook him repeatedly and begged him to think of a way out, because she had no intention of dying with him. Jiang Che said nothing. He simply and gently pushed Xiao Man aside. Following his gaze, Xiao Man froze in place as she saw a long-haired young girl silently standing beside the window. The young girl softly recited an ancient poem. Her gentle voice was clear yet filled with an indescribable sadness. Each verse echoed through the room, carrying both beauty and loneliness that quietly drew the listener in. After finishing the poem, the girl slowly turned around and looked directly at Jiang Che and Xiao Man. A faint smile appeared on her lips, tinged with deep regret, as if she were hiding a sorrow that could never be erased. Jiang Che stood frozen for a moment, completely caught off guard. A huge question instantly appeared in his mind. Was the girl a specter, or just a special character inside the instance? Just then, the system displayed another hint about someone who had come so close to seeing a sky full of stars. Jiang Che realized this was an important clue. Outside the room, Xiao Man shouted in panic that tens of thousands of ghosts were rushing toward them. Their overwhelming numbers could bury them at any moment. She urged Jiang Che to retreat immediately if he had already found the clue. Without hesitation, Jiang Che walked over and took the long-haired girl's hand. He asked Xiao Man to hold out a little longer, before gently telling the girl to come with him. The instant Jiang Che touched her, her arm suddenly shattered into countless glowing blue butterflies that scattered into the air. A notification immediately appeared. Congratulations! You have obtained the clue unwilling to let go and unlock the challenge mission. Many acts of righteousness. Gold never fades. Moments later, the girl's entire body transformed into a swarm of shimmering blue butterflies before disappearing into the air. Jiang Che could only stand there, thinking that she had vanished the moment she delivered the mission, leaving nothing behind. At that moment, horrifying ghostly hands began reaching through the door where Xiao Man was standing. Without another second to spare, Xiao Man grabbed Jiang Che and urgently shouted that time was up. She immediately picked him up in her arms and firmly ordered him to hold on tight. A terrible feeling hit Jiang Che as he nervously asked whether falling from this height would leave him crippled. Down below, Ye Qingjiao happened to look up and noticed what was happening above. Sure enough, Xiao Man did not hesitate for even a second before carrying Jiang Che straight out the window. Jiang Che could only let out a scream of pure despair. Yet somehow, the two of them landed safely. The moment they touched the ground, Jiang Che threw up until his face turned pale, while Xiao Man beamed proudly, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. Wiping his mouth, Jiang Che was still trembling as he complained that this jump was even scarier than bungee jumping at an amusement park. Just then, a hand reached toward him, while someone asked if he was all right. Yi Qingjiao walked over and asked why Jiang Che had not followed when she told him to run earlier. Jiang Che immediately made up an excuse, saying he had a stomachache and had rushed off looking for a bathroom. He even muttered that she ran like a professional athlete, and catching up to her was harder than chasing a ghost. Even so, Ye Qingjiao proved to be incredibly observant. Her expression gradually became much more serious. Looking straight at Jiang Che, she asked if he had already found a clue and unlocked the challenge mission. Jiang Che remained calm and simply replied, "Take a guess." Refusing to back down, she immediately answered, "Then you guess whether I already know." Jiang Che gently pushed her aside and casually said there was no point guessing anymore. He would rather go back and get some sleep. With that, he turned around and started to leave. But a sentence from behind made him stop in his tracks. $100,000. Ill buy that clue. Jiang Che turned back with an annoyed expression, saying she was trying to insult him with money and enjoy the rewards without doing the work herself. Yi Qingjiao simply raised the offer to 200,000 euros. In an instant, Jiang Che's attitude completely changed. His eyes lit up as he eagerly asked how much she had just offered. Yi Qingjiao held her forehead and sighed, saying that amount was more than her monthly living expenses. Even so, she reluctantly admitted that Jiang Che really did have principles. Jiang Che stopped hiding it and told her the clue was in room 614. A cute and talented young girl had once lived there, but now it was filled with specters and their servants. He warned her to be extremely careful if she did not want to lose her life. Ye Qingjiao confidently replied that if Jiang Che could walk out alive, then so could she. Anyone who joined a specter trial had no reason to fear. Hearing that, Jiang Che only smiled faintly and said he would never make such bold claims, because the last person who said the exact same thing had already been dead for 7 days. After saying that, he waved goodbye, said there was no point arguing anymore because he was going back to rest, advised her to think carefully before acting, and told her he would see her tomorrow. After Jiang Che disappeared into the distance, the Bloodsaber Spectre stepped out from the shadows and demanded to know why Ye Qingjiao had not sacrificed Jiang Che to him yet. He also reminded her that the spectre inside Jiang Che was only a defective product, and that she should not forget that all of her current power had been granted by him. Ye Qingjiao calmly replied that the time was almost right. When the opportunity came, she planned to take the spectre inside Jiang Che and let her father study it. Watching Jiang Che walk away, the Bloodsaber Spectre mocked her for living so frugally lately, yet still offering such a huge sum to that kid. Ye Qingjiao sneered and admitted it had all been a trick to fool Jiang Che. She barely had enough money for herself, so there was no way she would actually hand over 200,000 euros to a poor guy who would not even know how to spend it. But neither the Blood Saber Spectre nor Ye Qingjiao realized that Jiang Che had most likely overheard their entire conversation. Morning soon arrived at the dormitory. Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and asked Xiao Man what time it was. Floating in midair, she calmly answered that it was already 8:55, with only 5 minutes left before class started. Hearing that, Jiang Che shot out of bed in panic, yelling that he was about to be late and complaining that Xiao Man should have woken him earlier. Xiao Man casually replied that she had already tried several times, but he had been sleeping so deeply that nothing worked. After changing clothes in record time, Jiang Che grabbed his bag and sprinted toward the classroom. Gasping for breath, he pushed open the classroom door and hurriedly asked for permission to come in. Sitting near the front, Wang Defa greeted him and said that Teacher Mei had been called away by the principal, so everyone was just studying on their own. Jiang Che immediately let out a sigh of relief, glad he would not be punished for arriving late. After calming down, he walked inside and looked around the classroom. He immediately noticed that one seat was still empty. Jiang Che frowned and wondered where Ye Qingjiao had gone. Had she really died in the old dormitory while searching for clues? His attention then shifted to another classmate. Thinking about the 2 clues he had obtained, Jiang Che quietly guessed that unwilling to let go was connected to a female student. He even suspected she had once been betrayed in love. With that thought, he quietly leaned toward the student beside him. His target was Ruhua Meilu, the classmate famous for knowing everything. Jiang Che quietly asked her a question. He wanted to know what had happened to the girl who used to live in room 614. Hearing the question, Ruhua Meilu slowly pulled her finger out of her nose and looked at him in confusion. She warned him that if he wanted to stay alive, he should never investigate anything related to room 614. Jiang Che sighed to himself. Even the Spectre world was full of secrets that everyone knew, but no one dared to mention. Just then, something made him freeze. Every Spectre student in the classroom turned their heads toward Jiang Che. At the exact same time, their cold, lifeless eyes locked onto him. Xiao Man appeared with an amused smile and teased that this was what it felt like to be the center of attention. Jiang Che could only think that real trouble had finally arrived. It was not just the class. Even Ruhua Meilu beside him was staring at him with a gaze that made his skin crawl. Her head slowly twisted 90 degrees to one side as she calmly asked if there was anything else he wanted to know. Jiang Che screamed in terror and begged her not to come any closer, while desperately searching for a way to escape. At the most critical moment, Teacher Mei walked into the classroom. Jiang Che immediately straightened his clothes and pretended to be fearless, loudly telling everyone to stop fooling around because the teacher had arrived. The entire class instantly stood up together to greet the teacher. The Spectre students reluctantly stared at Jiang Che for a few more seconds before finally turning forward to greet Teacher Mei properly. Jiang Che finally relaxed a little, telling himself that he had survived plenty of situations like this back in school. Teacher Mei smiled and praised the class for behaving so well today. She said the principal had even complimented them, so as a reward they would have a practical lesson in their familiar laboratory. Hearing that, Jiang Che wondered if Spectres had started doing scientific research now. The thought was strangely unsettling. Teacher Mei then took out a bottle, filled with a strangely colored liquid. Holding it up with a smile, she explained that since this was a practical lesson, she needed a few volunteer students to help with the experiment. A strong sense of danger instantly rose in Jiang Che's heart. As expected, Teacher Mei pointed directly at him. She praised him for reminding everyone to greet the teacher earlier, then chose Jiang Che and the class monitor as today's volunteers. Jiang Che stood there in shock, his expression instantly turning grim. Even though he had no choice, he walked to the front of the classroom. Teacher Mei smiled, handed him the bottle, and gently asked him to drink it first before sharing how it felt. But the class monitor grabbed the bottle before Jiang Che could react and took a big sip. Jiang Che could only stare in disbelief, thinking that anyone could tell this stuff was bad news. Yet he still drank it without hesitation. Just seconds later, the class monitor dropped the bottle onto the floor. His body turned limp and melted into a puddle of mud, but he still tried to report the result to Teacher Mei. Even after becoming a slimy mass, he forced out that it tasted sour, sweet, and a little salty. Teacher Mei calmly smiled and said the sweet and sour flavor was still not perfect, and the formula needed more work. Then she looked at Jiang Che and gently asked if it was his turn to take a sip. Jiang Che trembled as he held the bottle. A terrifying aura came from it, making his spine go cold as he froze in place. Seeing him hesitate, Teacher May frowned and asked what was wrong. Her face instantly became much scarier as she stepped closer and asked if he refused to drink. Jiang Che immediately changed his attitude, smiled, and denied everything. He even praised it as a precious treasure made by Teacher May herself, so who could ever refuse it? As he casually spun the bottle, he showered her with compliments. He claimed it was too valuable for him to drink, and that simply standing nearby let him enjoy its charming fragrance. If he drank it all, everyone else would miss out, and he could never be that selfish. Before he even finished speaking, Jiang Che suddenly poured the entire bottle into the mouth of a nearby student. He eagerly explained that the guy had been swallowing non-stop, so he clearly wanted it more. The unlucky student was forced to drink every last drop before he could resist. Surprisingly, Teacher May was not angry at all. Instead, she happily praised Jiang Che for sharing with his classmates and encouraged everyone to follow his example. After that, she told everyone to return to their seats and continued the lesson as if nothing had happened. A while later in the school cafeteria, Jiang Che walked around holding his stomach. He complained that he would starve to death if he did not eat soon. The snacks in his desk were long gone, and all he wanted now was a real meal, a bowl of noodles, or a few steamed buns. Right then, Jiang Che suddenly stopped after noticing something. The other students in the cafeteria looked just as miserable. Everyone seemed exhausted, pale from hunger, and barely had the strength to walk. At that moment, someone walked over and said that drinking only water would not kill anyone after just a few days. The one who spoke was Ye Qingjiao. She calmly sat at an empty table and said she simply could not eat the cafeteria food. Starving felt easier anyway, and the trial would end in only 5 more days. Jiang Che quietly found it surprising that Yi Qingjiao was still completely fine after what happened yesterday. Noticing his stare, she asked why Jiang Che still looked so energetic instead of half dead like everyone else. He only forced a smile and said he had been used to going hungry since childhood. Sitting nearby, Ziyang weakly protested that it was easy to say that. While pulling at his hair, Ziyang explained that 5 days without food might not kill them, but their strength, focus, and resistance would drop badly. It was already hard enough in the normal world, let alone in a place filled with dangerous ghosts. Ye Qingjiao coldly replied that the real problem was they were too afraid to eat the cafeteria food. They chose to be cowards, so they had no right to complain. She had already tried it herself, and it was not that bad. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes and asked what she had eaten, then casually guessed it might even be human organs. Hearing that, Ziyang suddenly burst into laughter. He said that after tonight, only 2 more days remained before they could leave this place. He also admitted he had found no useful clues to share. After saying that, Ziyang turned to leave, making Hu Junji quickly call out to stop him. Hu Junji explained that Ziyang was probably just too hungry and in a bad mood, so he would go talk to him. Wang Defa also stood up and said he would come along and see if they could find something to eat. After the two left, Jiang Che sighed and muttered that he was now even craving the dark filling mooncakes his mother used to make. Once only Jiang Che and Ye Qingjiao remained, she looked straight at him and admitted the others were not worth relying on. She smirked and said that made things easier since they could talk in private. Then she proposed forming a much closer partnership based on Jiang Che's abilities. Jiang Che asked what she meant. Just then, Xiao Man appeared and quietly warned him to be extremely careful because the woman in front of him was far more dangerous than she looked. Xiao Man also sensed that the blood saber ghost following Yi Qingjiao was secretly watching Jiang Che with obvious hostility and bad intentions. She warned him again not to ignore her advice. This time, he should stay as far away from Yi Qingjiao as possible. After thinking it over, Jiang Che decided to trust Xiao Man. He forced a smile and pretended to misunderstand, saying his sister would never allow him to date this early, and that he had no intention of relying on anyone. Yi Qingjiao's face darkened at once, as she snapped that she was not talking about romance or having him marry into her family. Jiang Che quickly changed his tone and politely explained that they currently had almost the same amount of clues. It would be better to wait until they found something new. Ye Qingjiao stared at him and asked if he really wanted to end their partnership, even if it meant giving up 200,000 euros. Jiang Che casually replied that he only knew fruit yogurt and had no idea what euros were. Yi Qingjiao gritted her teeth in frustration and coldly declared that from now on, everyone could rely on their own abilities. With that, the conversation ended, and Jiang Che left the cafeteria. Floating beside him, Xiao Man laughed with delight and said Ye Qingjiao had been so angry that her face was almost twisted. She proudly insisted that staying away from that woman was the right choice. Jiang Che nodded again and again in full agreement. Even so, he quietly wondered why Ye Qingjiao held such strong hostility toward him when he had done nothing to deserve it. What confused him even more was that she skipped class without the teachers questioning her at all. Happy that Jiang Che finally listened, Xiaoman eagerly asked if they were going out to investigate again today. Jiang Che immediately said yes, but changed his mind after thinking it over. He realized this trial was even harder than the Huangquan Hospital incident because there was no progress tracker. Just then, the system displayed Xiao Man's current favorability at 38 and explained that reaching 50, 100, and 200 would unlock parts of her abilities. Jiang Che was stunned to learn the system allowed him to gain power from companion characters. That also reminded him he still had not fulfilled his promise to help Xiaoman settle her unfinished business. He looked at her with determination and suggested putting the investigation aside tonight to do something else instead. Tilting her head, Xiaoman curiously asked what he meant. Jiang Che smiled and reminded her of his promise to take her outside the school for a walk, then urged her to get going. Hearing that, Xiaoman beamed with joy, jumped excitedly, and happily agreed. Before long, the sun slowly disappeared beyond the horizon. The area outside the school instantly became gloomy and eerily deserted. The system issued a warning that Jiang Che had left the mission area, so his only resurrection chance was now disabled. Unlike Jiang Che, Xiaoman laughed so hard she could barely stand because he was wearing a seductive female nurse uniform. His face turned bright red as he complained that he never expected the equipment to be women's clothing, and it even let the wind blow through everywhere. This was the blood-stained nurse uniform, an outfit filled with resentment that had special effects against ghosts. Xiaoman laughed until tears streamed down her face. Jiang Che was furious and reminded her that he only wore the outfit because of her. Now that they had left the mission area, he had also lost his resurrection, so she had better protect him. After finally calming down, Xiaoman patted her chest and promised that from now on, Jiang Che's life was her life too. Xiaoman confidently told Jiang Che not to worry, then suddenly remembered something and asked if he had any ghost currency to call a ride to the prison. Jiang Che immediately looked away, acting deeply hurt that she kept bringing up money. Without waiting for him to answer, Xiaoman rushed over and reached into his clothes to search for ghost currency, promising to pay him back double after they arrived. Jiang Che turned bright red and hurriedly told her to stop touching him because he could get it himself. As Xiaoman kept searching for money, she complained about anyone hiding cash in such a strange place. Jiang Che could only snap back that it was none of her business. Just then, they both looked up as someone pulled over in front of them. The newcomer was Xiao Li. She rode a powerful motorcycle and froze the moment she saw Jiang Che, dressed in the female nurse outfit. Jiang Che's face instantly turned pale. Only one thought remained in his mind. This time, he was done for. Xiao Li also stood there in complete shock for several seconds. After collecting herself, she hesitantly asked if his tastes had somehow changed. Jiang Che could only force an awkward smile and admit that he had imagined meeting her again countless times, but never like this. Not long later, the three of them were traveling along a deserted highway. Xiao Li drove the motorcycle with Jiang Che riding behind her. To break the awkward silence, Jiang Che asked if she was out for a ride. Xiao Li honestly replied that she had eaten too much meat and was heading to Huangquan Hospital to buy digestive medicine. That answer left Jiang Che completely speechless. After hesitating for a while, he sincerely apologized for what happened before and thanked Xiao Li for the scissors she gave him because they had saved his life many times. Unexpectedly, those words only made Xiao Li even angrier. She slammed on the brakes, and the tires let out a sharp screech. Then Xiao Li shouted for Jiang Che to get off the bike. The moment he got down, she punched and kicked him non-stop, complaining that he remembered the scissors but forgot the person who gave them. Jiang Che covered his head and begged for mercy while Xiaoman laughed beside them, teasing that he had quite a few romantic debts. After finally calming down, Xiao Li stopped. With red eyes, she asked if Jiang Che knew how many days she had been waiting for him. Every day she waited from morning until night, but he never came. Covered in bruises, Jiang Che hurriedly explained that she had never told him where she lived, so he had no idea where to find her. Hearing that, Xiao Li froze. Her expression tightened in embarrassment. A few seconds later, her cheeks turned bright red as she quickly looked away. In the end, Xiao Li climbed back onto the motorcycle and told Jiang Che to get on. She said she would let it slide this time, but there would not be another chance. Jiang Che blinked in confusion and asked what she meant by that. Before long, they stopped in front of a massive building. Xiaoman excitedly shouted that they had arrived at Tiandi Mall. Jiang Che looked around in amazement, surprised that the ghost world had a place that looked so much like a bank. Hearing him mutter, Xiaoman immediately corrected him. She said this was not a bank, but the most famous shopping mall in the ghost world, then urged him to go inside. Jiang Che slowly followed her, but he still glanced back over his shoulder. Xiao Li was still standing alone beside her motorcycle, looking lost in thought. The words she once heard echoed through her mind. Women like them were only entertainment in the eyes of men. They could be loved, but they could never marry a human. Those memories cut deep into Xiao Li's heart. What truly hurt was not her appearance or her past, but the fact that she was a ghost, something she could never change. Just as Jiang Che was about to enter the building, Xiao Li suddenly called out to him and softly asked for his name. Jiang Che turned around with a smile and simply replied, "I am Jiang Che." Whispering his name, Xiao Li quietly removed the delicate hairpin from her hair. With obvious reluctance in her eyes, she handed the hairpin to him and said this was probably the last time they would meet, so he should keep it as a farewell gift. Jiang Che paused for a moment, smiled, accepted the gift, and simply replied, "Is that so?" Without another word, Xiao Li started her motorcycle and quickly disappeared into the night. Deep down, she hoped the hairpin would become the charm that saved Jiang Che's life when he needed it most. Even so, what she truly wished was that he would never have to use it. Jiang Che carefully stored the hairpin inside his jacket. Just then, a neatly dressed receptionist stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and welcomed him to Tiandi Mall. The receptionist looked extremely nervous and stammered as he carefully asked what service the honored guest required. Noticing something strange, Jiang Che asked if the receptionist was human and wondered if he might be another player trapped in this trial. Hearing that, the receptionist immediately dropped to the ground and tremblingly apologized for letting a mere human serve such an honored guest. He explained that the mall was short on staff and begged for forgiveness. Jiang Che quickly realized the blood-stained nurse uniform had made the receptionist mistake him for a high-ranking ghost. He also realized he had probably wandered into someone else's trial area, and his resurrection chance no longer worked. He helped the receptionist back to his feet and told him there was nothing to fear. The man was still shaking, but quickly thanked him. In the very next second, the receptionist's head suddenly exploded. Blood and brains splattered everywhere, even across Jiang Che's face. A muscular man with a massive scar covering nearly half his face casually walked over, dusted off his hands, and coldly mocked the dead receptionist for being too useless to even greet a guest properly. Jiang Che froze as a chill ran down his spine. What terrified him even more was that he had sensed no sign of an attack at all. The scarfist man suddenly sniffed the air, as if searching for something. Moments later, the scarfist man's expression darkened as he stared at Jiang Che, saying he could clearly smell a human scent on him. Jiang Che's alarm bells instantly went off. He worried that too much human aura had leaked out and exposed his identity. The scarfist man stepped even closer and kept sniffing around Jiang Che. As the man's face moved closer and closer, Jiang Che silently complained that this ghost's sense of smell was unbelievably sharp. Out of options, he quickly asked Xiao Man how to handle the situation. Xiao Man immediately appeared and calmly told him to leave it to her. She gently touched Jiang Che and told him to relax so she could enter his body and take control. Jiang Che turned pale because that sounded way too easy to misunderstand, so he awkwardly pointed it out. Xiao Man only smirked and mocked him for always thinking about weird things. Right then, the scarfist man suddenly froze. Jiang Che's hair slowly turned golden, giving him an arrogant and noble presence. His eyes became cold and commanding. Staring straight at the scarfist man, he asked how the fool dared to question him. A crushing pressure filled the room as if the air itself had frozen. He even criticized the mall for treating a VIP guest this way. The scarfist man panicked and stumbled backwards several steps. Under Xiao Man's control, Jiang Che calmly recited a code and password to verify his identity. The moment he heard them, the scarfist man immediately bowed deeply and trembled as he begged forgiveness for offending such an honored master. Jiang Che remained proud, brushed back his golden hair, and casually ordered him to stop wasting time and bring over everything he had requested. Before long, the two were seated inside a luxurious VIP room. Jiang Che casually placed a tea tray on the head of a trembling receptionist, while Xiao Man asked inside his mind what he was doing. Jiang Che asked why Xiao Man was being treated like someone so important. She explained that she was not especially wealthy. She had simply hired someone to find her missing head and arranged for it to be delivered here once it was recovered. At that moment, the scarfist man respectfully entered and reported that everything the honored guest requested had been prepared. He also apologized once again for his earlier disrespect. After giving his report, the scarfist man signaled his subordinates and politely excused himself so he would not disturb the distinguished guest. Soon afterward, every employee quietly left the room. Xiao Man left Jiang Che's body and appeared beside him in her true form, excited that she was finally about to see her missing head again. She immediately opened the ornate box on the table, happily believing the person she hired had finally recovered her beautiful head. But her joy lasted only a moment. The instant she looked inside, her smile vanished, and she stood there speechless. Seeing her strange reaction, Jiang Che also leaned over to see what was inside the box. There was no head inside. The box was completely empty. Jiang Che looked at Xiao Man and saw her shoulders trembling. He immediately realized she was crying. Seeing her silently lower her head, he awkwardly tried to comfort her. Maybe they had not found it yet, or perhaps the job was still unfinished. Then he admitted he honestly had no idea how to comfort a girl. Xiao Man sat down and sadly explained that this was the very box she had given to the contractor. Returning it empty meant they had abandoned the agreement. It definitely was not about money, because she had already paid 10 billion ghost coins. Hearing that, Jiang Che nodded in agreement. With that kind of payment, the reward clearly was not the problem. But the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong and stared at her with wide eyes. Jiang Che asked again to make sure he heard correctly. Had she really said 10 billion when she had claimed before that she was not rich? Xiao Man choked back tears and said, money meant nothing if she still could not get her head back. After a long silence, she stood up dejectedly and said she would give all the money she had left to Jiang Che. Hearing that tone, Jiang Che quickly asked if she was thinking about doing something reckless, then reassured her that she still had him. He tightly held Xiao Man's hand and reminded her of his promise that he would definitely help her recover her head, because her problem was now his problem too. With unwavering determination, Jiang Che even vowed to make the traitor return every single one of the 10 billion ghost coins they had taken. Jiang Che continued holding Xiao Man's hand without letting go. The system kept displaying favorability increases, rising from 41 to 42, then 45, 52, and finally reaching 55. Xiao Man was so moved that she threw her arms around Jiang Che, tearfully thanking him. Her favorability instantly jumped to 70. Jiang Che smiled, gently patted her back, and confidently told her not to worry because her master was always someone she could trust. Just then, a strange machine filled with spinning gears appeared before him. The system announced that Xiao Man had reached the required favorability, rewarding Jiang Che with one lucky spin. A colorful prize wheel appeared, packed with rewards like life and death QA, life and death binding, and many more. Other possible rewards included mental enhancement, jump rope master, and temporary speed boost. The pointer on the wheel began spinning at incredible speed. Jiang Che clasped his hands together and kept praying, begging the system not to give him the jump rope master skill. At the same time, he secretly figured that pretending not to want it would increase the odds of getting what he really needed. His reverse psychology plan seemed flawless. Smiling proudly, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes to check the result and even praised himself for being a genius. Then he could only sigh in disbelief, wondering why the system had suddenly decided to grant his wish. Just when the pointer seemed about to stop on Jump Rope Master, it suddenly slipped into the next slot, nearly giving Jiang Che a heart attack. He let out a long breath, feeling like that was way too close. The system finally confirmed his reward as mental enhancement, a skill that greatly boosted mental power, reduced the effects of negative influences, and strengthened mental attacks. As night fell, Jiang Che hailed a ghost taxi to return to the school. During the ride, he kept thinking about his newly acquired ability. Remembering Zhou Yong from the Ghost Management Bureau, Jiang Che realized that mental attacks could secretly manipulate minds, create illusions, and fill targets with overwhelming fear. Mental enhancement would not only increase the power of those abilities, but also improve his resistance against mental attacks from others. This trip had been more rewarding than he expected. Thinking about his new power, Jiang Che could not help smiling to himself. Seeing that, Xiao Man frowned and told him to stop grinning like a lunatic, because it looked terrifying. Jiang Che immediately wiped the smile off his face, awkwardly coughed, and quickly flattered her instead. He said he was imagining the day Xiao Man recovered her beautiful head, because she would surely look like a fairy. Hearing that, she beamed with confidence, and declared that her head had always been the most beautiful in the world. The two chatted so happily that neither noticed the ghost taxi driver secretly watching them through the rear-view mirror with a strange expression. Suddenly, the taxi screeched to a violent stop. The sudden break threw both Jiang Che and Xiao Man forward, leaving Jiang Che completely confused. Jiang Che quickly asked the driver why he had stopped so suddenly, but the gentle driver was gone. In his place was a vicious ghost with fangs and claws, drooling as it roared that it was time to eat. The moment it finished speaking, its neck stretched forward and shot straight toward Jiang Che. Before it could reach him, a powerful punch slammed directly into its face. Xiao Man stepped in front of Jiang Che, overflowing with killing intent, and coldly warned the ghost not to even think about touching her person. Then she grabbed the ghost by the collar and dragged it straight out of the taxi. Xiao Man scoffed that it was nothing more than a low-level ghost with a bit of insight, yet it dared to cause trouble in front of her. The ghost cried out in panic, unable to understand when she had appeared. She did not bother answering. Instead, she kept beating it while scolding it for ruining the rare moment when Jiang Che actually said something nice to her. The more Xiao Man spoke, the angrier she became. She said she was already in a terrible mood, yet the ghost still dared to make things worse. The terrified ghost could only beg for mercy. Even though it cried and swore it would become a vegetarian and never do it again, Xiao Man showed no mercy. Watching the whole scene, Jiang Che could only stand there with a pale face. Deep down, he sighed that Xiao Man had definitely picked up some violent habits from the wrong crowd. After a while, Jiang Che cautiously called out to Xiao Man. She turned around, still radiating killing intent, and told him to make it quick. Jiang Che swallowed nervously, pointed at the taxi, and reminded her that she had already dealt with the driver. So how were they supposed to get back now? Looking at the badly smashed ghost taxi, he helplessly admitted that he did not have a driver's license and did not even know how to drive. After a long walk, Jiang Che finally dragged himself back to the dormitory and groaned that his legs were about to break. Xiao Man flew behind him and laughed, teasing that he kept complaining about being tired. Yet the moment he got back, he rushed to change out of those clothes. Jiang Che collapsed onto the bed and panted, saying it was a matter of pride. If his classmates in the real world saw him wearing women's clothes, he would never live it down. He also grumbled that Xiao Man only had to fly, so she could never understand walking that far. Xiao Man snorted and mocked that his legs were tired, but his mouth never stopped talking. She even laughed that he could not even drive, making him completely useless. Right then, a strange noise suddenly came from under the bed. Jiang Che quickly leaned down and looked, confused about what was hiding underneath. A moment later, he found a girl curled up beneath the bed. The two stared at each other in complete silence. Jiang Che jumped in shock and let out a loud scream. The girl instantly rushed over and covered his mouth. She leaned close and whispered for him to stay quiet, or he would alert the instructor. At that exact moment, the room door suddenly burst open. They were still frozen in that awkward position, and the girl's face turned pale as she realized things had gone terribly wrong. A silent figure stood right in the doorway. It was no ordinary person, but a being with a stone-like face, and its head twisted 90 degrees. In a cold, flat voice, it asked why they were still awake after lights out. Jiang Che was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. All he could do was scream inside his head that he had just walked more than 10 kilometers to get back, and now he was thrown into another deadly situation. Could he not have even a moment of peace? Darkness covered the dormitory hallway, making the place feel chillingly eerie. Sewer rats ran everywhere, roaming freely through the shadows. In the heavy silence, soft footsteps slowly echoed closer. The newcomers were Zi Yang and Hu Junji. Junji nervously asked if it was too dangerous for just the two of them to investigate. Zi Yang coldly replied that those two selfish ghosts would never help, and Wang Difa was not worth relying on either. As he spoke, he kicked away a rat and crushed it under his foot with obvious disgust. Zi believed they would not survive long if they kept waiting. Instead of sitting around for death, they should search for clues, while they still had clear minds. If nothing turned up, they could always leave later. Junji carefully looked around before nodding, reminding him that they still needed to stay cautious. But Junji never noticed that behind him, Zi Yang's face had twisted into a hideous grin filled with malice. Back in Jiang Che's room, the instructor still stood motionless in the doorway. Green slime kept dripping from its mouth, creating a horrifying sight. It repeated the same question again and again in its emotionless voice, demanding to know why Jiang Che was still awake after lights out. He stammered out an excuse before quickly changing it into an explanation. Seeing the danger getting worse, Xiao Ling immediately crawled deeper under the bed and quietly told Jiang Che to hold it off while she made her escape first. Jiang Che could only curse inwardly after ending up with a teammate who ran faster than anyone the moment trouble appeared. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he decided to gamble. Jiang Che immediately flashed a bright smile and began acting, praising the instructor for being so caring even late at night. Then he made up a story that he had just fought monsters for 300 rounds to protect world peace. While waving his arms around, Jiang Che continued that just as he was about to collapse, he remembered he had to return before bedtime. He unleashed the power of justice, defeated every monster, and rushed back to the dorm. Sadly, he was still one step too late. After hearing the ridiculous story, the instructor suddenly fell silent. Jiang Che's heart pounded as he prayed the lie had fooled it. But in the very next second, the instructor roared and charged straight at him. Luckily, Jiang Che reacted in time and pulled out the blood-stained scissors to block the attack, stopping the blades right in front of its throat. Xiao Man also appeared behind him with her arms crossed and calmly remarked that it was only an E-rank specter, scary to look at but nothing special. Jiang Che strained to hold it back while complaining that its body was as hard as steel and even threw off sparks when they collided, yet she still called it weak. Xiao Man smiled and teased him, asking if he wanted to borrow a little of her power. Jiang Che refused at once, unwilling to accept being looked down on. The moment he finished speaking, he drove a powerful kick straight into the instructor's stomach. Deep down, Jiang Che stubbornly believed that if Xiao Man solved every problem for him, then how could the main character ever have a chance to shine? Even so, Jiang Che knew one harsh truth. He could only overpower weaker specters, but if the enemy was just one rank above him, the gap was already enough to crush him. Thinking of that, Jiang Che gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed under his breath. Then he tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward, ready to fight the instructor to the very end. The clash of metal and furious roars echoed throughout the once silent dormitory. The next morning, the scene shifted to the principal's office. Zhou Young sat back and happily enjoyed a steaming self-heating hot pot, eating with complete satisfaction while saying, "People should know how to enjoy life." Just then, the principal carefully walked over and quietly asked Zhou Young to unlock the exit from the trial zone early, since only a few hours remained. Even though the principal looked close to tears, Zhou Young calmly kept eating his noodles. The principal argued that although the students had already passed the graduation trial, keeping them trapped for 2 more days was far too dangerous. If anyone died, it would be like sending those kids to their deaths. Only then did Zhou Young put down his chopsticks and calmly explain that the Ghost Bureau was not trapping people on purpose. He sighed and revealed the real reason. In recent years, Spectre incidents had increased non-stop, making the ghost stones used to maintain the space gate more and more unstable. According to him, the ghost stone system was already badly damaged and could no longer be restored or reversed. The claim that the Ghost Bureau had deliberately sealed the exit was only meant to calm the public. While continuing his meal, Zhou Young said this was not the first time. There had once been a captain trapped inside the Spectre world for 10 straight days, and no one knew who to blame. Hearing that, the principal could only sigh because the ones trapped inside this time were still very young students. Zhou Young finally set his noodle bowl aside. He slowly lit a cigarette and said they were indeed young, but they were also humanity's greatest hope. Then he looked straight at the principal and asked if he knew why the Ghost Bureau had suddenly joined the school's graduation ceremony and added a second trial. Without waiting for an answer, Zhou Young explained that under the old system, students entered the Spectre world once, attended college as usual, and only a handful volunteered to join the Ghost Bureau after graduation. But now Spectre incidents were becoming more serious every day, and they could not wait another 4 years. So the higher-ups had decided that if they discovered exceptional talents, and those students agreed, the Ghost Bureau would recruit them immediately for active missions. The principal was stunned, saying that was basically moving recruitment from after college to high school. The mandatory trial at age 18 was already controversial, and recruiting students this early would only spark even more public backlash. Zhou Young picked up his bowl again and interrupted, saying there was no point debating it because someone still had to carry the burden in the end. He said that a few days earlier, an extremely dangerous specter called Endless Fear had appeared in the city. Its ability was to feed on human fear and grow stronger without end. Even though it was only D rank, it had already killed 2 C rank trial members, along with countless weaker victims. One of those who died was his teammate, whose child was not even 1 month old. After saying that, Zhou Young finished the last drop of broth in his bowl. His voice turned hoarse as he admitted he was never good at giving inspiring speeches, but there was one saying he always remembered. with a serious expression and blisters covering the corners of his mouth from the spicy food. Jo-young slowly said, "Every citizen shares the responsibility for the rise and fall of the nation." The principal did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly pointed at Jo-young's mouth and told him to stop copying those movie scenes of drinking spicy hot pot broth. Just then, urgent knocking sounded outside the door. A female warrior wearing a red combat uniform and a special eye patch rushed in to report that the reconnaissance team had just sent word. Endless Fear was heading straight toward them. She urgently added that the Jieda system had confirmed the target was moving at incredible speed, so everyone had to prepare immediately. The principal turned pale, unable to believe the specter was heading toward the school. Jo-young immediately jumped to his feet and asked how many students were still on campus so they could begin the evacuation. The principal hurriedly answered that many 11th and 12th grade students were still in the dormitories, along with quite a few seniors from distant areas who had not made it home yet. As soon as he heard the report, Jo-young immediately left the office and ordered everyone to evacuate every student while he headed to the scene himself. The woman in the red combat uniform quickly stopped him and urged him not to take the risk. She explained that this time it was not just one specter. It could be leading many followers, and as a support specialist, Jo-young should not rush to the front line. Jo-young gently moved her hand aside and firmly replied that even a support member could not stand by and watch. There were still hundreds of students in the school, and if reinforcements had not arrived, who would protect them? He declared that from the moment he became a member of the Ghost Bureau, he was not only a commander but also a soldier. Those students were the future, and no matter the cost, they had to be protected. Meanwhile, back in Jiang Che's dorm room, the sounds of battle continued without stopping. He was still fighting the vicious instructor, all by himself. Jiang Che leaped into the air and launched a powerful kick straight at the instructor's head. But the instructor reacted with incredible speed and easily dodged the attack. It landed lightly on the ground, looking completely relaxed, as if it had never been in danger. Jiang Che panted heavily with his back soaked in sweat, beginning to doubt this so-called E-rank specter. They had been fighting for a long time, yet the instructor remained completely unharmed, while its speed kept increasing. At first, it attacked like a mad beast, but now it casually circled him, as if playing with its prey, making Jiang Che even more frustrated. He realized that neither brute force nor tricks were working. Seeing that, Xiao Man once again suggested that he borrow a little of her power and end the fight quickly. Even so, Jiang Che gritted his teeth and refused, unwilling to admit defeat. As he carefully watched every move his opponent made, he reasoned that even someone as weak as himself should have left at least a few injuries after fighting this long. If there were none at all, then the real problem had to be somewhere else. After realizing something, Jiang Che suddenly laughed and mocked the instructor, saying it was only relying on its home field advantage and brute strength. Enraged, the instructor let out a roar and charged at him. At that exact moment, Jiang Che quickly grabbed a book from the desk, wearing a confident smile, as though everything had gone according to plan. The instant the instructor closed in, he timed it perfectly and flipped the book open. It was not an ordinary book, but a model magazine filled with beautiful and glamorous photos. Strangely, the instructor froze in place, and its lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. It hugged the magazine tightly and excitedly shouted that it was the limited edition featuring model Gao Shuling. It hurriedly hid the magazine behind its back, cleared its throat a few times to regain its serious expression, and said it now believed Jiang Che had really fought monsters to obtain such a precious treasure. Before leaving, it reminded him to go to bed on time next time for the sake of his health. After saying that, the instructor immediately left, claiming it needed to inspect other places to see if there were any more magazines. Jiang Che obediently answered and even waved goodbye. Once the instructor was gone, Jiang Che finally turned pale and thought that it really was a true gentleman. He also understood why the system had given him that magazine. The item that seemed completely useless had turned out to be unbelievably effective. Only then did Xiao Ling cautiously crawl out from under the bed, looking at Jiang Che with admiration. She said in amazement that any student caught by the instructor after lights out usually did not survive, yet Jiang Che was the first person to face it and walk away unharmed. Jiang Che blankly asked if simply avoiding the instructor was enough. Xiao Ling immediately nodded and said that was exactly why she had hidden under the bed. Jiang Che could only stand there speechless at that bizarre logic and silently vowed never to return to the dorm in the middle of the night again. Just then, he noticed Xiao Man staring at Xiao Ling with a meaningful look. Xiao Man quietly remarked that the girl was actually quite capable, but her courage was far too small. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling silently cleaned up the messy room after the fight and kindly handed Jiang Che a candy bar, worried that he was hungry and injured after battling for so long. Seeing the scratches on his body, she anxiously asked if he needed medicine, before suddenly remembering she had not prepared a first aid kit. Xiao Man then slowly explained that ever since Xiao Ling's older sister met with a terrible accident, almost everyone in the school had become reluctant to even mention her. Hearing that, Jiang Che froze in shock. He immediately thought of the girl in room 614, on the 6th floor, and never expected that his new roommate had such an important identity. After calming down, Jiang Che walked over and gently started a conversation. He reminded Xiao Ling that he had just helped her and asked if she could answer a few questions. Xiao Ling immediately waved her hands and refused. She guessed he wanted to ask about room 614, so she firmly said no. She could talk about anything else, just not that. Before ending the conversation, she honestly added that his smile looked really creepy. That comment hit Jiang Che hard, making him question himself. Xiao Man calmly added that if she removed the word looked, it would be completely accurate. Not missing the chance, Jiang Che instantly switched into full tragedy mode. He claimed that strange smile came from a curse that had followed him since childhood, then asked Xiao Ling if she knew why he had transferred to this school. He continued with a painful expression, saying that a mysterious master had told him someone in this school was waiting for him to save them. Only by rescuing that person could he break the curse and get rid of his strange aura. Sadly, no matter who he asked, no one would reveal even the smallest clue. After saying that, Jiang Che even grabbed Xiao Ling's little hand, his eyes sparkling as if he were about to cry. He kept flattering her, saying he knew from the moment they met that Xiao Ling was different from everyone else. Everyone treated him like a fool, but she alone had noticed something special about him. His instincts told him she had a kind heart. Jiang Che kept pressing her with one request after another, leaving Xiao Ling more and more flustered. He repeatedly begged her to help him. Standing behind them with folded arms, Xiao Man sighed. She reminded him that Xiao Ling was timid, not stupid, and complained that Jiang Che was trying to trick an innocent ghost again. But Xiao Ling actually began to waver. She hesitantly asked if everything Jiang Che had said was really true, leaving even Xiao Man speechless. Seeing hope, Jiang Che pushed the act even further. He insisted every word was true and desperately begged for even a small clue. He claimed he had very little time left. If he failed to save that person, not only would his curse remain, but the suffering girl would disappear forever and lose even the chance to be reincarnated. After hearing that, Xiao Ling fell silent. It was obvious she was struggling with a difficult decision. In the end, Xiao Ling quietly nodded and softly said that if Jiang Che truly wanted to help her sister, then he should follow her instructions. She told him to go to the girls' restroom on the 6th floor of the old dormitory. Once he got there, the truth would reveal itself. While searching through her pocket, Xiao Ling sadly added that her sister had become the school's curse, so no one was allowed to mention her anymore. Then she took out a small cloth doll and placed it in Jiang Che's hands. Jiang Che looked at the doll with a puzzled expression. The system immediately displayed a notification. Jiang Che had obtained the cursed doll. It had been Xiao Ling's sister's favorite possession while she was alive, and it still carried a faint trace of her presence. Holding the doll, Jiang Che brought it close to his face to sense its aura. A moment later, he flashed that familiar smile again and quietly said that it really did smell like her sister. Xiao Man looked at him with complete disgust and declared that he really was a pervert. Jiang Che quickly explained that she was getting the wrong idea. He only wanted to confirm whether the aura on the doll matched the mysterious girl on the 6th floor. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Ling told Jiang Che to keep the doll safe because he would definitely need it later. Then she suddenly remembered something and said that before lights out, she had seen the student who transferred with him, Wang Defa, heading toward the old dormitory. The news caught Jiang Che completely off guard. He immediately remembered that Wang Defa had already used up his resurrection chance, yet he still dared to enter such a dangerous place alone. Thinking back on everyone he had met during this trial, Jiang Che gradually realized that none of them were simple. Mi Qingjiao was obvious enough, while Hu Junjie and Yang Ziyang were probably only pretending to be harmless. Anyone bold enough to enter the Spectre world on their own had to be hiding a trump card. With that thought, Jiang Che took a roll of bandages out of the Manisa first aid kit. As he wrapped his injured arm, he quietly sighed that the human heart was impossible to predict. He also could not resist calling himself an upright and lovable young man unlike anyone else. That was just Jiang Che. By now, night had completely fallen, with only a crescent moon hanging silently in the sky. Floating beside him, Xiao Man asked if Jiang Che's arm was better, and whether he could still use the red scissors. Jiang Che rotated his wrist, and confidently replied that everything was fine. He even praised how effective the medicine from the specter world was, and wondered if he could secretly bring some back with him. Hearing that, Xiaoman simply folded her arms and coldly mocked him, telling him to stop trying to steal things from the specter world. Jiang Che pulled out a chocolate bar and offered it to Xiaoman, saying a brutal fight was probably waiting ahead and she should eat something first. She immediately refused, saying she did not need food. That answer left Jiang Che stunned. He even asked if that meant she did not need to use the bathroom either, joking that it would save a fortune on toilet paper. Xiaoman's face instantly darkened. She turned away in annoyance and threatened to forcefully cancel their contract because she had reached her limit. Jiang Che quickly laughed it off and explained that he was only trying to lighten the mood before entering the old dormitory, since no one knew what horrors were waiting inside. Just then, Jiang Che suddenly froze and clutched his head in agony. Seeing something was wrong, Xiaoman quickly asked what had happened. Jiang Che struggled to answer that it felt like countless needles were stabbing his brain. Xiaoman immediately concluded that he was suffering a mental intrusion. Jiang Che looked even more confused after hearing the term. Xiaoman explained that some supernatural beings could directly invade another person's mind, dragging those with weak mental strength into a space they created. That phenomenon was called mental intrusion. Their encounter on the 6th floor had been the same type. Jiang Che asked if it was similar to the illusion ability the ghost spirit had used on Zhou Yong, and whether it could cause real injuries. Xiaoman shook her head and said they were not exactly the same. If they had failed to escape the 6th floor that day, the ghostly hands inside that space would have torn both of them apart. She added that while she could temporarily leave her host to help him, completely protecting Jiang Che's mind was extremely difficult. He also had to keep his own will strong. Suddenly, Xiaoman turned and stared at Jiang Che with suspicion. She could sense that his mental strength had grown considerably. Since she had no idea he had received a reward from the system, Jiang Che only gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject, telling her not to worry about such a small detail. Holding the doll in his arms, Jiang Che smiled knowingly. He turned to Xiaoman and teased that there was a big difference between something being difficult and something being impossible, then asked if she had done it on purpose before. Xiaoman immediately blushed and denied it, awkwardly explaining that she had only been careless back then. Jiang Che pretended to scold her, saying how could she overlook something so important when they had promised to support each other. Xiaoman shot back with a grin, saying she would handle the heavens while he could deal with the earth. Jiang Che calmly smiled and said she really belonged in a comedy troupe. Just then, the doll in Jiang Che's hands suddenly moved. It broke free, jumped to the ground, and ran off as if it were alive. Jiang Che cried out in shock, thinking another mental intrusion had begun. Xiaoman immediately denied it and urged him to chase after the doll because it was extremely important. While running, Jiang Che suddenly stopped and looked toward the direction where the doll had disappeared. A moment later, he realized it was heading straight for the girls' restroom on the 6th floor. Just as expected, the doll rushed directly inside the restroom. Jiang Che immediately followed. Along the way, he remembered sneaking into this place before while searching for the old man with the strange obsession with the He-Yun deity, and he wondered where exactly the doll was leading him. Suddenly, Jiang Che stopped and listened carefully. His eyes swept across the room as he felt like he had just heard someone breathing. Pressing his ear against one of the restroom stall doors, Jiang Che confirmed it was definitely human breathing. Knowing Yi Qingjiao's group was nowhere in their room, he became even more puzzled about where they had gone so late at night. His eyes settled on a stall door that was locked from the inside. Jiang Che could not help mocking the situation. Everyone claimed they did not want to do the mission, yet they all secretly acted first. After saying that, he stepped back, gathered momentum, and smashed the stall door open with a powerful kick. The moment he rushed inside, Jiang Che loudly demanded that everyone stop hiding what they knew about the trial. But the sight behind the door made him freeze on the spot. Wang Defa was curled up in the corner, covered in injuries. Trembling uncontrollably, he begged not to be killed and repeatedly insisted that he had not seen anything. Jiang Che was completely stunned by the scene. Wang Defa did not even dare to lift his head. He could only keep begging over and over in overwhelming terror. Both of his feet were covered in deep cuts, and blood continued dripping onto the floor. Seeing him in such a miserable state, Jiang Che could not help wondering what on earth had happened to Wang Defa. Jiang Che walked over, gently calmed Wang Defa down, and asked what had happened to him. But the moment he touched him, Wang Defa panicked, stumbled backward, and screamed for Jiang Che not to kill him, insisting he had not seen anything at all. After watching for a moment, Xiao Man concluded that Wang Defa had been frightened into madness and was on the verge of a complete mental collapse. He had probably witnessed something he was never supposed to see. That only made Jiang Che even more concerned. Without wasting another second, Jiang Che pulled out his mini first aid kit. He could not leave Wang Defa in that condition, so he decided to try everything he could. Jiang Che immediately prepared an injection and seriously told Wang Defa to accept his protection and endure it for a moment. Even then, Wang Defa was still out of his mind, trembling as he begged for his life. Jiang Che wasted no time and quickly gave him the injection. Wang Defa's body instantly went limp, and he collapsed to the floor. After a while, the panic slowly faded from his eyes, and his mind gradually became clear again. Once he fully regained consciousness, Wang Defa sat up in confusion and looked around, only to realize his pants had slipped down. He had no idea what had just happened. He slowly raised his head. The moment he saw Jiang Che, Wang Defa immediately hugged him and cried with gratitude, calling him Father Che. Jiang Che panicked and shoved him away at once, quickly keeping his distance since his own clothes were still clean. After things settled down, Jiang Che asked why Wang Defa had come here. By his calculation, Wang Defa had already used up all his revivals and only needed to wait until midnight to leave the trial, so why risk entering such a dangerous place? Sniffling, Wang Defa admitted that he wanted to gamble on finding an opportunity in danger. His plan was to survive until midnight, and if he found nothing, he would leave immediately. Jiang Che could only shake his head at such a reckless idea, before asking where all those injuries had come from, and whether he had discovered any clues. Wang Defa looked completely confused by the question. He seemed not to understand what injuries or clues Jiang Che was talking about. But only a few seconds later, Wang Defa's face suddenly turned pale, and fear returned to his eyes. Trembling, he pointed toward the last restroom stall and warned that something unimaginably terrifying was inside. In his panic, he also claimed he had personally witnessed Yang Ziyang kill Hu Junjie and insisted that a murder had taken place. Jiang Che immediately grabbed Wang Defa's shoulders and told him to calm down and explain everything from the beginning. But Wang Defa only kept repeating that Jiang Che had to be careful of Yang Ziyang and never underestimate the last restroom stall because it was hiding a truly horrifying existence. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Since the trial had officially entered its second day according to the scenario timeline, the option to leave the instance had been unlocked. Without any hesitation, Wang Defa immediately chose to leave the Spectre world. Even after the system warned him that doing so meant failing the trial, he confirmed his decision. Before disappearing, Wang Defa turned back one last time and told Jiang Che to be extremely careful. In his opinion, none of the others could be trusted, and he would wait for Jiang Che in the real world. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Defa vanished completely. Jiang Che was still wondering who he meant by the others when Xiao Man suddenly told him to look outside. Jiang Che instinctively turned toward the doorway. At first glance, no one seemed to be there except himself. But after looking more carefully, he realized the hallway was filled with countless shadowy figures standing in silence, every one of them staring directly at him. Even under that pressure, Jiang Che awkwardly greeted them. He immediately turned to Xiao Man and asked if avoiding mental intrusion meant he would not have to face these ghosts. Xiao Man shook her head and explained that she had only said he would not be dragged into another mental space, not that he would never encounter them. While they were talking, the ghosts outside slowly entered the room one after another and quietly closed in. Jiang Che asked in despair how this was any different from being pulled into another dimension. Xiao Man simply replied that it was no different at all. Hearing that answer, Jiang Che could only curse silently in his heart. However, he soon noticed something strange. Even though the ghosts had surrounded him, none of them attacked. Xiao Man guessed they were afraid of something. Jiang Che found that even harder to believe, wondering what could possibly frighten ghosts. Just then, a sharp clicking sound echoed through the room. Jiang Che immediately recognized it as the cursed doll. He finally understood why he had not been able to find it before. It had been hiding in a dark corner of the room. Strangely, the moment the ghosts saw the doll, they all stepped back in obvious terror. Watching their reaction, Jiang Che began to suspect that the doll itself was what truly frightened them. Xiao Man tensed as she noticed the doll was still staring at the last restroom stall. Remembering Wang Defa's broken state, Jiang Che became even more convinced that a terrifying secret was hidden inside. The two slowly walked closer. Xiao Man cautiously asked what might be waiting inside. Jiang Che guessed it could be someone's corpse or a vengeful spirit that had built up over many years. Even saying it out loud gave him chills. After a few more steps, Jiang Che reached for the stall door handle. But he froze for a moment, mentally preparing himself for whatever was inside. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Che suddenly shoved the door open and loudly chanted a string of exorcism spells to boost his own courage and intimidate whatever was hiding there, demanding that it reveal its true form. The moment the door opened, he narrowed his eyes and looked inside. Then his gaze slowly dropped downward. Inside the old toilet bowl lay the motionless bodies of two tiny figures. Looking closer, he realized they were two newborn babies, their umbilical cords still attached. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Wang Defa safely exited the trial and collapsed onto the floor. His entire body ached, and his head was spinning. As he lay there gasping, he muttered to himself, wondering if he was really alive. After a few moments, he finally believed he had actually survived. But the instant he opened his eyes, Wang Defa froze in horror. The floor in front of him was covered in blood, and even his own hand was resting in a pool of it. He jumped to his feet and shouted in panic, completely unable to understand what was happening. Looking around, Wang Defa realized the place was completely unfamiliar. In despair, he thought he had never returned to the real world at all, and neither the teachers nor the other students were anywhere to be seen. Just then, a strong hand suddenly covered his mouth. It was Zhou Yong. He signaled for Wang Defa to stay quiet, and Wang Defa nodded repeatedly to show he understood. After Zhou Yong let go, Wang Defa nervously asked if he was the Ghost Bureau member who had appeared at the graduation ceremony. He then asked in panic why there was blood everywhere and where everyone had gone. Zhou Yong calmly reassured him, explaining that the school had been caught inside a supernatural incident, but the teachers and students were still safe for now. That explanation left Wang Defa speechless. He immediately remembered what he had learned before. When ghosts invaded the real world from the specter world and caused massive destruction, it created a supernatural incident. And whenever one of those incidents appeared, countless people usually died. Thinking about that, Wang Defa's legs gave out in fear, but Zhou Yong caught him before he fell. Zhou Yong patted him on the shoulder and assured him that the Ghost Bureau would protect everyone. He also told Wang Defa to believe in himself, because he had survived the trial as well. Hearing those words, Wang Defa burst into tears. Just then, Zhou Yong's phone suddenly rang. He answered immediately. The moment the call connected, the person on the other end urgently reported that the situation had become extremely serious. Zhou Yong's expression changed at once. Squad 321, which had been sent as reinforcements, had been ambushed by ghosts and all contact was lost. Squad 3044, stationed at a nearby elementary school, was also under attack and could not provide support. The caller explained that supernatural incidents were erupting in multiple locations at the same time, proving everything had been planned in advance and likely orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. The nearest rescue team would still need about 3 hours to arrive. Before the report even finished, Zhou Yong hung up and coldly said, "So what if it takes 3 hours?" Right after that, he made another call and ordered Hong Ling to come pick someone up immediately. After ending the call, Zhou Yong reassured Wang Defa that someone from the Ghost Bureau would arrive soon. He would stay behind to receive the students still trapped in the trial, while the girl with the beautiful eyes whom Wang Defa had met before would escort him to safety. Wang Defa nodded over and over. But at that very moment, Wang Defa suddenly turned pale and pointed behind Zhou Yong with a trembling hand. At some point, a hideous ghost had silently appeared right behind him. Meanwhile, back in the Spectre world, the story returned to Jiang Che. Staring at the two infant corpses inside the toilet, Jiang Che was completely stunned. He could not understand why dead babies would appear inside the girl's restroom. While he was still thinking, the two tiny corpses suddenly opened their eyes. They immediately let out heartbreaking cries that echoed throughout the room. Jiang Che awkwardly scratched his head and innocently wondered if he should pick them up and comfort them. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Man quickly stopped him. She sternly warned him never to touch the two corpses because their resentment was far too powerful. In her opinion, Wang Defa must have touched them, which was why he had been frightened into madness. While Jiang Che was still wondering what to do, a small hand suddenly reached over and gently patted the babies on the head as if trying to calm them down. The owner of that hand was the cursed doll. It walked over and patiently stroked the heads of the crying newborns. Seeing that, Jiang Che was overjoyed, thinking everything would be fine. It seemed the doll could do more than guide the way. It could also soothe the babies. But his relief lasted only a moment before the two tiny corpses suddenly turned and bit straight into the doll's head. Watching the scene, Jiang Che muttered that little kids really could not resist a cute doll. The newborns wildly bit and tore the doll apart. Jiang Che cried out in shock, saying they were already this fierce before even growing all their teeth. Just then, whispers suddenly echoed from every direction. Someone mentioned a recent supernatural incident. More and more voices joined in. They talked about Zhu Xiaoyu, whispering that her stomach seemed bigger than before. The ghosts stuck out their long tongues and continued spreading cruel gossip. Some mocked her for getting fat. Others insisted she was pregnant, laughing that the pure school beauty had ended up with a baby bump. They even argued over who the father was. Hearing those words, Jiang Che suddenly noticed something strange. He immediately focused on the ghosts' tongues. The sight left him stunned. Every tongue was covered with vicious words, exactly like the endless rumors that had targeted Zhu Xiaoyu. They claimed she got pregnant before marriage, brought shame to the school, and that no one knew who the father was. Some even said both the mother and child should die. Every word was filled with the cruelty of public judgment. Jiang Che immediately walked over to one ghost that was still muttering non-stop. Without hesitation, he ripped out its tongue and casually said he was borrowing it for a moment. The tongue claimed the baby's father was someone, but the most important name was completely hidden. Only the rumors about their relationship remained. After reading it, Jiang Che gritted his teeth in frustration. The most critical detail had been hidden, just like always stopping right before the important part. Only then did he understand why the mission was called 1,000 Tongues Can Melt Gold. The words spoken by countless people alone were enough to destroy everything. Jiang Che concluded that Zhu Xiaoyu had been driven into despair by those vicious rumors. He looked at the doll, which was still being chewed apart by the two babies. Then he glanced at the ghosts, who were still gossiping non-stop. Jiang Che quickly realized the ghosts had not attacked because they feared the doll. If the doll was destroyed, the situation would immediately turn against him, so he could not wait any longer. With that thought, he yanked the doll out of the babies' mouths and shouted for them to stop. If they kept biting, he would not hold back. Jiang Che immediately called for Xiao Man, and the two quickly ran out of the restroom. They then headed into another room inside the old dormitory. Jiang Che pushed the door open. Zhu Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen, but he guessed he had found another important clue. Every wall inside the room was covered with bloody writing that repeated the same accusation over and over. Everyone was a murderer. Everyone was a beast. After looking around the room, Jiang Che became even more convinced that his theory was correct. The two babies in the restroom were Zhu Xiaoyu's children. But then a freezing chill ran down his spine, giving him the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, the sorrowful voice of a woman echoed through the room as she recited ancient verses filled with grief. Jiang Che quietly asked Xiao Man if it was Zhu Xiaoyu's voice. At the same time, violent noises erupted outside. Countless ghosts shoved and trampled over one another as they rushed toward Zhu Xiaoyu's room. Amid the chaos, her resentful voice echoed again. She said that at 18, she became pregnant with the child of the man she loved during the happiest time of her life. Was that really something that should have been condemned? Looking outside, Jiang Che was completely confused. He could not understand why every ghost was rushing here, or why they were violently attacking each other. He guessed they were all being influenced by Zhu Xiaoyu's power. Xiao Man looked at the blocked exit and half-jokingly suggested they try jumping out the window again. Jiang Che immediately shut that idea down and told her not to even mention it. Jiang Che quickly remembered what Xiao Man had said before. These ghosts mainly relied on mental attacks, but his consciousness had already been strengthened, so it would be much harder for them to affect him now. Right then, a ghost suddenly rushed in and tried to ambush Jiang Che. Without hesitation, he swung the red scissors and sliced the ghost clean in half. Jiang Che quickly realized these low-level ghosts were no match for his physical strength. Jiang Che's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He reminded himself to stay focused so his enhancement would not end. Xiao Man tried to stop him, saying he could never fight so many ghosts alone. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoyu's bitter voice echoed again. She cried that she had done everything people demanded, even killing her own child, yet the man she loved still rejected her. While cutting down ghosts, Jiang Che firmly told Xiao Man not to underestimate him. He was relieved that mental attacks no longer threatened him. With the red scissors in hand, dealing with these ghosts became much easier. Even after being cut down again and again, the ghosts kept charging while endlessly calling Zhu Xiaoyu nothing but a madwoman. That only made Jiang Che more suspicious. He felt the real truth had not appeared yet, and leaving now could mean missing the biggest clue. A picture of Zhu Xiaoyu curled up alone in a dark corner suddenly flashed through his mind. She believed the cruel gossip behind her back was the reason the man she loved abandoned her. Moments later, Zhu Xiaoyu grabbed her head and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her scream echoed across the entire campus as she blamed every tragedy on those people. Meanwhile, Jiang Che kept swinging his scissors through the endless swarm of ghosts. One ghost after another lost its head before it could even reach him. As soon as he opened a path, Jiang Che dashed out of the room and jumped straight out the window. He landed safely, but the impact still made him wince in pain. Xiao Man looked at Jiang Che with newfound respect. She admitted she had completely changed her opinion of him. As he got back on his feet, Jiang Che smiled and said all the effort had been worth it because he had not let someone down. Just then, the system announced that Jiang Che had collected 3 special clues: the dead child in the restroom, the hidden name, and Zhu Xiaoyu's resentment. Looking at the 3 new clues, Jiang Che smiled with satisfaction. With everything he had learned and 3 days left, he believed the challenge was almost won. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the dormitory building. It was Ye Qingjiao, and a pack of vicious ghosts was chasing right behind her. After running for a while, Ye Qingjiao suddenly noticed the ghosts had vanished. She immediately remembered the hateful voice Jiang Che had mentioned, but strangely, the entire dormitory area was now completely empty. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes landed on Jiang Che lying on the ground, and she was visibly surprised. Walking over, she asked why he was here. Jiang Che mocked her right back, saying the question made no sense since she was standing here too. Ye Qingjiao gave a cold smile and stared at Jiang Che, asking if the disturbance in the dormitory had been his doing. Jiang Che acted innocent and claimed he had no idea what happened. He guessed someone had accidentally triggered a major event, and he was just as confused. Hearing that, Ye Qingjiao shouted in anger, accusing Jiang Che of still pretending. Jiang Che confidently shot back. He even joked that his presence was too outstanding to hide, so pretending was impossible. Ye Qingjiao did not believe a word. She coldly said she had planned to spare Jiang Che if he shared his clues, because at least he would still have some value. After saying that, she fixed Jiang Che with an icy stare. Seeing he still refused to cooperate, Ye Qingjiao smiled with murderous intent and declared it was time to end everything. The moment she finished speaking, she entered her half-ghost form and charged straight at Jiang Che. She added that people die for profit, so he should not blame her. Ye Qingjiao's first attack was easily blocked by Jiang Che. Her second strike was calmly dodged as well. When the third attack came, Jiang Che quickly drew his weapon and stopped the deadly blow just in time. Even though her attacks failed, Ye Qingjiao remained confident. She revealed that her companion ghost was the crank Bloodblade ghost, so Jiang Che had no chance of winning. She formed a blood spear and thrust it straight at Jiang Che's heart. Before attacking, she declared he would never forget the gap between them. At that moment, Jiang Che released his half-ghost form. His hair turned brilliant platinum, and he grinned with excitement. He calmly replied that Ye Qingjiao was not the only one with a companion ghost. Ye Qingjiao launched a relentless barrage of attacks, but Jiang Che countered every single strike. Even so, she remained confident. In her eyes, Jiang Che's companion ghost was nothing but cheap trash and not worth showing off. Jiang Che brushed back his platinum hair with a proud smile. He said his current form proved his companion ghost was anything but ordinary, then mocked Ye Qingjiao by saying her ghost must be blind to judge so badly. The taunt made Ye Qingjiao grit her teeth in rage. She roared and charged forward, determined to shut Jiang Che's mouth before finishing him off. Unlike his furious opponent, Jiang Che stood perfectly still without taking a single step back. The closer she got, the calmer Jiang Che looked. In the blink of an eye, Ye Qingjiao's attack reached his face. Yet Jiang Che kept smiling without making any attempt to dodge. A thin cut appeared across his cheek, making him pause for a moment. Inside his mind, he asked Xiao Man if she had not said their strength was about the same, so why had he still been cut? Xiao Man helplessly replied that she never expected him to believe her so completely that he would just stand there, holding his weapon like a clueless hero. Meanwhile, Ye Qingjiao was even more shocked. She could not believe her full-power crank Bloodblade ghost had only managed to leave a shallow scratch on Jiang Che. Jiang Che coldly told her to stop. Looking at Ye Qingjiao with pity, he said he would grant her one final bit of comfort before everything ended. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Che drove a devastating punch straight into her stomach. Ye Qingjiao's face twisted in pain as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The punch sent her flying backward. The Bloodblade ghost was forced out of her body. Lying on the ground, Ye Qingjiao felt as if her organs had been crushed. The Bloodblade ghost panicked and warned that Jiang Che's companion ghost was at least Brank, and if they did not run now, both of them would die. Hearing that, Xiao Man burst into laughter. She said she had hidden her aura the moment the Bloodblade ghost noticed her. She might have lost her head, but the other side had lost its brain and walked straight into trouble. Barely able to move, Yi Qingjiao still refused to accept reality. She clearly remembered hearing that Jiang Che's companion ghost was weak. The Bloodblade ghost immediately shouted at her to stop wasting time and run. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingjiao forced herself to her feet and turned to flee. But Jiang Che only smiled coldly and declared she had no chance of escaping. The next moment, countless chains forged from ghost power shot toward her. In an instant, Yi Qingjiao was tightly bound by the chains. Unable to withstand the pressure, she dropped to her knees in agony. Jiang Che slowly floated into the air and looked down at Yi Qingjiao with icy eyes. He said they had never been enemies, and she was the one who destroyed that peace. He calmly warned that the chains could burst into flames at any moment. Once they ignited, nothing could put them out, so she should learn the price of provoking the wrong person. Suddenly, Yi Qingjiao let out a bitter laugh that sounded almost insane. She admitted that challenging Jiang Che had been the greatest mistake of her life, then asked with genuine curiosity how he had managed to form a contract with such a powerful companion ghost. What she could not understand was how Jiang Che had subdued a companion ghost, far beyond the level of an ordinary person. Jiang Che answered without hesitation, confidently claiming it was all thanks to his handsome face. Xiao Man immediately lost her temper and threatened to end their fusion, leaving him to save himself. After landing on the ground, Jiang Che looked at Yi Qingjiao in confusion and asked why she was still here instead of running, despite being so badly injured. Yi Qingjiao immediately lowered herself and apologized. Holding back tears, she begged for mercy. She said this was the first time she had humbled herself like this, promised never to attack Jiang Che again, raised her compensation to 2 million, and swore she would keep her word this time. Xiao Man immediately warned Jiang Che not to believe a single word from her. If he let her go today, she would become a serious threat later. Jiang Che simply replied that he understood, leaving Xiao Man confused about why he still had not made his move. Yi Qingjiao kept begging through tears. She said that amount of money meant nothing to her family. They also possessed countless rare ghost relics and priceless forbidden artifacts. If Jiang Che spared her and let her finish this mission, she would agree to any condition. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Che seemed to give in. He told her to be quiet and said this would be her last chance. Xiao Man was stunned, unable to believe he had really decided to spare her. Jiang Che walked over to Yi Qingjiao and coldly warned that he would let her go this time, but if she ever attacked him again, she would not survive a second chance. Yi Qingjiao nodded frantically and promised she would never oppose Jiang Che again because she knew she was no match for him. Jiang Che calmly said that was the right attitude. He reminded her she had only 3 days before her true death and asked if she really wanted to waste her final chance to revive. Yi Qingjiao firmly replied that it was none of his business and said they would meet again tomorrow. After saying that, Yi Qingjiao used all her strength to snap her own neck. Jiang Che was startled by the sight and remarked that she was unbelievably ruthless, even toward herself. Xiao Man was also shocked, but she still could not help asking why he had let her go so easily. As they walked away, Jiang Che explained that the fact Yi Qingjiao could kill herself so casually proved she had more than one chance to revive. Her ghost clan had survived countless trials and owned countless ghost relics, so she must still have many hidden trump cards. If he wanted to eliminate her completely, he needed a foolproof plan. The two of them left without realizing a mysterious figure was secretly following them. On the way, Jiang Che sighed that he had barely made progress in the mission before having to worry about Yi Qingjiao again. As if that were not enough, the final exam was only 3 days away, making life feel even worse than a nightmare. Xiao Man could only awkwardly reassure him that everything would work out somehow. Meanwhile, Jiang Che's ancient language teacher, Gao Shuezuiku, quietly watched everything from a distance. Back in the real world, the students had already been moved to a safe shelter. Hong Ling kept reassuring everyone that as long as the Ghost Bureau was here, nothing would happen. She also announced that Ghost Bureau reinforcements would arrive in about 3 hours and told everyone to stay calm. However, every call she made still returned the same message that the other party could not be reached. Hong Ling became more uneasy. Zhou Yong had gone completely silent, making her fear something had happened to him. At the same time, Zhou Yong was fighting 2 extremely powerful Ghost Clan members by himself. He swung his sword and clashed head-on with the long-haired Ghost Clan member. Just then, a bald Ghost Clan member suddenly circled behind him and launched a sneak attack. Thanks to his quick reaction, Zhou Yong avoided the fatal blow, but the attack knocked his sword from his hand. The sword flew straight toward Defa, leaving the terrified student frozen in place. At the same time, the bald Ghost Clan member seized the chance to restrain Zhou Yong. The long-haired Ghost Clan member immediately switched targets and approached Defa, who desperately waved his hands and begged it not to come any closer. Jo Young broke free from the restraint and rushed toward Defa while shouting his name. Seeing Defa's pale face and watching the two Ghost Clan members, Jo Young quickly realized their true target had been the students all along. At that moment, a red figure shot forward at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the newly arrived Ghost Clan member pierced straight through Jo Young's body. Its arm was covered in fresh blood from his wound. A moment later, it casually pulled its arm back out. Seriously wounded, Jo Young staggered before collapsing to the ground. Clutching his bleeding wound, he struggled to speak. He finally understood that every attack on the school had been part of this plan. Gritting his teeth, Jo Young declared that every inch of Daxia was tied to the nation's destiny, and everything they did was to protect its future, as long as he was still standing. Gathering the last of his strength, Jo Young forced himself back to his feet and declared that he would never allow anyone to harm the students. Seeing this, Defa called out to him through tears. Defa's eyes suddenly locked onto the sword lying on the ground. Trembling, he picked it up and forced himself to stand, reminding himself that he was also a challenger. Even though his whole body shook with fear, Defa gritted his teeth and thought of Jiang Che, who had saved his life and even given him the only healing potion. With a loud shout to gather his courage, Defa charged forward. He was determined to protect everyone, protect the school, and hold out until Jiang Che returned. In another classroom, Teacher Mei looked around the room with a sad expression and sighed as she noticed several more students were absent today. Looking at one empty seat, she remembered it belonged to the purple-haired girl and helplessly complained that her students either skipped school or skipped class, giving teachers endless headaches. Just then, the school speakers crackled before broadcasting a familiar voice. The speaker introduced himself as the beloved principal and announced that, with the final exam approaching, the school had prepared a special outdoor activity to help everyone relieve stress. The announcement ordered all teachers and students to gather at the stadium immediately. Hearing that, the students filed out of their classrooms. None of them cared what the activity was as long as they did not have to study. As Jiang Che walked down the stairs, he found it strange. The final exam was only 2 days away, yet the school was still holding an event. He wished real life could be like this. But after walking a short distance, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Right ahead, Yang Ziyang and Ye Qingjiao were already waiting for him. With a cold expression, Ye Qingjiao calmly announced that Hu Junji had died last night. Jiang Che only frowned slightly before asking one simple question. Was he really dead, or had he already left this place? Yang Ziyang quickly explained. He said Hu Junji had invited him to investigate the abandoned dormitory last night, but not long after they entered, countless Ghost Clan members appeared. Avoiding Jiang Che's gaze, Yang Ziyang claimed he had barely escaped. As for Hu Junji, no one could find him this morning, so he had either escaped or met an even worse fate. Hearing the seemingly sincere story, Jiang Che felt a chill run down his spine. If Defa had not witnessed the truth and told him everything, even he might have believed those lies. Xiao Man sarcastically remarked that this was simply human nature at its most cunning. Before long, every student had gathered at the stadium. On the stage, Principal Gao Shuesuku held a microphone and waited until everyone had arrived before announcing the details of the event. He deliberately built suspense before asking if anyone had ever heard of the game Cat and Mouse. According to the rules, Teacher Ma, Teacher Mei, and Teacher Gu, who had not appeared yet, would play the cats. Every remaining student would become a mouse. Smiling, the principal explained that once the bell rang, the game would continue until school ended. The students would have 15 minutes to hide inside the teaching building and were forbidden to leave it. He also announced that the final exam had been moved forward by 1 day, and students who performed well in this event would receive bonus points. Before finishing, he gave a mysterious smile and reminded everyone that any mouse caught by a cat would be eaten. Jiang Che immediately realized the problem. If the final exam was tomorrow, then this trial had also lost an entire day. Complaints instantly erupted across the crowd because no one had finished studying. As Jiang Che listened, he noticed that even the Ghost Clan students looked genuinely shocked by the announcement. He began to suspect the event and the exam schedule change were both meant to stop the challengers from investigating further. The principal ended his speech by wishing every student good luck. Immediately afterward, the system issued a new main quest called Cat Chase. The only objective was to avoid being caught by the cats until the game ended. The system added that mice were not necessarily weaker than cats, but only those who survived until the end would qualify to take the final exam. The bell signaling the end of the preparation time soon echoed across the campus. The students scattered in every direction, desperately searching for hiding places while urging each other to run before it was too late. Just then, Teacher Gu appeared and slowly walked over to Jiang Che, calling his name. He calmly told Jiang Che to find a hiding place as quickly as possible. The system revealed that Teacher Gu had convinced the principal to hold this event. Teacher Mei smiled and reminded Jiang Che to hide well, or she would have no choice but to catch him herself. At the same time, the system exposed her terrifying thoughts. She could not wait to tear the mice apart. He would hide right away. But deep down, he had already begun to question Teacher Gus' identity, because the English teacher had never once been seen wearing glasses. He recalled Teacher Ma saying in the very first class that the English teacher had his tongue cut out. A major incident like that, combined with everything else, convinced Jiang Che it could not be a coincidence. Before long, the entire campus had fallen silent, with no students left in sight. Teacher Gu and Teacher Mei officially began the hunt, calling out to the mice hiding around the school. The game of cat and mouse had truly begun. The roar of a chainsaw shattered the silence, sending chills through the air. Carrying the chainsaw, Teacher Gu slowly stepped into the classroom where Jiang Che was hiding. Xiaoman quietly asked if he was sure this place was safe enough. Jiang Che stayed calm and confidently replied that the most dangerous place was often the last place anyone would suspect. Teacher Gu slowly approached Jiang Che's hiding spot and came to a stop. A creepy smile spread across his face as he coldly said that he had finally found him. Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat, and a cold chill ran through his body. He could not believe he had been discovered so quickly. Teacher Gu slowly moved closer while the chainsaw continued to roar. Laughing like a madman, he slammed the spinning blade down in front of him. A school desk was instantly split in half, sending blood spraying across the room. Even after the strike, his insane laughter echoed through the classroom. A while later, Teacher Gu turned around and left, leaving behind an icy silence. Jiang Che stood frozen for a long moment. Only after confirming Teacher Gu was gone did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. It turned out Jiang Che had transformed himself into a school desk to hide. It really was an incredibly effective disguise. Somehow, though, the idea felt strangely familiar. Once he calmed down, Jiang Che began piecing together every clue related to the mission. Based on his deduction, Zhu Xiaoyu became pregnant by a mysterious man, while being targeted by endless rumors across the school. She later gave birth to twins in the restroom of the abandoned dormitory before killing both children herself. The cruel gossip eventually drove her into madness. The curse she left behind covered the entire school, leaving no Ghost Clan member willing to speak about what happened back then. As he walked out of the room, Jiang Che muttered to himself. The mission was called Words Can Wound More Than Blades, and its trigger hinted that rumors never truly fade. It seemed everything revolved around taking revenge on those who had pushed Zhu Xiaoyu into tragedy. Frustrated, he wondered if clearing the mission meant forcing every Ghost Clan member in the school to apologize to Zhu Xiaoyu. Finding everyone involved would already be difficult, not to mention that the father of the twins had vanished from every record. Jiang Che still felt there was one missing piece he could not explain. Xiaoman asked if he had discovered something new and where he planned to go next. Instead of giving the answer she expected, Jiang Che awkwardly admitted that he had drunk too much water and needed to use the restroom first. When they reached the restroom, Jiang Che even turned around and told Xiaoman not to peek. She immediately got angry, saying she had absolutely no interest in that, and could not believe he was calmly taking a bathroom break while everyone else was running for their lives. Just then, a voice suddenly called Jiang Che's name from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to find Ruhua inside the men's restroom. When he asked why she was there, she hurriedly told him not to ask questions and begged him to help because she was stuck on a toilet. At the same time, the system announced that many students had already been killed by the cats. Everyone knew the abandoned room on the 4th floor was the safest place, yet not a single person dared to hide there. The moment he heard about that room, Jiang Che froze, realizing it could be a crucial clue. Ruhua desperately urged him to help. If she stayed stuck any longer, she was certain she would die. Xiaoman immediately looked disgusted. Jiang Che simply glanced at her and seriously said that helping others was the right thing to do. Right after that, he turned toward the person who had been secretly following him and asked, in annoyance, why she was still trailing him. Yi Qingjiao calmly replied that she wanted to work with him. She did not hide anything and openly admitted that after seeing Jiang Che head upstairs, she simply decided to follow him. Jiang Che looked at her suspiciously, wondering if she was trying to cling to him again. Still, he realized this could be the perfect chance to carry out his own plan. In the end, Jiang Che agreed to let Ye Qingjiao come along, but warned that he knew she was plotting something, so she had better not get in his way. Ye Qingjiao immediately promised that her companion ghost would help, so she would not become a burden. Jiang Che could not resist mocking her, asking if she was talking about that weak, little companion ghost of hers. Ye Qingjiao awkwardly ignored the jab and pointed out that they had already reached their destination. Standing before an old classroom, she said this was Class 6A4, where Zhu Xiaoyu had once studied. Jiang Che immediately asked how she knew that. Yi Qingjiao calmly explained that her guide had warned her never to approach two places in the school. One was the abandoned dormitory, and the other was the classroom on the 4th floor. Jiang Che was speechless. He sarcastically complained that this mission treated people very differently. He had risked his life searching for clues everywhere, while she only had to wait for someone else to hand her the information. As soon as the door cracked open, a wave of freezing black mist poured out, making the atmosphere unbearably heavy. A moment later, the door slowly swung all the way open. The system immediately displayed a message, introducing this as the finest classroom under Principal Gao Shuezuiku's management. It then asked, as if speaking to a truant student, whether they truly no longer wished to attend class. Jiang Che instantly sensed something was wrong. Even so, he quickly steadied himself. If this place was truly connected to Zhu Xiaoyu, then it had to contain vital clues, so turning back was not an option. With that thought, Jiang Che became the first to step through the doorway and inspect the room. Inside was an ordinary classroom, with neatly arranged desks, and every student quietly attending class. A young man who looked exactly like Teacher Gu spoke in a stern voice, asking why they were late and ordering them to return to their seats. Jiang Che was surprised because he had never seen him like this before. In contrast, Ye Qingjiao obediently lowered her head and immediately followed the teacher's order. Seeing her strange behavior, Jiang Che was puzzled. Xiao Man laughed and explained that this place carried an extremely powerful mental influence, and Ye Qingjiao had already fallen completely under its control. Jiang Che asked if everything he was seeing was just an illusion. Xiao Man confirmed that it was, and explained that his mind was strong enough to perceive the illusion without having his will controlled. Hearing that, Jiang Che finally understood and took the chance to praise Xiao Man's mental enhancement ability. Just then, his eyes landed on someone familiar. By the window sat a beautiful long-haired girl, quietly staring outside with a thoughtful expression. It was Zhu Xiaoyu. Class officially began, and everyone quickly focused on the lesson. Jiang Che quietly observed the scene around him, clearly feeling the atmosphere of a real classroom. He could not help feeling regret, knowing that all this peace now existed only in the past. The teacher read an English sentence and asked the class to explain its meaning. The moment Jiang Che heard it, his face turned pale, as if he were about to drown in a sea of knowledge. Just then, a clear female voice asked for permission to answer. Zhu Xiaoyu stood up confidently and explained that the sentence meant she could only find true happiness when she was with the person she loved. Xiao Man immediately admired the sweet atmosphere. Jiang She, however, instantly realized that the person Zhu Xiaoyu loved was Teacher Gu. It seemed the secret behind this mission ran even deeper than he had expected. Zhu Xiaoyu looked at the teacher with eyes full of affection, and Teacher Gu returned her gaze with a gentle smile. Jiang Che understood that Xiao Man, as a ghost, could never grasp how harshly such a teacher-student relationship would be judged in the human world. But the smile on Teacher Gus's face suddenly became disturbingly twisted. He coldly announced that 2 students had arrived late without wearing school uniforms, then asked the class how those troublemakers should be punished. Hearing that, Jiang Che immediately went on guard. In an instant, every Ghost Clan student turned to stare at the pair and shouted in unison that they should be dealt with, so class could continue. The moment the words were spoken, the entire class went mad and charged straight at Jiang Che. All he could do was helplessly wonder where the system's so-called absolutely safe place had gone. With no other choice, Jiang Che immediately drew his weapon and prepared to fight. Jiang Che charged forward and met the incoming Ghost Clan head-on. Meanwhile, Ye Qingjiao also became a target, as the Ghost Clan swarmed her from every direction. Fortunately, she regained full awareness only moments later. Without hesitation, she struck back and blasted away every ghost closing in on her. Jiang Che was briefly surprised. It seemed Ye Qingjiao had broken free from the mental control. She immediately shouted Jiang Che's name. The 2 of them were quickly surrounded, but Ye Qingjiao firmly yelled that escaping came first, and everything else could wait. Standing on the platform, Teacher Gu looked down with contempt and mocked them. Trying to run was nothing but wishful thinking. An invisible pressure instantly filled the room, making them realize there was not only a horde of ghosts here, but also an extremely dangerous Brank Ghost Clan member. Jiang Che immediately shouted, "Xiao Man, come out now." At that very moment, a sharp blood spike suddenly pierced straight through his body from behind. Ye Qingjiao stood calmly behind him and coldly said, "Jiang Che, I only have one thing to say." Jiang Che turned around in shock as she calmly repeated that people die for profit, just as birds die for food. Without the slightest regret, Ye Qingjiao cruelly declared that she would rather betray the world than let the world betray her. With those words, she used all her strength to shove Jiang Che straight into the ghost clan before bidding him farewell. Then Ye Qingjiao immediately turned around and fled at full speed. Jiang Che was consumed by overwhelming rage. He bitterly realized that while he had planned to use her, she had been planning to betray him all along. Yet their contract had changed everything in ways neither expected. Thanks to that, Ye Qingjiao successfully broke through the encirclement. But the moment she escaped, a gloomy voice behind her asked if she was planning to run somewhere else. Turning around, she saw Teacher Gu standing there with a chainsaw and a terrifying grin. Soon after, he also discovered Jiang Che's hiding place and coldly declared that the game was over and it was time to send him to his death. Jiang Che quickly stopped him and asked him to wait a moment. He cautiously asked whether the teacher still remembered this item. As he spoke, Jiang Che took out a small hairpin. The moment Teacher Gu saw it, his expression changed in shock as he recognized Zhu Xiaoya's hairpin. Jiang Che secretly wondered whether the lie about finding it inside the box would fool him. He then said he had come here to save someone, and where the hairpin came from was not what mattered. Standing tall, Jiang Che looked Teacher Gu in the eye and accused him of creating the cat and mouse game. He also declared that Teacher Gu was the father of Zhu Xiaoya's twins. Teacher Gus' hand trembled as he held the hairpin, and he asked in disbelief what Jiang Che was trying to say. Jiang Che calmly replied that this was only part of the truth, and there were still more secrets he had uncovered. Deep inside, he became even more certain that his deduction was correct. There was no way this mission expected a player to face a Brank Ghost Clan member alone. Jiang Che reasoned that every item in the case file had a purpose, so the hairpin could only belong to Zhu Xiaoyu. She loved Teacher Gu, became pregnant with his child, and his name had been erased from the ghost's tongue to protect his reputation. Jiang Che continued by saying that although their relationship violated moral standards, Zhu Xiaoyu's feelings for him had been completely genuine. She had endured every rumor and accusation alone, just to protect the man she loved. Was Teacher Gu really going to keep running from his responsibility? He needed to save her. Just then, the system announced that Jiang Che had obtained a special clue called Unfinished Grievance. But Jiang Che suddenly froze because something still felt wrong. If everything had truly been Zhu Xiaoyu's own choice, and Teacher Gu genuinely loved her, then why did the clue carry the name Unfinished Grievance? That uneasy feeling returned once again. Instead, Teacher Gu gave him a chilling smile and mocked him, asking if he really thought he had uncovered the whole truth. The instant he finished speaking, Teacher Gu charged forward, roaring that he would kill Jiang Che. Teacher Gu rushed straight at Jiang Che and unleashed his attack. Facing the deadly threat, Jiang Che immediately shouted for Xiao Man. Xiao Man instantly rushed in and delivered a devastating kick straight to Teacher Gus' face before laughing loudly. "Just a Brank Ghost Clan member? Get lost and go to hell." She proudly snorted and said that when it really mattered, she still had to step in herself. Jiang Che did not hesitate to flatter her, praising Sister Man for being incredible, since she had subdued the enemy with a single move. Even so, Jiang Che kept thinking. Every clue made perfect sense. Those two even had a child together, so what secret was still being hidden? At that moment, Teacher Gu kept coughing up blood, and the pain was written all over his face. After a long silence, he admitted in a hoarse voice that the truth could no longer stay buried. He looked up at the distant sky and said it was finally time to tell the whole story. He had already done everything he could. Hearing that, Jiang Che almost sighed. The man accepted everything far too calmly. It was nothing like someone carrying deep regret. After seeing that hairpin, he should have felt guilty instead. Then Jiang Che remembered the ghosts, talking again and again about a madman. His face instantly turned pale, as a terrifying possibility crossed his mind. He slowly walked over and picked up the hairpin once again. Seeing Jiang Che suddenly fall silent, Xiao Man asked if he had found another clue. Jiang Che simply said that he probably had. Just then, the final school bell rang, ending the cat-and-mouse game. He decided to return to the old dormitory one more time. At the same time, Ye Qingjiao came back to life with one of her items. She quietly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had prepared a substitute doll beforehand. Otherwise, she would have died for sure. The Arank substitute doll allowed its owner to revive exactly once. The Blood Peach ghost reminded her that her revival had been used up, so every move from now on had to be careful. Even so, Ye Qingjiao chose not to leave the dungeon yet. She wanted to confirm one last thing. In her mind, leaving now meant failing both the challenge and the main mission. She could never explain that to her family or her father. When the Blood Peach ghost asked where she was going next, she firmly answered that she was returning to the old dormitory. Not long after leaving the school, she ran into a familiar face. Jiang Che looked at her with a knowing smile and asked, "Surprised to see me?" Ye Qingjiao hurriedly explained that she never truly wanted to kill him. She only acted because she knew Jiang Che still had one revival left, and she needed to finish the mission. She even believed the 2 million compensation was enough. Deep down, she was sure he had already used up that revival to stand before her now. She then offered him all the rewards as long as he helped her complete the mission. The two of them also returned to the real world once again. But at that exact moment, Ye Qingjiao suddenly froze, her face filled with horror and pain. Jiang Che was holding a heart that was still beating. He had driven his hand straight through her chest and ripped her heart out. Trembling, Ye Qingjiao asked why he would do such a thing. Was he really not afraid of the consequences? Jiang Che coldly replied that he needed no reason. If he said he would do it, then he would. That was the only answer. Before it ended, he left her with one final farewell. Ye Qingjiao desperately begged for mercy, but Jiang Che only said that if she ever had another life, she should learn to stop talking so arrogantly. Then he crushed her heart in his hand, ending Ye Qingjiao's life for good. The Blood Peach ghost immediately separated from her corpse. Xiao Man coughed softly before confirming that Ye Qingjiao was truly dead this time. The Blood Peach ghost roared in anger, cursing Ye Qingjiao for dragging it down even after dying. It refused to share her fate, but Jiang Che immediately chased after it, leaving no chance to escape. The Blood Peach ghost fled as fast as it could, while Jiang Che stayed right behind it. One ran and one chased until it panicked and shouted, "Are you completely insane?" Jiang Che answered without a word, and threw a powerful punch straight into its face. The blow instantly made the Blood Peach ghost shrink back into its tiny original form. Jiang Che walked over, looked at it with interest, and laughed. "So this is your real form. You are much cuter than before." The Blood Peach ghost immediately curled up and begged for mercy. It kept insisting that Ye Qingjiao was the one who wanted Jiang Che dead, while it had only obeyed the contract. Now that its master was dead, it was willing to become Jiang Che's ghost spirit. Jiang Che asked if making a contract with it meant he would have to keep sacrificing living people. The Blood Peach ghost quickly shook its head and said absolutely not. Following Jiang Che alone would already be a great honor. Jiang Che pressed further. "So Ye Qingjiao only made those sacrifices to earn a contract with you?" The Blood Peach ghost immediately admitted it and kept flattering him, saying Ye Qingjiao could never compare to Jiang Che. If it was him, no sacrifice would ever be needed. After hearing that, Jiang Che coldly asked, "Do you know what nickname people gave me?" The Blood Peach ghost froze, completely confused about what he meant. Jiang Che slowly raised his weapon and said, "My nickname is Saint Jiang Che. Anyone who lays a hand on my classmates has only one ending: death." The moment he finished speaking, he struck and killed the Blood Peach ghost. When it was all over, Jiang Che calmly pulled his weapon out of its body. Xiao Man hesitated before reminding him that Ye Qingjiao was also his classmate. Jiang Che casually replied that he had double standards. Then he said it was time to find Zhu Xiaoyu upstairs and finish this trial. Xiao Man curiously asked if he was really going to leave behind the equipment dropped by Ye Qingjiao. Jiang Che looked at her in confusion. He turned toward the weapon on the ground, surprised that it had actually dropped equipment this time. The item was the Arank Blood-Bone Cleaver, a legendary yellow-grade weapon. The system introduced it as the Arank Blood-Bone Blade. No one knew what material it was made from, but its edge was unbelievably sharp, leaving even Jiang Che impressed. Xiao Man immediately urged him to put it away. She explained that equipment drops after defeating ghosts were extremely rare, so Jiang Che's luck was truly exceptional. Jiang Che smiled confidently and said a tiny pair of scissors never matched someone as handsome as him. This blade suited him much better. Jiang Che sincerely thanked Xiao Man for the reminder. Otherwise, he almost would have missed such a valuable item. Xiao Man simply smiled and said there was no need to thank her. He only needed to help her find her missing head someday. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoyu quietly stood by the window. She held a small paper crane in her hand and softly whispered that her feelings for him were deeper than words could ever express. She quietly hummed a tune, while saying that he should hold on to their happiest memories. To her, even his breathing and heartbeat carried an indescribable charm. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoyu turned toward Jiang Che with icy eyes and asked if he was the one who had killed him. Jiang Che calmly admitted that he had done everything himself, with a faint, unreadable smile on his lips. He even added that the man had died a miserable death, before asking if Zhu Xiaoyu wanted to hear the whole story. She simply stared at him in silence. Zhu Xiaoyu coldly refused, saying she had no interest in Jiang Che's story. Jiang Che slowly said that he had first believed this was a tragic love story, where she sacrificed everything, and even cursed the entire school to protect that love. But the more he investigated, the more he realized the truth was far more complicated. If it had really been love, both sides should have loved each other. Had they ever truly been in love at all? Zhu Xiaoyu quietly looked straight at Jiang Che, her eyes filled with unreadable emotions. Jiang Che slowly explained that he finally understood why everything had always felt so unnatural. Every seemingly complete clue had actually been built from her point of view. According to that story, it was a forbidden relationship between a teacher and his student. They loved each other, but had to endure Society's judgment in secret. After becoming pregnant with the teacher's child, she was betrayed by the man she loved and was forced to destroy their unborn baby herself. In the end, she went mad and cursed the entire school. Jiang Che asked if that was the version of the truth she wanted everyone to believe. He admitted that there was no doubt she loved Teacher Gu, but Teacher Gu had never returned those feelings. It had always been love from only one side. Jiang Che continued putting the pieces together. In his theory, Teacher Gu had been handsome and outstanding when he was young. That was why Zhu Xiaoyu gradually fell in love with him. Thanks to her excellent grades, she quickly became one of his favorite students. Sadly, she mistook his care for love and even did everything she could to become pregnant with his child. She always believed the only thing keeping them apart was public opinion. But in reality, Teacher Gu rejected her because he could not accept her extreme and reckless actions. Hearing that, Zhu Xiaoyu suddenly exploded with emotion, clenching both fists tightly. She loudly cut him off and demanded that Jiang Che shut up immediately. Zhu Xiaoyu tearfully denied everything. Even if the teacher refused her, she still had countless ways to keep him by her side. She had foolishly believed that having his child would make him love her more. To protect his reputation, she had even killed her own children with her own hands. She broke down in tears and admitted that she both loved and hated that man. The moment she finished speaking, Zhu Xiaoyu clutched her head and screamed in agony, as if her soul were being torn apart. Seeing this, Xiao Man nervously asked Jiang Che if they should kill her now. Jiang Che immediately stopped her and carefully watched Zhu Xiaoyu. She kept muttering that if the teacher never wanted this secret exposed, then she would silence everyone forever. But then she choked back tears and said the teacher was already gone, so everything she had done no longer had any meaning. Jiang Che sighed softly and said that loving someone was never wrong, but taking it to such extremes was truly tragic. As he spoke, he took out the hairpin and said that before Teacher Gu died, he had asked Jiang Che to return it to her. Zhu Xiaoyu trembled as she looked at the hairpin. She remembered it was the gift the teacher had given her after she became the class representative. Jiang Che continued by saying that even after being cursed by her, Teacher Gu had always protected her in secret. The cat-and-mouse game had only been meant to stop Jiang Che from uncovering the truth and to keep her secret safe. But that protection was never romantic love. In the teacher's eyes, she would always be the outstanding student who made him proud. He never wanted that shameful truth exposed, or for her to be mocked forever. Zhu Xiaoyu stammered as if she had begun to doubt everything she believed. She slowly reached out and accepted the hairpin from Jiang Che. The madness slowly faded from her eyes, leaving only pain and emptiness. She whispered that she had never truly loved, nor truly hated. Now that the teacher was gone, her life had lost all meaning. As her words ended, Zhu Xiaoyu's body turned into countless tiny butterflies and gently disappeared into the air. Right afterward, the system announced that the mission was complete. Xiao Man curiously asked when Teacher Gu had asked Jiang Che to deliver the hairpin. Jiang Che grinned and admitted it had been a well-meaning lie. He had simply added a few details to give the story a better ending. But a moment later, Jiang Che suddenly frowned. Normally, finishing the mission should have ended the dungeon. His face turned pale as he wondered if he still had to take the final exam tomorrow. For someone as bad at studying as him, that was a disaster. Even though the challenge mission had been completed, the entire school remained exactly the same. Everyone still avoided mentioning Zhu Xiaoyu. No one dared approach the fourth-floor classroom, and the old dormitory remained abandoned. Everything proved that Zhu Xiaoyu's curse had never disappeared. Even after her soul faded away, she still refused to lift the curse, and even ignored her own younger sister. Her obsession truly went beyond normal people. Just then, Teacher Mei walked over and patted Jiang Che on the shoulder, telling him to hurry up and finish the exam. He was about to speak when she cut him off and told him not to overthink it. Jiang Che could only comfort himself by randomly guessing the multiple-choice answers, hoping to get at least a few correct. But the moment he picked up his pen, he immediately noticed something unusual. The pen from Gus' pencil case turned out to be a special item that automatically wrote the correct answers, leaving Jiang Che completely stunned. Only then did Jiang Che understand why the top students always finished their exams so unbelievably fast. The class bell rang. The teacher walked onto the podium, holding the score sheets with an excited smile, and announced that someone from their class had ranked first in the entire grade on the final exam. The student called was Jiang Che. The entire class immediately turned toward him and burst into applause. Jiang Che could only scratch his head with an embarrassed smile, knowing deep down that those results were not earned by his own ability. At the same time, the system announced that the main mission was complete. His overall evaluation reached 55. His rank was upgraded to Z. His ghost power increased by 5. He received another 50 ghost power points and earned the Sin Mask and the 10-page secret notebook. Holding the mask in his hand, Jiang Che was thrilled. Even without reaching an SSSS rating, he had still obtained a drank forbidden item. The system explained that the Sin Mask could increase ghost power and awaken the user's dark personality. Xiao Man stood behind him and warned him to be extremely careful. Once the dark personality awakened, his original self would lose control of his own actions. Jiang Che gently stroked the mask and repeatedly nodded. Then, he picked up the secret notebook, as if he had suddenly remembered something. Jiang Che willingly handed the notebook to Xiao Man. According to the system, writing a question inside would make the answer appear automatically. Xiao Man froze as she accepted it, her voice trembling with excitement. She could not believe Jiang Che was really giving her such a priceless treasure. With it, he could easily uncover countless clues and important secrets in future trials. But Jiang Che simply smiled and said his decision was final. He had promised to help Xiao Man find her missing head, and he always kept his promises. Xiao Man's affection for Jiang Che noticeably increased. She sincerely thanked him. Jiang Che smiled and said goodbye, telling Xiao Man to get some rest while he returned to the real world. Before leaving, he also planned to study the notebook so he would not waste its abilities. A moment later, Jiang Che's body slowly dissolved into mist before Xiao Man's eyes. When the fog cleared, he was back in the real world. The moment he appeared, Jiang Che cheerfully waved at everyone and joked that the most handsome student had safely returned from the trial, so there was no need to praise him. Suddenly, Xiao Wang burst into tears and rushed over to hug Jiang Che, leaving him completely stunned. Xiao Wang clung tightly to him with tears and snot everywhere, while Jiang Che panicked and asked what on earth he was doing. But then Jiang Che suddenly froze after noticing something was wrong. Looking around at what seemed like the aftermath of a fierce battle, he asked what had happened and where the teachers and principal were. Zhou Yong from the Ghost Bureau, with a wound still visible on his forehead and a phone in his hand, walked over and congratulated Jiang Che on returning safely. He explained that a ghost incident had broken out at the school yesterday, but it had already been resolved, and Xiao Wang had played an important role. Seeing Xiao Wang still hugging Jiang Che's leg while crying non-stop, Zhou Yong could only sigh. He told Jiang Che to follow him to the library, where everyone else was waiting, adding that Jiang Che was the last person to return. Jiang Che irritably pushed Xiao Wang aside, because he was being held so tightly that he could barely move, but Xiao Wang kept sniffling. Zhou Yong turned around and walked toward the front door. He then led Jiang Che into the room inside. Seeing the students gathered there, Jiang Che was surprised to find that Yang Ziyang had already returned. His eyes then shifted to Wang Deifa. Seeing the man covered in sweat and deliberately avoiding his gaze, Jiang Che immediately understood why he looked so uneasy. Zhou Yong announced that every ghost entry point had now disappeared. Out of the 12 students who entered the trial, 4 had failed to return alive. The deceased were Hu Junjie, Zhang Xiaofei, He Jiwei, and Ye Qingjiao. Hearing that, Li Jiyuan and Chen Xiaoming were shocked because Yi Qingjiao had possessed a ghost spirit. They immediately asked who had been with her at the time. After learning that Yang Xiang, Jiang Che, and Wang Defa had all been there, everyone asked Jiang Che if he knew how Ye Qingjiao had died. Naturally, Jiang Che stayed silent, since no one would confess to being the killer. Zhou Yong firmly cut off the discussion, reminding everyone that once they entered the ghost world, they had to accept life and death. There was no point arguing about it anymore. He added that every year many students entered the ghost world, and many never returned. Opening the notebook in his hand, Jo Young explained that the school's equipment did not record every event because doing so would waste too many resources. The Ghost Bureau's equipment was different. It could record each person's performance inside the ghost world, and he would use that data to summarize everyone's results. The moment Jiang Che heard that the Ghost Bureau had recorded the entire dungeon, cold sweat ran down his back. He quickly asked Xiao Man whether everything involving the two of them and Ye Qingjiao had also been recorded. Xiao Man simply smiled and reassured him that the device was not that powerful. She confidently added that she was very reliable. The instant she noticed they were being recorded, she immediately concealed Jiang Che's identity. Jiang Che stared at her in surprise and asked how she had disguised him. Xiao Man pulled out the edited footage with a mischievous grin. She had used spiritual power to blur Jiang Che's face and even changed his outfit into women's clothing. According to her, no one would ever recognize him that way. Jiang Che could only hold his head in despair, wondering where he would hide his face if anyone found out. Deep down, Jiang Che could not help admiring that someone from a ghost family really did have endless special items. He only hoped this would never reach the Yi family. At that moment, Jo Young continued reading the list and called out Wang Defa's name. His result was surviving 2 days in the ghost world, but failing to complete the mission. Chen Xiaoming and Li Jiwan received the same result as Wang Defa. Next was Zhang Luren, who survived 3 days, completed the main mission, and received a D rank. Yang Ziyang lasted 4 days, but still failed to complete the mission. Then it was Zhu Gai's turn. He survived 3 days in the ghost world, completed the challenge mission, and earned an A rank. Hearing his results, Zhu Gai immediately bragged that he had casually killed an A-rank ghost. He was not done yet. He proudly introduced himself, saying he was handsome, single, healthy, and mentally stable. Anyone with a sister could introduce her, and if their mother was still young and beautiful, that worked too. The entire room fell silent. Everyone thought the guy looked talented, but something was clearly wrong with his brain. Jo Young helplessly cleared his throat and asked everyone to stay quiet before reading the final name, Jiang Che. Every eye turned toward him. Jo Young announced that Jiang Che had survived 4 days, completed both the main mission and the challenge mission, and earned an overall SS rating. The whole room exploded with shock. Everyone thought it was unbelievable. Not only had he reached SS rank, but he had also completed the challenge mission. Wang Defa excitedly praised Jiang Che for being incredible. While everyone crowded around to congratulate Jiang Che, Zhu Gai narrowed his eyes and quietly studied him. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked wide open. A man strode in, glanced around the room, and loudly asked if everyone who had entered the trial was present. He angrily demanded that the person who killed his daughter step forward. This man was Yi Changqing, the head of the Yi family, one of the 3 major ghost families in Tianqing City. Yi Changqing's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he spoke about his daughter's death. He declared that the murderer had to be among the people in this room, while ghost power began gathering around his arm. The next moment, Ye Changqing struck forward with a powerful palm and roared for the killer to pay with their life. But halfway through, a sharp object suddenly pierced his hand. Yi Changqing immediately turned toward the person who had stopped him and coldly demanded to know what they were doing. He furiously shouted that his daughter had been murdered and the killer was standing right here. If the Ghost Bureau protected the culprit, then they were sheltering a murderer. Hearing that, Zhang Luren and the others were completely stunned. They could not believe Ye Qingjiao had been killed by someone else. She possessed an incredibly powerful ghost spirit, while newcomers like them did not even have 200 ghost power. Hearing those words, Jiang Che quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He suddenly realized that his own 160 ghost power was no longer considered ordinary. Xiao Man immediately explained that Ye Changqing's ghost spirit was crank, and he himself was an extremely dangerous opponent. His followers had also formed contracts with powerful ghost spirits. With Jiang Che's current strength, fighting them head-on was completely impossible. Jiang Che could only force a smile. This really was a huge problem. Just then, someone slammed a notebook onto the floor. Jo Young pointed directly at Ye Changqing and shouted that after all these years, his temper had not changed at all. This was the territory of the Ghost Bureau and Team 3033. If Ye Changqing dared to touch anyone here today, he would immediately be charged with obstructing law enforcement. Jo Young continued by stressing that deaths inside the ghost world were completely normal. Anyone who entered had to accept the rules of life and death. Left with no argument, Ye Changqing could only grit his teeth in anger. No matter how dissatisfied he was, Yi Changqing clearly understood one thing. A ghost family might get away with certain matters, but the Ghost Bureau was a national agency. If he truly fought against them, even the Yi family could not bear the consequences. His expression darkened as he reluctantly stepped back, saying he would let this go out of respect for Zhou Yong. Even so, his daughter's death would be avenged. Once he left this place, the Ghost Bureau would no longer have the authority to stop him. Zhou Yong frowned and reminded him that murder in the real world was still punishable by law. Yi Changqing kicked the notebook aside and coldly replied that it was none of Zhou Yong's concern. After Yi Changqing left, Zhou Yong could only rub his forehead with a sigh. He knew that if Yi Changqing had truly gone all out, he might not have been able to stop him. Thinking back to the earlier battle, if the reinforcements had arrived any later, both he and the purple-haired young man would probably have died. Unfortunately, Infinite Fear had still managed to escape. Zhu Guiye was still shaken and admitted he had nearly been scared to death. Zhou Yong looked at the students before him and silently felt that every sacrifice made today had been worth it. After finishing the evaluation, he announced that everyone was free to return home and rest. Before dismissing the group, Zhou Yong seriously praised everyone's performance. He said he did not know what rewards the system had given each of them, but with these results, top universities would soon begin sending invitation letters. He then asked everyone to always remember 3 important questions. Why did we step into the ghost world in the first place? What does this world need, and what should we do? The entire class stayed silent and listened to every word. Zhou Yong clenched his fists with determination. He hoped they would one day fight together and protect Da Xia. In the end, he announced that everyone could visit the Ghost Bureau tomorrow to claim extra rewards, including a ghost ring and 500,000 yuan, before telling them to head home and rest. On the way back, the students could not stop talking. Some were thrilled about the ghost ring worth over 1 million yuan, plus another 500,000 in cash. Others said anyone who skipped the trial would regret it, while some argued it was far too dangerous, since even Ye Qingjiao could not survive. Jiang Che quietly walked behind the group without saying a word. His mind kept returning to the ghost ring. It was a special item that allowed entry into the ghost world and could always be carried with him. Its true value was not just the million yuan price tag, because it was nearly impossible to buy. But what worried him more was that if anyone learned he killed Yi Qingjiao, not only would he be in danger, but his sister could also become a target of the Yi family. Just then, Jiang Che suddenly stopped. A beautiful young woman was waiting for him with a worried expression. Her hands were clenched so tightly they trembled. Jiang Che froze for a moment before quietly calling out, "Sis." She immediately rushed over and asked if he had been hurt. Jiang Che scratched his head with an awkward smile, assured her he was fine, and apologized for making her worry. She pinched his cheek and gently scolded him. She reminded him that she had warned him never to enter the ghost world, yet he still went. Jiang Che could only cry out in pain and explain that none of it was his choice. He happily showed off that he had cleared the trial and earned a huge reward from both the school and the Ghost Bureau, enough to buy her new clothes and even move into a better house. Jiang Che's sister smiled and shook her head, saying she did not need pretty clothes or a bigger home. The only thing she wished for was her little brother to stay safe. As she gently touched him, Jiang Che felt deeply moved. Just as the warm moment continued, Zhu Guiye suddenly appeared with a bright smile and invited Jiang Che out for a meal because no one had cooked at his house. But the moment he saw Jiang Che's sister, his eyes lit up. So this was the beautiful sister Jiang Che always talked about. Embarrassed by his stare, she quietly looked away. She then smiled politely at Zhu Guiye and asked if he was Xiao Che's classmate. Jiang Che quickly tried to explain that they were not that close. But Zhu Guiye shoved Jiang Che aside, happily claiming they were best brothers. He even asked if he could come over for dinner and promised to wash the dishes and clean up afterward. Jiang Che immediately objected, insisting he had no brother like this. He also called Zhu Guiye shameless for trying to eat at someone else's house the first time they met. Jiang Che's sister rested her chin on her hand as if thinking it over. A moment later, she smiled gently and agreed. She said Xiao Che had never brought a classmate home before, so having another guest would make it livelier. Jiang Che could only stare in shock and hurriedly warned her not to trust people so easily, or she might get taken advantage of. Not long afterward, at Jiang Wan's home, while his sister went out to buy groceries, Jiang Che sat across from Zhu Guiye with his arms crossed and a serious expression. He demanded to know Zhu Guiye's real identity and asked why he kept getting close to both him and his sister with such sweet talk that Jiang Che even suspected he had diabetes. Zhu Ge looked innocent and asked in surprise how Jiang Che knew he actually had diabetes. This time, Jiang Che was the one left speechless. He could not believe someone so young really had it. Zhu Ge laughed and said it was because he drank too much Coca-Cola. Hearing that answer, Jiang Che was completely speechless and full of confusion. Seeing his reaction, Zhu Ge laughed even harder and told Jiang Che to relax because he had actually come to help. Jiang Che glanced at him and replied indifferently, "What, are you here to help me find a girlfriend?" Zhu Ge even pretended to blush, scratched his head, and said that, if necessary, he could ask his girlfriend to stay with Jiang Che for a few days. The moment Jiang Che remembered Zhu Ge's rubber doll girlfriend, he got goosebumps. He immediately told him to stop scaring people with that thing, and either get to the point or get out. Only then did Zhu Ge wipe the smile off his face and bring up Yi Qingjiao. He explained that she was Yi Chengqing's only daughter and the treasure of the entire Yi family. Now that she was dead, Yi Chengqing would hunt the killer to the very end. Jiang Che calmly replied that he had already guessed as much from Ye Chengqing's reaction at the Ghost Bureau. But what did that have to do with him? Zhu Ge shook his head and said whether it involved Jiang Che was not for Jiang Che to decide. He then laid out his theory. In his opinion, Yi Qingjiao must have carried a forbidden item that could contact the outside world. If the Yi family already knew she had been murdered, then the list of suspects was down to the 3 people at the scene: Jiang Che, Wang Defa, and Yang Ziyang. But among the 3, only Jiang Che completed both the main mission and the challenge mission. The reward rules were also different. The more challenge missions someone cleared, the lower the final reward became, so killing others to keep all the rewards was a very real possibility. Zhu Ge's conclusion was simple. Even without any evidence, the Yi family would still decide that Jiang Che was the killer. Even so, Jiang Che played dumb. He reminded Zhu Ge that he had admitted there was no evidence. If the Yi family only relied on guesses, there was nothing Jiang Che could do. He even claimed he had no idea who the killer was. At the same time, he stayed wary of Zhu Ge, since someone who suddenly appeared and claimed to be an ally was hard to trust. For all he knew, Zhu Ge could be working for the Yi family. As if reading his mind, Zhu Ge sincerely explained that he had nothing to do with the Ye family and truly wanted to help Jiang Che. Jiang Che secretly asked Xiao Man whether Zhu Ge had formed a contract with a ghost spirit or used a forbidden item. Xiao Man immediately denied it. She sensed no ghost power from him at all, proving he had never contracted with any ghost spirit. Before the tense atmosphere could settle, Jiang Wan's familiar voice came from outside. "Xiao Che, I'm back. Come help me carry the groceries." Hearing his sister call, Jiang Che immediately ran outside. Zhu Ge quickly followed behind, smiling, as he said he wanted to help too. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed eating for free. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly took the grocery bags from Jiang Wan. She simply smiled and said that as Xiao Che's friend, there was no need to be so polite. Walking behind them, Jiang Che quietly watched Zhu Ge with caution. He found no ghost spirit or forbidden item, making him wonder if this was some kind of mind-reading ability. What confused him even more was his sister's attitude. After all these years, he knew Jiang Wan was never someone who could be easily fooled. Unable to figure it out, he decided to finish the meal first and think about it later. Suddenly, Jiang Wan gently suggested that since they were both free, Xiao Ge could stay with Xiao Che for a few more days, and she would cook plenty of delicious meals. Zhu Ge beamed with joy and kept praising her for being both beautiful and kind. Jiang Che, on the other hand, looked completely miserable. In the end, Zhu Ge successfully moved into the Jiang household. The next morning, Jiang Che went out to buy breakfast and ordered a meat bun. Zhu Ge stuck close behind him and ordered the exact same meal, plus a lightly sweetened iced soy milk. He took the drink to go but ate the bun on the spot. Jiang Che finally snapped. He turned around and scolded him, saying that letting him stay over was already generous enough, and now he expected free meals too. Did he think this was a 5-star hotel? Facing Jiang Che's anger, Zhu Ge stayed completely calm and simply said he had already come up with a way to deal with the Yi family. Hearing that, Jiang Che forced himself to calm down. He reluctantly paid for another meat bun and a cold soy milk. After taking a long drink of soy milk, Jiang Che finally felt a little better. He warned Zhu Ge that if the plan turned out to be worthless, he would regret it tonight. Zhu Ge actually took it seriously and excitedly asked if that meant he was getting some special treatment. Jiang Che clenched his fist and flashed a chilling smile. He said he could also treat him to a snow coffee, mixed with broken glass, and after one sip, he would never speak again. Hearing the threat, Zhu Ge frantically waved his hands and hurried to get serious. According to him, why not go straight after Ye Chengqing? That suggestion made Jiang Che want to strangle the lunatic on the spot. Sensing the danger, Zhu Geye immediately lowered his head, admitted he was wrong, and awkwardly laughed, saying it was only a joke. Zhu Geye finally turned serious and suggested that Jiang Che consider joining the Ghost Bureau. Jiang Che paused for a moment. Zhu Geye slowly explained that the Ghost Bureau had already announced that anyone who performed exceptionally well in the ghost trial could join directly. The generous rewards and rare ghost spirits were enough to attract countless people. Jiang Che fell into thought because he had already expected this. But then he suddenly asked whether this world had forced recruitment. The strange question left Zhu Geye stunned, making him wonder if Jiang Che had transmigrated from another world. Zhu Geye immediately corrected him with a serious face. Joining the Ghost Bureau required both sides to agree willingly. Forced recruitment simply did not exist. Besides, becoming a Ghost Bureau member was a great honor. Zhu Geye kept trying to convince him. He said that no matter how powerful the ghost families were, they would never dare mess with someone from the Ghost Bureau. As a joke, he added that once Jiang Che joined, he could openly provoke the Ye family right at their front gate, and they would still have to endure it. Just imagining himself provoking the Yi family outside their home made Jiang Che's head spin. Even so, he had to admit the argument made sense. He finally understood why Yi Changqing's C-rank ghost spirit had treated Zhou Yang's D-rank ghost spirit with such caution and respect. Xiao Man curiously asked if he was starting to change his mind. Jiang Che admitted he had considered it, but not enough to make a decision. He quietly thought it over. Joining the Ghost Bureau also meant becoming a soldier. A soldier had the duty to protect the nation and step into the most dangerous places. Those people always stood on the front lines, risking their own lives to protect countless others. It was a responsibility worthy of great respect. But Jiang Che knew his own goal was different. He entered the ghost world not to save everyone, but to find Xiao Man's missing head, grow stronger, and protect the people he cared about. Seeing him stay silent for so long, Zhu Geye started rambling again, insisting it was an opportunity worth considering. Jiang Che calmly replied that fighting ghosts in the real world came with no second chances. Once you fell, you died for real. If that happened, what would become of his sister and the woman he loved? He looked at Zhu Geye and sincerely asked whether the two of them were truly qualified to join the Ghost Bureau with their current strength. Just then, Xiao Man suddenly interrupted and told him to look across the street. Jiang Che immediately turned toward where Xiao Man pointed and froze. Two familiar faces stood across the street. One was Yang Ziyang, and the other was a member of the Yi family. They only glanced over by chance, but the Ye family member immediately noticed Jiang Che's gaze and became alert. Jiang Che felt a little guilty and instinctively took a few steps back. He unexpectedly bumped into Zhu Geye. Zhu Geye immediately whispered, asking why that guy kept staring at him and whether he had fallen for him. Jiang Che was completely speechless and quickly replied that they were watching him, not Zhu Geye, because they belonged to the Ye family. At the same time, Jiang Che quickly thought things through. He had run into them on the way to the Ghost Bureau before. Had they deliberately come here to wait for him today? At that moment, one of the Ye family's bodyguards walked straight over and asked if he was Jiang Che. The man coldly pointed toward the luxury car parked across the street and introduced himself as Zuo Buru, captain of the Ye family's security team. He then informed Jiang Che that the family head wished to see him. Zhu Geye immediately hid behind Jiang Che, but still shouted that just because someone called for him did not mean he had to go. Didn't Jiang Che have any dignity? He became even more dramatic, claiming they could be scammers or human traffickers. Jiang Che played along, saying that being invited so suddenly was indeed suspicious. But Zuo Buru simply looked at Zhu Geye as if he were an idiot, and coldly replied that he had only invited Jiang Che, while Zhu Geye was putting on an unnecessary performance. No longer interested in arguing, Zuo Buru impatiently said that Jiang Che's classmate was already waiting inside the car and ordered him to come at once. It sounded far more like a command than an invitation. Seeing how firm the other side was, Zhu Geye realized they could not avoid this and immediately switched to his usual shameless act. Zhu Geye suddenly started shouting at the top of his lungs, putting on a pitiful face and crying for help as if innocent people were being bullied in broad daylight. Zhu Geye's shout instantly drew everyone's attention. Curious onlookers rushed over, and some even pulled out their phones to start recording. Even Jiang Che was left speechless by Zhu Geye's shameless performance. Before Jiang Che could react, Zhu Geye grabbed his arm and dragged him away, telling him to stop standing around. The two of them immediately sprinted straight toward the Ghost Investigation Bureau. By the time they arrived, Jiang Che was gasping for air and barely able to speak, silently cursing Zhu Geye the whole time. Zhu Ge, on the other hand, looked extremely pleased with himself. He proudly said he did not believe the Yi family had the guts to cause trouble inside the Ghost Bureau, then happily asked Jiang Che if he finally trusted him. Jiang Che was so annoyed that he smacked Zhu Ge on the head without caring where they were. He complained that running away like that would only make the Yi family even more suspicious. Jiang Che sighed that he had originally planned to humiliate them first before leaving. Zhu Ge nodded and admitted that actually sounded like a better idea. Just as they were talking, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. A young man rushed out of the registration area in panic. He stumbled in his haste and crashed hard onto the ground. Even so, he still shouted that he did not want to join the Ghost Bureau. His face was filled with terror as if he had just witnessed something horrifying. While backing away, he loudly insisted that joining should be his own choice, accused them of forcing him, and even claimed he had been attacked for no reason. A gunshot suddenly rang out, and the bullet pierced straight through the young man's head. Blood instantly splattered everywhere. The shocking scene left both Jiang Che and Zhu Ge frozen. Seeing the victim's unwilling eyes before he died, they were so frightened they wanted to run away immediately. Standing before them was a stunning red-haired woman with a striking figure. She calmly looked at them and asked if they had come to collect their rewards. Jiang Che and Zhu Ge frantically shook their heads and hurriedly claimed they had seen nothing. They practically begged her not to silence them. Jiang Che's mind was in complete chaos, and he had no idea what to do. The woman casually spun the pistol in her hand and explained that there was no need to panic. The man had been executed for obstructing the Ghost Bureau's official duties. She also stated that the Ghost Bureau always followed the rules and never killed innocent people without reason. The two asked skeptically if that man had really obstructed official duties. The woman answered without hesitation. According to her, refusing to join the Ghost Bureau counted as obstructing official duties. At the same time, she firmly claimed that the Ghost Bureau had never forced anyone to join. That overwhelming logic left even Jiang Che, who was usually good at arguing, completely speechless. The woman changed the subject and asked whether they had brought their bank cards or passbooks so the reward money could be transferred. She then introduced herself as Hong Lang, a member of Zhou Yong's team. Zhou Yong handled assistant duties, while she was responsible for external affairs. Jiang Che no longer dared to argue. He quickly nodded, said he had brought his bank card, and politely asked Hong Lang to help with the paperwork. Deep down, his heart was racing, as he thought that the Ghost Bureau could openly shoot someone in broad daylight. This place was truly terrifying. The two were then taken to another room to collect the rewards from the previous mission. As soon as they entered, Zhu Ge excitedly asked if this was the legendary Ghost Realm. Hong Lang confirmed it and explained that only Knight rank instances were currently available. Once those no longer posed enough of a challenge, they could return to apply for an upgrade. Hong Lang also reminded them that every ghost ring issued by the Ghost Bureau had been officially certified. Anyone caught buying or selling one illegally would face legal consequences. As for the remaining 500,000 yuan reward, they only needed to bring their bank card to the finance office for the transfer. Holding the ghost ring in his hand, Jiang Che still found it hard to believe and asked if the process was really that simple. Hong Lang calmly replied that it was. Many people had already claimed their rewards that morning, so the staff were completely used to it. Zhu Ge immediately put on the ring and excitedly asked if it was a matching couple ring. Hearing that cheerful tone gave Jiang Che goosebumps. The only thing on his mind was how ridiculous it was for two guys to wear matching rings, and he even started wondering if Zhu Ge had some strange intentions toward him. Hong Lang shot Jiang Che a cold glance and asked if he did not like the matching rings. Realizing things were going in a dangerous direction, Jiang Che immediately changed his tone, quickly apologized, and said he was extremely satisfied. He claimed he had only spoken a little too loudly by accident. Seeing that, Hong Lang finally relaxed a little. She explained that they had arrived too late, so this was the last matching pair of rings left. Then she suddenly paused as if she had remembered something important. Hong Lang suddenly asked whether both of them had cleared the trial. She repeated Zhou Yong's promise that anyone who passed could join the Ghost Bureau directly, then pulled a few documents from her drawer. She placed the papers in front of them and said that all they had to do was sign. From today on, they would officially become Ghost Bureau members. Then she smiled and casually asked if they were not planning to refuse. Hearing that, both Jiang Che and Zhu Ge froze, unsure how to react. The room instantly fell into heavy silence. Zhu Ge leaned over and whispered, asking Jiang Che how they should look at this. Jiang Che immediately replied, "With our eyes. What else would we use?" Jiang Che's mind was a mess. He admitted that the Ghost Bureau was exactly the kind of support he needed, but joining it was not a decision he could make so lightly. After hesitating for a while, he carefully asked Hong Lang if this was all happening a little too fast. Hong Lang answered without hesitation, insisting that nothing about this process was rushed. Jiang Che still refused to give up and asked if he could ask a few questions before deciding. But Hong Lang was extremely firm. Every attempt to stall was immediately shut down. Her answer was only 2 words. No. Jiang Che swallowed everything he wanted to say. Deep down, he could not help thinking that they claimed joining was voluntary. So would refusing really get him shot on the spot? Just then, Jiang Che suddenly realized something was off. His mind quickly connected all the clues. If the Ghost Bureau truly forced people to join, the public would have known long ago. Besides, everything that had happened felt too perfectly arranged, from witnessing the execution to Hong Lang's deliberately vague remarks. Even though the man's head had seemingly been blown apart, Jiang Che began to suspect the entire scene had been staged. Seeing Jiang Che still standing there, Hong Lang impatiently urged him to sign. Her pressuring attitude made his heart race, leaving him with only one thought. Would refusing the Ghost Bureau really mean instant execution? At that moment, Xiaoman spoke in surprise. She reminded Jiang Che that ghost power was still flowing from the man who had supposedly been shot. In other words, everything that had happened from beginning to end had been nothing more than a carefully planned trap. The door suddenly opened, and Zhou Yong walked in. He looked helplessly at Hong Lang and told her to stop scaring the kids. Hong Lang simply pouted in disappointment, as if someone had ruined her fun. The moment Zhu Geye saw Zhou Yong, he rushed over, hugged his leg, and burst into tears, as if he had finally found his savior. While crying, he asked if refusing to join the Ghost Bureau would really get him killed. He even complained that he was still young, unmarried, and could not leave his dream girlfriend all alone. Zhou Yong could only sigh. He pulled Zhu Geye away and reassured him that nobody was going to kill them. Then he casually exposed the investigation report, pointing out that neither of them even had girlfriends, and one of them even bragged about carrying around a doll. Zhu Geye was not embarrassed in the slightest. He immediately corrected Zhou Yong, insisting it was a premium silicone doll, not an ordinary one. By this point, Jiang Che had completely lost interest in responding to him. Jiang Che stepped forward and politely started to call Zhou Yong a great hero, but Zhou Yong immediately interrupted and told him to just call him Brother Yong. Jiang Che nodded, but then deliberately called him Hero Zhou instead, and bluntly asked whether the entire act had been staged by the Ghost Bureau to pressure them into joining. Zhou Yong laughed, rubbed Jiang Che's head, and praised him for figuring it out. He admitted the scene had been rehearsed many times before, then asked whether the Ghost Bureau was very different from what they had imagined. While fixing his messy hair, Jiang Che helplessly admitted that it was definitely different. He never expected to witness an execution the moment he arrived, then almost believe he was being forced to sign up. In his mind, the Ghost Bureau had always been a place of strict discipline. Zhou Yong smiled proudly and explained that people often imagine soldiers as stern, imposing, and unshakable. In reality, most members of the Ghost Bureau were young people just like them. They joked around, loved to gossip, talked about everything under the sun, and argued loudly just like ordinary people. Then Zhou Yong's voice slowed. Everyone only had one youth, but sadly they lived in an era where ghosts kept appearing and disasters never truly ended. Zhou Yong's expression turned serious. He said their lives had only 2 states, either fighting or preparing for the next fight. Joining the Ghost Bureau might not bring wealth or power, but it would surely become the greatest honor of a person's life. After a brief pause, Zhou Yong slowly recited a passionate line about youth, serving the nation, and living without regret. After hearing it, Jiang Che quietly spoke up. Zhou Yong immediately asked if he was finally starting to change his mind. Jiang Che shook his head. He said that if those words had come from Zhou Yong himself, they would have been much more convincing. Zhu Geye nodded in agreement, saying anyone could read from a prepared script. Hong Lang could not help laughing. Zhou Yong simply brushed his graying hair and sighed, admitting that the team leader, Dixon, would have delivered that speech much better. After leaving the registration room, Zhu Geye curiously asked why Jiang Che still refused to join the Ghost Bureau. He said it offered a high salary, great benefits, and stable work. Jiang Che calmly replied that if Zhu Geye liked it so much, he could join himself, because it had nothing to do with him. Jiang Che pointed a finger straight at Zhu Geye and said he could clearly see that Zhu Geye was only trying to push this difficult decision onto him. Having been exposed, Zhu Geye immediately switched to a sickeningly sweet tone and grinned, saying he really could not fool the person he admired the most. Even Xiao Man, who was usually calm and indifferent, could not stand the act anymore. She wanted to beat Zhu Geye up and even asked if she could smash his head open. Jiang Che sighed and seriously said that just because they attended the same school did not mean they were close. They had never shared any real relationship, and he had no interest in finding out why Zhu Geye kept following him. He admitted that he preferred working alone. Up to now, the only one he completely trusted was Xiao Man, or more accurately, a ghost. Hearing that, Zhu Geye froze for a moment. But only a few seconds later, he returned to his usual carefree self and joked that since they were already wearing matching rings, he thought they would be partners from now on. Xiao Man laughed and sarcastically remarked that the two of them looked exactly like the main couple in a cheesy romance drama. Jiang Che immediately blushed and denied it, insisting there was no way he would ever star in that kind of story with another guy. After saying that, he turned to leave, saying everything here was finished, and it was time for everyone to go their separate ways. He still had to pick up his sister from work. At that moment, a gloomy and icy aura suddenly swept past, causing Jiang Che's entire body to freeze. He instantly recognized it as ghost energy, but this was clearly the real world. Jiang Che quickly focused on its direction, and his face immediately changed. The ghost energy was coming from Jiang Wan's workplace, making him think of the worst possible outcome. Without wasting another second, Jiang Che burst forward at full speed toward his sister's company. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he ran. Had the Yi family made their move first? Had they discovered his weakness? Never before, not even when facing the most terrifying ghosts, had Jiang Che felt this panicked. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. He had to get there in time. But the moment he arrived, the sight before him left Jiang Che completely frozen. Zhu Gie came rushing after him, completely confused about why Jiang Che had run off so suddenly, and even more confused about why he now stood there motionless like he had lost his soul. Still gasping for breath, Zhu Gie anxiously asked why Jiang Che was not saying anything. He followed Jiang Che's gaze and was instantly horrified. On the rooftop stood a clown-faced ghost gripping Jiang Wan's neck with its twisted hand. Jiang Che stood frozen in place, his fear so overwhelming that his body could barely move. All he could do was desperately scream for his sister. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Jiang Wan struggled with all her strength to break free from the ghost's grasp. But the ghost was far stronger than she was. Every attempt to resist was useless as its hand remained tightly wrapped around her throat. The more she struggled, the wider the clown-faced ghost laughed. Its eerie laughter echoed through the air, making the scene even more terrifying. Then, without warning, the ghost let go. Jiang Wan was thrown straight off the rooftop and plunged from a terrifying height. Jiang Che screamed in despair, his voice breaking as he begged for everything to stop. But it was already too late. Jiang Wan crashed into the structure below, and blood splattered through the air. Jiang Che stood frozen, his eyes locked on the horrifying scene. His mind went completely blank. His throat felt dry, and after a long moment, he finally forced out one desperate word: sis. The sight shattered Jiang Che's spirit. Jiang Wan's body was twisted beyond recognition. Her limbs were torn apart, and her head had been crushed by the impact. Witnessing it all, Jiang Che completely broke down. Just as pain and despair were about to consume him, Xiao Man's voice kept echoing in his ears. Jiang Che, wake up. That is not your sister. Xiao Man urgently tried to calm him down. Everything you see is only an illusion. None of it is real. Trust me and stay focused. Jiang Che snapped awake as if escaping from a nightmare. He muttered in disbelief. It was only an illusion? He quickly looked around and realized Jiang Wan's body had disappeared. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everything he had seen had truly been an illusion. Meanwhile, Zhu Geye was still trapped inside the nightmare, crying and shouting in despair, Don't die. Without hesitation, Jiang Che slapped him hard across the face and shouted, Wake up, none of this is real. The slap stunned Zhu Geye, leaving him frozen. When he looked down and realized that only shattered glass had fallen in front of him, he finally came to his senses. That's right, it was all an illusion. The nightmare still left Zhu Geye trembling. He stammered that they had to get out immediately, then recognized the clown-like ghost as Endless Dread, a ghost whose strength was close to B rank. But Jiang Che had no intention of leaving. He firmly said his sister was still trapped inside, and he had to save her. Zhu Geye hurriedly stopped him, reminding him that the Ghost Bureau would arrive soon, and rushing in now was nothing but suicide. Jiang Che brushed his hand aside and said with determination, Let me go. I cannot leave my sister's life in someone else's hands. I'm going in to save her. You stay here and wait for reinforcements. Zhu Geye was left speechless, unable to think of anything else to say. In the end, he gritted his teeth and pulled a small protective talisman from his pocket. Zhu Geye squeezed his eyes shut, fought back the urge to vomit, then stuffed the talisman into his mouth and swallowed it. As soon as he finished, he rushed after Jiang Che while shouting, "Wait for me. I'll go in with you, damn it. Even if I'm scared to death, I'm still coming." Just then, the security team arrived. One of them immediately reported through a radio, "Captain, Endless Dread has appeared at Sunshine Mall. Jiang Che and Zhu Gie have already gone inside. I'll lead the team in and try to contain the target." The captain's calm voice came back over the radio. "Understood. Protect those two boys first. We're on our way." His cherry-colored eyes flashed with cold determination. He immediately ordered the entire mall to be sealed off once they entered. Endless Dread was not allowed to escape again. Inside the mall, everything had already turned into a scene of destruction and chaos. Jiang Che carefully searched every corner. As he searched, he kept calling Jiang Wan's name. Blood was everywhere, yet there was not a single person or even the slightest trace of life. It felt as though this tragedy had happened long ago. Xiao Man calmly analyzed the situation. There were crowds gathered outside, but no one dared to enter, proving they had all been affected by the ghost. It probably had no interest in luring in more victims after taking enough hostages, so it went straight to the floor where Jiang Wan worked. Jiang Che nodded in understanding, then suddenly asked Xiao Man why she had not tried to stop him this time. Xiao Man replied that she was his contracted ghost spirit and had been with him long enough to know exactly how important Jiang Wan was to him. Xiao Man pouted unhappily. She admitted she had once been annoyed that Jiang Wan tried to stop Jiang Che from entering the ghost world, but she still understood what truly mattered. Just then, Zhu Gei's voice echoed from behind. "Jiang Che, I told you to slow down." Jiang Che turned around in surprise. Seeing Zhu Gie catch up, he asked why he had still followed him inside. Gasping for breath, Zhu Gie took out a yellow talisman and handed it over. He said it was a mind guard talisman that could resist the mental attacks of ghosts. But Jiang Che refused and firmly told Zhu Gie to leave, because this had nothing to do with him. Zhu Gie refused right away. He said the Zhuge family was famous for seeing far ahead, and one endless dread was not enough to scare them. Full of confidence, he declared they would save Jiang Che's sister together. Jiang Che was left speechless. It sounded like Zhu Gie had completely used the wrong saying. Zhu Gie scratched his head in embarrassment and said it did not matter because he was joining this no matter what. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from ahead. Both of them instantly went on guard and looked toward the sound. A twisted and deformed figure slowly walked toward them. Recognizing Sister Sun, Jiang Che rushed over and quickly asked if she had seen Jiang Yuan and the other survivors. He also assured her that the Ghost Bureau was on the way, so she should not panic. But when Sister Sun slowly raised her head, Jiang Che was horrified to see that the lower half of her face had twisted beyond all human shape. The next second, Sister Sun let out a strange roar and charged straight at Jiang Che. Zhu Gie shoved Jiang Che aside and shouted, "Watch out." Xiao Man coldly said the woman had become a ghost slave. Jiang Che froze. A ghost slave? Xiao Man explained that it was an extremely cruel curse. Anyone turned into a ghost slave lost all control of their body. Their mind was trapped forever, leaving them as nothing more than a servant to demons. Still holding on to hope, Jiang Che asked if the curse could be broken. Xiao Man stayed silent for a moment before asking if an opened can could ever be restored to its original state. Then she gently shook her head. There was no saving her because both Sister Sun's body and mind had been completely consumed. Jiang Che drew his weapon, his eyes filled with resolve. This was not the demon world, so the dead could never return. The longer he delayed, the more danger Jiang Yuan would face. Sister Sun bent her body into a bizarre shape that looked just like a scorpion. Then she rushed in to attack again, without hesitation. Looking at the face he once knew so well, Jiang Che silently apologized. He knew he could not hesitate any longer. After only a few clean sword strikes, every one of Sister Sun's attacks was stopped. Even after her body was cut into pieces, Sister Sun kept twitching and screaming in endless pain. Xiao Man quietly said that ghost slaves suffered endless agony. If Jiang Che had once known this woman, the kindest thing he could do was end her life immediately by beheading her or piercing her heart. If luck was on her side, she might regain one final moment of consciousness before dying. Jiang Che stood frozen as his heart was torn apart. In the end, no matter how painful it was, he slowly raised his sword. Zhu Gie tried to stop him, but he was already too late. The blade drove straight down. Fresh blood burst out and stained the floor red. As Sister Sun's life faded away, the consciousness trapped inside her finally regained control for one brief moment. She slowly looked up at the young man standing before her. With a trembling and broken voice, she softly called, "Little Che." Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Che could no longer hold back. He broke down in tears as they fell onto the floor. Countless memories came rushing back. squeezing his heart with pain. He remembered the first time Sister Sun smiled and greeted him. "Hello, Yuan's little brother." He remembered how she always asked if he had come to pick up his sister after work and happily shared some popcorn with him. She even joked that he should bring a girlfriend to the movie someday, and she would treat him. Once, she told him she used to have a little brother just like Jiang Che. Maybe that was why she understood his pain so well. Sister Sun gathered her strength and softly called again, "Little Che, thank you." Using the last of her strength, she painfully told him that Jiang Yuan was inside the theater and begged him to save her. Seeing Jiang Che standing there in silence, Xiao Man softly called out to him with concern. Jiang Che gritted his teeth and forced himself to swallow the overwhelming grief. A few seconds later, determination returned to his eyes. Pulling his sword from Sister Sun's body, Jiang Che turned to Zhuge Ye and said the Ghost Bureau should arrive soon, so Zhuge Ye only needed to stay here. But Zhuge Ye immediately refused and insisted on coming along. Jiang Che firmly shook his head. He said Zhuge Ye had no reason to risk his life and asked him to stay behind. If Jiang Yuan managed to escape, he had to take her away from this place immediately. He had never abandoned a teammate halfway through. Jiang Che forced a smile and asked when they had ever become teammates. Then he lowered his voice and almost begged Zhuge Ye to help him with this. With that, Jiang Che turned and ran toward the movie theater, leaving behind one last sentence. "I rarely trust anyone. Do not let me down." Hearing those words, Zhuge Ye finally understood what Jiang Che meant. He watched Jiang Che's back with a serious look and shouted that, if Jiang Yuan made it out, he would protect her with his life. Meanwhile, outside the shopping mall, Hong Lang reported over the radio that the soul-sealing incense was ready, but the containment barrier still needed about 5 more minutes before activation. When she asked if they should use more incense, her superior refused because too much would alert the target. They decided to wait until the barrier was complete before moving in so the endless dread could not escape again. Zhu Yong grew anxious, worrying that the people inside would not survive another 5 minutes. His superior replied that, painful as it was, they had to accept it, because letting the ghost escape would create far more victims later. They could not save everyone. Zhu Yong could only sigh. He knew the decision was necessary, but he still hoped to save as many people as possible, especially the 2 boys trapped inside. He also praised Jiang Che, saying he was an exceptionally promising talent. If he joined the Ghost Bureau, he would become an invaluable ally. Hong Lang smiled and told Zhu Yong to have more faith in Jiang Che. After all, he had formed a forbidden contract with a ghost spirit. By then, Jiang Che had entered the theater area, calling Jiang Yuan's name as he searched. Xiao Man looked around in surprise. She could not sense any demonic aura here. It seemed their target was not in this area at all. Jiang Che immediately became even more cautious. A visible aura was easier to deal with. The most dangerous enemy was one that left no trace. Thinking it through, the ghost had probably noticed them about 15 minutes earlier when they first approached the mall. Suddenly, the movie screen lit up. A creepy clown's face slowly appeared on it. It happily waved at Jiang Che like an old friend. "Hello, kid." Then its smile twisted into something sinister. It asked if Jiang Che had come to watch its performance, making him instantly tense. The clown turned around, pretending to stay busy, then laughed and said to wait a moment because it still had to put on its makeup. Jiang Che ignored the act. He only wanted one answer. If the image was only on the screen, where was the ghost's real body hiding? Just then, it turned back. The clown's terrifying face became Jiang Yuan's gentle appearance. It giggled and asked if he liked this look. Jiang Che froze for a brief moment. Xiao Man immediately warned him to stay calm. Everything was an illusion, and he must not let the enemy control his mind. She kept encouraging him, saying Jiang Yuan was definitely still alive and waiting for him. If he let his emotions take over now, how could he save her? She kept telling him to believe that. Jiang Che closed his eyes and took a deep breath to steady himself. He reminded himself that he had fallen for the ghost's trick once before, and he would never let it happen again. He clenched his fist tightly. Then he threw a powerful punch straight into the screen. Metal shards and broken pieces flew everywhere, slicing his skin. The pain cleared his mind instead of shaking it. A childhood memory suddenly surfaced. When they were young, Jiang Yuan loved playing hide-and-seek with him. No matter where he hid, she always found her little brother. Thinking of that, Jiang Che quietly said with unwavering determination, "This time, I will be the one to find you." At the same time, inside another theater, the ghost clown looked thoroughly amused. Seeing Jiang Che resist the illusion only made him seem even more interesting. Looking at the frightened hostages huddled together, the clown came up with a new game. The ghost quickly thought about what kind of performance it should prepare before Jiang Che arrived. After a moment, It burst into excited laughter and decided to play a random game with the hostages. It slowly walked toward a mother, tightly holding her young child. Wearing a fake smile, the clown politely asked if the woman would give it the little doll she was holding. The mother burst into tears and begged non-stop. She offered herself as the clown's toy if it would spare her son's life. Her pleas only made the ghost angrier. It mocked a mother's love and declared it would grant her wish in the cruelest way possible. The moment it finished speaking, it sliced off the arm holding the child. Blood sprayed everywhere, soaking the little boy's clothes. Too young to understand, he could only cry out for his mother in terror. The mother screamed in agony and desperately begged the ghost to stop. The clown laughed like a madman as it grabbed the child and said its next performance would be even more exciting with this little doll. Its blood-soaked hands slowly reached toward the boy as it wondered what to name its new act. At that exact moment, Jiang Che kicked the theater door wide open. He stepped inside with icy eyes and overwhelming killing intent. Then he coldly said, "How about calling it shoving your own head into your own butt?" Jiang Yuan froze when she saw him and tearfully called out, "Little Che!" The hostages immediately began whispering, wondering if the young man was from the Ghost Bureau. Jiang Che leaned on his knees, breathing heavily as sweat poured down his face. He complained that he never knew this theater had so many rooms, and it took forever to find the right one. Xiao Man was speechless. At least they found it in the end. Their luck had not run out yet. The moment the clown saw Jiang Che, it excitedly clapped its hands as if the star of the show had finally arrived. Then it returned to its ghostly form and charged straight at him, declaring that the performance had officially begun. Jiang Che dodged just in time, sending the ghost crashing into the wall with explosive force. Watching the impact, Jiang Che could not help thinking the monster was basically a human-shaped missile. But the violent collision left the ghost completely unharmed. It only sneered in contempt. Its twisted face became even more distorted, as it laughed wildly and said it loved people who believed they were still in control. Roaring like a lunatic, it called Jiang Che a filthy human and announced the start of a game called the Trolley Problem. At the same time, outside the shopping mall, Hong Lang and the Ghost Bureau members were still fighting fiercely. She had just taken down another group of monsters. But the moment she looked up, another massive wave rushed toward them. Even Hong Lang cursed at the overwhelming numbers. Over the radio, Zhu Yong immediately warned everyone not to injure those people. He explained that although the endless dread could turn people into ghosts, it could not create so many ghost slaves in such a short time. The crowd had only been temporarily controlled. After saying that, Zhu Yong charged to the front line to buy time so Hong Lang could recover her spiritual power. As he cast his technique, countless paper dolls flew into the air. They quickly bound and restrained the people who had lost control. Even though the effort drained him enough to make him grimace, Zhu Yong said his ghost spirit could hold them back for now. Once the endless dread was destroyed, everyone would return to normal. He ordered the team to move inside immediately and stressed that they had to save the two boys. Hong Lang nodded, left the battlefield to Zhu Yong, and reminded him that he had to stay alive. With that, she rushed forward and continued breaking through to the upper floors, adding that she had no interest in collecting a teammate's corpse. Inside the theater, Jiang Yuan used the few bandages she had found to stop the bleeding for the injured mothers and son, while gently encouraging the woman to hang on. She apologized that there was no first aid kit in the lobby, so this was all she could do for now. Deep down, she kept wondering how Jiang Che had managed to find this place and what dangers he had faced along the way. Despite losing a great deal of blood, the mother still thanked Jiang Yuan and weakly asked if the young man who had just arrived was her little brother. Jiang Yuan forced a smile and confirmed that he was. She also hoped the Ghost Bureau had arrived and encouraged the mother to stay alive for her son. Although she looked calm on the outside, Jiang Yuan was filled with worry. She knew the ghost was incredibly dangerous and feared Jiang Che had already been injured. Realizing her thoughts were becoming too negative, she quickly shook her head and forced herself to stay calm. She knew running outside now would only become another burden for Jiang Che. Just then, a voice echoed through the room, assuring everyone that no one else would have to die. A man in a black cloak slowly stepped out of the shadows and said there would be no more casualties, at least not because of him or the ghost outside. The moment Jiang Yuan saw the stranger, she immediately went on guard. She instinctively stood in front of the injured mother and son, wondering who he was and when he had slipped inside. The man calmly turned on the theater screen. It instantly showed Jiang Che fighting the ghost clown somewhere else. Smiling, he told everyone to watch while they talked and claimed he was not a bad person. With an arrogant expression, he began his speech. He said that ever since the demon world appeared, humanity had completely changed. From a biological view, humans were nothing more than weak, two-legged animals with fragile bodies. Yet the rulers preferred to call them higher animals. His voice rose and fell across the theater, making the whole speech feel deeply unsettling. The irony, he said, was that these so-called higher animals divided their own kind into countless social classes. Pointing at Jiang Che on the screen, he sneered that those standing at the top of society enjoyed every privilege. They were called challengers. Then he looked at the frightened crowd. According to him, people who struggled every day just to survive were labeled ordinary humans, the lowest class of all. His voice gradually choked with hatred. He admitted he had once belonged to that lowest class himself. He said he had watched 3 rank challengers violate and torture his sister to death. His mother begged on her knees, but she could not save her daughter. He once believed the criminals would be punished, but they walked away untouched because they were powerful and protected. Hearing the story filled with hatred, Jiang Yuan felt an even stronger sense that something was terribly wrong. The man almost sounded insane as he cursed the world without stopping. He claimed everyone called the demon world rotten, yet few admitted that human society was just as corrupt. He declared that to change reality, they first had to expose the true face of the challengers. Then he used the ghost clown to speak directly to Jiang Che. The clown mocked Jiang Che, saying it knew he had come to save his sister. It also revealed that its power grew stronger as human fear increased, meaning Jiang Che had no chance of winning. Even so, it offered Jiang Chi 2 choices. In a tempting voice, it said the first choice was to enter the theater and personally kill every hostage. Once no one remained to feel fear, its power would weaken greatly. Then Jiang Che could easily destroy it, rescue Jiang Yuan, become the hero who defeated the endless dread, earn the ghost Burrow's forgiveness, and receive a great reward. The clown then laughed maliciously and revealed the second choice. Jiang Che could die in place of everyone inside. It claimed that trading 1 life for 300 was an incredible bargain. The moment it finished, many people in the room shouted for Jiang Che to sacrifice himself. The clown mocked him, saying challengers loved pretending to be heroes. If he died for everyone, he would be remembered forever as a savior. As the room grew more chaotic and the crowd began to waver, the mysterious man secretly smiled. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. A twisted grin spread across his face, reflecting a mind long consumed by hatred. To him, challengers and ordinary people were equally selfish and foolish. Just then, Jiang Yuan suddenly stood up and loudly challenged him. She angrily accused him of trying to drag everyone into his twisted way of thinking. She admitted that human nature was far from perfect and that what he had suffered was truly heartbreaking, but none of that gave him the right to condemn everyone and murder innocent people. Then Jiang Yuan turned toward the crowd and tried to bring them back to their senses. She urged them not to let his words shake their resolve, because the Ghost Bureau had already sacrificed so much to protect everyone. She said protecting the weak was a noble choice they made, not an obligation that others had the right to demand. Seeing the crowd begin to change their minds, Jiang Yuan slowly pulled a small fruit knife from her pocket. If he wanted a battle of wills, she would answer him. She stared at the man with icy eyes and said his power fed on other people's fear. Then she raised the knife and firmly declared that she feared neither him nor the ghost outside. Even if she died, she would never become a tool to threaten Jiang Che because she refused to be her brother's burden. At that moment, the siblings shared the same resolve. Though far apart, both Jiang Yuan and Jiang Che declared they would never choose either option offered by their enemy. Jiang Che coldly rejected both of the clown's choices while quietly gathering his strength. With a faint smile, he said he had one bad habit. Once he made up his mind, he never backed down. A surge of power rushed through his body, and Jiang Che's presence exploded. Even his gaze became razor-sharp and overwhelming. He pointed his sword at the clown without the slightest hesitation, and declared that his only choice was to drive this blade, straight through the monster. At 3:44 p.m. on the rooftop of Yangguang Building, 2 figures silently faced each other in an atmosphere thick with tension. One of them broke the silence and asked when the other had first noticed him. The reply came from Yan Yibong, captain of Squad 1933 of the Demon Investigation Bureau, and the man who had ordered the shopping mall sealed off. He calmly said that ever since the other man joined the Guangming Society, they had no longer been friends. Yan Yibong's eyes turned cold as he revealed the other's identity. The third executive of the 24 executives of the Guangming Society, Shadow Ghost Slave. Hearing that, Shadow Ghost Slave burst into laughter and admitted that Yan Yibong was right. They had stopped being friends long ago. He jumped down from the rooftop water tank and landed with a carefree laugh, saying his greeting had only been casual small talk. Slowly removing his hood, Shadow Ghost Slave revealed a youthful face covered in horrifying scars. With a teasing grin, he asked why Yan Yibong had to be so serious. Yan Yibong calmly replied that he knew the Guangming Society would never reveal its true goal. Even so, they had already killed too many innocent people, and he still hoped Shadow Ghost Slave would stop. Shadow Ghost Slave ran a hand through his messy hair and sighed. He said there was nothing worth hiding. Their goal was simple. They wanted to spread the teachings of the Guangming Society. Then he called Yan Yibong by name. In a strangely persuasive voice, he asked whether Yan Yibong had ever felt that this world was dull and meaningless. He continued tempting him, saying the world needed to be purified and that they should have fought together for the so-called light. But Yan Yibong was never someone who wavered easily. He simply sighed and replied that Shadow Ghost Slave should know his personality well. He had no interest in the Guangming Society's so-called light, so there was no point talking any further. Shadow Ghost Slave laughed in delight and casually said they could drop the subject. According to the plan, they should have left this place around noon. He said he had only planned to stop by and greet Yan Yibong and the Ghost Bureau before leaving. Instead, he had waited since last night without seeing anyone from the Ghost Bureau. During that wait, he had to discover a very interesting toy named Jiang Che. Yan Yibong could not understand the man's bizarre behavior. Shadow Ghost Slave laughed even harder and repeated that Jiang Che was what interested him the most. His eyes turned vicious as he said he wanted to see one thing with his own eyes. If Jiang Che really slaughtered hundreds of innocent people, would the Ghost Bureau still dare to condemn him? Yan Yibong frowned, unable to understand why that mattered so much. Shadow Ghost Slave immediately insisted that it mattered more than anything. He wanted to know whether the Ghost Bureau valued hundreds of ordinary lives, or a genius with a forbidden ghost spirit contract more. Yan Yibong coldly replied that the entire test was meaningless. But Shadow Ghost Slave stubbornly refused to change his mind. To him, this was the perfect scale to measure the worth of ordinary people against challengers. Hearing that, Yan Yibong could no longer hold back his anger. He shouted that the Ghost Bureau existed to protect the people and the nation. Shadow Ghost Slave had no right to force innocent civilians, even children, into such a twisted game. Shadow Ghost Slave merely gave a mocking smile and said there was no need to argue. They only had to wait and see the result. Before finishing, he reminded Yan Yibong never to underestimate the selfishness hidden in human nature. Yan Yibong let out a quiet sigh and calmly replied. He believed the one who would be disappointed this time was Shadow Ghost Slave. Jiang Che might not want to join the Ghost Bureau, and he might not be the type to sacrifice himself for the country or for everyone else, but he was absolutely not the kind of person Shadow Ghost Slave imagined. Yan Yibong looked at him with unwavering resolve and returned his own words. Never underestimate the kindness of humanity. Meanwhile, the battle between Jiang Che and the Endless Dread had reached its fiercest stage. Every attack from the ghost became more savage and deadly. Even so, Jiang Che held his ground and kept breaking through every move the ghost threw at him. Bruised and battered, the clown flew into a rage, screaming curses at Jiang Che before declaring that he had truly made it angry. By now, Jiang Che's fighting spirit was burning as well. His eyes were filled with excitement as he mocked the ghost, saying those lines were usually spoken by someone who was about to die. The Endless Dread immediately shot back with a smug grin. Too bad, I'm not human. Jiang Che laughed even harder. He said that Giant Head was not completely useless after all. At least it knew how to talk back. Those words drove the clown mad. It unleashed a devastating kick that sent Jiang Che flying before growling that he would never speak again. Jiang Che staggered and barely managed to stay on his feet by planting his sword into the ground. Gasping for breath, he called out to Xiao Man and asked if she could increase his ghost power again. Xiao Man hesitated before saying that, in theory, it was possible. But Jiang Che's body had already reached its limit. If they forced even more ghost power into him, both he and his ghost spirit would suffer severe consequences. Looking at the clown, she also warned that her instincts told her it was still hiding abilities far more terrifying than close combat. Sure enough, Xiao Man's prediction came true almost instantly. The arm Jiang Che had just cut off regenerated completely in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been injured. After watching carefully, she looked slightly surprised and commented that the creature still had not reached its true peak. Jiang Che froze in disbelief. The monster had already reached C rank, and it could still become even stronger? He could barely understand it. He had fought so hard just to cut off one arm, yet it had already grown back. Xiao Man quickly came up with a plan and urged him to retreat. She explained that the time she could remain active depended entirely on Jiang Che's mental strength, and in his current condition she could not unleash much of her power. But Jiang Che immediately refused, because running away now would leave Jiang Yuan in danger. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiang Che smiled bitterly. He had just made such bold promises, so how could he turn around and run now? Hearing that, Xiao Man fell silent because there was nothing left to say. She complained to herself that she had really been unlucky to form a contract with someone this stubborn. Then she teased him that his legs were shaking like he had Parkinson's, and if the ghost power kept destroying his body, even 10 years of recovery might not be enough. Ignoring the warning, Jiang Che lifted his head proudly. He said this monster was nothing. At worst, he would just eat more raw oysters afterward. Then he seriously ordered Xiao Man that when he gave the signal, she had to boost his power immediately. They could not let the monster keep regenerating so easily. Xiao Man could only shake her head helplessly and mutter that he really was completely insane. Jiang Che shouted with determination, calling for Xiao Man to act at once. Just then, a loud voice came from behind, declaring that the monster was about to taste his yin energy. Jiang Che turned around and saw Uncle Ji charging over while yelling that he had come to save him. At the same time, he hurled a sneaker straight at the clown. As the shoe flew past his face, countless curses flashed through Jiang Che's mind, but the throw ended up smashing the clown right in the face. The shoe dropped to the floor, revealing the clown's expression of both fury and humiliation. Jiang Che was completely speechless. How could something like that be called yin energy? Uncle Ji casually pulled out a pair of sunglasses. After putting them on, he struck a dramatic pose and asked Jiang Che, "Do you believe in the light?" Jiang Che simply stared back, wondering if the old man was about to turn into Ultraman. The clown gripped the shoe tightly and roared, feeling utterly humiliated. Then the sneaker suddenly burst into a blinding light. Xiao Man cried out in shock after recognizing it as a high-grade forbidden relic. Jiang Che instinctively covered his eyes, unable to believe that such an old sneaker had such an incredible origin. The light grew brighter and suddenly exploded like a giant flare, startling everyone. Flames engulfed the clown's entire body, burning him so badly that he rolled across the floor. Even his newly regenerated arm was burned halfway through, making him scream in agony. Xiao Man immediately shouted that this was their chance. Jiang Che gave a short reply that he understood, his eyes locked on the burning target. He gripped his sword tightly and coldly declared that today he would keep his promise. The next second, Jiang Che charged forward and drove his sword straight into the clown's butt. The blade pierced clean through the clown's body without any resistance. The unbearable pain made his eyes roll back, leaving him unable to say a single word. Jiang Che kept a straight face and calmly added that if he promised to stab that spot, he would absolutely do it. The clown tried again and again to endure the pain, but he completely failed. His agonized screams echoed throughout the entire shopping mall, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Everyone was stunned, unable to understand what had happened to make the very source of terror scream so miserably. The monster once feared as the embodiment of horror was now sitting on the floor, clutching his aching butt while trembling and pointing at Jiang Che. Furious, he called Jiang Che a beast and demanded that everyone look at what he had done. Crying while holding his butt, the clown could not believe this was the promising talent the Ghost Bureau had praised. He insisted that only a complete lunatic would think of attacking someone like that. The more he thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. He burst into tears and shouted that he refused to accept this. Consumed by pain and rage, he swore to make someone else suffer exactly what he was feeling. But right then, Uncle G suddenly rushed over and landed another hit on the exact same spot. That sneak attack nearly destroyed what little dignity the clown had left. It was clearly the worst pain he had ever experienced. The clown collapsed to the floor, crying and cursing the two men. According to him, they were the real monsters, and anyone could see who the true psychopaths were. Uncle G sneered and said it was far too late to realize that now. He had been tired of freaks like the clown since middle school. The clown struggled to stretch his slowly regenerating arm toward the window, desperately begging Lord Void to save him. But Jiang Che and Uncle Ji gave him no chance. They immediately ganged up on him, beating him non-stop while listing every crime he had committed, from kidnapping Jiang Yuan and hurting innocent people to forcing Jiang Che into impossible choices and targeting the people he cared about. Just then, Hong Lang arrived and shouted that she had finally found everyone. But the moment she saw the chaotic scene, every comforting word got stuck in her throat. Before Hong Lang could even react, Uncle Ji turned around with a bright smile to greet her. Unfortunately, both he and Jiang Che were covered in blood, making the smile look even more terrifying. Hong Lang awkwardly asked what they were doing to the endless dread. Uncle Ji casually replied that they were only helping clear its blockage, because he was worried it was constipated. After the Ghost Bureau took control of the scene, everything gradually settled down. When Jiang Che finally woke up, he looked around in confusion, unsure where he was. Beside his hospital bed, Hong Lang was casually peeling an apple. Seeing him open his eyes, she remarked that he had only been unconscious for 3 days, which was better than expected. She explained that forcing more ghost power into his body had caused severe backlash. Everyone had expected him to be bedridden for weeks, but his recovery was surprisingly fast. After hearing Jiang Che had awakened, Zhu Yong brought everyone to visit him. They were all relieved that he had made it through. Zhu Yong praised him without holding back, saying it was incredible that Jiang Che had defeated the endless dread almost by himself. Standing nearby, Uncle Ji awkwardly added in a quiet voice that he had actually provided a little help. Jiang Che looked around the room but could not find Jiang Yuan, so he immediately asked about her. Zhu Yong assured him she was safe and recovering in another room. According to the survivors, she had stood up to the Guangming Society herself, so she would not become her brother's burden. Only then did Jiang Che finally breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing the apple, Hong Lang did not hand it to Jiang Che. Instead, she took a huge bite herself. While eating, she praised how sweet the apple was and wondered who had bought it. Meanwhile, Jiang Che's outstretched hand froze awkwardly in midair, leaving him completely speechless. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhu Yong quickly changed the subject and introduced the man beside him as Yan Yibang, captain of Squad 3033. Yan Yibang smiled warmly and greeted Jiang Che. Yan Yibang said that because Jiang Che's performance had been so outstanding, the Ghost Bureau had made a decision regarding him. Before he could finish, Jiang Che waved him off and interrupted, saying that if this was an invitation to join the Ghost Bureau, there was no need to waste the effort, because he would never agree. Yan Yibang calmly finished his sentence anyway. The Ghost Bureau had decided to reward Jiang Che with a cash bonus for his achievement. The moment Jiang Che heard the words cash bonus, the mood instantly changed. Jiang Che immediately coughed a few times, trying to act as though he had never said anything a moment ago. Then Jiang Che suddenly put on a heroic act worthy of an award. He claimed that defeating the endless dread had cost him 80 years of cultivation. Without proper treatment, he probably would not live much longer. But as long as everyone was safe, he would have no regrets even if he died. The instant his speech ended, he raised one finger with a friendly smile and named his price. 1 million. Not a dollar more, and absolutely not a dollar less. Yan Yibang could only break into a cold sweat and awkwardly explain that he did not yet know the exact amount of the reward, but he would do his best to secure the highest possible bonus. Uncle Ji immediately raised his hand and reminded everyone that he had contributed a lot too, so his name had better be on the reward as well. Jiang Che casually replied as if it were obvious. They would split it 80-20. Jiang Che would take 80, and Uncle Ji would get 20. Hearing that, Uncle Ji frowned and pointed straight at Jiang Che, asking if he thought he was giving alms to a beggar. At the very least, it should be split 50-50. Not wanting to argue any longer, Jiang Che reluctantly raised the offer to 70-30 and told Uncle Ji to be satisfied. Uncle Ji had clearly been waiting for that line. He instantly smiled from ear to ear and happily agreed. After that, Jiang Che dropped the joking attitude and seriously asked who the mysterious person they had encountered really was. Yan Yibang slowly explained that the organization could basically be viewed as a cult. They constantly caused trouble and deliberately tried to destroy the world's order. There was a strong chance they were also behind the endless dread incident. The man Jiang Che had met was only one of the 24 executives of the Guangming Void Society. 2 executives had appeared during this incident, and one of them had held back Hong Lang and her team, preventing them from arriving in time. Resting his chin on one hand, Yan Yibang wore a cautious expression and stressed that the Guangming Society was an extremely cunning organization. More importantly, their true target this time was Jiang Che. Jiang Che's expression changed slightly. Surprised, he asked if they were really targeting him. Yan Yibang nodded. To be more precise, they were not after Jiang Che himself. They wanted the ghost spirit living inside him. Uncle Ji immediately chimed in with a meaningful grin. He said Jiang Che's ghost spirit had to be incredibly powerful if such a major organization had taken an interest in it. Hearing the praise, the ghost spirit proudly put her hands on her hips and confidently declared that it was only natural. Yan Yibang continued by saying that he had already warned the Yi family, so for now they would not dare move openly against Jiang Che. Meanwhile, outside the room, Jiang Yuan accidentally overheard the entire conversation while carrying food to visit her brother. Zhu Yong added that this measure was only temporary. The enemy might not dare target Jiang Che directly, but they could still go after his family. That was why the Ghost Bureau would assign people to protect Jiang Yuan. Standing outside the door, Jiang Yuan froze after hearing everything. Words like ghost spirit, the Ye family, and Jiang Che being the target kept echoing through her mind. Jiang Che remained calm and said that nothing in this world came without a price. He asked directly if the cost he had to pay was joining the Ghost Bureau. Yan Yibang folded his arms with a smile and replied that Zhu Yong probably had not explained it clearly. Joining the Ghost Bureau was nowhere near as simple as Jiang Che imagined. Yan Yibang slowly described the fierce competition, saying countless people around the world dreamed of wearing the Ghost Bureau uniform. But after countless rounds of brutal selection, only a handful were truly qualified to join. Then he asked the two of them if they knew why so many people still risked everything to enter such a dangerous organization. Yan Yibang smiled before answering seriously. Beyond ideals and the duty to protect humanity, there was another very important reason. Every official member received a special forbidden relic with one purpose only: to protect the safety of their loved ones. Jiang Jie was stunned by what he had just heard. Yan Yibang pulled out 2 application files and placed them in front of Jiang Jie and Uncle Ji Jia. He explained that the Ghost Bureau entrance screening would begin at 3 tomorrow afternoon, and he had exactly 2 open slots. This was only the first evaluation, and passing it did not guarantee acceptance. They could still change their minds anytime before signing the final papers. Yan Yibang slid the files toward Jiang Jie with a faint smile and said the choice was entirely theirs. After everything was settled, his team politely left the hospital room. As they stepped outside, they found Jiang Yuan standing quietly by the door with an awkward look. She quickly explained that she only wanted to know if they had finished talking and was not trying to eavesdrop. Yan Yibang smiled warmly and told her not to worry. Jiang Zhou was awake now, so she could go see him. Jiang Yuan blushed, thanked him politely, and hurried inside. After she disappeared, Zhou Yong scratched his head in confusion. He wondered why the captain did not personally guarantee their entry into the Ghost Bureau. After all, the protective cursed items for their families had been paid for by the captain himself. The masked girl beside him laughed and said the captain was taking 1 step back to gain 3 later. He wanted Jiang Zhe to choose willingly. Even that simple strategy went over Zhou Yong's head. Zhou Yong finally understood and broke into a cold sweat. He stammered that no one had warned him beforehand. What if he had ruined the whole plan by accident? The masked girl sighed and tapped his forehead. She said that if he could not even speak properly in front of a crowd, telling him earlier would not have changed anything. Yan Yibang turned back with a smile and told everyone to stop teasing Zhou Yong. It was time to head back and prepare for tomorrow. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Ji held the warm meal Jiang Yuan had brought. From the hallway, Yan Yibang's confident voice echoed that the kid would definitely show up tomorrow. Meanwhile, Uncle Ji Jia stared at the food with drool in his eyes and shamelessly begged Jiang Yuan for a bite, despite Jiang Ji's warning glare. Jiang Yuan gently asked her brother if he planned to attend the test tomorrow. Jiang Jie slowly ate his meal and casually said he would decide later. Deep down, he knew he had just survived a life-or-death battle. Jumping back into the ghost world right away would only make his sister worry even more. While Jiang Jie was still thinking, Jiang Yuan suddenly spoke in a gentle voice. She smiled and told him not to worry about her. If it was truly what he wanted, he should move forward without hesitation. Jiang Yuan remembered how their parents had walked a dangerous path. She knew Jiang Jie would eventually follow the same road. If that was his destiny, then the only thing she could do was trust and support him without conditions. Jiang Zhou looked at his sister with surprise and a playful smile. He laughed and said she was being so gentle that it almost felt strange. The next day, after nearly making a full recovery, Jiang Ji and Uncle Ji Jia arrived at the meeting point on time. A cold voice called out from ahead. It was the masked girl from yesterday. She told them that since they had made up their minds, they should follow her to the operations room. The masked girl suddenly stopped, looked at both of them, and asked what level their ghost power had reached. Hearing that, both of them proudly lifted their heads. Jiang Jia boldly declared that he was currently king rank and was about to reach elite. Uncle Ji Jia refused to lose and complained that he had been stuck in silver forever, could never reach gold, and had already given up. The masked girl smacked each of them on the head and shouted that she was asking about their ghost power, not their game ranking. She also reminded them that they would soon face a drank demon. Only then did they realize they had answered the wrong question. Jiang Ji grinned and said his level was a secret. Uncle Jia immediately copied him and declared that his was a secret too. The masked girl could only sigh in defeat. She had planned to worry about them, but then remembered they had already dealt with the endless dread. Maybe she had been worrying for nothing. Regaining her serious expression, she warned them that this challenge was completely different from school exams. The participants would include not only ordinary candidates but also murderers, death row inmates, and outlaws. After hearing the warning, both Jiang Ji and Uncle Ji Jia immediately became much more serious. Before long, the two of them arrived in the middle of a vast and gloomy forest. Whispers instantly spread through the crowd. Some burst into laughter, while others covered their mouths in embarrassment as they pointed at the two men, wondering what they were doing together in broad daylight. Jiang Ji slowly opened his eyes. The teleportation sensation was gone, so he knew he had reached the mission site. He turned around and found Uncle Ji Jia still clinging tightly to him. Grinning, the old man explained that Hong Ling had once said the tighter they held on, the better the chance they would be teleported to the same place. Jiang Jie's face instantly darkened. Without wasting a second, Jiang Jie kicked Uncle Ji Jia right in the backside. The old man yelped in pain and grabbed his butt, while Jiang Jie immediately told him to stay far away. Seeing the suspicious looks from everyone around them, Jiang Jie hurried to explain that he and Uncle Ji Jia were definitely not the kind of couple people were imagining. Unfortunately, almost no one believed him. At that moment, a mission notice appeared before everyone's eyes. The main objective was to find the missing village chief of Xiling Village. The challenge objective was to come into contact with the village's curse. The time limit was 12 days. After reading the mission, Jiang Ji frowned. He did not expect this challenge to last 12 days, and the system had even revealed the challenge objective from the very beginning. The system then displayed two reminders. First, although the villagers were unfriendly, building a good relationship with them could uncover more clues. Second, follow the village customs and never break the rules of Xiling Village without reason. While everyone was still discussing the mission, an experienced-looking young man suddenly spoke up. He claimed he had cleared a simulation dungeon very similar to this one and understood how this challenge worked. Another person immediately backed him up, saying that life and death were always unpredictable in the demon world, so no one would blame him if unexpected situations happened. Even a schoolgirl in uniform confidently said they would not hold him back and hoped he would lead the way. Hearing that, Uncle Ji Jia excitedly suggested that Jiang Jie follow the man and learn from his experience. Jiang Jie looked confused and asked what a heaven's favored one was. Uncle Ji Jia stared at him in disbelief and even wondered if Jiang Jie really had transmigrated since he did not know something so basic. Uncle Ji Jia patiently explained that during larger-scale challenges, anyone who had experienced a similar dungeon before or could accurately identify the mission location was called a heaven's favored one. He listed famous dungeons like Cursed Radio, Xiling Village Water Prison, Blood Wedding, and Red High Heels as examples. Jiang Ji curled his lips into a smile as the sweat on his forehead had barely dried. He joked that if someone else was willing to carry the team, why should he work so hard? But deep down, he had another idea. With the pride of a king, there was no way he would be satisfied watching someone else steal the spotlight. If that guy tried any tricks, Jiang Ji would gladly answer with a few of his own. With that thought, he immediately asked Xiao Man if she knew anything about Xiling Village. Xiao Man pouted and said she had never even heard of the place. To her, it was nothing more than a remote mountain village, not worth visiting. Even a free vacation would not convince her to come, so there was no way she knew what was inside. Jiang Jie frowned after hearing that. On second thought, it made sense. Someone like Xiao Man, who used to spend ghost coins without a second thought, would never care about a poor and isolated place like this. Without thinking much longer, Jiang Jie assigned Xiao Man to watch everything around them and report anything unusual immediately. Then he remembered the mysterious notebook that had once helped locate lost items, so he casually asked whether it had found the location of her missing head. Xiao Man instantly looked guilty, twisting her fingers together as she hesitated to answer. After a long pause, she quietly admitted that she had accidentally ruined the notebook. Even so, Xiao Man quickly defended herself, insisting it was not entirely her fault because the notebook's answer had been unbelievably strange. She recalled carefully writing a question in the notebook, asking where her head was in the demon world. The notebook responded with only one sentence, "Not in the demon world." Hearing that, Jiang Ji immediately got annoyed and asked why she had not simply asked where her head was, instead of adding the condition that it had to be in the demon world and ending up with such a useless answer. Jiang Jie could only hold his forehead in frustration. No wonder Xiao Man had been unusually well-behaved lately. She had been hiding this mess all along. Still, he quickly calmed down and realized that if her head was not in the demon world, then Xiao Man nodded so hard It looked like she was chopping wood. She pointed ahead at random and hopefully guessed that her head was probably in the real world. But what truly puzzled Jiang Jie was that she had no memory of being beheaded. Her last memory was pulling out her wallet to pay before suddenly dying. Jiang Jie's eyes turned distant. He began to wonder if some demon had taken Xiaoman's head into the real world. Or even worse, perhaps the demon world and the human world had always existed side by side. Inside an ancient altar, filled with a dark and oppressive atmosphere, Shu Kong spoke coldly as he looked at Yi Changqing and asked why he wanted Jiang Ji's sister brought there. Yi Changqing lowered his head respectfully, but his voice was filled with hatred. He said he could never forgive the death of his daughter and believed that if Shu Kong had suffered the same pain, he would understand. Shu Kong remained frighteningly calm and simply reminded him that he had already killed someone for revenge and even thrown that person into a cremation furnace with his own hands. The moment Yang Xiang was mentioned, Ye Changqing's face twisted with rage. He declared that it was better to kill the wrong person than let one escape, because those people from Unit 303 had dared to stand against the Yi family just to protect Jiang Jie. After saying that, Ye Changqing dropped to his knees and begged Shu Kong to act. As long as Jiang Yuan could be captured and brought there, he was willing to pay any price. He even offered to keep her barely alive, so Shu Kong could deal with her however he wished. Shu Kong merely turned his head and smiled with contempt. He said he had no interest in such filthy games. However, since Ye Changqing was a loyal believer of the Light Society, the Lord of Light would naturally protect him. Shu Kong paused before reminding Yi Changqing that their plan had entered its most critical stage. There could be absolutely no mistakes. His only job was to complete the mission he had been assigned. As Shu Kong walked past him, he said coldly that when the time came, helping him avenge his daughter would be effortless for the Lord of Light. Hearing that promise, Yi Changqing was overjoyed and immediately bowed, promising never to forget those words. At that moment, black energy began to wrap around Shu Kong's hand. A spatial black hole soon appeared before him. Before leaving, Shu Kong added that Jiang Yuan had always been under Yan Yibong's personal protection, and that man was far from easy to deal with. Even so, he would wait for the perfect moment to strike. Ye Changqing only needed to focus on his own mission. With that, Shu Kong disappeared into the black hole. Yi Changqing remained kneeling on the ground with a joyful expression, repeatedly declaring his loyalty. His shadow stretched into the darkness as he endlessly praised the Light Society and the Lord of Light, swearing to devote everything to the organization. Meanwhile, inside a small room, Jiang Yuan quietly read the letter Jiang Jie had left before departing. In the letter, Jiang Jie said that every reward from defeating the Endless Dread had already been transferred to her bank card. He told her to buy anything she liked, without worrying about saving money. He also wrote that he and his teammates were heading back into the demon world for another mission. If he did not return on time, it probably meant he had caused chaos all over the place again. At the end, Jiang Ji proudly declared himself the strongest in the universe, and signed it as the most handsome guy in the cosmos. After reading every line, Jiang Yuan could not help smiling. Her eyes were filled with warmth and pride for her younger brother. She softly called him a mischievous brat. Just then, the doorbell rang several times in a row, leaving her wondering who could be visiting at this hour. Jiang Yuan quickly walked over and opened the door without making the guest wait. As soon as the door opened, she politely asked who was outside. Standing at the door was a silver-haired old man in neat clothes with a kind smile. He introduced himself as Jiang Huaiji, the president of Tsinghua University, and asked if she was Jiang Ji's older sister. He even joked that since they both shared the surname Jiang, perhaps their ancestors had once been from the same family. Before he could continue, another old man stepped forward. He introduced himself as Jiang Yipin, the president of Peking University. Laughing, he made almost the same joke, saying their families might share the same roots. Jiang Huaiji immediately looked displeased and shot his rival a challenging glance. The two university presidents quickly started arguing, with each insisting that he had arrived first and refusing to back down. The argument only became fiercer, from who entered the elevator first to who should have stepped aside. Caught in the middle, Jiang Yuan could only smile awkwardly, wipe the sweat from her forehead, and politely ask why the two presidents had come to see her today. People often claimed that behind every successful man was a woman who quietly sacrificed for him, and Jiang Jie had become so outstanding because he had such a caring sister like Jiang Yuan. Not wanting to lose, Jiang Hui's also showered her with praise, calling her both beautiful and talented. Embarrassed by the non-stop compliments, Jiang Yuan finally interrupted and asked them to get to the point. Jiang Yuan then politely invited the two university presidents inside and said she would make a pot of tea for them. The three of them sat down in the living room. Jiang Huaiji spoke first and politely said there was no need for a grand welcome. A simple glass of water would be enough. He then sincerely asked whether the family had considered letting Jiang Zhe enroll at Tsinghua University. The moment he heard that, Jiang Yipin clenched his fists and clearly could not stay quiet. Before Jiang Huaiji could finish, Jiang Yipin cut him off and loudly argued that if they were going to consider a university, Peking University should come first. Then he turned to Jiang Yuan's and said a glass of cooled boiled water would be fine for him. The two presidents immediately began promoting their own schools. Jiang Huaiji proudly declared that Tsinghua had produced the most A-rank challengers. Jiang Yipin fired back that Peking University had many S-rank instructors. Refusing to back down, Jiang Huaiji mocked that having so many great teachers meant little if they still could not train A-rank challengers. Jiang Yipin calmly replied that it only proved his university had such abundant resources that it had not even needed to use them all. The more they argued, the more heated they became. Jiang Huaiji accused the other side of caring only about achievements, while Jiang Yipin immediately countered that his university gathered the finest talents in the country. Before long, both of them were glaring at each other, with bloodshot eyes, neither willing to give an inch. Then they almost turned toward Jiang Yuan at the exact same time, and loudly asked her to choose their university for Jiang Zhe. Jiang Yuan could only smile awkwardly and gently explained that she could not make that decision for her brother. Everything depended on Jiang Zhe's own choice. Just then, the doorbell rang once again. Jiang Yuan opened the door and found a handsome young man standing outside. He smiled, introduced himself as Yan Yibong, and asked if she still remembered him. Seeing another visitor, Jiang Huaiji looked surprised. Jiang Yipin immediately asked Yan Yibong why he had come, and even suspected that the Ghost Bureau was here to recruit Jiang Zhe as well. Yan Yibong smiled and replied that Jiang Zhe had already decided to join the qualification challenge to become an official Ghost Bureau member. He had come today both to deliver the news and to ask Jiang Yuan a few questions. He continued with a smile, asking whether the two presidents had not heard about it yet. With Jiang Zhe's talent, he could skip university altogether and join the Ghost Bureau directly. Then he politely hinted that if they had no other business, they could head home so he could speak with Jiang Yuan in private. Hearing that, both university presidents turned red with anger. They immediately stopped arguing with each other and united against Yan Yibong instead. Jiang Yipin complained that the young man had gone too far, while Jiang Huaiji agreed and accused him of stealing talent without warning. Both insisted they would not give up so easily. Watching everything unfold, Jiang Yuan simply smiled with pride. Her younger brother was truly exceptional. Even the nation's top universities and the Ghost Bureau had come to recruit him in person. Even so, she could not stop worrying and only hoped Jiang Zhe would safely pass the challenge. Meanwhile, at the assessment site, the group continued following Kang Ziha's lead. When they reached another fork in the road, a young man nervously asked which direction they should choose. The bald man beside him immediately reassured everyone, saying there was no need to panic because Kang Zihao was still leading the way. Kang Zihao frowned slightly as he recalled the system's hints and muttered to himself, "The mountain path is rough. The ribbon will guide the way back. Deep in the mountains lies an ancient burial ground. Never lose your way." Stroking his chin, he focused on the clue about the guiding ribbon. Remembering the line about the ribbon showing the path, Kang Zihao pointed to the trail on the right and confidently declared that this was the correct direction. Even so, he carefully reminded everyone that it was only his deduction, and no one could guarantee it was absolutely correct. The young man in the baseball cap looked completely relaxed and laughed, saying that following Kang Zihao was good enough for him. Behind them, Uncle Jijia laughed loudly with excitement and remarked that having someone else lead the way really made things easy. This assessment looked like it would not require any thinking at all. Then he turned to Jiang Zhe and asked if he agreed. When Jiang Ji did not answer, Uncle Jijia turned around in confusion and wondered why he had suddenly gone silent. It turned out Jiang Zhe had quietly left the group and was walking alone in the exact opposite direction. Uncle Jida immediately shouted that he was going the wrong way. Seeing that, quite a few people looked at Jiang Zhe with contempt. Some thought he was acting differently just to get attention. Others mocked him for playing the lone hero and said he would get himself killed sooner or later. A few even questioned whether someone like him deserved to join the Ghost Bureau assessment. Kang Zihao also judged Jiang Zhe as an arrogant troublemaker. Even so, he calmly said that everyone had the right to choose their own path. Anyone who trusted him could keep following, and anyone who wanted to leave was free to do so. The crowd immediately agreed with Kong Zihao and decided to ignore Jiang Ji so they could finish the mission and leave this cursed place as soon as possible. By then, Jiang Ji had already gone quite far. Uncle Ji Jia looked at his back and shouted, asking if he really planned to act alone. Jiang Ji never looked back. Left with no other choice, Uncle Ji Jia lowered his head and ran after him. He refused to let Jiang Jie go alone and kept yelling for him to wait. Uncle Ji Jia rushed past a young woman without noticing that she was still watching the two of them. In her mind, she simply concluded that they were both incredibly strange. After catching up, Uncle Ji Jia panted and asked why Jiang Ji refused to stay with the group and instead chose this gloomy path covered with white silk threads that looked like it led straight to the underworld. Jiang Ji calmly replied that he wanted free rewards, not a free trip to the grave. This mountain was enormous. Get lost once, and they might never see tomorrow's sun. Hearing that, Uncle Ji Jia finally noticed how strange the surroundings had become. The sun had been blazing earlier, but ever since they turned onto this path, dark clouds had completely covered the sky. Meanwhile, Jiang Jie looked more uncomfortable by the second. At last, Jiang Jie could not hold it in anymore. He pointed at Uncle Ji Jia and called him an idiot. This was the demon world. Had he already forgotten its rules? The more people completed a mission together, the more the rewards were divided. On top of that, the assessment objective had been revealed from the start. Did he really believe Kong Zihao was kind enough to help everyone share the rewards? Uncle Ji Jia still looked uncertain and quietly said that everyone was here to earn a place in the Ghost Bureau, so surely none of them could be bad people. Jiang Jie sighed helplessly and asked if he had completely ignored what Hong Long had warned them about earlier. He repeated the masked girl's warning that not everyone taking the assessment truly wanted to join the Ghost Bureau. Human hearts were impossible to predict, so they should never place their trust in strangers so easily. Jiang Ji firmly said he would rather rely on himself than entrust his life to someone whose background he knew nothing about. Uncle Ji Jia followed behind him, still looking confused, as he asked if all the participants were not supposed to be good people. Jiang Jie glanced at him and asked a simple question. Do you honestly think you are a good person? Uncle Ji Jia was instantly speechless. After walking a little farther, Jiang Jie suddenly stopped, as if he had discovered something. Before them stood a deathly silent village, wrapped in a gloomy atmosphere. Jiang Ji quietly confirmed that this was Shiling Village. Uncle Ji Jia's eyes lit up as he repeatedly praised Jiang Ji. After only a short detour, he had already found the correct destination. He even gave Jiang Ji a thumbs up and said his sense of direction was far more reliable than the other group. As they walked, he reminded himself to stay close, because Jiang Ji moved so fast it was easy to lose him. Jiang Ji simply smirked with satisfaction. Just then, a child's voice came from nearby and caught their attention. Catch the duck. They looked over and saw a little boy with a ponytail chasing a duck by the edge of a pond. He ran after it while complaining that he still could not catch it. Jiang Jie only glanced over and thought to himself that kids would always be kids. Meanwhile, the sky slowly shifted into late afternoon. Back at Jiang Yuan's home, Jiang Huaiji and Jiang Yipin were finally preparing to leave. Jiang Huaiji warmly asked her to pass along his invitation to Jiang Jie and hoped he would visit Tsinghua University after returning. The moment he heard that, Jiang Yipin looked annoyed again. Before his rival could continue, Jiang Yipin immediately covered Jiang Huaiji's mouth and took over. He stressed that university life was a valuable experience everyone should have, and hoped Jiang Yuan would think about it carefully. After saying that, he dragged Jiang Huaiji away, saying that staying any longer would only make them less welcome. Jiang Huaiji, meanwhile, was still fuming and silently complained that the other man had stolen his chance to speak again. Once the two university presidents disappeared from sight, Yan Yibong politely invited Jiang Yuan to visit the Ghost Bureau whenever she had the time. There were plenty of people around Jiang Che's age on the team, and they were all easy to get along with. Before leaving, he told her to call any time if she needed help. Jiang Yuan accepted the card and thanked him with a nod. After seeing everyone off, the house returned to its usual silence. Jiang Yuan let out a quiet sigh as nostalgia filled her heart. It had been a long time since the house felt this lively. She smiled at the family photo and softly told her parents that Jiang Che had finally grown up and now had a bright future ahead. A neatly placed family photo sat on top of the cabinet. Jiang Yuan silently prayed that her parents would keep watching over her younger brother and protect him wherever they were. The scene quickly shifted to a gloomy and deserted forest. Just then, the system announced a new side quest called Catch the Duck. They had to help the little boy catch a duck, and the reward would be given immediately after completion. The little boy with the tied-up hair looked at Jiang Che and Zhu Guiye with wide, innocent eyes, and asked if they had come to help him catch a duck. Jiang Che and Zhu Guiye exchanged glances. Zhu Geye proudly accepted without hesitation, saying catching a few ducks was nothing. Jiang Che calmly asked how many ducks the boy needed. The boy raised one finger and said one was enough. Jiang Che then asked why the boy's parents were not helping him. Still smiling innocently and showing his missing baby teeth, the boy said both of his parents had died, and they died horribly. Hearing that answer, Jiang Che immediately sensed something was wrong. The boy kept smiling while talking about his parents' deaths, making the situation even stranger. Without another word, the boy pointed ahead with a bright smile and excitedly said he would take them to catch the duck, and it was a giant one. Jiang Che simply shook his head, thinking that no matter how big a duck was, it could not be that outrageous. That thought vanished the moment he saw the target. Standing before them was a gigantic duck with muscles like a bodybuilder. It even had a tiger tattoo on the back of its neck. Even stranger, it was sleeping with its arms crossed like a human. Jiang Che stared in disbelief and blurted out what on earth this duck had been eating to grow into such a monster. Zhu Geye broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the duck, which resembled a poultry version of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He immediately tried to hand the glory over to Jiang Che, but Jiang Che pushed it right back, saying only Zhu Geye deserved such a great mission. The two kept passing the job to each other. Seeing them still arguing, the boy laughed while picking his nose and told them to stop talking. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly shoved both of them toward the giant duck and urged them to hurry up and catch it for him. Unable to keep their balance, both Jiang Che and Zhu Geye fell straight into the water beside the duck. After a tough struggle, Jiang Che finally climbed out of the water. Coughing non-stop, he cursed loudly in frustration. Right after that, he grabbed the duck by the neck and gritted his teeth, declaring that he would hate children for the rest of his life. On the shore, the little boy happily clapped his hands and innocently thanked them for helping him. At the same time, the system announced that the Catch the Duck side quest was complete. The rewards were one ghost power point and a vent lighter. According to its description, the lighter produced flames that spread so fiercely they could set an entire village ablaze. After reading the item description, Jiang Che muttered that it sounded just like a fire release ninja technique. Zhu Geye also climbed out of the water and immediately complained that the system was too stingy. After all that work, it only gave them a lighter. Jiang Che joked that Zhu Geye did not even smoke, so what would he do with extra lighters? Use them to warm his butt instead. Just then, Zhu Geye realized the little boy had disappeared and wondered where the kid had gone. Xiao Man floated behind Jiang Che and seriously reminded him that something about the duck had been very unusual. Jiang Che replied that anyone could tell it was not a normal duck just by looking at those muscles. Xiao Man shook her head and explained that what she meant was the duck carried the scent of a human. Hearing that, both Jiang Che and Zhu Geye froze and asked at the same time how something like that was even possible. Jiang Che thought for a moment and guessed the duck had most likely been a human before being transformed. Zhu Geye nodded, saying that was the only explanation for why it was nothing like an ordinary duck. But then he started imagining the worst, worrying that anyone who failed the dungeon would be turned into a duck. In his opinion, that fate was even more terrifying than dying on the spot. Xiao Man could only shake her head helplessly. She had never seen anything like this in the demon world, so it was probably a special rule unique to this area. Jiang Che decided to put the duck aside for now and told Zhu Geye to head into the village. His instincts warned him that this place was extremely strange, so finishing the main quest quickly was the safest choice. Neither of them noticed that the little boy was still secretly watching from a distant hiding spot. The boy smiled mysteriously and quietly muttered that another flock of ducks had arrived today. Staying on full alert, Jiang Che and Zhu Geye stepped into the village. As they walked, Zhu Geye looked around and kept calling out, asking if anyone was still in the village. Seeing Zhu Geye shouting everywhere, Jiang Che gave him a sarcastic look and asked if he had come to clear the quest or take a sightseeing tour. Just then, Zhu Geye suddenly called out in surprise. He urged Jiang Che to hurry over because someone seemed to be trapped inside a nearby well. Jiang Che slowly walked over, still doubtful, and warned Zhu Geye that he would regret it if this was another prank. Zhu Geye immediately insisted it was real and told him to come see for himself. A weak and eerie female voice echoed from the bottom of the well, begging for help and saying she was freezing. Zhu Geye listened carefully and guessed it was a young woman. Jiang Che could only sigh inwardly, feeling that this horror setup was a little too obvious. Zhu Geye laughed confidently and said cheap scare tactics like this would never frighten him. Unless Sadako showed up, nothing could shake him. The instant he finished speaking, a mass of long black hair burst out of the well and wrapped tightly around Zhu Gai's neck before he even realized what was happening. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming force dragged him straight toward the well. Zhu Gaiye only had time to let out a terrified scream. At the most critical moment, a sharp sword slash cut through the air, sliced apart the ghostly hair, and saved Zhu Gaiye from being dragged down. After escaping, Zhu Gaiye trembled as he clutched his chest, saying he had almost been scared to death. Jiang Che wondered how someone this weak had ever passed the previous trials. Zhu Gaiye awkwardly replied that he specialized in magic damage, not close combat. Just then, a new system prompt appeared before Jiang Che. It revealed the village's secret. The woman imprisoned in the well had been cruelly locked there, overnight by the village chief, forced to endure the freezing dampness along with endless insults and humiliation from the villagers. Few people knew she had once been a legendary beauty. After reading it, Jiang Che was surprised to learn she was actually the quest's key NPC. She was rated as an E-rank evil spirit with average strength. Behind him, Zhu Gaiye cautiously suggested they should just talk to her from the top of the well, instead of climbing down. He quickly explained that the pull from earlier had been so powerful that he was still shaken. But when Zhu Gaiye turned around, Jiang Che and Xiao Man were already gone. His face instantly turned pale as cold sweat poured down, and he stammered in disbelief. When it finally sank in, Zhu Gaiye shouted in panic. Jiang Che had actually jumped straight into the well, leaving him completely speechless. The scene then shifted to the bottom of the well. Jiang Che looked around and was surprised to find that the space below was far larger than he had expected. A female ghost slowly rose from the icy water before him. She looked at Jiang Che in confusion and asked why anyone would jump into a place like this. Was he tired of living? Jiang Che calmly replied that he had not come to die. He had come to bring her warmth. The female ghost coldly rejected him at once, insisting she did not need it. Even so, Jiang Che calmly stepped closer and confidently said she actually did. His words enraged the ghost, who shouted at him to stop talking. Completely unfazed, Jiang Che suddenly adopted the tone of a great monk and declared that he had traveled all the way from the great Tang of the eastern land. The female ghost blinked in confusion and asked if he had come here to farm experience. Jiang Che smiled, shook his head, and said his real purpose was to marry her. As he spoke, he gently touched the ghost's ice-cold face and sighed that it was a shame for someone as beautiful as her to remain alone in such darkness. He softly asked what had happened to her and promised to seek justice on her behalf. Still wearing a sincere expression, Jiang Che took her freezing hand and gently asked why such beautiful hands were so cold. The female ghost suddenly burst into laughter that echoed through the entire well. She mocked him, saying she knew no one brave enough would jump down here, yet she ended up with nothing but a fool. In the next instant, the female ghost seized control of Jiang Che's body. She coldly sneered that since he had chosen loneliness, he could keep embracing it after finishing this foolish act. But she quickly realized something was wrong. She cried out in shock, unable to understand why she could not take over his body. Meanwhile, Jiang Che curled his lips into a confident smile, as if everything had gone exactly as planned. He immediately activated Ghost Spirit Possession and struck back, joking that she should not mistake him for weak. The ghost's control was instantly shattered. Jiang Che looked her straight in the eye and declared that if she refused to talk properly, he would teach her a lesson himself. Meanwhile, night slowly began to fall. Above the well, Zhu Gaiye paced back and forth with a pale face. Judging by the ghost's long hair alone, he knew she was dangerous, and he assumed Jiang Che was getting beaten badly. Suddenly, a weak female voice mixed with cries of pain echoed up from the bottom of the well, as she kept yelling at Jiang Che. The ghost complained that he was hurting her and had no idea how to hold back. Jiang Che awkwardly apologized for using too much force. She softly told him not to go so hard, and he gently reassured her to relax. In the end, the ghost could only keep thanking him. Hearing that completely misleading conversation from above, Zhu Gaiye wiped away his cold sweat in relief. Only one thought crossed his mind. Jiang Che really would not even spare a female ghost. Before long, Jiang Che slowly floated out of the well, startling Zhu Gaiye. Jiang Che asked why he was still standing there in a daze. Zhu Gaiye smiled awkwardly, changed the way he addressed Jiang Che with extra respect, then jokingly asked if everything between the two of them had already been settled. Jiang Che stepped out of the well with a puzzled look and simply muttered that it was all over. Zhu Gaiye raised one finger with a knowing grin, hinting that it had only taken 1 minute. Jiang Che completely missed the joke and casually replied that finishing quickly was a good thing. Zhu Gaiye laughed and said he would buy Jiang Che some supplements after they got back. Seeing his strange reaction, Jiang Che frowned and asked what nonsense he was imagining this time. Just then, Kong Zihao's group arrived. Kong Zihao was surprised that the two of them had gotten there first. However, Jiang Che immediately noticed that several people from the other team were missing, making him quietly more cautious. Kong Zihao looked grim as he hurriedly asked whether Jiang Che had found any important clues on the way here. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from somewhere nearby. Jiang Che immediately turned toward it and quietly wondered what it was. A black notification with blood-red text then appeared before everyone. It warned that no one would survive outside after nightfall and ordered them to find shelter within 3 minutes. After reading it, Jiang Che cursed and mocked the scenario for looking like a direct copy of Silent Hill. He immediately shouted for everyone to find a house to hide in, but every window had been sealed with iron bars, leaving the group no choice but to split up and search for shelter. Zhu Gei's group finally found a suitable house, but no matter how hard he pulled, the door would not budge. As he struggled, he complained that the doors in this cursed village were sturdier than the security door at his own home. Seeing that time was running out, Zhu Gei suggested smashing through a wall instead. After all, the announcement never said they had to enter through the front door. Jiang Che only gave a confident smile, saying there was no need to do something as troublesome as breaking down a wall. Jiang Che chuckled and pulled out an old key glowing with a strange light, confidently saying there was no need to be polite when the key was already in his hand. Darkness quickly swallowed the village, turning everything cold and eerie. Zhu Gei kept urging Jiang Che to open the door faster, while Jiang Che impatiently told him to stop rushing because he was already doing it. The moment the door opened, Zhu Gei rushed inside first and shouted for Jiang Che to follow. Jiang Che calmly replied that he needed to pull the key out first. Hearing that, Zhu Gei panicked and shouted for him to hurry before it was too late. No one knew what he had seen outside, but his face turned deathly pale and his eyes were filled with terror. After putting the key away, Jiang Che casually stepped through the doorway. From inside the pitch-black house, a cold, mocking voice echoed, saying this was truly the classic move of abandoning your teammate. After hearing that, Jiang Che froze in place with a completely confused look. Just then, an ice-cold hand suddenly reached out, grabbed him, and yanked him into the house. Inside, Zhu Gei dropped to his knees and repeatedly apologized. He explained that a pitch-black figure had suddenly appeared behind Jiang Che, terrifying him so badly that he completely panicked. Jiang Che's face turned red with anger as he shouted that even so, Zhu Gei should not have abandoned him outside. He had almost died because of it. Zhu Gei kept his head down, quietly admitted his mistake, and did not dare argue. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Jiang Che sighed and figured it was just instinct because this was their first time working together. In the end, he reluctantly let it go, joking that he would forgive Zhu Gei this time since he had called him dad. Just then, angry shouting came from outside the door, in a voice identical to Jiang Che's. It accused Zhu Gei of heartlessly leaving him outside and kept demanding that the door be opened. Zhu Gei slowly walked toward the door with a guilty expression, blaming himself for abandoning Jiang Che outside once again. The pounding and shouting outside grew louder and more urgent. Standing behind him, Jiang Che crossed his arms with a faint smile and remarked that the ghost here could imitate people perfectly, even copying his voice exactly. Zhu Gei turned toward Jiang Che in confusion and admitted that he could no longer tell who was real and who was fake. Jiang Che smacked him on the head and reminded him that he had a way to detect evil spirits, so he should just use it. Zhu Gei rubbed his aching head before suddenly remembering. He awkwardly admitted that the glowing shoes before had only been a visual trick. As he spoke, he searched through his pocket and happily found the item he needed. Zhu Gei immediately held a glowing object right in front of Jiang Che's face, bathing it in a strange pink light. Jiang Che glanced around the room and nodded. The light was much brighter now, and nothing unusual reacted to it. Zhu Gei finally relaxed and happily confirmed that the person before him was the real Jiang Che. He also admitted he had almost been scared to death. Jiang Che curiously looked at the pink forbidden item in Zhu Gei's hand and praised how useful it was. It worked as both a flashlight and a weapon, so he asked what it was called. Zhu Gei hesitated for a long moment before mysteriously asking, "Do you believe in the light?" Jiang Che closed his eyes helplessly and said there was no Ultraman in this world. Then he told Zhu Gei to stop stalling and just tell him the item's name. But Zhu Gei remained completely serious and repeated the exact same question, "Do you believe in the light?" This time, Jiang Che finally lost his patience and shouted that he believed in it already, so Zhu Gei should just say the name. Zhu Gei smiled mysteriously and said he had already given the answer because the forbidden item was literally called, "Do you believe in the light?" Jiang Che lowered his head in defeat and gave up complaining about such a ridiculous name. Seeing that, Zhu Geye hurriedly insisted he really had seen someone appear behind Jiang Che while he was pulling out the key. Jiang Che sighed and explained that he had never doubted Zhu Geye's words. He simply asked what that person had looked like. Zhu Geye shook his head helplessly and admitted he had not been able to see the figure clearly. Jiang Che asked no more questions and simply told him to put away the item he had been hiding under his shoe. Zhu Geye asked why, because he was afraid of the dark. Jiang Che immediately asked if he was also afraid of ghosts. Zhu Geye nodded without hesitation and admitted that he was, which was exactly why he needed the light. Jiang Che then pointed toward the window and calmly said that very light had attracted an unwanted visitor. Hearing that, Zhu Geye slowly turned around. Outside the window stood a twisted figure with blood-red eyes, silently staring into the room. After calming down, Zhu Geye curiously asked where Jiang Che had gotten the key. Jiang Che calmly replied that he had taken it from the female ghost at the bottom of the well, making Zhu Geye finally understand why he had jumped down there. Jiang Che explained that the female ghost only vaguely remembered swallowing a key. As for the secret mentioned by the system, every related memory was completely blank. Perhaps more clues would gradually restore her memories. Zhu Geye suddenly sniffed the air and said he smelled something burning. He even pressed his ear against the wall because it sounded like something was happening outside. Jiang Che barely cared and said they only needed to stay quietly inside the house. Feeling exhausted, Jiang Che decided to get some rest and asked Zhu Geye to keep track of the time until sunrise. Zhu Geye immediately agreed and seriously began counting every second, starting from 333. Before long, the next morning arrived with the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Zhu Geye stood at attention like he was giving a report and announced that the entire night had lasted exactly 1,800 seconds, only 30 minutes. Jiang Che checked his watch and confirmed the timing was almost identical. He decided to search the house first before going outside. The moment they stepped outside, they found a huge crowd of villagers gathered at the door. Everyone was pushing and pointing at them. One toothless old man shouted that it was his turn, only to be shoved aside by the people behind him. Zhu Geye stayed close behind Jiang Che and quietly asked what in the world was going on. Unlike him, Jiang Che calmly walked forward with his arms crossed and a relaxed smile. He looked around and casually remarked that this place seemed surprisingly lively. The crowd stared at the two of them with eyes that looked ready to devour their prey. Zhu Geye hid behind Jiang Che in fear and asked if they could really fight so many monsters. Jiang Che only laughed, saying these creatures were probably not even F rank, so there was nothing to worry about. An old woman in purple with a wrinkled face stepped forward, forced a smile, and warmly invited them to her home for a meal. Before she could finish, another old man kicked her from behind. He angrily yelled that her family had already hosted guests before, so she should stop competing. This time, the two young men belonged to his family. As he spoke, he warmly grabbed Jiang Che's hand and repeatedly invited them over, proudly saying his daughter would personally cook the village's finest specialties. The villagers immediately crowded around them. One bragged about braised pork knuckles, another boasted about imperial fried rice, and someone even promised a full Manchu imperial feast. Zhu Geye was amazed by the villagers' overwhelming hospitality. Jiang Che, however, narrowed his eyes and warned that the feast might not be for the guests. The guests themselves might be the meal. The old man who had spoken earlier shouted for everyone to calm down and suggested letting the two guests choose whose house they wanted to visit. The villagers all moved closer, their pale faces and glowing red eyes fixed on the pair as they desperately tried to lure them to their homes. Zhu Geye clung tightly to Jiang Che and stammered that he could never make choices, so Jiang Che would have to decide. Jiang Che calmly raised a hand for silence and confidently said there was no need to argue because he had already come up with a solution. He proposed holding a cooking contest. Whoever made the best dish would earn the right to host them, making everything completely fair. After hearing the idea, the villagers exchanged uncertain looks. A few moments later, they all agreed that it really was a fair solution. Just then, an old man in yellow stepped out from the back of the crowd and loudly objected. He scolded everyone for being fooled by the young man and reminded them of their real goal. Jiang Che was secretly surprised that someone in the crowd still had a brain, but the old man immediately pointed at him with obvious contempt and demanded to know who Jiang Che thought he was looking down on. The old man coldly declared there was no need to waste time. They should simply split the two of them up right there. Zhu Geye leaned close to Jiang Che and confidently offered to wipe out everyone. Jiang Che stopped him at once, explaining that if they killed everyone, there would be no one left to provide clues. Zhu Geye still worried because the villagers clearly intended to butcher them. Jiang Che only smiled mysteriously and acted as though everything was still under control. He said today he would teach these monsters a lesson they would never forget. The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Che charged forward and delivered a devastating kick straight to the old man in yellow's weak spot. Smiling, he said this was the perfect way to kill the chicken and scare the monkeys. Before the old man could recover, Jiang Che rushed in again and landed a heavy punch across his face, adding that acting like a know-it-all was exactly what got him into this mess. The two figures standing behind the old man witnessed everything and froze in complete shock. Blood splattered across them as the old man clutched his face and screamed in agony. Furious, he cursed Jiang Che for always trying to kill people whenever he got angry. Just as the tension reached its peak, the deputy village chief slowly walked over with the help of a cane and called for everyone to stop. He struck his cane against the ground and calmly explained that inviting travelers home for a meal had always been the tradition of Xiling village. If anyone had offended them, he hoped the two guests would forgive the misunderstanding. The deputy village chief went on to remind them that since they had come here, they should respect the village's customs and never break its long-standing rules. Meanwhile, the old man Jiang Che had beaten was still bleeding from the nose, and his face was badly swollen from the heavy punch. After hearing the village chief speak, Jiang Che finally let the old man go and instantly returned to his calm expression, as if nothing had happened. He casually said the old man had realized his mistake, and since adults should be generous, he had decided to let it slide this time. One of the old man's eyes was swollen nearly shut. Through gritted teeth, he muttered that if Jiang Che had landed a few more punches, he would have been dead already. The village chief stepped forward and introduced himself. He reminded them that no one was allowed outside at night because it was extremely dangerous. He then invited them to stay at his house for the night as an apology for the villagers' rude behavior. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Che agreed and told Zhu Geye to come along. As they walked, both of them quietly observed their surroundings. Jiang Che recalled the system's hint that they needed to build relationships with the villagers to uncover more clues. Given the situation, following the village chief was clearly safer than dealing with the unruly crowd. Still, he wondered where Kong Zihao's group had disappeared to. Just then, Zhu Geye tapped Jiang Che on the shoulder and just excitedly said, "Someone ahead looked just like a member of the challenger team." Jiang Che immediately asked where, and Zhu Geye pointed to the side. In front of a house, a young woman in a pink dress was hanging a piece of human skin on a drying rack. As she worked, she casually muttered that someone had already used up all their revives. The sight made Zhu Geye turn pale as he wondered whether she was hanging laundry or drying human skin. While the two were still watching, the village chief laughed and announced that they had arrived. Before them stood a spacious house that was far grander than the others in the village. The village chief humbly called it a simple home and hoped they would not mind. Jiang Che secretly thought that if this counted as modest, the old man must have gained plenty of benefits in the village. Just then, a sweet young woman's voice came from inside, welcoming the village chief home. The moment Zhu Geye heard that voice, his face suddenly turned bright red. Soon, a stunning pink-haired woman slowly walked out and shyly asked if the house was welcoming travelers again today. After the gate fully opened, the village chief smiled and introduced the woman as his wife, Hu Mei, before introducing the two guests. Hu Mei gracefully walked over and warmly greeted the two of them with an elegant smile. Both Jiang Che and Zhu Geye were briefly stunned. Jiang Che quietly marveled that such a beautiful woman had married the village chief. Zhu Geye felt even more miserable, thinking that the old man had both a fine house and a gorgeous wife while he was still alone. The village chief told Hu Mei to show the guests to their rooms and prepare a lavish dinner for them. She smiled gently and happily agreed. Hu Mei walked over, leaned close to Jiang Che, and softly invited the two of them to follow her to the guest room. On the way, she naturally wrapped her arm around Jiang Che's and led him ahead, leaving Zhu Geye standing behind in confusion. Zhu Geye watched them with a hurt expression, unable to understand why Hu Mei only paid attention to Jiang Che while completely ignoring him. Hu Mei led them to a clean and tidy room and gently told them to make themselves at home. If they needed anything, they only had to call her name. Before leaving, she gave them a meaningful smile and said that as honored guests, she would do her best to fulfill any request within her power. Hearing that, Zhu Geye's eyes lit up. Without thinking, he eagerly asked if she really meant any request. The woman gave him a playful wink, stuck out her tongue with a charming smile, and replied that as long as it was a guest's request, Maney would gladly satisfy it. Sensing that something was wrong, Jiang Che immediately slammed the door shut, turned toward Zhu Geye with a serious expression, and asked what he thought he was doing. Zhu Geye was still lost in thoughts of the beauty. He stammered that Jiang Che should not have stopped someone so charming. Unable to hold back anymore, Jiang Che smacked him on the head and scolded him, saying it was obviously a monster. Yet Zhu Geye had become completely infatuated. Another bump appeared on Zhu Geye's head. Rubbing it with an unhappy glare, he argued that Jiang Che was no different, because he had not refused when Hu Mei linked arms with him. It seemed Zhu Geye was still under her spell. Hearing that, Jiang Che almost rushed over to teach Geye a lesson he would never forget. Just as Geye clung to Jiang Che's leg and begged for mercy, Xiaoman suddenly spoke up. She warned that the woman from earlier was far from ordinary. Even the low-level demon villagers carried a strange aura. Jiang Che immediately asked what she meant. A strange sound suddenly echoed through the room. Jiang Che looked around with a wary expression. Had that phenomenon appeared again? They quickly noticed part of the wall bursting into flames. Jiang Che was shocked to see the wall scorched black as if it had burned before. Ji Yi gritted his teeth and hurriedly pulled out an old magic artifact with a worried look. He activated the artifact at once to suppress the flames, spreading across the wall. Seeing the situation stabilize, Ji Yi let out a relieved sigh. Luckily, he still had a protective artifact with him. Jiang Che placed his hand on the wall and finally understood why the room always smelled burnt. It seemed the entire village had once been destroyed by a massive fire. Ji Yi nervously guessed that nightfall here appeared without any pattern. Since their mission was to break the curse of Xiling village, the secret behind the night had to be tied to that curse. Jiang Che laughed because Ji Yi was finally using his brain. Jiang Che teased him again and told Ji Yi to put the famous Zhuge family's wisdom to work. In a world full of strange rules, a clever strategist mattered more than raw strength. Ji Yi did not look very smart, but his family name still gave Jiang Che some hope. Slipping into detective mode, Ji Yi offered his first theory. He believed the villagers acted so warmly only to lure them home and butcher them for food. That horrifying behavior was probably caused by the village curse. Following the clues, Ji Yi said the mission itself suggested the village chief had already disappeared. The real question was how and why he vanished. Thinking back on everything strange since they arrived, Ji Yi smiled knowingly. A remote village with barely any visitors somehow had an old man living in a huge mansion and rich enough to marry a wife young enough to be his granddaughter. That alone made him highly suspicious. Ji Yi added that the villagers seemed terrified of the deputy village chief. There was a good chance he made the village chief disappear to seize control himself. After Geye finished his long speech, Jiang Che and Xiaoman were even more confused than before. Holding a magnifying glass, Ji Yi leaned close and whispered to Jiang Che as if revealing a top-secret plan. He wanted to capture the old man, force him to reveal the village chief's whereabouts, then question the villagers about the mysterious curse as their savior. Ji Yi grinned proudly and said thinking too much was pointless when they could just act. He patted Jiang Che on the shoulder and urged him to deal with the deputy village chief. Ji Yi confidently claimed this low-level mission would be easy. Jiang Che could only hold his forehead in frustration after trusting him. Then he listed every flaw in the theory. What about the child they met, the woman in the well, and the shadow standing behind them on the first night? Faced with those questions, Ji Yi froze and awkwardly searched for an explanation. He continued that if the villagers really wanted to cook them, the deputy village chief would not bother preparing a place for them to stay. Attacking immediately would have been much easier. Besides, if he were the killer, he would never openly show suspicious signs, like a luxury mansion and a young wife. Jiang Che fell into deep thought. Even so, the unnatural arrival of night was likely part of the curse, and their top priority was still finding whoever created it. Pointing at the burned wall, Jiang Che reminded them that the system had told them to maintain good relations with the villagers. The deputy village chief might still provide valuable clues. Jiang Che stayed extremely cautious because the villagers were clearly capable of horrific acts. He had no intention of ending up like the flayed human skin they had seen earlier. Hearing that, Jie turned pale and nervously reminded him that Jiang Che had called them nothing more than low-level demons. At that moment, a weak and desperate cry for help came from outside, repeatedly begging not to be killed. The two of them immediately pressed against the door to listen. Outside, the sobbing continued along, with a chilling warning that no one would escape. Jiang Che was about to kick the door open, but he frowned when he found both the front door and the windows sealed shut, as if locked by an invisible force. Xiaoman stopped both of them and warned them with a serious look. She said they must not rush outside, because whatever was out there was far stronger than both of them combined. Jiang Che fell silent. Was the thing outside a demon or another challenger? What caught his attention even more was that the cry for help sounded like it came from a child. Xiao Man simply said they could treat it as a demon if they wanted. The only thing that mattered was staying inside and not throwing their lives away. Even Ji Yi was shocked to see her so cautious. The room fell into heavy silence. Then a gentle knock came from the door, and it slowly creaked open. Hu Mei appeared before them, but her entire body was now covered in burns and blood, making her look horrifying. The gruesome sight left both of them frozen in fear. Hu Mei calmly announced that dinner was ready and invited the two guests downstairs to eat. At the same time, the system displayed a cold warning. In this place, they must never violate the village customs. Thin streams of grayish-white smoke slowly rose from the old moss-covered stone floor, blending with the flickering light to create an eerie scene. Ji Yi stood frozen and trembling before asking if they really had to go downstairs. Even after turning into that terrifying state, Hu Mei still came back just to invite them to dinner. Jiang Che looked up and sighed before mocking the situation. Even after being burned that badly, she still came back to call her guests for dinner. That was some unbelievable dedication. Jie Ye rolled his eyes and argued that Jiang Che was the one bewitched by demons. Inside the dining room, the deputy village chief sat upright at the table. His pupils were unnaturally dilated, and his pale, twisted face looked terrifying. Seeing them arrive, he spoke in a broken voice and told them to sit down, because sharing a meal was the village tradition. Jiang Che tried to stay calm, but sweat already covered his body. He quickly made up an excuse that he preferred eating while standing, because it helped him grow taller. Deep down, he noticed the deputy village chief also looked badly burned, making it even harder to believe he was the real culprit. Thick black smoke curled up from the dining table. The deputy village chief stared at them with a pupilless white eye, while his teeth ground together with a chilling sound. After the deputy village chief agreed, Jiang Che suddenly felt the temperature rising fast. His palms burned with pain. He immediately realized this place had gone far beyond what a human could endure. It had to be at least 50 degrees, and it was still getting hotter. Hu Mei slowly walked out. Her body was charred black with horrifying, dark red patches. She carried a steaming plate that gave off a strong burnt smell. Smiling strangely, she urged them to eat before it got cold. Jiang Che and Guye both stiffened in fear. Jiang Che forced a smile and declined, saying he preferred salad instead. Then he dragged Guye into it, and joked that the hot meal he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Hu Mei placed an old stained porcelain plate in front of them. There was no food inside, only a pile of glowing hot coals. She gave them a creepy smile and said the meal had already gone cold. Hu Mei's eyes slowly turned bright red, and her smile twisted even further. Seeing them hesitate, she coldly asked if they refused to eat. Xiao Man immediately reminded them that fire and ashes were the source of the demon's power. Only a sudden downpour could extinguish them all. Jiang Che was completely speechless. If the demons were already at their strongest, then the situation was extremely dangerous. As for swallowing a pile of burning coals, that was simply impossible. If he could do that, he would never have struggled in this demon world. Jiang Che quickly turned to Ji Yi and asked if he had any water. Ji Yi turned pale and stammered that he was in no state of mind to think about something like that. Jiang Che's face turned red with anger as he shouted that he meant water to put out the fire, not whatever Gei Yi was imagining. Ji awkwardly muttered that he was not capable of doing that yet. Jiang Che nearly lost his mind after hearing that and scolded Ji Ye for making things weird again. Ji Yi quickly waved his hands and timidly asked if saliva would work instead. Just then, Hu Mei slowly approached with her deep hollow eye sockets that no longer had any pupils. An invisible force pinned the two of them in place, leaving them unable to move. Her long hair hung over nearly half her face. Sharp white teeth appeared beneath a twisted smile as she spoke in a threatening voice. Tilting her head to one side, Hu Mei's eyes suddenly flared with blazing blue flames. She screamed like a madwoman and demanded to know why they dared reject the villagers' hospitality. Just as her horrifying face came within inches of him, Jiang Che suddenly pulled out a lighter and sparked a tiny flame. It was only a small flame, but Hu Mei was terrified. She covered her face, stumbled backward, and collapsed onto the floor. Jiang Che suddenly understood. Hu Mei was actually afraid of fire. He guessed that just as someone bitten by a dog could fear dogs forever, these demons had died in a sea of flames, so even the smallest spark filled them with terror. Ji Ye immediately grabbed the lighter from Jiang Che's hand with an excited grin and asked to borrow it. Hu Mei curled up in the corner, trembling and begging them not to come any closer. Knowing her weakness, Ye switched to a mocking tone and loudly taunted that she could scream all she wanted because no one would come to save her. At that moment, the deputy village chief roared from behind, shouting that the two of them truly had no fear of death. Jiang Che gave him no chance to react and rushed forward with a punch straight to his face. Feeling the deputy village chief growing weaker, Jiang Che became even more confident. Touching the man's body, he noticed the temperature had dropped and guessed the strange night was about to end. Planting his sword into the ground, Jiang Che coldly demanded to know why the nights lasted for different lengths of time. He also asked whether a fire had once burned the entire village to the ground. The deputy village chief only kept shaking his head and insisted he knew nothing. Seeing the man stay silent, Jiang Che gave him a threatening smile and warned that if he still refused to talk, the sword that had claimed countless lives would show no mercy. Just then, the first rays of morning sunlight slowly entered the house. The eerie scene at the dining table vanished, and the charred dishes gradually returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Hu Mei suddenly returned to her normal appearance. Blushing deeply, she hurried to cover herself and angrily called Ji Yi a pervert. Ji Yi only gave her a knowing grin and kept teasing her. Jiang Che calmly wiped his sword and said it was all over. Ji Ye immediately complained that Jiang Che had finished everything before he even had a chance to help, then joked that Jiang Che moved way too fast. When Ji Ye looked over at the unconscious deputy village chief, lying on the floor with his clothes in disarray and half his backside exposed, he cried out in shock and thought Jiang Che had gone too far on the old man. Jiang Che helplessly explained that after questioning him for a long time, he discovered the deputy village chief could not remember anything at all. Just then, the old man woke up, rubbing his backside while wondering why it hurt so much. Watching the deputy village chief's reaction, Jiang Che became certain the old man had forgotten everything that had just happened. It even took him a while to remember what he had been about to do. The only thing the deputy village chief remembered was that it was time to eat. Jiang Che quietly concluded that secrets normally died with the dead, but this case was different. The old man was still alive, yet most of his memories had been erased. The old man immediately put on a warm smile, as if nothing had happened, and cheerfully invited them to sit down for a meal. Hu Mei quietly stepped closer to Jiang Che and softly asked if the food suited his taste, wearing a seductive smile. She even revealed that her room was right next to theirs, and the deputy village chief always slept soundly at night. Hu Mei continued dropping obvious hints, hoping Jiang Che would understand her meaning, but he gave her no chance to keep flirting. Jiang Che immediately returned to his room, slammed the door shut, and left Hu Mei standing outside in a daze. Standing at the door, Hu Mei pouted and complained that Jiang Che was so heartless. He had eaten the meal she prepared, yet he still treated her so coldly. Even as her terrifying demon form slowly emerged, Hu Mei kept speaking in a sweet voice. She boasted that she was not only a great cook, but also quite attractive. Before leaving, she told them to visit her if they got hungry during the night. As soon as Hu Mei left, Ye excitedly told Jiang Che that their chance had arrived. Jiang Che looked at him in confusion and asked what chance he meant. Jiang Che first thought Yi wanted to attack, but Yi quickly shook his head. He said this was the perfect time to investigate. Since the villagers forbade anyone from going outside at night, they could only search this house for clues. Ye proudly patted his chest and quickly divided the work. Jiang Che would investigate the deputy village chief, while Hu Mei would be left to him. After saying that, he even acted as if he were being completely honorable. Hearing that plan, Jiang Che could only cover his face in defeat. Every one of J's thoughts was practically written across his face, so there was no need to guess what he was really thinking. He had already questioned the deputy village chief and confirmed the old man knew nothing, so there was no point investigating him further. Ji Yi was still doubtful and thought the old man might have been pretending. Jiang Che only smiled and told Ji Yi not to overthink it, knowing the result was enough. Deep down, he knew he could never reveal the special method he had used to confirm it. If the system punished him, it would be a huge problem. After that, Jiang Che climbed onto the only bed in the room and lay down to rest. He believed the time was not right yet. Once night truly fell, the clues would reveal themselves. Before closing his eyes, he told Xiao Man to wake him if anything unusual happened. She simply nodded without much interest. Although disappointed, Jie still reminded Jiang Che that if he visited Hu Mei's room tonight, he had better bring him along. Before long, a strange hypnotic song drifted in from outside, repeating the same line over and over, telling everyone to forget everything. That eerie song finally woke Jiang Che from his sleep. Still half asleep, Jiang Che rubbed his eyes and asked Xiao Man what time it was. She replied irritably that it was already 11 at night and complained that Hu Mei had been singing for an entire hour without stopping. Jiang Che immediately shook Jie awake and told him to check the room next door together. Jie was still groggy, but he mumbled that the real show was finally about to begin. Seeing him sleep so peacefully in such a terrifying world left Jiang Che speechless. Hu Mei's haunting song continued without pause, each lingering note making the atmosphere even more unsettling. Ji carefully cracked open Hu Mei's door. A mysterious dim light immediately spilled out from inside. He even sniffed the air and sighed in admiration at the enchanting fragrance. Hu Mei was already standing inside, as if she had known they would come. When she saw them, she shyly smiled and gently told them to enter one at a time, because that would make her less embarrassed. Hearing that, Jie completely lost his composure. He eagerly volunteered to go in first, and even told Jiang Che to wait outside while he led the way. Jiang Che could only watch helplessly. Watching Jie rush inside with excitement, Jiang Che joked to Xiao Man that the guy must have been lonely for so long that he even saw a demoness as a beauty. Xiao Man laughed and immediately mocked him back, asking what gave Jiang Che the right to laugh at someone else. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. A moment later, Ji's desperate screams for help echoed from inside. Hearing those miserable cries, Jiang Che thought a fierce battle had broken out. Without another second of hesitation, Jiang Che smashed the door open and charged inside, shouting for the demon to come after him instead of anyone else. But the scene inside was nothing like he expected. Hu Mei had Gaye pinned to the floor, while Gaye cried and wailed for help as she beat him. The moment Gaye saw Jiang Che, he broke free from Hu Mei and ran straight behind him with a pitiful expression. He muttered that the one who charged in first always suffered the most. Jiang Che could only laugh at how embarrassing he looked. Hu Mei immediately revealed her demon form and angrily shouted that both of them were useless. If neither of them satisfied her tonight, they would both die. At the same time, the system revealed that because her elderly husband was powerless, the young woman had not lived like a normal wife for a very long time. As time passed, Hu Mei's mind had gradually become twisted. The only thing that could satisfy her now was extreme pain. Hearing that, Jiang Che immediately drew his sword and decided to end everything as quickly as possible. Xiao Man panicked and hurriedly tried to stop him, asking what he was about to do. Jiang Che did not hesitate. He calmly walked toward Hu Mei step by step while Gaye stood nearby with a deathly pale face. Jiang Che suddenly leaped onto the bed and drove his sword straight through Hu Mei's chest. She instantly cried out in pain, shocked that he actually attacked her. But to Jiang Che's surprise, apart from that first scream, Hu Mei showed none of the reaction he expected. He wondered in confusion if this method was completely useless. The next moment, Hu Mei suddenly grabbed Jiang Che's sword arm before he could react. Instead of resisting, Hu Mei looked completely delighted and kept urging Jiang Che not to stop, making the entire situation incredibly bizarre. Faced with that reaction, Jiang Che felt nothing but disgust and immediately pulled his arm away. No matter how much Hu Mei begged him to continue, he remained completely unmoved. Jie stood there watching the scene with both shock and embarrassment. Jiang Che took the chance to seriously ask Hu Mei where the village chief was. She smiled and said she would reveal everything, only after he truly satisfied her. Hu Mei kept bargaining with the same condition, insisting she would reveal the village chief's location only after she was completely satisfied. Just like that, dawn slowly arrived. Yi walked out with dark circles under his eyes and a blank expression, mumbling non-stop because he was still stunned by everything he had witnessed through the night. Jie and Xiao Man had spent the entire night waiting outside the room. Jie held his head and sighed, saying Jiang Che's endurance was beyond imagination. Inside the room, Jiang Che was still gripping Hu Mei by the neck, while she wore a strangely satisfied expression. Jiang Che calmly looked at her with a faint smile and asked if she was finally ready to answer his question. Only then did Hu Mei calm down and weakly say that, for Jiang Che's sake, she would tell him the truth. According to Hu Mei, the village chief had ventured deep into the mountains alone long ago and never returned. The next morning, the eerie village returned to its usual quiet state. Jiang Che and Gaye calmly walked out of Hu Mei's house. The sight immediately caught the attention of a passerby who stared at them with curiosity. Before Jiang Che and Gaye understood what was happening, a man suddenly called out to stop them. The man hurried over with a relieved smile and said it was fortunate they were still alive. In his opinion, that proved they were no ordinary challengers, and he immediately proposed forming an alliance. Jiang Che only gave him a cold glance and showed no interest in working together. Jie also mocked the man, making the atmosphere instantly awkward. The man forced a smile and quickly explained. He said he had an important theory and wanted to share it before they decided whether to cooperate. Even so, Jiang Che and Gaye still refused. They replied that if even he was unsure whether his theory was correct, there was no point listening. Seeing Jiang Zihao get rejected, the two people with him immediately stepped forward to pressure them. They loudly accused Jiang Che and Guyi of being ungrateful and demanded to know where they were going. Guyi refused to back down and fired back, saying it was none of their business. He even mocked them for acting superior without the qualifications to do so. Watching Jiang Zihao, Jiang Che quietly realized the number of challengers had dropped dramatically after only one night. Jiang Zihao had been full of confidence yesterday, yet only this many people remained. At that moment, Xiao Man quietly warned Jiang Che to be especially careful around him. Xiao Man said Jiang Zihao carried a very strong scent of blood. Despite the tense atmosphere, Jiang Zihao remained calm and urged everyone to stop arguing. He said they were all in the same situation and that he meant no harm. He also reminded them that the mission did not require surviving all 12 days. As long as they completed the main objective, they could leave and claim their reward. Hearing that, a purple-haired girl nervously said the mission required them to find the village chief, yet they still had no clues. Another girl trembled as she said 6 people had already died after only the first night, proving the mission was far more dangerous than anyone expected. The fat man beside Jiang Zihao immediately pointed at the girl and cursed her, saying everyone who died was simply too weak. He claimed that if they had followed Jiang Zihao's orders, none of them would have lost their lives. However, several others immediately argued back. They pointed out that even Jiang Zihao had panicked and hidden last night. Hardly the behavior of someone capable of leading the group. If he were truly capable, he would have already led everyone to find the village chief. The fat man angrily stepped forward to defend Jiang Zihao and threatened that anyone who opposed them would never receive another clue. Jiang Zihao calmly stopped him and told him to let everyone speak. He said arguing would accomplish nothing, and the most important thing was finding a way to clear the mission. Jiang Zihao then said seriously that, although this mission differed from the information he already knew, one clue was still worth following. Before disappearing, the village chief had gone deep into the mountains, so he suggested everyone search there together and asked who wanted to join him. Hearing Jiang Zihao mention the same clue, Jiang Che could not hide his surprise and became filled with suspicion. Jie Yi immediately clung to Jiang Che and loudly accused Jiang Zihao of secretly eavesdropping outside the room. He even called Jiang Zihao a shameless pervert and joked that he had probably been spying on him while he changed clothes. That blunt accusation caught Jiang Zihao completely off guard, and his face instantly turned red with embarrassment. After a short rest, the group continued deeper into the forest, hoping to find new clues. Leading the group, Jiang Zihao could not stop thinking. Jiang Che and Guyi had been the first to enter the room last night, and they seemed to have figured out the key to this stage almost immediately. That made him wonder whether they had cleared this stage before, or were hiding a clue no one else knew. As they climbed the mountain, Guyi asked between heavy breaths if Jiang Che disliked Jiang Zihao so much. Then why was he still traveling with them this time? Jiang Che calmly replied that it was not exactly hatred. What mattered more was confirming whether Jiang Zihao was truly one of the heavens chosen. Besides, they had planned to investigate the mountain from the start. Jiang Che had already seen through Jiang Zihao's plan. In a dungeon like this, if everyone followed one leader, that person would gain the greatest rewards. The fastest way to secure that position was by claiming to be one of the heavens chosen. Jiang Zihao always acted friendly and willingly shared important clues. Either he was genuinely kind, or he was hiding another motive. Just then, Guyi excitedly pulled Jiang Che aside and proudly said his genius brain had come up with a brilliant plan. Jiang Che could only sigh and asked if Guyi had invented it simply because he was too lazy to keep climbing. Ji Yi casually suggested that if the village chief was really hiding on the mountain, there was no need to waste time searching. They could just set the entire mountain on fire. According to him, no living person would stay still and burn to death, so they only had to wait at the foot of the mountain until the village chief ran out and completed the mission for them. The idea left Jiang Zihao and everyone nearby staring at the two of them in horror. Jiang Zihao forced a smile and said they had to be joking anyway, because they did not even have anything to start a fire. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Che smiled with interest and actually agreed with the plan. He even said that once everyone climbed higher, the two of them would start the fire from below. Hearing that, Jiang Zihao immediately panicked and shouted for everyone to stop those two before they actually carried it out. Jiang Zihao pointed at them in anger and demanded to know where they got a lighter. He asked who would take responsibility if the village chief or the entire group burned to death. Jiang Che and Ge Ye simply teased him back and mocked him for acting bitter because he could not do it himself. In the end, Jiang Zihao calmed himself and explained that looking for shortcuts had its limits. If they went too far, the system might judge it as cheating and punish them directly. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Zihao suddenly kicked something lying in the middle of the path. By instinct, he looked down to see what he had stepped on. The sight sent chills down his spine. At his feet lay a headless corpse with its stomach ripped open and every organ missing. The shriveled body had clearly been dead for a very long time. Before anyone recovered, they noticed countless more corpses scattered ahead. Every body had been torn apart beyond recognition, leaving the entire group frozen in horror. At that moment, the system announced that the players had unlocked a hidden area. It was the graveyard. The horrifying scene made several people vomit on the spot. Even Ji Yi frowned and covered his nose against the overwhelming stench. Looking around, Jiang Che suddenly realized this was the graveyard mentioned in the earlier hint. What puzzled him was that every corpse was missing arms, legs, or other body parts. Not a single one remained intact. Standing behind him, Su Xiaoman said, in a serious voice, that something about these corpses felt very wrong. Jiang Che immediately asked what she had noticed. Su Xiaoman said she had a strong feeling that these corpses had not truly disappeared from this world. The next moment, heavy noises echoed from every direction, throwing the group into panic. Someone cried out in despair because night was about to fall, yet there was not a single house nearby for shelter. Jiang Zihao quickly calmed everyone down and ordered them to gather firewood and anything they could use to build a fire. Before long, he lit a small campfire and explained that the match he used was a special one left over from a previous dungeon. Based on his experience, the ghosts lurking in the darkness feared fire, so staying close to the flames would keep them safe. Batman immediately showered Jiang Zihao with praise, saying the whole group would have been doomed without him. Standing behind the others, Jie Ye leaned close to Jiang Che and quietly admitted that he still felt something about this plan was not trustworthy. To Ji Ye's surprise, the fat man heard every word. He immediately turned around and blasted Ji Yi, saying he contributed nothing but nonsense. If he could not keep quiet, he should just leave. Jiang Zihao also glanced at the two of them with open disgust. In his eyes, they were nothing but dead weight. They did not even know the basic rules for dealing with the darkness, so dying would only save everyone trouble. Ji Yi nervously clung to Jiang Che and said he seemed to have made a lot of people angry. Jiang Che calmly replied that Ji Ye's instincts were actually right this time. He explained that the villagers had all burned to death, which was why they feared fire. Hearing that, Ji Ye looked even more confused and quickly asked what Jiang Che was trying to say. Right then, the corpses across the graveyard slowly rose like zombies. They moaned endlessly, demanding the return of their hearts, organs, and eyes that had been taken by the living, creating a scene straight out of a nightmare. After studying the undead carefully, Jiang Che reached a different conclusion. He said the corpses in this graveyard had not died in the fire, so flames would not frighten them at all. Sure enough, the undead kept advancing toward the group, closing the distance with every step. Su Xiaoman wasted no time. She immediately drew her sword and shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, because the monsters clearly had no intention of stopping. Jiang Zihao began to waver, but he still clung to his own theory. He kept shouting for everyone to stay close to the fire, convinced it was the only way to survive. Even so, the flames in front of them continued burning fiercely, but no one knew whether they could truly stop the horde of undead charging toward them. In the blink of an eye, the undead rushed forward with incredible speed and savage force, leaving the entire group frozen in panic. Before anyone could react, the monsters were already on top of them. Screams echoed everywhere as several people were brutally bitten and torn apart. Only then did everyone realize the fire was useless. They turned and ran while shouting for everyone to retreat. Amid the chaos, Jiang Zihao was the only one who remained standing completely still, with an unusually calm expression. He even told everyone not to panic. His face became strangely unsettling. As he muttered incomprehensible words to himself, Jiang Zihao slowly broke into a crazed smile. Just then, a sword suddenly sliced through the air, barely missing Jiang Zihao's face before piercing the undead behind him. He froze in shock. The one who threw it was Su Xiaoman. After killing the monster, she coldly warned Jiang Zihao to stop acting suspicious. If he kept it up, she would treat him like a demon and cut him down without hesitation. Hearing that warning, Jiang Zihao could only grit his teeth in frustration because he realized she had already seen through his behavior. Even so, he immediately started fooling himself. Since Su Xiaoman had just sifted him from the undead attack, Jiang Zihao convinced himself that she must have special feelings for him. Jiang Zihao slowly took out a forbidden item, thinking enough people had already died. Now it was time to play the hero and show off his strength in front of Su Xiaoman. It was a frank iron spike, with a small chance of inflicting tetanus on its target. The fat man asked what was going on, but Jiang Zihao ignored him completely. He charged into battle with the forbidden item, while shouting dramatically, as if he were wielding the ultimate weapon of the apocalypse. Another person pulled out a frank forbidden item, a handgun. As he fired, he shouted for everyone to stop wasting time, asking questions and focus on killing the undead. Watching the scene, Jiang Che only smiled faintly. In his opinion, people chosen for the Ghost Bureau assessment, while carrying nothing but frank forbidden items, were not worth expecting much from. Meanwhile, Ji Yi became visibly excited. He felt this was finally his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the undead horde and hurled an item high into the air, loudly declaring that everyone was about to witness the true power of Gi Ye. The item immediately released strange blue rays of light over the undead, causing one zombie after another to disintegrate before everyone's eyes. Seeing the effect exceed his expectations, Ji Yi burst into triumphant laughter and shouted with excitement. Jiang Che could only hold his forehead in disbelief. He could not understand why Jie Ye had used a fantasy-style artifact in the middle of a battle against zombies. Jiang Che then helplessly reminded him that the item had been thrown far away. How exactly was he planning to get it back now? Only then did Jie Ye freeze, as he realized he had been so busy showing off that he completely forgot to retrieve it. Even so, Ji Yi still refused to give up. He seriously wondered whether he should chant a spell and make the item fly back on its own. Hearing that, Jiang Che finally snapped. He shouted that this was a zombie dungeon, not a world of magic. If Ji Yi kept pulling weird stunts like that, the system might even treat it as cheating. Jiang Che let out a sigh, took off his coat, and prepared to fight himself. He declared that he would show Ji Ye what a real legendary weapon looked like, before the main character's spotlight got stolen. Ji Ye still could not resist joking, asking if Jiang Che was really planning to strip in the middle of a battle. On another side of the battlefield, Su Xiaoman charged straight into the zombie horde with her sword. Every strike was clean and effortlessly brought down another enemy. Even without her sword, she crushed zombie heads with powerful kicks and never held back. Su Xiaoman's sword moved at an unbelievable speed. Every pass left another zombie on the ground, and nearly every attack ended with a single killing blow. However, the number of zombies far exceeded everyone's expectations. They continued pouring in without end. Facing the endless wave of monsters, Su Xiaoman turned with her sword drawn and coldly stared at them, frowning at the growing annoyance. The next instant, she charged straight into the middle of the undead. Bursts of sword light flashed one after another, as lightning-fast slashes formed an unstoppable storm, cutting down every zombie in her path. One zombie suddenly looked confused, and asked another why its face was suddenly covered in strange wrinkles. The other zombie looked equally puzzled, and replied that the first one's face looked exactly the same. Before either of them understood what had happened, the entire horde cracked apart and shattered into pieces. Wiping the blood from her blade, Su Xiaoman quietly judged that she could still handle the fight. The only problem was that there were simply too many zombies. Looking at the other challengers, she could not hide her disappointment. They lacked combat skills, reacted too slowly, and could not even maintain a proper formation. She honestly could not understand how they had passed the selection process. Just then, Su Xiaoman noticed something unusual and immediately turned to look beside her. The sight left her speechless. At some point, Jiang Che had changed into a different outfit and was casually chatting with a zombie as if they were old friends. He even warmly suggested the zombie visit a hospital to treat its infected arm. Meanwhile, Jie Ye was hiding beneath Jiang Che's legs to avoid the monsters. The outfit Jiang Che wore was a forbidden item called the Caretaker Uniform, born from resentment and capable of blending its wearer in with demons. Even Su Xiaoman had to admit Jiang Che's way of handling things was unbelievably unconventional. Jiang Che grinned proudly and said that with this outfit, he could clear the stage just by standing still. Even so, he complained that everyone else had impressive weapons while his own item had absolutely no style. Su Xiaoman suggested that forbidden items could actually be fused together. Seeing Jiang Che's confused look, she explained that fusion was extremely dangerous because forbidden items became highly unstable, so it had to be done by a skilled artifact refiner. Jiang Che immediately looked troubled. He had no idea where to find an artifact refiner, and he worried that trusting the wrong person might ruin both forbidden items. Then Jiang Che suddenly remembered that when he inherited Su Xiaoman's ability before, he had once been offered the choice to become a Grandmaster artifact refiner. From that, he guessed she probably knew how to refine artifacts herself. Thinking of that, Jiang Che immediately asked Su Xiaoman to help fuse his forbidden items. He even flattered her by saying she was the person he trusted most and asked her to make the final result look as cool as possible. Su Xiaoman could only sigh, already regretting that she had mentioned fusion in the first place. After a long and exhausting night, the sky finally began to brighten. Everyone was completely worn out after fighting the zombie horde all night. Jiang Zihao gasped for breath with relief as he realized the night was finally over and they had survived once again. Su Xiaoman picked up a severed zombie arm and examined it closely. After careful inspection, she realized the number of corpses remained exactly the same as when they first arrived, and none of their conditions had changed. The discovery only left her even more puzzled because she still found no useful clues. Meanwhile, Ji Ye stayed glued to Jiang Che, constantly begging to borrow the camouflage outfit and wear it just once. At that moment, Jiang Che's eyes suddenly stopped on something unusual. He stared at it with a puzzled expression, as though he had just discovered an important clue. Resting neatly on the body of a zombie was a plain white sheet of paper. Jiang Che did not remember seeing it before, so he immediately suspected it was a newly appeared clue. A flood of scattered memories flashed through his mind, including the duck-herding boy with the eerie smile, the mysterious woman at the bottom of the well, the massive fire that destroyed Xiling village, and the sorrowful cries of children echoing outside the door whenever night fell. Jiang Che scanned the graveyard filled with mangled corpses and compared everything with the clues he had gathered. No matter how he looked at it, the pieces still refused to fit together. A while later, Jiang Che changed back into his normal clothes. Not far away, a man and a woman were getting ready to leave in the opposite direction. Kong Zihao quickly caught up with the black-haired girl and asked where she was going. Su Xiaoman coldly replied that she was heading back to the village. Kong Zihao immediately stopped her and suggested they work together because he had useful experience and strategies. Su Xiaoman looked him straight in the eye and asked if he really thought everyone would believe he was a heaven chosen. Kong Zihao froze for a moment, unable to understand what she meant. Su Xiaoman briefly replied that her point was already clear, then coldly told him to get out of her way. Kong Zihao gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing that, the man in sunglasses immediately stepped forward and aggressively offered to deal with Su Xiaoman himself. Right then, the pink-haired masked young man nearby spoke up. He bluntly pointed out that everyone only followed Kong Zihao because they believed he was a heaven chosen. But after watching the past 2 days, either Kong Zihao was deliberately leading people to their deaths, or he knew nothing about this dungeon. After saying that, the young man brushed the dust off his clothes and declared that he was leaving the group to act alone because he wanted nothing more to do with them. Watching everything from the outside, Jiang Che quietly judged that this really was a drank dungeon. It was dangerous, but plenty of people were still sharp enough to see the problem. Kong Zihao kept defending himself, saying everything he did was for the group's benefit. He also claimed that every run of the same dungeon could have different variables, so no one could predict everything. His follower immediately backed him up and mocked anyone who doubted Kong Zihao. Jiang Che silently concluded that besides the dungeon's difficulty, most of the casualties were also Kong Zihao's fault for pretending to be a heaven chosen and leading everyone down the wrong path with false information. Jiang Che kept thinking. He did not believe Kong Zihao had gone through all this trouble just for a simple mission reward. His gaze shifted toward Su Xiaoman. Despite her young age, her combat skills looked like someone who had received professional training, making Jiang Che pay even closer attention. Su Xiaoman completely ignored Kong Zihao and walked away without another word. At that moment, the follower suddenly noticed something unusual. He pointed straight at Jiang Che and loudly demanded to know what he had secretly hidden in his pocket. Jiang Che calmly asked what he was supposed to have hidden. The man in sunglasses immediately shouted for him to stop acting innocent. If he was not hiding anything, why did he keep putting his hand in his pocket? Jiang Che casually replied that since everyone here was a man, he was probably just scratching an itch. The man immediately switched to a righteous tone, saying that only these survivors were left, so everyone should share their clues. In a world full of demons, one extra clue meant one more chance to live. If someone selfishly hid information and caused others to die, that was no different from murder. Hearing that, Jiang Che gave a faint smile and asked if refusing to share clues counted as murder. Then, what should they call someone who deliberately led the entire group up the mountain with false information and almost got everyone killed? Ji Yi immediately joined in and mocked him, saying he should stop using morality to pressure others and take a good look at himself first. The follower started making threats, reminding everyone that they might become co-workers someday, so Jiang Che should not push things too far. Jiang Che only sneered and replied that he had no interest in working with people who could get him killed at any moment. Furious, the man immediately raised his spiked war hammer and growled that if Jiang Che refused to listen, then he could not blame him for attacking. Jiang Che remained completely calm and even asked if that was the only threat they knew how to repeat. After saying that, he showed a cold smile and slowly raised his hand, saying that, since they liked talking like that, he would answer in the same style. A blood-red bone sword suddenly appeared in Jiang Che's hand. He calmly declared that the last person who dared say those words to him already had tall grass growing over their grave. The system immediately displayed the details of a new forbidden item, Drank Shattered Bone Blade. After a successful fusion, every weapon attribute increased by 10 points. Xiaoman cheered excitedly, because the forbidden item she had helped fuse had boosted every stat by a huge amount. Kong Zihao and his two followers instantly turned pale when they felt the aura of the dark red sword. They never expected Jiang Che to possess such a powerful forbidden item. Its presence completely surpassed the frank items they were carrying. Ji Ye's eyes lit up as he kept praising Jiang Che's blade for looking amazing. Meanwhile, the three people across from him finally realized they had completely misjudged him last night. They had thought Jiang Che only had a disguise to blend in with demons, but he had also been hiding a terrifying weapon. Realizing it was a bad idea to keep fighting, the three immediately changed their attitude, forced a smile, and made an excuse to leave, saying they had suddenly remembered an important matter. As soon as they finished speaking, they turned and ran, repeatedly saying goodbye, as if every second mattered. Jiang Che let out a disdainful snort, disappointed that they had escaped too quickly, and cost him the chance to test his strength. Su Xiaoman coldly remarked that Jiang Che should have dealt with those three to avoid future trouble. After saying that, she took the initiative to offer her hand and briefly introduced herself as Su Xiaoman. Jiang Che casually shook her hand, but deliberately introduced himself as Zhuge Ye. Su Xiaoman reminded him that people were unpredictable, and in a place like this, revealing his real identity so easily was not wise. Jiang Che only smiled and replied that Zhuge Ye had always been that straightforward. Even so, his attention stayed on Su Xiaoman's hand, which was covered in calluses, unlike the hands of an ordinary young woman. Jiang Che shrugged and calmly explained that only players who reached level 5 could change their appearance in this world. Since everyone already knew his face, another name made little difference. Su Xiaoman thought for a moment and agreed. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ye quietly leaned over and whispered that he still found the girl extremely suspicious. Putting that aside, Jiang Che looked straight at her and asked why she had come to find him. Su Xiaoman immediately nodded and admitted that she did have something to discuss. Without wasting time, she explained that she wanted to trade the information she had for his clues. Jiang Che frowned slightly and repeated with suspicion, "Trade clues?" He confidently replied that if she wanted to trade, she had to reveal her information first, because his side would never speak first. Su Xiaoman did not object and immediately revealed what she knew. She said that earlier that morning, she had passed many houses in the village and heard children's voices coming from inside. Jiang Che immediately remembered hearing children that night as well, but he had been unable to figure out which house the sound came from. He quickly asked which house it was. Su Xiaoman answered, without hesitation, that it was the same house where the two of them had hidden the previous night. After hearing that, Jiang Che calmly took out a worn piece of paper and handed it to her as his part of the trade. Su Xiaoman accepted it without hesitation and simply thanked him. Zhuge Ye quickly leaned over and quietly asked Jiang Che why he had given it to her when even he had not seen it yet. Jiang Che replied that he had already read it, and it was nothing more than a price list. But deep down, he knew perfectly well that it was a price list for trading human organs and body parts. It listed scalp for 10,000, each eye for 30,000, a heart for 250,000, one kidney for 80,000, and many other items. Putting every clue together, Jiang Che became even more certain of his theory. The village was filled with elderly people, the burial ground was packed with young corpses, and now there was this organ price list. The truth behind everything was almost clear. On the way down the mountain, he concluded that this village was definitely hiding an extremely disturbing secret. After walking a little farther, the two gradually realized that Su Xiaoman was still silently following behind them, which made them rather uncomfortable. Jiang Che turned around and sarcastically asked why she kept following them. Su Xiaoman lowered her head and admitted that she could not enter that house by herself. Jiang Che showed no concern and coldly replied that it had nothing to do with him. Besides, he had already tried to help her before. Resting his chin on his hand, he teased that she could not seriously expect to rely on them for clues. If she wanted a favor, she should at least show some sincerity instead of acting cold all the time. He even told her to try smiling. Su Xiaoman simply bit her lip and stayed silent for a long time. A moment later, she pinched her own cheeks and awkwardly acted cute, using a sweet voice to beg him for a clue. The sight made Jiang Che turn his head away and reject her immediately. Even so, Su Xiaoman refused to give up. She kept pleading, saying they only needed to leave the door open for her. She would stay outside and never step inside. Jiang Che still firmly refused. Seeing that begging was useless, she offered him 500,000 to take her inside, but Jiang Che completely ignored her and kept walking. Only after the group stopped in front of an old wooden gate did Jiang Che turn back and say that someone just like her had once offered him an enormous amount of money for his clues. Hearing that, Su Xiaoman immediately asked what happened in the end. Jiang Che's expression instantly turned icy as killing intent surged from him. In a freezing voice, he answered that the person had ultimately died by his hand. Hearing that answer, Su Xiaoman froze, unable to react for a moment. Before she could recover, the gate in front of her suddenly slammed shut. It was not only closed but also tightly locked, completely cutting off the entrance. At that moment, a ghost wearing a veiled hat appeared behind her. It said she was lucky she had not attacked Jiang Che, otherwise they both might have died. The ghost spirit inside him had deliberately hidden its aura, but it could still sense that his true strength was terrifying. Before the ghost could finish speaking, Su Xiaoman turned and walked away. Seeing that, it quickly called after her and asked what she planned to do next. She briefly replied that she would keep gathering more clues, then return to trade with Jiang Che. Inside the house, Zhuge Ye covered his mouth and laughed, teasing Jiang Che that the girl might have fallen for him. Jiang Che casually replied that beautiful and talented girls had always lined up to chase him. Zhuge Ye could only envy him in silence. He thought a girl like Su Xiaoman was quite adorable, yet Jiang Che did not seem to appreciate her at all. He quietly gave his friend the middle finger. After the joke, Zhuge Ye immediately became serious again. Looking around the house, he pointed out that they had already been here once, but no children had appeared back then. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Suddenly, he remembered an important detail. That night, he had used a forbidden item to light up the entire house, yet there had been no sign of heat or any unusual change. Jiang Che agreed that the house had been completely normal at night, proving its secret had not yet been revealed. Jiang Che said that what they needed to do now was simple. They just had to wait patiently. Zhuge Ye looked confused and asked what they were waiting for. Jiang Che calmly explained that he wanted to verify whether the information Su Xiaoman had given them was truly an important clue. As he spoke, Jiang Che slowly raised his wrist to check the time. Seeing that it was already 3 in the afternoon and everything was still quiet, he began to grow impatient because nothing had changed. Jiang Che wondered if they had to wait until nightfall, or if they were still missing a condition that had prevented the hidden mechanism from activating. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ye could only squat on the ground, doodling with a stick to pass the time. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from behind the bead curtain. The two immediately pulled the curtain aside. The sight before them made both of them turn pale as a badly wounded arm suddenly reached out from inside the toilet. A weak child's voice echoed from below, complaining that it was too cramped inside. Right after that, a small head slowly emerged from the toilet bowl. Looking closer, they saw it was a little boy in a yellow shirt, struggling to crawl out of the cramped toilet. When the boy finally lifted his head, both Jiang Che and Zhuge Ye stood frozen in complete shock. The boy, however, looked impatient and loudly urged them to stop staring and pull him out. Jiang Che and Zhuge Ye were both left speechless by the bizarre request. Their faces were filled with horror and disgust, and neither of them could hide it. After they pulled him out, the boy happily waved to thank them, and innocently said it had been a long time since he had seen strangers. Since they could enter this place, he guessed Aunt Jo must have sent them. In the dark corner of the room, 3 other children were silently sitting beside him. Jiang Che paused for a brief moment before quickly playing along, confirming that Aunt Jo had indeed asked them to come and play with the children. Deep down, however, he was full of doubts because if he remembered correctly, Aunt Jo was the mysterious woman who had appeared at the bottom of the well. He never expected these children to know her as well. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ye was still traumatized by the earlier shock and could not stop trembling. The boy in the yellow shirt smiled brightly and happily said that if they were guests sent by Aunt Jo, then everyone could relax. But in the blink of an eye, the boy's expression became terrifying as his skin gradually turned blood red. The child slowly reached out and invited the two of them to join a game. At the same time, the other three children revealed their monstrous forms and wore sinister smiles. It was obvious that this invitation hid countless dangers. The boy cheerfully introduced himself as Dagu, while the other three were Ergu, Sangu, and Sigu. After hearing that, Jiang Che could only force a smile, thinking the children's names had been chosen with almost no effort. After the introductions, Da Gao curiously asked for the names of the two guests. Right then, a mysterious voice reminded Jiang Che that, according to folklore, children with ugly names were easier to raise because the king of hell would pay them less attention. However, those same names often made them the target of ridicule, so they tended to feel closer to people with similar experiences. Understanding the hint, Jiang Che immediately introduced himself as Jiang Go. Zhuge Ye quickly changed his own name to Jiago. The children burst into laughter, delighted that everyone had Go in their names. Jiang Shi even high-fived Da Go and said they were family now. Zhuge Ye went as far as barking like a dog, making the atmosphere a little less tense. Yang Che then smiled and asked Da Go what game they were about to play. Da Gao pulled out an old notebook and excitedly announced that today's game was roleplay. He also asked if the two of them had ever played it before. The boy handed them the notebook and explained that it contained exactly 6 roles. Since they were newcomers, he would assign them the easiest parts. Jiang Che was surprised, thinking that even this haunted place had a full game script. Zhuge Ye stared at the notebook suspiciously, while Jiang Che casually explained that roleplay games were very popular among young people. He continued by saying that players chose characters, read their assigned scripts, followed the clues, and eventually uncovered the real culprit. That was basically how the game worked. As Jiang Che slowly opened the notebook, a strange flash of light appeared inside. He became even more convinced that these children were connected to an important clue. But when he turned to the first page, he found nothing except completely blank sheets. Jiang Che stared in confusion and shook the notebook a few times, unable to understand what was happening, because it looked nothing like a script. Da Gao gave a mischievous smile and explained that their roles were so simple they did not even need separate scripts. Jiang Che could only grip the notebook tighter and suppress his frustration. Zhuge Ye sighed in relief because at least he knew he was not blind. A loud crash echoed as a wine bottle hit the floor and shattered into pieces, signaling the beginning of the play. Da Gao immediately slipped into the role of the father and roared that he had worked himself to the bone to support the family, yet his wife had secretly been seeing old Wang next door. Da Gao was playing the father. He continued by pointing at Gao and furiously calling the character shameless. Gao threw himself into the role as well, and immediately fired back that if he were not so useless, she would never have needed to rely on old Wang to earn money. Crying as he acted, Gao accused the husband of caring only about cigarettes and alcohol, without ever asking where the money came from. Without old Wang's help, his tiny income would not even cover the family's expenses. Hearing that, Da Gao became even angrier and shouted that he wanted nothing to do with such disgraceful money. Watching from the side, Jiang Che could not help admiring how dramatic the opening was. Zhuge Ye shook his head and said he had seen plenty of over-the-top family dramas like this in novels. The two of them were then assigned their roles. Jiang Che played the son, while Zhuge Ye played the daughter. Da Gao continued shouting that no matter how poor they were, she should never have sold her dignity. Gao immediately argued that old Wang was the truly shameless one. If her husband were not so incompetent, she would never have had to make money that way. He even mocked him for enjoying cigarettes and alcohol bought with her humiliation while still acting self-righteous. As he spoke, tears streamed endlessly down Gao's face. Choking with emotion, he called the husband a useless man whose life no longer had any meaning. Da Gao lost his temper, shoved Gao to the ground, and yelled that if she wanted to die so badly, then she should just do it, instead of causing trouble in front of him. Gao clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. The next second, he jumped to his feet and ran outside, shouting that since those were his words, she would die right in front of him. Jiang Che watched the scene in stunned silence, feeling as though he were watching a tragic family movie. Stroking his chin, Zhuge Ye commented that the children were incredible actors, and joked that poor old Wang next door could never escape getting dragged into the mess. Just then, Jiang Che interrupted him and asked if he smelled something strange. Zhuge Ye blinked in confusion and asked if Jiang Che had just passed gas. Jiang Che was so annoyed that he pinched Zhuge Ye's face and told him to stop talking nonsense and actually smell the air. After taking a deep breath, Zhuge Ye finally realized the strong odor was exactly like leaking gas. Before either of them could react, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, making them both jump. Thick black smoke immediately poured out from the kitchen. Dagao rushed over in panic, crying out for his wife before screaming in agony, asking why she had been foolish enough to blow herself up. Ergo lay motionless on the floor, his body charred black by the explosion. Dago collapsed to his knees and tearfully told the children that their mother had turned on the gas and set it ablaze to end her own life. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled through the pain and announced that the children's mother was truly gone. Jiang Che watched the scene in shock. He never expected this roleplay to feel so real. When the script called for an explosion, it exploded. When someone was supposed to die, they truly died. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ye quickly stayed in character, covering his face as he cried for his mother. Dago pulled the two of them into a tight embrace and blamed himself for being too useless to save their mother. Through his tears, he promised to change and raise them well from now on. Zhuge Ye immediately played along, hugging him back and sobbing, "Dad." Just then, the sound of the door latch unlocking echoed through the house, making all three turn toward the entrance. A familiar, calm voice came from outside, asking if anyone was home and wondering what had caused the loud noise. Dago immediately recognized it as the village chief. Hearing that name, Jiang Che became even more certain that this play was leading them toward an important clue. Dago quickly pushed the two of them into another room and told them to stay hidden while he went out to speak with the village chief. Jiang Che stayed perfectly in character and pretended to beg for permission to explain everything in his father's place. Zhuge Ye also adapted instantly, clinging to Dago while crying that he was scared and did not want to leave his father. But before either of them could step outside, the door slammed shut right in front of them. Zhuge Ye turned to Jiang Che and asked what they should do now. Jiang Che simply smiled with complete confidence, as if the answer was obvious. The two immediately peered through the crack in the door to secretly watch what was happening outside. In a situation like this, eavesdropping was the only sensible choice. Saigao looked at the body on the floor in shock and asked what had happened. Dagao could only stammer that it was a long story and impossible to explain in just a few words. He then began recounting the entire incident from beginning to end, in great detail. After listening, the village chief gently comforted him, saying that, since his wife had died, staying here would only make things worse. He claimed to have connections in the city and could help Dagao hide there for a while. As for the two children, he would take care of them himself. Dagao's eyes turned red with gratitude. He repeatedly thanked the village chief and swore that if the children were raised safely, he would repay the favor for the rest of his life. The village chief waved his hand and generously replied that they were all villagers, so there was no need for thanks. At that moment, a blurry figure silently appeared behind Dagao, while the village chief continued talking about repayment in a strangely meaningful tone. The next instant, a sharp needle suddenly pierced straight into Dagao's neck, without the slightest hesitation. Sango stood there coldly as Dago collapsed onto the floor, showing no emotion at all. The village chief slowly remarked that now was the time for Dago to truly repay his debt. Watching everything through the crack in the door, Jiang Che was stunned. At last, the mastermind behind everything had finally revealed himself. But he still did not know the man's true identity. The operating room lights switched on, and Dagao's body was mercilessly dissected by the two men. Knives and surgical instruments were covered in fresh blood, creating an unbelievably horrifying scene. The village chief eagerly asked whether this batch met the requirements since every body was healthy. Sangu casually replied that they were acceptable, then urged him to clean up quickly so they could settle the payment. The village chief happily agreed, saying he would dispose of the body and return everything to its original place. Even so, he could not help complaining that prices had gone up while a heart still sold for only 250,000, which was far too cheap. Sango held a glass jar in his hand, his eyes gleaming with calculation. He smiled and replied that it was not a problem because he had brought the new price list. This time, they should finish processing the body first, and they could discuss the new prices afterward. The village chief immediately agreed with a smile. Every organ was removed from Dagao's body, while the remains were thrown into the graveyard behind the house. Dozens of other corpses had already been piled there, creating a horrifying sight. After everything was finished, the village chief wiped the sweat from his forehead and said the work was done, so it was time to discuss the payment. Sangu calmly replied that they could begin. Sangao slowly took out a wrinkled sheet of paper and handed it over, saying it was the new price list. The village chief studied it for a moment, before frowning, because it looked exactly the same as the old one. He looked at Sangu in confusion and asked what he meant. Sangu calmly searched through his shoulder bag and said he seemed to have taken out the wrong item. A few seconds later, Sango pulled out a gleaming knife and smiled, saying that this was what he had actually meant to show the village chief. Before he could finish speaking, the blade flashed through the air. With a single clean strike, San-go severed the village chief's neck. The severed head rolled across the floor as Jiang Che and Zhuge Ye watched the entire horrifying scene from behind the door. Jiang Che was so shocked that he stammered. He never imagined a roleplay could feel this real and terrifying. Zhuge Ye clung tightly to a tree, screaming inside that these kids acted as if everything were actually happening. After calming down, Jiang Che began connecting the clues. He guessed that the headless male corpse in the graveyard was most likely the village chief. The chief had worked with a mysterious partner to kill healthy young people and sell their organs. He continued analyzing that the village chief had eventually been eliminated by his own accomplice. Earlier, the system had not accepted the mission as complete when Jiang Che found only the body, proving that the missing head was also required. Watching San-go leave while carrying the village chief's head, Jiang Che immediately realized that following its destination might reveal the final answer. Just as the crucial truth was about to be revealed, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the entire space, leaving Jiang Che extremely frustrated. In the blink of an eye, everything reset, and they were back inside the old room where it had all begun. San-go calmly picked up his own head and placed it back on his neck as if nothing had happened. Then the four children left together. Jiang Che hurriedly called after them, hoping they would not end the performance here. Sigao turned back and explained that it was already night, so they had to go home. Degao added that if they returned too late, their other brothers and sisters would start worrying. After saying that, all four children jumped into the familiar toilet one after another and disappeared. Jiang Che rushed over but only caught a glimpse of them leaving. Zhuge Ye leaned over the toilet and repeatedly shouted Dago's name, but no one answered. In the end, he could only accept that the children had completely vanished. Jiang Che held his head and thought. The last time they hid in this house, he had heard children laughing, yet every young person in the village was already dead, leaving only the elderly. So, where were these children really hiding? They had also mentioned other brothers and sisters, which suggested everything might be connected to the village's mysterious missing children. Outside, night had completely covered the old house. Pushing those thoughts aside, Jiang Che told Zhuge Ye to stay here for the night and continue investigating after sunrise. Zhuge Ye could only sigh because all their progress had been interrupted. Outside this house, Su Xiaoman noticed the two of them had finally come out. She immediately walked over and asked if they had returned. Jiang Che looked surprised and asked why she was still here. Su Xiaoman quickly said she had found another clue and wanted to continue trading. Jiang Che calmly told her to wait a little longer, leaving her confused about what they were waiting for. Jiang Che scratched his head, stared blankly at her, and hesitantly asked for some time to organize his thoughts. Once everything made sense, they could continue the exchange. Su Xiaoman confidently declared that she was about 80% certain and could lead them to complete the main mission right away. Jiang Che gave a faint smile and sarcastically asked if she was about to claim she was a heaven chosen just like someone else. His words made Su Xiaoman immediately deny it. She insisted she was not deceiving anyone and emphasized that she could take them there right now. However, she also had one condition. After completing the main mission, Jiang Che had to help her clear her challenge mission. Jiang Che looked tired and replied that they should deal with the main mission first. They could discuss helping her afterward. Hearing that, Su Xiaoman wasted no more time and immediately led the way with a determined expression. Walking behind her, Zhuge Ye quietly asked Jiang Che why the girl had suddenly become so confident that she even dared to use the main mission as a bargaining chip. Even though he whispered, Su Xiaoman heard every word. She calmly explained that during another trial, she had once heard people mention Corpse Ridge Village. Zhuge Ye was secretly stunned that she could hear such a quiet conversation. Su Xiaoman continued by saying that the village chief of Corpse Ridge Village had been murdered and his body cut into pieces. The headless corpse everyone had seen in the graveyard was his body. As long as they found the missing head and reunited it with the corpse, the main mission would be complete. She added that according to the information she had gathered, the village chief's head was currently hidden inside his own house. Jiang Che nodded after hearing that, realizing that information could spread between different dungeons in this bizarre world, so rumors like this were not surprising. As they walked, Su Xiaoman suddenly stopped in her tracks. Jiang Che assumed they had arrived, but her expression instantly changed, as she loudly warned that something was wrong. Su Xiaoqin tightened her grip on the sword, as thick black ghost energy poured out around her. She sensed a mysterious earth-rank ghost, or something even stronger nearby, leaving the two behind her stunned. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed through the old house. A pair of blood-red high heels slowly stepped out of the darkness. The moment Jiang Che saw the figure, he froze because she felt strangely familiar. A few seconds later, he realized it was Sun Xiaoxiao, the head nurse of Huangquan Hospital. She spotted him too and called his name in surprise. Jiang Che was so shocked that his face twisted in disbelief. He blurted out her name the instant he confirmed. It was really Sun Xiaoxiao. Unable to hide his surprise, he asked why she was here. Xiaoxiao simply crossed her arms and calmly replied, "What is so strange about that? Why can't I be here?" As she spoke, she walked closer to Jiang Che and looked him straight in the eye. Then she asked why he was the one showing up here instead. After stepping even closer, Xiaoxiao glanced at the two people behind him and smiled knowingly. She teased that he seemed to have made quite a few new friends lately. Behind Jiang Che, both Su Xiaoqin and Uncle Ji stood frozen as they watched the strange reunion. The whole group was now inside the village chief's house. Unlike the uneasy Jiang Che, Sun Xiaoxiao looked completely relaxed. She smiled and greeted him, saying she never expected to meet him here after so long. Jiang Che forced an awkward smile, claimed he was here for sightseeing, then carefully asked if she actually believed him. Xiaoxiao tilted her head and calmly said there was nothing unusual about that. She also mentioned that the Tong Temple sacrifice would take place tomorrow, so the village would surely be crowded. The moment Jiang Che heard about the Tong Temple sacrifice, he locked the phrase in his memory, because it sounded like an important clue. After a brief hesitation, he asked why she had come here. Xiaoxiao laughed and immediately guessed he wanted to know if she had died. She explained that she had never died. Her good and evil sides had simply merged back together, making her whole again. Gently touching her face, Xiaoxiao smiled with genuine peace. She sincerely thanked Jiang Che and his family for helping her escape her hatred and find herself again. Jiang Che grew even more nervous, sweat forming on his forehead, but he stayed calm. After a few polite words, he asked if she had also come just to watch the sacrifice. Right then, Xiao Man appeared and curiously asked if this was one of Jiang Che's old friends. Xiao let out a small yawn and explained that Huangquan Hospital had reopened, but its organ supply had been cut off. The director sent her to Xiling Village to investigate why the deliveries had stopped. She also treated the trip as a little vacation. Jiang Che quickly asked if she had found the reason yet. Deep down, he realized that the organs from Xiling Village had been sold to Huangquan Hospital all along, and the pieces of the mystery were finally coming together. Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned ice cold. She slowly said the village chief was dead, and his head was still somewhere inside this house. She also heard that the village had once suffered a massive fire that killed many people. Jiang Che quietly sorted through the information and realized it almost perfectly matched his own investigation. Then he asked if the hospital had ever sent doctors to work with the village chief in the organ trade. Xiaoxiao answered without hesitation that the hospital only bought the organs and never took part in the harvesting. At the same time, she narrowed her eyes at Jiang Che and quickly realized he was trying to get more information from her. Remembering that Jiang Che had once saved her, Xiaoxiao decided to reveal a little more. She said the deputy village chief's son was highly skilled and had studied medicine. He had always handled the organ harvesting himself, but this time, she could not find any trace of him. According to her, he was extremely elusive, and even she had trouble tracking him down. Before ending the conversation, Xiaoxiao seriously warned Jiang Che that this place was incredibly dangerous. If possible, he should leave as soon as he could, and if he ever met the deputy village chief's son, he must never provoke him first. The moment he saw the person in front of him, he froze in shock. Only one thought crossed his mind. Could Aunt Ji and the deputy village chief have another son? But if that were true, why had he never seen him before? After waiting a little longer, the door to the village chief's house slowly opened. Outside, Su Xiaoqin and Uncle Ji were already waiting for Jiang Che to come out. She would stay in the village for a few days until her investigation was finished. Then she casually added that anyone with merchandise could come to her for a deal. After a few steps, Xiaoxiao looked back and gave Jiang Che a meaningful glance with a charming smile. She said her side bought everything, from adults to children. The moment Uncle Ji saw Jiang Che, he rushed over and anxiously asked if that woman had given him any trouble. His face turned bright red with embarrassment as he stammered that if she had really done anything to Jiang Che, he would gladly take the same treatment just so Jiang Che would not feel left out. Su Xiaoqin looked confused and asked if the two of them had known each other before and what exactly that woman had said. Jiang Che casually replied that she was simply an old acquaintance and they had some history together. Thinking about the more urgent matter, he quickly urged everyone to leave. They had the head, and now they needed to return to the demon pit as fast as possible. Just as the three of them were about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, asking what new clue they had found this time. Kong Zihao leaned on a small wooden cane, pretending to look experienced, as he curiously stared at the bag they were carrying. He guessed it came from the village chief's house, and said his group had planned to search the place too, but they had arrived too late. Looking over the three of them, he forced a smile and said they all knew each other, so working together to finish the main mission was the smartest choice. Su Xiaoqin rejected the offer without emotion. She said the more people who cleared the main mission, the smaller the final reward would be, including her challenge reward. After being rejected so bluntly, Kong Zihao lost his temper. He pointed at Su Xiaoqin and started yelling insults. The man in black sunglasses beside him joined in, mocking her as someone with no manners. They had no idea they had just invited disaster. Without saying a word, Su Xiaoqin quietly handed the bag to Jiang Che and coldly told everyone to wait for her. Seeing that, Kong Zihao became even more arrogant and immediately challenged her. He figured that as long as Jiang Che did not interfere with his drink-forbidden item, defeating a girl with a sword would be easy, and it would let him show off in front of everyone. But before he could finish that thought, Su Xiaoqin needed only a single second to strike. After one lightning-fast slash, she calmly sheathed her sword as if nothing had happened. Only then did everyone realize that Kong Zihao's head had already fallen from his neck, with blood spraying everywhere. His two followers screamed in terror, shouting that someone had been killed. Jiang Che could not hide his shock. He guessed it was a sword-drawing technique performed at a speed far beyond human limits, perhaps enhanced by a ghost spirit. Uncle Ji, meanwhile, stared with shining eyes and kept praising how unbelievably cool she was. At that moment, Xiao Man spoke up. She confirmed that Su Xiaoqin really possessed a ghost spirit, but that slash had nothing to do with its power. Jiang Che kept watching Su Xiaoqin and asked again in disbelief. Looking at Su Xiaoqin's cold and mysterious expression, a bold thought suddenly crossed Jiang Che's mind. Could she be a drank challenger? The idea left Jiang Che speechless. Normally, the gap between frank and drank challengers was enormous. How could they possibly appear in the same mission? Xiao Man continued her analysis. She noticed that Su Xiaoqin's ghost power had only reached a rank, yet her reaction speed, strength, and agility were far beyond normal human limits. Watching Su Xiaoqin's icy expression, Xiao Man became even more certain that she had gone through extremely harsh and professional training, nothing like ordinary practice. Hearing that, Jiang Che suddenly remembered shaking her hand before. Her palms had been covered with thick calluses from years of training, something rarely seen on such a young woman. It only made him more curious about her true identity. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqin slowly walked toward the two survivors and coldly told them to either disappear or let her handle them. The man in sunglasses trembled, but still threatened that he would report everything to Brother Yang and Captain Yan after returning. After hearing that, Su Xiaoqin calmly replied that she might as well deal with that too. The moment she finished speaking, she charged straight at the two men. The man in the cap instinctively turned to look at his companion. All he saw was a pair of glasses sliced clean in half. The man wearing those glasses had already been cut into 3 neat pieces in the blink of an eye. The gruesome sight terrified the last survivor so badly that his legs gave out and he collapsed onto the ground. In a panic, the man frantically opened the system while begging for mercy. He promised to leave this place immediately, but Su Xiaoqin gave him no chance. Another sword strike flashed out. His hat fell to the ground, revealing a shattered skull with his brain exposed. Jiang Che and Uncle Ji watched the entire scene in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock. After calmly sheathing her sword, Su Xiaoqin said her master had always taught her to treat people the way they deserved. Hearing her butchers the saying, Jiang Che could only hold his head in disbelief and shouted that she should ask her master to learn the phrase properly. Su Xiaoqin acted as if she heard nothing. She picked up the cloth bag and calmly told everyone to keep moving. Jiang Che answered awkwardly, while Uncle Ji hugged him with an excited grin and shouted, "Yes, madam," as if he had just received an order. Before long, the two of them watched Su Xiaoqin gently place the cloth bag onto the corpse at the demon pit. A system notification immediately appeared, confirming that the main mission to find the missing village chief had been completed. The reward would be given after the players left or finished the mission. Staring at the notification, Jiang Che still found it hard to believe. He muttered that the main mission had ended much faster than expected, and everything had gone surprisingly smoothly. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Che suddenly noticed something strange on the ground and stopped in curiosity. Seeing Su Xiaoqin covering the body with dirt, he asked why she was burying the village chief. She calmly replied that it was to erase the evidence in case the corpse revived, and helped Kong Zihao or someone else complete the main mission. Looking at the fresh mound of dirt, Jiang Che was speechless. This hiding place was anything but subtle, and anyone passing by would notice it immediately. After finishing everything, Su Xiaoqin turned to the two of them and reminded them of their agreement. She had helped them complete the main mission, so now it was Jiang Che's turn to reveal the clue he had found earlier. Jiang Che scratched his head and awkwardly claimed that he had only said he would think about it, never that he would definitely share the clue. Deep down, he had already decided that this girl was far too dangerous. If she learned everything, she might figure out the mission's mechanics and take all the rewards for herself. Standing beside him, Uncle Ji even pulled a funny face and joked that nobody could match Jiang Che when it came to talking his way out of things. Su Xiaoqin did not get angry. She calmly said she understood exactly what he was worried about. This was a drank challenge mission, and she could not clear it alone, so cooperation was the best option. Jiang Che looked up and replied that he was willing to cooperate, but he could not trust her at all. Su Xiaoqin answered with only one sentence. She did not trust him either. Right after that, a ghost spirit with a grotesque face appeared behind her. Su Xiaoqin admitted that she had originally planned to take the clue by force, but her ghost spirit sensed that Jiang Che's ghost spirit was much stronger and stopped her. Her ghost spirit concluded that it could not win that fight. Hearing this, Xiaoman immediately appeared with a smug smile and praised it for knowing its limits. Jiang Che could only sigh to himself. She had not held back out of respect for him, but because she feared his ghost spirit. Su Xiaoqin continued by saying that Jiang Che also would not dare fight her. Without her, he would have no chance of earning the challenge mission reward. Jiang Che stubbornly argued back, confidently saying that was not necessarily true because his ghost spirit was powerful enough to change the outcome. But the moment he finished speaking, Xiaoman quickly covered his mouth and quietly admitted that she had hidden something from him. Every time night fell, an invisible force heavily suppressed her power. Jiang Che's eyes widened as he heard that. He immediately complained about Xiaoman hiding something so important. He guessed this was probably the mission's balancing mechanic, designed to keep overly powerful ghost spirits from making the challenge too easy. Remembering his bold refusal just moments ago, Jiang Che wanted to hide his face. Agreeing to cooperate now would be like slapping himself with his own words. Seeing the tense atmosphere from Uncle Ji quickly raised his hand and cautiously suggested that they could still negotiate a partnership. Hearing exactly what he needed, Jiang Che immediately threw an arm around Uncle Ji's shoulder, smiled brightly, and declared that he would reluctantly agree to cooperate since Uncle Ji had spoken up. He acted unwilling on the outside, but inside he was thrilled that Uncle Ji had rescued him at the perfect moment. However, Su Xiaoqin's expression immediately darkened. She coldly said the two of them had misunderstood her. Her icy voice made the atmosphere even heavier. She said that only she and Jiang Che were needed to clear the mission. The white-haired young man was nothing but dead weight, and his only contribution would be reducing their reward. Su Xiaoqin rested her hand on her sword and bluntly told Jiang Che to choose. Either Uncle Ji left on his own, or she would send him on his way herself. Being called dead weight made Uncle Je's face turn red with anger. He loudly protested and complained that he had even called her cute before. Su Xiaoqin kept her icy expression and calmly replied that it sounded like Uncle Ji wanted her to make a move against him too. Uncle Ji immediately pulled out a protective talisman and boldly declared that if she wanted to fight, she could come at him. He would show her what real strength looked like. Just then, Jiang Che slowly stepped forward and gently patted Uncle Ji on the shoulder to stop him. He told Uncle Ji to calm down, then turned to Su Xiaoqin and admitted that, objectively speaking, she was not completely wrong. At first glance, Uncle Ji really did look like dead weight. Hearing that, Uncle Ji could only tear up in frustration. But Jiang Che immediately continued that Uncle Ji was his teammate. If they were going to cooperate, all three of them had to be included. Even though he still had doubts about him, he clearly remembered that Uncle Ji had stood by his side during the most dangerous moment. Uncle Ji was so touched that he jumped up and happily hugged Jiang Che. Jiang Che silently thought that without Uncle Je's timely help back then, he might never have defeated Endless Dread. He did not consider himself a saint, but he would never betray someone who had helped him. Jiang Che then looked Su Xiaoqin straight in the eye and made his final decision. Either all three of them worked together, or everything ended right here. After a long silence, Su Xiaoqin reluctantly nodded and accepted the condition. Once they agreed to cooperate, she willingly shared what she had learned. According to her investigation, the villagers were terrified of the ghost children hiding inside the Tong temple, which was why they constantly held sacrifices. The nighttime curfew existed only to keep people from running into those terrifying creatures. Su Xiaoqin concluded that if her theory was correct, destroying the ghost children would completely break the curse over Xiling village. Jiang Che nodded in agreement and said that, if the information was accurate, then this was the true source of the curse. He then decided that everyone would meet at the Tong temple at exactly 8 o'clock that night to begin the plan. Before they parted, Jiang Che suddenly remembered another important clue. He explained that during the main mission, the village chief had been beheaded by the deputy village chief's son. That man had also mysteriously disappeared, and according to the head nurse, he was incredibly dangerous. After hearing that, Su Xiaoqin simply replied that she would remember it and stay on guard. After she left, Uncle Ji hesitated, before quietly asking Jiang Che if they really had to fight those seemingly harmless children. Jiang Che failed to notice the hidden meaning behind the question. He calmly explained that they were not ordinary children, but monsters disguised as kids. They ate people, so there was no reason to show mercy. Uncle Ji reluctantly nodded, forced a smile, and urged everyone to keep searching for more clues while it was still dark. Seeing his unusual reaction, Jiang Che quietly grew suspicious. Perhaps what Sun Xiaoxiao had said earlier was still weighing on Uncle Ge's mind. After that, the two of them decided to return to the deputy village chief's house to continue their investigation. Hu Mei stood by the doorway with her arms crossed and asked impatiently why they were looking for the deputy village chief's son. Letting out a sigh, she explained that the man was always elusive, so even she did not know where he was. However, the Tong temple sacrifice would be held tomorrow, and since he was one of the priests, he would definitely appear then. After saying that, Hu Mei looked at Jiang Che, gave him a playful wink, and teasingly complained that he had time to look for other people, but never came to visit her. She said she would always be waiting for him in her room. Jiang Che could only force an awkward smile, and promised there would be another chance. After returning to his room, he sat there thinking for a long time. A man like that becoming a priest was definitely no simple matter. However, he quickly regained his determination. If they could finish the challenge mission tonight, tomorrow's sacrifice would no longer matter to them. The clock began ringing, signaling that the time had finally arrived. The two of them hid behind the gate and carefully watched the area outside before making their move. Uncle Ji stepped out first, looked around the village, and remarked that everything seemed far less frightening than he had expected. But at that very moment, a strange shadow quietly appeared ahead of them. It was a child holding a mask with the face of an adult man. The child slowly turned around, revealing glowing red eyes and a creepy smile before politely asking if they wanted to play soccer with him. The sight left Jiang Che speechless. Uncle Ji was trembling so badly he could barely stand. He grabbed Jiang Che and whispered that the face on the mask looked just like a girl who had joined the challenge mission here before. A blood-red glow flashed across the child's lifeless eyes. It slowly walked closer, stretched out both hands, and smiled crookedly as it innocently asked to borrow Jiang Che's head as a soccer ball, because its old one was broken, and his looked so much better. Jiang Che shut his eyes, pointed straight at the child, and shouted helplessly. He said that since the kid had complimented his looks, he might actually consider lending it his head, but first he had something important to say. Jiang Che seriously explained that with soccer skills like that, the child would never make the national team even after a lifetime of practice. The little boy blinked in confusion, having no idea what he was talking about. Seeing the child was still confused, Jiang Che walked over, rested a hand on his shoulder, and mysteriously asked if he had ever heard the phrase, "become one with the ball." Before the child could answer, Jiang Che suddenly made his move and twisted the boy's head several full turns. Then Jiang Che simply lifted the child's head right off his neck. Holding the head in his hands, he seriously explained that this was what it truly meant to become one with the ball. Your own head was the perfect soccer ball, and this was the highest level of the sport. The child stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Jiang Che, completely unable to follow his bizarre logic. A few seconds later, the little boy happily hugged his own head, politely thanked Jiang Che, and ran away. Jiang Che calmly waved back, as if he had just done a good deed. After witnessing the entire conversation, Uncle Ji broke into a cold sweat. He silently wondered how anyone could possibly come up with such a way of thinking. Uncle Ji suddenly remembered why they had come, and quickly reminded Jiang Che that they still had to eliminate the ghost children. Jiang Che froze with his sword in hand, before suddenly realizing he had completely forgotten the real mission. He even felt guilty, because he had genuinely been trying to help the kid make the national team. Behind another house, a man quietly stood beside an old well. He slowly reached out and touched the edge of the well. With a heavy gaze, he softly whispered that he would never let anyone disturb them here. Time quietly passed until 8:07 p.m. At the Tong Temple, Su Xiaoqin had already been waiting for a long time. Before long, Jiang Che and Uncle Ji arrived as well. Uncle Ji looked at the young woman in confusion and cautiously asked who she was. Even Jiang Che looked surprised. Half joking, he asked if this was the real Su Xiaoqin, or if the mission world allowed players to change their appearance. Su Xiaoqin calmly explained that her previous appearance had only been a disguise. This was her true face. Hearing that, Jiang Che froze in shock. He asked in disbelief if she had already reached Challenger rank 5, then wondered why she had chosen to reveal her true identity to him. Su Xiaoqin lowered her eyes slightly and quietly replied that this was her way of apologizing for the harsh things she had said to him before. Just then, a young yet eerie voice echoed through the air, asking the three of them if they had seen its parents. An illusion of a house engulfed in flames appeared before them. From inside the fire came the sobbing voice of a child, crying that it was burning, while desperately calling for its parents. The scene shifted again into countless crying children's souls. They said their parents had not returned for a very long time, and that they missed them terribly. Their pale white eyes stared ahead, as if begging for help in despair. They kept wondering if their parents had abandoned them and left them all alone. Before the crying could stop, another voice gently comforted them, saying there was no need to be afraid anymore, because they would all stay together from now on. Every one of them was a child without parents. The child spirits hugged each other tightly while crying, treating one another as the only family they had left. They promised to protect each other, because they had all become one family. The children's faces slowly twisted and warped under the weight of their hatred. They kept muttering that they had to protect their brothers and sisters, find their mother, and understand why they had been abandoned, because they were only children that nobody wanted anymore. One by one, the child spirits merged together into a grotesque and horrifying monster. From within it came a chilling voice calling out, "We will always be one family." Watching the horrifying scene, Jiang Che turned pale and stammered in shock. He could not believe those spirits were devouring one another and merging into a single creature. Xiaoman immediately explained that demons came in many forms. At first, these children had only been ordinary vengeful spirits, but some outside force had forced them into one body. She could sense that its aura was extremely unstable, and its strength might have already risen from drank to crank. The massive mass of vengeful spirits slowly closed in as countless voices roared together, vowing to kill them all and drag everyone down with them. The moment it finished speaking, the monster unleashed a devastating attack. Su Xiaoqin instantly raised her weapon to block it. At the same time, Jiang Che charged into the fight. The two worked together flawlessly and unleashed everything they had on the monster. After being slashed, the mass of vengeful spirits let out a painful scream. Mixed into the noise were the weak cries of children, begging everyone to save them. But before they could celebrate, Jiang Che realized the monster's wounds were already healing, as if they had never existed. Xiaoman appeared and urgently said she would help. This monster had reached C rank and could attack its opponent's mind directly. Even so, Xiaoman warned that she could not release her full power, so Jiang Che must not act recklessly. He simply nodded and stayed ready to fight. Ghost power instantly covered Jiang Che's body. A brilliant glow erupted as his eyes turned cold and sharp while entering ghost power possession. The white-haired old man also warned Su Xiaoqin to be extremely careful. He said this would be an incredibly difficult battle, and she calmly answered with a short reply. Right after that, Su Xiaoqin also activated ghost power possession, shot into the air, and joined Jiang Che in the attack. The evil spirit mass kept screaming in agony while Zhu Geye collapsed onto the ground, trembling because the pressure left him unable to move. His face turned deathly pale, and the only thought left in his mind was that he would die here. Panic quickly became despair. Zhu Geye blamed himself for being nothing but dead weight. The painful memories of being an abandoned son, rejected by both his father and his clan, and feeling completely worthless nearly broke him. While fighting, Jiang Che gritted his teeth and cursed because the monster's regeneration was far too fast. Looking up, he saw countless shriveled arms rushing down from above. At the critical moment, a sudden sword slash cut through and saved him just in time. Su Xiaoqin appeared in front of him, her mysterious purple eyes as cold as ever. She told Jiang Che to focus on attacking, while she blocked every strike from the enemy. But in the next instant, one of the monster's giant arms suddenly swept toward them. Su Xiaoqin was knocked away, and Jiang Che immediately leaped into the air to keep attacking. He repeatedly slashed the monster's body in half, while quietly apologizing to Qiuzi and the other souls trapped inside. Miserable screams echoed again as more of the monster's body was torn apart. This time, the shattered, vengeful spirits did not merge back together. Instead, they separated and broke into countless tiny fragments. Jiang Che immediately realized his guess had been right. The monster's true weakness was the human faces attached to its body. He quickly shouted the discovery to Su Xiaoqin and told her to aim directly at those faces. But at that very moment, another shriveled arm silently crept up behind him. A warning rang out, but the heavy blow still struck Jiang Che. He spat out a mouthful of blood as dizziness overwhelmed him, and his vision began to spin. The terrifying strike sent Jiang Che flying several meters away. Even Su Xiaoqin froze in surprise that he had been blown away so easily. Lying flat on the ground with a swollen face, Jiang Che raised both hands and complained that if they were going to fight, they should stop aiming for his face because that was just unfair. Hearing that, Su Xiaoqin could only think that he had been aiming for the monster's face the whole time as well. Jiang Che angrily pointed at the monster and shouted for everyone to hit its face. Su Xiaoqin calmly replied that he was on the right track, but it was still not enough because those faces were still regenerating, only a little slower than before. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoqin rushed back into battle. She believed the mission could not be impossible to clear. They simply had not found the pattern yet. Before the night ended, they had to destroy the monster. While holding his chest to stop the bleeding, Jiang Che watched Su Xiaoqin keep attacking from the air. Gritting his teeth, he complained that several ribs were practically broken and wondered how much he would need to recover later. Just then, a strange pitch-black illusion suddenly appeared before his eyes. Whispers echoed from the darkness, saying they were all one family and should unite, sacrifice for each other, and protect one another. Only by becoming one could no one hurt them again. After hearing that, Jiang Che immediately understood a terrifying possibility. If that was true, then every face on the monster's body had to be destroyed almost at the same time, or they would simply reconnect. While Jiang Che was still thinking, the evil spirit mass suddenly launched another wave of attacks. Both Jiang Che and Su Xiaoqin dodged in time. After taking a closer look, Jiang Che realized they had to cut away every tentacle and limb first before they could hit all the faces. But the monster healed too fast and was far too massive for just the two of them. Then an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. They still had one teammate who had not used his true strength. He looked toward Zhu Geye. His cursed artifact specialized in wide area attacks, making it the perfect counter to this monster. Jiang Che immediately shouted for him to join the fight, but Zhu Geye only sat there in a daze, quietly asking over and over if anyone believed in the light. Seeing that, Jiang Che was so furious his eyes nearly popped out. He yelled that they were all about to die, and told Zhu Geye to stop muttering nonsense. Xiao Man gently placed a hand on Jiang Che's shoulder and quietly told him to stop calling. It seemed Zhu Geye had suffered a devastating mental shock. Hearing that, Jiang Che suddenly remembered the trick that had snapped him back to his senses before. Zhu Geye still kept his head down, drowning in guilt and self-blame. His fighting spirit had almost completely collapsed. The monster noticed it immediately and used the faces of young children to lure the white-haired young man over to join them. Seeing the danger, Jiang Che rushed in to counterattack. At the same time, Su Xiaoqin dashed forward at incredible speed to stop the monster from reaching Zhu Geye. As he charged in, Jiang Che shouted for Zhu Geye to get out of the way. But Zhu Geye only looked up blankly and wondered if this was really the moment he was going to die. Countless savage children's faces closed in as if they wanted to devour him. Looking at them, Zhu Geye saw his younger self, filled with the same madness, resentment, despair, and pain. Watching someone about to die in agony reminded Zhu Geye of the day Di Zheng killed his mother. Back then, he had been completely powerless. The thought that he was nothing but a burden who dragged others into danger consumed him again. His awareness slowly returned, but his heart felt empty. With lifeless eyes, he slowly raised a trembling hand and thought that maybe he should have followed his mother on that very day. At that moment, a warm ghostly hand gently held his, and his mother's familiar voice softly called out, "Xiao Ye." Her faint figure appeared behind him, hugging her son as she gently encouraged him. In her eyes, Zhu Geye had never been weak. He was stronger than many others, and a future as vast as the starry sky was still waiting for him. Every word from his mother made tears stream down his face. She reminded him of the day she gave him the jade pearl and told him not to care about meaningless rumors or let other people's opinions shake his heart. Most importantly, he should never become someone his future self would hate. She smiled proudly and said he would always be her greatest pride. Then her figure slowly faded away. Zhu Geye desperately reached out to stop her, but he was too late. All he could do was break down in tears and cry out for his mother. Her warm voice still echoed through the air, promising they would meet again someday, just not yet. Before disappearing completely, she urged him to show both his teammates and that monster his true strength. Those words restored Zugei's spirit. He told himself he was never weak, and he was certainly not the useless person he had believed himself to be. He fixed his eyes on the charging monster with greater determination than ever before. He had always pushed forward, and that would never change. The instant the monster's attack reached him, Zhu Geye leaped into the air and narrowly avoided the blow. As soon as he landed, he pulled out a stack of talismans, stared at the monster, and shouted that he would never let this demon run wild again. A barrage of talismans flew straight at the monster. Zhu Geye declared that today it would learn just how terrifying the Zhu clan truly was. After being struck again and again, the monster let out a painful scream. Zhu Geye quickly turned and shouted to Jiang Che that the chance to counterattack had arrived, catching him slightly by surprise. Without giving the monster any time to recover, Zhu Geye hurled the bracelet with the red jade straight at it. The attack was so powerful it nearly wiped the monster out. Then he loudly taunted, "Do you believe in the light?" In unbearable pain, the monster shrieked and desperately wrapped its arms around the human faces growing across its body. Seeing that performance, Jiang Che praised Zhu Geye for doing a great job. Beside him, Su Xiaoqin could not hide her surprise at his strength. Seizing the rare opportunity, Jiang Che tightened his grip on his sword and charged straight at the monster. Every face on its body suddenly begged for mercy in despair. They pleaded for their lives, saying they had only become like this because they were terrified, and begged him to stop. Hearing those words, Jiang Che quietly sighed and softly apologized. Even so, his sword never slowed down. He knew there was no other way but to end everything. With one decisive slash, he split the monster's massive body in half. Beneath its shell, countless human bodies were finally revealed. A few of them still held on to the last traces of consciousness, weakly calling for their parents and loved ones before fading into darkness. Jiang Che slowly raised his hand, looked at the victims before him, and gently said, "Everyone, go home." As soon as he finished speaking, every body fell completely still. Seconds later, the last remnants of life inside those bodies were drawn away by an unseen force toward an unknown place. A new system, notifications, suddenly appeared before the three of them, and Jiang Che immediately focused on it. The system announced they had completed the hidden mission, the children of Xiling Village. The reward would only be granted after they cleared the entire trial, or chose to leave the instance. Jiang Che and Su Xiaoqin were both stunned that a hidden mission even existed. That also meant those children were not the true source of the village's curse. While they were still thinking, Zhu Geye started praising himself again, proudly claiming the biggest credit this time. He even turned to tease Su Xiaoqin, deliberately calling her by the wrong name, and bringing up what happened that morning, asking who had really been holding the team back. Jiang Che and Su Xiaoqin could only exchange helpless looks. The more Zhu Geye talked, the prouder he became. He even declared that without him, none of them would still be alive. But while he was still bragging, his face suddenly turned deathly pale. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Geye collapsed onto the ground, startling Jiang Che and Su Xiaoqin as they rushed over. Su Xiaoqin anxiously asked what had happened. After checking him, Jiang Che sighed and guessed that he had simply exhausted himself and fainted. Jiang Che decided to carry Zhu Geye back to their base, saying they both owed him this time. The two of them then struggled to carry the unconscious young man away. As soon as they returned, Jiang Che set Zhu Geye down and complained that carrying him had been way too heavy. He muttered that if they ever got out of this place, the first thing he would do was make him lose some weight. Behind them, Su Xiaoqin and the hat-wearing ghost spirit appeared. After examining her injuries, he grimly concluded that one rib had shattered in several places. Her internal organs were bleeding badly, and her waist had suffered severe damage. Without treatment, she would have little chance of surviving. He advised her to ask Jiang Che for some medicine, but Su Xiaoqin replied hopelessly that medicine in the demon world was extremely precious, and since she had clashed with his group before, there was no way he would help her. She looked toward Jiang Che, who was sitting there talking to the unconscious Zhu Geye by himself, and thought that with her current condition, it would be easy for him to kill her if he wanted. Hearing that, the hat-wearing ghost spirit could only helplessly tell her that sometimes she needed to learn to trust other people. Just then, Jiang Che suddenly turned to look at her, making Su Xiaoqin nervously avoid his gaze. Jiang Che silently stared at the bottle of medicine in his hand for a long moment, as if thinking something over. Finally, he tossed the medicine straight toward Su Xiaoqin. He simply told her to use it. Catching the bottle, Su Xiaoqin stood frozen in complete surprise. After the brutal battle, the group had finally returned to rest. Seeing Su Xiaoqin still standing there, holding the medicine in a daze, Jiang Che coldly reminded her to treat her injuries first. He even held out his hand and casually said that if she did not need it, she could give it back. Hearing that, Su Xiaoqin immediately hugged the bottle tightly and quickly said she needed it. After a brief hesitation, she sincerely thanked him and could not help asking why he had decided to help her. Jiang Che calmly replied that they were partners now. His earlier judgment had been wrong, and the trial was not over yet. It might become even more dangerous. If Su Xiaoqin stayed half dead, he would no longer be able to rely on her as a useful partner. Hearing that answer, Su Xiaoqin felt a little disappointed. The ghost spirit beside her chuckled and teased that she had misjudged Jiang Che because he was not nearly as bad as she had once believed. Even after hearing that, Jiang Che did not care about her reaction. He sat down to rest, complaining about the exhausting battle while feeling quite satisfied. They had only cleared one hidden mission, but he believed the final reward would be worth it, so the trip was far from a loss. Su Xiaoqin was still uneasy. She sighed, believing they had lost every clue needed to continue the investigation. Jiang Che immediately disagreed. He seriously pointed to the deputy village chief's son, the man who had beheaded the village chief with his own hands. In Jiang Che's view, that man still held the key answer. The next morning, the villagers once again walked outside one after another, as if nothing had ever happened. After a night's rest, Zhu Geye had fully recovered and immediately went back to bragging, taking all the credit for last night's battle. Jiang Che ignored the endless self-praise and focused on the strange part. They had destroyed every child the night before, yet Today's sacrifice ritual was still happening as usual. While Zhu Geye kept repeating how great he was, Su Xiaoqin guessed the children had not truly disappeared, but had simply taken another form. Watching the situation around them, Jiang Che warned Zhu Geye not to go anywhere near the temple fields. Zhu Geye only lifted his chin with confidence, insisting that nothing there could threaten someone as strong as him. Jiang Che cut off his bragging and said he had an extremely important mission that only Zhu Geye could handle. Jiang Che's mysterious smile instantly gave him a bad feeling. Before long, Zhu Geye was standing alone in the deserted village. Jiang Che's instructions echoed in his mind, saying every villager had already gathered behind the mountain, leaving the village completely empty. His mission was to find the exact location of the operating room that had appeared during the earlier role-playing trial. Holding the bracelet with the red jade tightly in his hand, Zhu Geye carefully searched every corner for clues. Even so, he could not help muttering that he hoped Jiang Che was not setting him up. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqin asked Jiang Che if he was really confident about this plan. He calmly replied that the chance of success was only about 50%, but the fact that she agreed to cooperate proved they had reached the same conclusion. Hearing that, Su Xiaoqin asked no more questions and decided to follow the plan. Their goal this time was to head straight for the graveyard. Seeing her become much more decisive than before, even Jiang Che was a little surprised. Su Xiaoqin coldly declared that she was not the type to hold her teammates back. Since she had accepted the plan, she was fully prepared to see it through. Jiang Che rubbed his forehead and sighed. He figured they might as well give it one try. If it failed, they could simply give up since the main mission had already been completed. Su Xiaoqin immediately agreed. Meanwhile, the villagers silently marched in line just as they did every day. Xiao Man noticed Jiang Che had changed into a different outfit and curiously asked where it came from. He smiled and said Hu Yer had prepared it for him. Xiao Man remarked that she seemed to care about him a lot, while Jiang Che proudly claimed his charm had always been hard to resist. After leading the procession around once, the priest finally stepped onto the altar. Spreading his arms wide, he loudly announced that everything was ready and ordered the villagers to remain silent as the sacrifice ritual officially began. Even without her head, Xiao Man sensed the situation with remarkable clarity. She quietly told Jiang Che that if he wanted to retreat, now was still the time. Jiang Che signaled for her to explain why. Folding her arms, Xiao Man calmly explained that the priest before them was a true C-rank demon. Jiang Che still did not see the problem and asked what made him different. In his view, the fused monster and endless dread from yesterday had both reached C rank as well. Xiao Man immediately shook her head. Those two monsters had only reached C rank through forced methods. They were never true C rank demons. She continued by explaining that demons below C rank usually had obvious weak points like the head or heart, and they could be killed with cursed artifacts or ghost power. But once they reached C rank, they would actively protect those vital spots, and some would even awaken a special ability known as Ghost Domain. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Jiang Che became even more confused. Xiaoman explained that ghost domains came in countless forms, were incredibly complex, and could not be overcome with ordinary methods. The only way to break one was to figure out its unique mechanism. The worrying part was that they still had no idea whether the priest possessed such an ability. The moment Xiaoman mentioned ghost domain, Jiang Che immediately changed the subject and asked if she had one too. She proudly lifted her chin and replied that of course she did, and hers was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. Jiang Che's eyes lit up at once. Thinking they now had a trump card, he joked that she had done nothing but watch the show last night. That instantly made Xiaoman furious. She fired back, saying it was not because she refused to fight, but because Jiang Che was still too weak to unleash her ghost domain. While the two kept arguing, the priest's commanding voice echoed across the area, announcing that the ritual had officially begun. Before the altar, the priest slowly knelt with absolute reverence. He raised 3 sticks of incense as an offering. At that very moment, the fruit plate on the altar suddenly shattered into pieces. At the same time, the 3 incense sticks in the priest's hand snapped in half. Witnessing the ominous sign, the villagers immediately panicked and repeatedly asked the priest what had happened. He slowly stood up, turned toward the crowd, and declared that the village children were furious. Someone had disturbed and harmed them. The villagers instantly fell into chaos. None of them believed it, since no one had been able to approach the children after the nighttime curfew was enforced. They feared this anger would bring disaster upon the entire village. The priest sternly declared that the villagers had followed the rules for years without making a single mistake. Everything had only changed after outsiders entered the village. He loudly concluded that those outsiders had shattered the children's peace, then suddenly pointed towards someone in the crowd, declaring the culprit was standing right there. The villagers immediately stepped aside, revealing Jiang Che in the middle. The priest pointed directly at him, accusing him of disguising himself as a villager to infiltrate the village. Even Jiang Che was caught off guard. In an instant, the villagers surrounded him and shouted for the intruder to be killed. Seeing the situation turn bad, Jiang Che immediately made up a story that he was the deputy village chief's long-lost son and begged everyone to spare him. Just then, a woman's voice sounded from behind, mocking him by saying his talent for lying was truly impressive. The young woman slowly removed her cloak, revealing her true identity. She told Jiang Che to handle what he needed to do while she held everyone here back. Seeing her face, he called out in surprise, "Sun Xiao Xiao." At first, the villagers thought she was one of them and hesitated, but once they realized she had sided with the humans, they immediately treated her as an enemy. The priest was equally stunned to see Sun Xiao Xiao. He could not understand why someone from Huangquan Hospital would betray her own side to help a human, and he angrily warned that she would suffer the consequences. Sun Xiao Xiao simply smiled and calmly declared that she was standing with humanity, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She immediately cut him off, then swept her gaze across the villagers, as though evaluating prey. The director had assigned her to find new supplies, and the people here already owed her quite a lot. She smiled faintly, saying there was no reason to ignore such a large shipment right in front of her. As the villagers' ghost power kept rising and they closed in on Jiang Che, Xiaoman quickly warned that many demons among them were already E rank or higher, and one of them had even reached C rank. She urged him to think of a way out. Jiang Che calmly replied that he was only surprised someone had come to help, not frightened. Deep down, Jiang Che knew this place would decide whether their mission ended in success or failure. Taking a deep breath, he shouted with all his strength, trying to reach the children hiding nearby. He declared that their parents were still alive. Those words left both Sun Xiao Xiao and the villagers stunned, unable to understand what Jiang Che was trying to do. The priest immediately sensed something was wrong. Pointing straight at Jiang Che, he roared an order to kill every last person trying to ruin the village. In the blink of an eye, the villagers charged forward like madmen. Sun Xiao Xiao instantly swung her sword, cleanly beheading the first attacker. Even while fighting, she reminded Jiang Che to control his strength and not damage her supplies. She even warned that if he ruined too many, he would have to compensate her. While blocking wave after wave of attacks, Jiang Che kept shouting to the children that their parents had never abandoned them. They had only left because they wanted their children to have a better life. He continued by promising that their parents would return soon, as long as the children chose to believe him. But the villagers seemed to have completely lost their reason and kept charging without stopping. During the fierce battle, the altar was knocked over, sending offerings and candles flying everywhere. Jiang Che continued shouting that the children's parents had always missed them. Unfortunately, the only response was silence. Jiang Che began to waver. Nothing was unfolding the way he had expected, and he still had to keep dodging the relentless attacks. Jiang Che glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao. He knew that if the plan failed now, even if Zhu Guiye completed his mission, they still could not save the trial. As powerful as Sun Xiaoxiao was, she was starting to get overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. Two demons seized the chance and bit into her legs. Xiao Man anxiously reminded Jiang Che that if he was wrong, he had to accept it. She urged him to retreat before the C-rank demon made its move because a demon's territory suppressed outsiders, and even Sun Xiaoxiao could not hold out much longer. Seeing him hesitate, Xiao Man continued by saying that no one in the world was absolutely invincible. Every world had its own rules and operated under its own system. According to her, in this place, the rules stood above everything else. It did not matter whether it was strength, status, or wealth. In the end, none of them could surpass the rules and system notifications that had already been established. Hearing that, Jiang Che quickly regained his composure. While driving back the charging villagers, he shouted into the open air again, promising to reunite the children with their parents. The silence remained suffocating. Even so, Jiang Che refused to give up and kept urging them to seize this one chance to return to the families waiting for them. Then a child's voice suddenly broke the silence. That single call was enough to make the furious priest immediately turn around. Behind the temple, a timid child peeked out and innocently asked what a home was and where their real home could be found. The moment the child appeared, every villager froze in shock and fear. They all realized the children had come out, and everything had slipped beyond their control. Seeing the change, Jiang Che was overjoyed. After all his efforts, the hidden mechanic of the instance had finally been triggered. The priest immediately turned toward the children and loudly threatened them. He insisted that their parents had died long ago, that they had been abandoned because they were nothing but burdens, and that no one would ever return for them. But more and more children stepped forward, rejecting every word. They declared that they still had families. Their parents had never abandoned them, and it was the priest who had imprisoned them all this time. The children's bitter cries of defiance made the priest clutch his head in agony as he screamed for them to be silent. His madness only grew worse. Strange flames burst across his body as he threw back his head, cursed the children, and shouted that they deserved to be cast into hell and punished forever. Watching the scene, Jiang Che noticed the flames surrounding the priest, and suddenly wondered if the deputy village chief's son had also been burned to death. Meanwhile, Xiao Man observed that the priest seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary C-rank demon. He had no ghost domain and was not the true source of the curse. Jiang Che immediately rejected that conclusion. From what he saw, the marks on the priest's body did not match someone who had been burned alive. As he watched the priest kneel in the flames with his head in his hands, laughing like a madman, Jiang Che fell into another chain of deductions. The sight of the children drove the priest even further into madness. He screamed that everything was their fault and that every one of them deserved to die. One child calmly spoke up, saying the priest was too noisy before slowly raising a tiny hand. A strange power was activated at once. Everything nearby began shaking, before being violently pulled toward the priest, piling onto him like an enormous magnet until he was buried beneath the rubble. Witnessing that scene, even the villagers, who had attacked so fiercely moments earlier, panicked and hurried to hide. Jiang Che realized the children's power could suppress the priest to some extent. That proved his deduction had not been entirely wrong, but it also raised another question. If the masked man was only one piece of the curse, then where was the true source hiding? There had to be more clues inside the instance that he had not uncovered yet. Just as Jiang Che was lost in thought, someone gently tugged on his sleeve. A tiny spirit looked up at him with hopeful eyes and reminded him of his promise to take them to their parents. Moments later, countless children's spirits gathered around him, eagerly asking where their parents were. One even described what its mother looked like, so Jiang Che could help find her. The sight only made the remaining villagers even more terrified. More and more spirits surrounded Jiang Che until the last villager fled in fear. The children excitedly urged him to get moving, joking that if he lied to them, they would eat him. One even said that if they could not find their father, then Jiang Che would have to become their father instead. Xiao Man looked at the priest trapped beneath the rubble and reminded Jiang Che that he was still a C-rank demon. The suppression would not last long. They had to decide now whether to keep going or retreat. Without hesitation, Jiang Che said they had come this far, so there was no turning back. Sun Xiaoxiao calmly told him to keep doing what he needed to do. As for her, she glanced at the supplies, scattered across the ground, and decided to collect everything still usable before the priest broke free. Looking at Sun Xiao Xiao, Jiang Che curiously asked why she had helped him so many times. Then he jokingly wondered if she wanted to become his ghost spirit. Hearing that, Xiao Man was speechless, amazed that he would even flirt with demons in this world. Xiao Xiao blushed slightly and looked away, explaining that she was only repaying a favor because he had once helped her when she was little. She did not want to owe a human anything. She also admitted she did not know when they would meet again, then invited him to visit Huangquan Hospital if he ever had the chance. The moment Jiang Che heard the name Huangquan Hospital, cold sweat ran down his back. He forced an awkward smile, thinking they could meet anywhere except a hospital. Meanwhile, the children kept urging him to hurry and take them to their mothers. Jiang Che smiled and led the children forward. They happily followed behind him, curiously looking around and playing the whole way. He suddenly realized that everyone had their own definition of home, but there was only one road that truly led back to it. Deep down, he knew that for these children, no beautiful scenery in the world could compare to returning to their families. Ming looked ahead and quietly asked if this place had once been his home. He pointed at an old house in disappointment, saying his mother had left long ago. The little girl holding Jiang Che's hand also choked back tears, believing her parents had abandoned them and that no one was waiting inside that house anymore. Jiang Che gently patted the little girl's head and smiled, reassuring her that she would see her parents again very soon. So the entire group continued moving forward without stopping. When they finally arrived, every child froze in shock at the sight before them. Right outside the village entrance, Su Xiaoqin and Zhu Geye were already waiting. Beside them stood many familiar figures, though they were nothing more than dried, lifeless bodies. As long as their loved ones were still there, that place was still home. The invisible bond that led them back also carried countless precious memories. Ming burst into tears, saying it had been far too long since his family had shared a meal together. One dried corpse softly called out with a trembling voice full of love, recognizing that it was truly Ming. Just then, the system announced that the parents gone and children's memories mechanic had been activated, with completion progress reaching 33%. In what felt like a single moment, the long years of suffering seemed to disappear. Ming's pale face was soaked with tears, yet healthy color slowly returned to his cheeks. The dried body also began to change, gradually returning to the gentle appearance of the mother she had once been. Looking at her son with trembling emotion, she softly called his name. The system sounded again, announcing that the mechanic's progress had risen to 66%. Jiang Che silently watched the reunion and thought that no matter how many years passed, no matter how tiny saplings grew into towering trees, the longing for family never truly faded. Ming finally broke down and cried out, "Mom." Immediately afterward, the system confirmed that the mechanic had reached 100% completion. The children's spirits instantly rushed forward like arrows released from a bowstring. One after another, the children threw themselves into their parents' arms, while the adults embraced the sons and daughters they had thought they would never see again. The tears of parents and children mixed together as their emotional sobs echoed through the air. No words were needed. Everyone could feel the happiness of a family finally reunited and returning home together. Standing quietly to one side, Jiang Che could not help feeling moved. He even joked that this reunion was more touching than any New Year's Eve special. Su Xiaoqin and Zhu Geye both nodded softly. Neither of them had expected such a deeply human moment to exist in a world filled with demons and ghosts. Looking at Su Xiaoqin, Jiang Che casually teased her, asking if she was missing her own parents too. Su Xiaoqin calmly replied that both of her parents were dead. Hearing that, Jiang Che immediately apologized for his careless remark, but Su Xiaoqin casually added that she had killed them herself, leaving him completely stunned. Jiang Che's eyes went wide as he stammered, asking if she had really killed her own parents. Su Xiaoqin simply replied that she saw nothing strange about it. Jiang Che immediately took a step back, forced an awkward smile, and quietly said he had no opinion at all. As long as she was fine with it, that was enough. Inside, he was nothing but embarrassed and confused. Ignoring his reaction, Su Xiaoqin admitted that Jiang Che was the one who had finally broken the deadlock. Hearing that, he pieced together the remaining clues and concluded that the bodies whose organs had been harvested by the village chief and deputy village chief were the children's. After they disappeared, more and more minor demons began appearing throughout Shiling village. Jiang Che continued that the village chief claimed to care for the children, but in reality he locked them inside the temple and left them to live or die. The children's temple and the graveyard were closely connected. The children's spirits could only exist inside the temple, while the mutilated corpses could only wander around the graveyard. Even the times when the two groups appeared never overlapped. Jiang Che sighed and said that if the parents gone and children's memories mechanic had not been activated, today's entire plan would have failed. Fortunately, his original deduction had been correct, and everything had worked out without any major mistakes. Su Xiaoqin suddenly reminded Jiang Che that one problem still remained. Looking around, she asked why his white-haired teammate had not returned yet. Jiang Che suddenly froze. He had completely forgotten about Zhu Geye. No wonder he had felt like someone was missing, without remembering who it was. About 30 minutes earlier, in a deserted corner of the village, Zhu Geye carefully cracked open an old wooden door, inching it open while cautiously watching the room inside. After searching for quite a while, he quietly smiled when he finally spotted what he had been looking for. Zhu Geye immediately slipped inside and searched every corner of the room, grumbling that Jiang Che had only told him to look for clues, without saying what he was actually supposed to find. With this much junk everywhere, who could tell what was important? What he failed to notice was that someone had quietly crept up behind him. Thinking the old file he had just found was the key clue, Zhu Geye was reading it carefully when a cold voice suddenly ordered him to hand it over. The unexpected voice made him jump. A freezing axe blade was already pressed against his neck, leaving him too afraid to move. Slowly turning around, Zhu Geye froze when he recognized the person behind him. It was Jiang Zihao. He stammered, asking if Su Xiaoqin had not already killed him. Why was he still here? The man gritted his teeth and shouted that his name was Jiang Zihao, not that rich guy. Even so, he immediately demanded that Zhu Geye hand over the file. Zhu Geye quickly backed away several steps and argued that at a time like this, who had time to remember his name anyway? Jiang Zihao laughed bitterly and said that, although he had come back to life, the pain of dying still felt as vivid as ever. Zhu Geye hurriedly insisted that it had all been Su Xiaoqin's fault and had nothing to do with him. Jiang Zihao flew into a rage, claiming their group had pushed him so far that he had failed even the main mission. Zhu Geye interrupted again, saying the one who had stopped him was Su Xiaoqin, and if he still wanted to finish the mission, he should just go dig up that grave. Jiang Zihao shouted at him to shut up and kept venting his frustration, insisting everything was their fault. But Zhu Geye shamelessly interrupted again with a single reply. It was all Su Xiaoqin's fault. The moment he finished speaking, an axe slammed directly into his head. Apparently, talking too much really did not end well. After taking the hit, Zhu Geye instantly changed his attitude. He lowered his head, apologized repeatedly, admitted he was wrong, and promised to stay quiet so Jiang Zihao could continue. Jiang Zihao covered his face and kept complaining. According to him, everyone should have cleared the challenge mission together, but now they had no chance of even finishing the main mission. His face gradually twisted with hatred as he warned that he would stop pretending from now on and make everyone watch what happened next. Once Jiang Zihao calmed down a little, Zhu Geye secretly thought the guy had completely lost his mind, which only convinced him even more that the file in his hands was an important clue. Feeling a little more confident, Zhu Geye straightened his back and boldly declared that Jiang Zihao should not underestimate him. He even shouted, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Jiang Zihao did not bother arguing. He rushed forward and punched Zhu Geye square in the face, telling him to wake up and stop living in fantasy. Zhu Geye was sent flying, flipped once in the air, and barely managed to land on his feet. Holding his swollen cheek with one hand and his knocked-out tooth with the other, he groaned about how expensive a fake tooth was these days. Jiang Zihao coldly said he did not care, tightened his fist, and warned that if Zhu Geye refused to hand over the clue, he would die under the axe, and the item would belong to him anyway. Just as Jiang Zihao was about to strike, he suddenly froze and stared at his empty hand in shock. The axe he had planned to use was gone without a trace. Zhu Geye glanced to the side and instantly spotted the axe lying nearby, as if luck had placed it there for him. He quickly grabbed the weapon, and his confidence soared, making even Jiang Zihao change expression. With the axe in hand, Zhu Geye proudly warned that nobody gave tetanus shots in this demon world. His face said only one thing: it was time to fight back. Back in the present, after Jiang Che and the others finished the hidden quest and reunited the children with their parents, Zhu Geye was still nowhere to be seen, leaving them worried. Su Xiaoqin suddenly looked into the distance and quietly said that he had finally arrived. Zhu Geye limped over with bruises all over his face and body, but he still clutched the file tightly while waving at Jiang Che. Jiang Che rushed over to support him. Leaning against him, Zhu Geye panted heavily. Jiang Che asked who he had fought since the villagers were already gone. Zhu Geye painfully raised the crumpled file and said Jiang Zihao was the culprit. He tried to steal the clue, so they fought a brutal battle that left him covered in injuries. Seeing his miserable condition, Jiang Che sighed and said he really took a beating this time, even losing a tooth. Zhu Geye complained that Jiang Zihao had gone crazy and kept fighting even against the axe. Jiang Che asked what happened to him. Zhu Geye proudly replied that since Jiang Zihao had no more chances to revive, he spared him and only tied him up. At that moment, Jiang Zihao was tightly bound, with no clothes left on him, lying helplessly inside the house. Even though he was nearly exhausted, Zhu Geye urged everyone to ignore him and read the file because he had risked his life to bring it back. Jiang Che patted his shoulder and thanked him for his hard work. Jiang Che then opened the file. Inside was an old family photo of 3 people, yellowed with age, but the father's face had been completely covered with black ink. After a careful look, Jiang Che realized the child in the photo was the duck-herding boy they had met before. The other 2 quietly waited for his conclusion. Just then, Jiang Che noticed something hidden behind the photo. He carefully pulled out a folded note tucked inside. The moment he finished reading it, his expression immediately changed. His surprise quickly turned into relief. Jiang Che believed their chances of clearing the stage were now very high. Zhu Geye quickly interrupted and warned him not to celebrate too early. Xiaoman agreed, hinting that happy endings often came with unexpected twists. Jiang Che could only change his words and say they would probably clear the stage this time. At that moment, Zhu Geye suddenly turned around, making Jiang Che immediately look behind him as well. Somehow, the priest had already appeared before the children and their parents. He coldly mocked their reunion as a disgusting lie and cursed the villagers, saying they deserved to die because they had caused every tragedy. His gaze settled on the adults as he cruelly declared that their organs had been taken, so they could never return to the village and would only rot away on that mountain. He then looked at the children and said they had once been locked inside the temple, forced to wait for death, and would never again feel the warmth of their families. The more he spoke, the crazier the priest became, and killing intent burst from him. He could not accept that they had reunited and reached a happy ending because, in his eyes, they deserved none of it. After saying that, the priest turned to Jiang Che's group and blamed them for interfering. Zhu Geye gasped that this time they were the real target. Even so, he confidently pulled out a stack of talismans, ready to recreate their 3-man teamwork. Even against a powerful C-rank demon, he believed they could still win if everyone fought together. Before he could finish, Zhu Geye suddenly sensed that something was wrong. The moment he looked back, Jiang Che was already gone. His retreat was so fast that even his teammates failed to notice. Zhu Geye shouted in panic while Jiang Che kept running and waved back as if saying goodbye. Zhu Geye gritted his teeth and called him a master at abandoning teammates. Seeing Jiang Che sprint away, the priest froze for a moment before realizing where he was heading. He immediately changed targets and charged after Jiang Che. Watching this, Zhu Geye instantly changed his attitude and was deeply moved, believing Jiang Che was not abandoning them, but using himself as bait to lure the enemy away. While running, Jiang Che smiled confidently and said he was much stronger now. With boosted stamina and ghost power on his side, the priest had no chance of catching him. When he reached an old well, he suddenly stopped and jumped onto its stone rim. Jiang Che smirked and said it was time to call for backup. Hearing that, the priest froze and was left speechless. Jiang Che leaned toward the well and loudly called out to Aunt Zhou, saying someone had come to see her. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, leaving everyone in awkward silence. Refusing to give up, Jiang Che quickly changed tactics and shouted that payday had arrived. The moment he finished, a figure slowly rose from the bottom of the well. Aunt Zhou appeared in a hurry, asking where the salary was before realizing Jiang Che had called her. Then Aunt Zhou slowly turned her eyes toward the priest. She walked toward him step by step and tearfully said that he had finally come to see her. At that moment, Su Xiaoqin and Zhu Geye also arrived. Seeing the strange scene, Zhu Geye was completely confused about why 2 people who wanted to kill each other were now standing in silence. Jiang Che began putting everything together. Based on the clues surrounding the well, he guessed that Aunt Zhou had once been the village beauty. After discovering a horrifying secret, she was thrown into the freezing well by the village chief and suffered endless scorn from the villagers. No one would have guessed that the worn-out woman had once been famous for her beauty. The secret she uncovered was connected to the clue hidden inside her body, and with the new evidence, the whole truth finally became clear. The file Zhu Geye recovered contained a suicide letter addressed to the town secretary. In it, the writer desperately exposed the village chief and deputy chief for secretly trafficking human organs. They lured villagers with promises of city jobs, murdered them, and sold their body parts. It was a formal report exposing their crimes. By now, Jiang Che had assembled every piece of the puzzle and uncovered the truth behind the tragedy. Aunt Jo was the daughter of a woman despised by society, who abandoned her right after birth, while her father's identity remained unknown. Because of that, she was looked down on and isolated by the villagers from childhood. After discovering the village chief's crimes, Aunt Jo told everything to her lover, who was the deputy chief's son, and the man who later became the priest. The two argued fiercely over the matter. Aunt Jo decided to take the children away from the cursed village, but the deputy chief secretly overheard their conversation. Already looking down on Aunt Jo because of her background, the deputy chief immediately joined forces with the village chief and threw her into the well to silence her forever. That meant whoever killed the village chief in the operating room, whether it was the priest himself or someone connected to him, was likely seeking revenge for the woman he loved instead of fighting over profit. Aunt Jo looked straight at the priest with tearful eyes and asked why he had never spoken to her. She wondered if he avoided her because she was no longer beautiful, or if he had come to hate her as well. Hearing those words, the priest quietly removed the terrifying mask covering his face. Then he lowered his head and gently placed a loving kiss on Aunt Zhao's lips. The sudden display of affection caught Zhu Geye and Su Xiaoqin completely off guard, making them blush and turn away, while Jiang Che frowned as if sensing something was still wrong. The priest gently touched Aunt Zhao's changed face and said he had never hated her because she would always be the most beautiful woman in his heart. Holding Aunt tightly, he tearfully confessed that he had always come here in secret to visit her, but he never dared to speak because he feared her resentment. Finally, with a trembling voice, he asked if she still hated him. Aunt Zhao's twisted face gradually softened, and her terrifying appearance slowly faded away. She slowly admitted that she had hated him for a long time. She blamed him for lacking the courage to stand against his father, refusing to reveal their love, and never acknowledging their child. If he had been braver, none of this might have happened. Tears rolled down Aunt Zhao's cheeks, but as the years passed, her hatred slowly faded. She mentioned that the priest had killed the children and burned down the village, saying it was time to let everything end, and hoping they could leave this place together. Watching the emotional reunion, Zhu Geye joked that he needed some sunflower seeds to enjoy the show, but Su Xiaoqin immediately turned him down. Standing nearby, Jiang Che rubbed his chin and said he had a feeling this was not over yet. The priest lowered his head and apologized for being weak and betraying Aunt Jo years ago, but he firmly denied killing the children. He only had the villagers tie them up on the mountain before selling them. The temple collapse and the fire that destroyed the village were completely unexpected. He himself had also died in the flames. Hearing that, Jiang Che immediately exclaimed that his guess had been right. This case just kept throwing out one twist after another. At that moment, a cold child's voice echoed from behind them, calmly admitting that everything had been his doing. A young boy slowly walked forward and calmly declared that he was the one who brought down the temple and set the entire village on fire. According to the boy, every tragedy had been created by his own hands. He pointed at the priest with eyes full of hatred, calling him a coward and declaring that he was the one who destroyed both him and his mother. Filled with rage, the boy shouted that if the priest had never accepted his existence, then why had he allowed him to be born, only for both mother and son to suffer endless humiliation from the villagers. Those words completely broke the priest. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and screaming in agony. The boy coldly continued, saying that now everyone was finally here. He raised both hands as overwhelming ghost energy erupted and swallowed the entire area. He cursed everyone to die in the same pain and hatred that he had endured. In an instant, the ghost domain opened, and endless darkness consumed the surroundings, making the air unbearably oppressive. The moment they were pulled into the ghost domain, everyone fell into terrifying illusions. Su Xiaoqin collapsed to the ground as tears streamed down her face. She sobbed an apology to her parents and insisted that she was not the one who had caused their deaths. Painful cries echoed through the darkness as a child asked why his father had abandoned him and his mother after she had already passed away. Regret and sorrow filled the entire space. Some blamed themselves for abandoning their families. Some believed they had failed as fathers, while others despaired because they thought their parents no longer wanted them. Jiang Che cursed under his breath. He realized the boy was the true source of the curse, and the endless night covering Xiling village had likely been created by his terrifying power. Just then, a painfully familiar voice called from behind Jiang Che, Xiao Che. The sound froze him in place. Slowly turning around, Jiang Che saw Jiang Yuan standing there. She blamed him for always provoking the Ye family, and said that was why she had ended up like this. Jiang Che stood completely frozen at the sight of Jiang Yuan. At the same time, in the real world, she was inside a restroom. While washing her hands, Jiang Yan suddenly shivered, as though something had just brushed past her. But when she looked around, everything seemed perfectly normal. The restroom was quiet, with no sign of anything unusual. She gently placed a hand over her chest, unable to understand why her heart was suddenly racing. After calming herself down, Jiang Yuan assumed she was simply worried because Jiang Che was not home. But she had no idea that after she walked away, her reflection in the mirror remained behind, staring after her before revealing a twisted and sinister smile. Jiang Yuan walked out without realizing that the reflection was still standing inside the mirror. The thing in the mirror smiled wider and wider as its face became increasingly horrifying. Just before the smile could spread any further, a loud crash rang out. A hand suddenly smashed the mirror into pieces, startling the figure inside. Zhou Yong immediately pulled a paper doll from the shattered glass and scolded it for making such a creepy smile. After that, he burned the paper doll and quietly wondered whether this was the work of the Ye family or the Guangming Society. Thinking about Jiang Che still trapped inside the demon world, he realized the enemy had taken the chance to target Jiang Yuan. Just then, Zhou Yong's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Hong Ling?" After hearing only a few words, Zhou Yong asked in shock. The judgment summons had been issued, and it was so urgent that he wanted to know what had happened. While he was on the call, a woman accidentally walked into the restroom. Seeing Zhou Yong inside the women's restroom, she immediately screamed. Zhou Yong instantly played along, speaking in a soft feminine voice, and complaining that she had startled him, even pretending to be a shy young woman. He kept acting, saying he had only come in to use the restroom before walking out with exaggerated, graceful steps. The woman stood there frozen, wondering why that girl was so tall and muscular. On the other end of the line, Hong Ling burst into laughter at the performance. Zhou Yong helplessly explained that it was all for the mission. He then returned to the main topic and asked for her report. Hong Ling said the summons required every captain across the country to gather, and she hoped the situation was not as serious as expected. Before leaving, the captain had specifically ordered them to protect Jiang Yuan because the Yi family was suspected of joining forces with the Guangming Sci Society. She asked whether she should come help Zhou Yong, but he confidently said he could protect an ordinary person on his own. Hearing that, Hong Ling decided to lead the team to the newly discovered anomaly. After ending the call, Hong Ling informed the team that Zhou Yong's side was under control, so they would head to the area where the abnormal event had appeared. Jing Jianlan worriedly asked whether the captain still had a chance to return. Hong Ling remained silent. Qin Li angrily reminded everyone that 3 years ago, a judgment summons had claimed the lives of dozens of captains, and now it was happening again. She could not understand why only captains were allowed to go, or why the rest of them could not help, even a little. Lying across the sofa, Nanggong Xiaoxiao lazily explained that the summons was only for captains. As long as someone on the list was still alive, even if they were dying in a hospital, a special aircraft would come to pick them up at any cost. Nanggong Xiaoxiao continued by saying that the Ghost Bureau captains were the strongest challengers of all. The list only included them because anyone else would contribute very little and would only increase the casualty rate. As soon as those words ended, the entire room fell into heavy silence. Hong Ling broke the silence and told everyone not to dwell on pessimistic thoughts. She asked whether they still remembered who they were and the oath they had once sworn. "We build a wall to protect humanity with our blood and sweat. We use our own blood to guard the sacred line between mankind and disaster. We dedicate our entire lives to keeping this world at peace." After saying that, Hong Ling immediately stood up and signaled everyone to move out. The team quickly assembled because their next mission was waiting. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was still trapped inside the illusion, his mind in complete chaos. Countless voices echoed through his head, tormenting him. "You do not even know where your parents are. Wake up." The negative thoughts kept growing stronger. If he could not even protect his own sister, what was the point of living? He felt completely exhausted and wanted to give up. Xiaoman desperately tried to wake Jiang Che, reminding him that if he died, she would also die because of their contract. But he remained trapped in despair, wanting only to die. After a while, Jiang Che weakly muttered that knives hurt, jumping into the well would be too cold, and smashing into a wall would be an ugly way to die. After thinking it over, he decided it would be easier to just sit there and wait for death. Xiaoman secretly realized that Jiang Che's mental resistance and incredible narcissism were truly unusual. Compared to everyone else, he was far less affected by the ghost domain, which meant there was still hope of waking him. She shook Jiang Che even harder and seriously warned that he would really die if he did not wake up. Xiao Man even threatened to break their contract if this continued. Having no other choice, she walked over and stood right in front of him. Feeling a little embarrassed, Xiao Man quietly said that she was wearing black stockings today. The instant Jiang Che heard those words, his eyes lit up. He jumped to his feet and hurriedly asked where the black stockings were. Only then did he realize he had been trapped inside the ghost domain and that everything before had been an illusion. After breaking free from the ghost domain, Jiang Che proudly claimed that the ability was not that impressive after all. Xiao Man could only hold her stomach and laugh, calling him a shameless pervert. The boy, the son of the priest and Aunt Zhou, looked at Jiang Che in surprise. He recognized him as the man who had helped him catch ducks and wondered why the ghost domain still had no effect on him. The mutation system displayed a prompt. It revealed that the boy had always carried one burning question. Why were other parents willing to sacrifice everything for their children, while he had never received even a trace of love? To him, it was unbearably unfair. Jiang Che fell silent. The child before him was both pitiful and terrifying. Xiao Man quickly explained that just as some ghosts grew stronger by feeding on fear, this boy drew power from the despair of everyone trapped inside the ghost domain. Defeat him, and the ghost domain would collapse on its own, completing the mission. After hearing that, Jiang Che teased her for even knowing internet slang like emo, saying she must spend plenty of time online. The boy immediately cut them off, flashed a malicious smile, and said that was still not enough. If everyone else had tasted despair, then Jiang Che should suffer it too. Only then would it be fair. The moment he finished speaking, he charged at Jiang Che at incredible speed, attacking while coldly laughing that only this could make everything fair. Jiang Che dodged in surprise and could not help wondering what kind of upbringing had given this kid such unbelievable strength. The boy smirked with murderous intent and asked if Jiang Che still had the strength to block his attacks. Then he warned him not to celebrate too soon because he would never allow him an easy death. He declared that he would break Jiang Che's arms and legs one by one, tear apart every teammate, and devour them. Then he would enter the real world, hunt down their families, force them to watch everything, and torture them to death in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Che's face darkened as killing intent exploded from him. At that moment, he had only one thought. He had to put that hateful brat down. Xiao Man hurriedly warned him not to fall for the provocation. She reminded him that entering the real world was nowhere near as easy as the boy claimed. Jiang Che replied coldly that he understood, but nothing angered him more than seeing his family threatened. He immediately asked Xiao Man to lend him her ghost power, so he could teach that C-rank demon a lesson. Xiao Man tried to stop him again, explaining that ordinary injuries could heal after revival, but the side effects of ghost possession could not be erased so easily. Jiang Che refused to change his mind and said he already knew the risks, but still wanted the power to beat the boy. With no other choice, Xiao Man transferred her ghost power into Jiang Che, while helplessly wondering where he had learned to be so stubborn. She also reminded him not to go too far, because their lives were now tied together. The moment Jiang Che received the ghost power, his aura completely changed. He shot forward like an arrow and roared that anyone who dared threaten his family would pay the price. His sword came crashing down with overwhelming force, but the boy reacted instantly and raised his weapon to block the strike. The collision unleashed a violent shockwave that threw both of them backward. The boy smiled mockingly and asked if Jiang Che was fighting with the determination to protect his family and friends. Jiang Che's eyes remained steady, completely unmoved by the ridicule. The boy sneered, saying that crying, while pretending to be righteous, made him sick. Then he let out a furious roar. Jiang Che simply laughed and replied that, from where he stood, the one who was truly jealous was the boy. Those words made the child freeze. Jiang Che continued, saying the boy envied people who had loving families and friends because he had no one, so he wanted to destroy everyone else's happiness. He admitted he could sympathize with the boy's past, but the crimes he had committed could never be forgiven. Hearing that, flames of rage burned in the boy's eyes. He screamed that he envied no one and cursed everyone as filthy and worthless. Driven into madness, the boy unleashed wave after wave of razor-sharp black energy at Jiang Che. He screamed that Jiang Che had to die. At the same time, Zhu Guiye and Su Xiaoqin were still trapped inside the ghost domain. Su Xiaoqin tightened her grip on her sword. Even as the blade cut into her palm, until blood flowed, she endured the pain to stop herself from sinking deeper into the illusion. Just then, the prayer beads on Zhu Guiye's wrist suddenly began glowing with a faint light. The light slowly restored his senses. The moment he opened his eyes, Zhu Guiye happily shouted after realizing Jiang Che had awakened. Su Xiaoqin immediately said they had to help him at once. Seeing her blood-covered hand, Zhu Gei was stunned and silently thought she was unbelievably ruthless toward herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was still locked in a fierce battle with the ghost boy. Su Xiaoqin rushed in like lightning and unleashed a series of sword strikes to support him. Seeing that both teammates had escaped the ghost domain, Jiang Che was relieved. Su Xiaoqin calmly said that the most important thing now was to find the enemy's weakness. Xiao Man immediately gave orders. If they got the chance, aim straight for the head, no matter where the true weak point was. Cutting it off would greatly weaken the boy. His offense was powerful, but his defense was lacking, so focus on his neck. Hearing that, Jiang Che could not help remembering how Xiao Man's own head had once been cut off. The longer the fight dragged on, the more insane the boy became. He kept screaming that he would tear everyone apart and throw the pieces in front of their families. Su Xiaoqin unleashed a sword technique as sharp spiritual energy quickly enveloped her blade. She moved at incredible speed, attacking the boy from every direction. But every strike was effortlessly blocked. The boy sneered in contempt, saying attacks like those were nowhere near enough to defeat him. The moment the boy exposed an opening, Jiang Che rushed in from behind and called for Xiao Man to give him even more ghost power. She agreed without hesitation. At the same time, Zhu Guiye shouted for Jiang Che to hit harder and knock every last tooth out of that brat. The shout made the boy instinctively pause and turn his head. Su Xiaoqin instantly seized the opening, moved into position, and loudly told everyone to get back. The three of them attacked together, pouring all their strength into one final strike to end the battle. In the distance, the priest and Aunt Zhou could only stand there in stunned silence as they watched. Jiang Che, Su Xiaoqin, and Zhu Guiye closed in from three different directions, completely cutting off the boy's escape. Facing the perfect encirclement, the boy only frowned slightly, as if he no longer had time to dodge. A deafening explosion erupted as all three attacks landed at once. Zhu Guiye anxiously asked whether they had finally defeated him, but as the dust slowly cleared, the sight before them left everyone speechless. Standing in front of the boy was the priest. He had used his own body to block the fatal attack. Jiang Che froze. He never expected their finishing blow to be stopped like this. The priest was clearly in agony, yet he still forced himself to remain standing. The impact sent Jiang Che flying backward, but Zhu Guiye caught him just in time. The boy stared at the priest with wide eyes, his voice trembling in disbelief. The priest tearfully apologized to his son. He admitted that he had failed both him and his mother, that he was unworthy of being a father or a lover, all because he had been too weak to protect them. He said, perhaps this was the ending he deserved, because at least in his final moments, he could still protect his son. Zhu Guiye immediately panicked and told Jiang Che to retreat. In his view, now that the boy's father had fallen, the ghost would surely go completely berserk. Xiao Man warned that it was already too late. The backlash from the ghost power had begun. His blood vessels would burst, his organs would be damaged, and even his bones would start cracking. Leaving now would only make Jiang Che die faster. Clutching his chest through the unbearable pain, he could not understand why the backlash had arrived so early. On the other side, the boy coldly questioned the priest. He could not understand why the man who had abandoned him would suddenly go this far. He shouted again, asking whether the priest really thought this would earn his forgiveness. Grabbing the priest by the collar, the boy furiously repeated that he had abandoned both him and his mother. Just as the priest was about to explain, the boy immediately cut him off, declaring that he would never let him escape so easily. The priest would stay here forever to atone for what he had done to them. But then, the hatred in his eyes slowly began to fade. As his emotions changed, the sea of resentment covering the entire area also started to disappear. The boy collapsed into the priest's arms and tearfully confessed that all he had ever wanted was a complete family. It was his father who had destroyed that home, and that was why he could never let go of his hatred. Seeing the scene unfold, Jiang Che and the others stood frozen with their mouths hanging open in shock. Xiao Man quickly pieced everything together. She believed it was no coincidence that the priest weakened whenever the boy used the ghost domain. Father and son shared a special connection, and the boy held complete control over that power. Earlier, the priest's ghost power had been completely taken away, leaving him with only D rank strength, nowhere near enough to withstand Jiang Che's attack. Now, in order to save his father, the boy had transferred all of his remaining ghost power back to him. Xiao Man concluded that, in human terms, the boy was sharing his own life force with his father. Hearing that, Jiang Che helplessly realized their last attack had defeated no one. Xiao Man reassured him that both father and son had now become much weaker. One had fallen to D rank, while the other was down to F rank. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqin and Zhu Guiye were still strong enough to handle them. Just then, Aunt Zhou slowly walked over. She looked graceful and beautiful, as if she had never suffered at all. Seeing her, the priest tearfully called out the name of the woman he loved. Aunt Zhou immediately embraced both the priest and their son, holding them tightly as she softly said that as long as they were safe, nothing else mattered. The boy looked up with innocent eyes and asked his mother if his father would ever leave them again. The priest wrapped both mother and son in his arms and firmly promised that it would never happen again. Watching the reunited family from a distance, Jiang Che fell into thought. The boy always claimed to hate his father, yet when it truly mattered, he was still willing to give up his own life to save him. In the end, what Qiultan truly wanted was never revenge. He only wanted a heartfelt apology and a promise from his father to make things right. Behind him, Xiao Man impatiently told him to stop getting emotional and asked if he was in pain. Jiang Che smiled weakly and said he could still endure it. At that moment, the system announced that the Xiling village mission had been completed with outstanding results. He received an A rank evaluation, advanced from level 2 to level 4, gained 5 ghost power with each level, and earned an extra 50 bonus points. The first reward was a substitute paper doll, an extremely rare revival item. Next, he received 5,000 ghost coins called the villager's fee, along with a humorous note saying the entire village was now broke. He also obtained a dexterous finger bone. The final reward was a burned corpse. Even though it smelled awful, the system claimed it tasted delicious. Jiang Che could only mutter that he had earned only an A rank, but then admitted his first successful clear had relied on plenty of luck. Zhu Guiye jumped around in excitement, cheering non-stop because they had finally cleared the stage. Jiang Che, however, was not nearly as excited. The rewards did not seem impressive enough, and what he wanted most was medicine to ease the pain tearing through his body. Just then, someone suddenly called out to him. The three of them turned around and saw a brilliant crimson flower appear in the boy's palm. The boy gently tossed the flower toward Jiang Che and said it was a gift for him. Jiang Che caught the flower with a puzzled expression, having no idea what it was. The system quickly explained that it was blood crystal grass, an item that could be exchanged for additional rewards. The boy weakly explained that it was a ghost treasure grown inside the village's corpse pit. He thanked Jiang Che for helping him regain a complete family. Hearing that, Jiang Che felt guilty that the boy was already so weak and still chose to give him such a precious treasure. The boy proudly teased that Jiang Che must be deeply moved, so there was no need to be polite. Hearing that, Jiang Che immediately asked if there was any more blood crystal grass, because his two injured teammates could really use some. Zhu Guiye and Su Xiaoqin quickly nodded with hopeful eyes. The family of three smiled as they turned to leave, inviting Jiang Che to visit Xiling village again someday, so they could catch ducks together. Jiang Che quickly called out for them to wait. The priest turned around with a confused look, wondering what was wrong this time. Jiang Che seriously reminded the boy that next time he should tell his father to buy genuine clothes, because wearing cheap knockoffs brought terrible luck. The villagers also returned one after another. Their voices, calling each other home, echoed through the village, bringing everything to a peaceful close. A short poem appeared as the ending. May the land always remain beautiful. May every child always have a safe home to return to. And amid the lights of the mortal world, may there always be a home waiting for everyone. Xiao Man stared at the blood crystal grass in Jiang Che's hand and urged him to eat it immediately. Jiang Che was shocked and said anyone could tell it was an incredible treasure, even if it did not look very appealing. Xiao Man explained that blood crystal grass was as precious as the rarest divine medicine. It could heal injuries, restore vitality, and greatly improve the body. While it offered little ghost power, it was perfect for Jiang Che's current condition and was worth no less than 1,000-year ginseng. Jiang Che's eyes instantly lit up, and he almost started drooling. All he could think was that such a priceless treasure should have been locked away forever. Yet he was about to chew it up. Before Xiao Man could stop him, Jiang Che stuffed the blood crystal grass into his mouth and swallowed it. Right after eating it, he grimaced because it tasted absolutely awful. But only seconds later, Jiang Che immediately felt a strange transformation spreading through his body. The metallic taste of blood mixed with intense burning as though an invisible flame were scorching his tongue. Not only that, every muscle and every nerve in his body burned with blazing heat, as if he were being reforged in fire. The pain was unbearable, Yet his damaged blood vessels, tendons, and bones healed at an incredible speed. Even the feeling that his soul was about to shatter slowly faded away. Jiang Che could not hold back a loud scream. His hair stood on end as the rush of recovering from his injuries filled him with overwhelming exhilaration. Zhu Geye, on the other hand, clutched his head in horror. He could not believe Jiang Che had actually eaten the blood crystal grass. To him, it was a treasure worth over 1,000,000 ghost coins, and Jiang Che had just swallowed the whole thing. Zhu Geye grabbed Jiang Che by the collar and shook him wildly, begging him to spit it back out. Everyone else would refine a treasure like that into medicine and use it little by little. Nobody would waste it by eating it whole. The two immediately started arguing. Jiang Che insisted he had already swallowed everything, while Zhu Geye desperately demanded that he throw up at least half so they could wash it and eat it later. Just then, Su Xiaoqin calmly reminded them that the mission was over and she was about to leave. Jiang Che hurried over to make conversation and even wanted to exchange contact information. Su Xiaoqin casually replied that her phone was too old for that feature. Jiang Che then asked if she was single, and she answered with a vague smile that she did not have time to think about that yet. He then asked for her real name. Su Xiaoqin simply replied that she had no name, said goodbye, and added that they would probably meet again before long. Jiang Che smiled and nodded, feeling that her words would likely come true. The system displayed a prompt asking whether he wanted to leave the demon world. Meanwhile, Zhu Geye muttered that he was not interested in befriending that girl anyway. After saying that, Zhu Geye took the initiative to help Jiang Che to his feet and warmly invited him to head back together. As he supported Jiang Che, Zhu Geye proudly said that many people might help him in the future, but he would always be the one there to catch him, every single time. Jiang Che immediately asked why. If that were true, Zhu Geye had tried to steal his medicine earlier. Zhu Geye was instantly speechless, and before he could come up with an excuse, Jiang Che reminded him to stop shaking because his organs were still fragile. Hearing that, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter. At last, the atmosphere became light-hearted again. The surroundings quickly changed as Jiang Che and Zhu Geye returned to the real world. The moment they arrived, Zhu Geye collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath while complaining that this trial had been filled with C-rank demons and above. They had almost died, so he even demanded compensation for emotional damage. After finishing his complaints, Zhu Geye looked around the room with annoyance because no one had come to greet them. Just then, Hong Ling rushed in with an extremely anxious expression after seeing that the two had returned. Noticing how worried she looked, Jiang Che immediately asked what had happened. Zhu Geye also jumped in with a question, but he blurted out an awkward joke that only made the atmosphere even stranger. Hong Ling ignored it and immediately reported that the Yi family had made their move. She urged Jiang Qi to hurry home and protect his sister. The moment he heard that, his face turned pale with shock. At the same time, inside a luxurious mansion, Ye Changqing was carefully reviewing footage of Jiang Che's battle against Endless Dread. A subordinate bowed and reported that after a thorough investigation, they had confirmed the bone blade in Jiang Che's hand was the forbidden artifact transformed from the Bloodblade ghost. That meant Jiang Che was almost certainly the one who had killed the young lady of the Ye family. Hearing the report, Ye Changqing flew into a rage and crushed the phone in his hand to pieces. Xie Baru looked heartbroken over his ruined iPhone 15 Pro, while Ye Changqing coldly ordered them to capture Jiang Che immediately. Before nightfall, Jiang Che had to be forced to kneel before him and confess his crimes. Xie Baru nervously reminded him that Jiang Che was probably still trapped inside the demon world. Ye Changqing did not care and immediately switched his target to Jiang Yuan, ordering them to capture her instead and force her to kneel in her brother's place. After saying that, he threw the shattered phone onto the floor. Xie Baru could only accept the order in panic before quickly leaving the room. After walking out, Xie Baru immediately gathered all available personnel and prepared for the operation. Sitting inside the vehicle, a scar-faced man confidently reviewed their lineup. 4 F-rank members, 1 E-rank, 2 D-ranks, and even a C-rank expert leading the mission. The force alone showed that the Yi family was determined not to leave anything to chance. Someone casually suggested that Xie Baru should just ask the family head to buy him a new phone. He could only hold the broken device with a miserable expression. With Yi Changqing's current mood, asking for money would be no different from asking to die. Just as the convoy was moving, a violent impact suddenly slammed into the roof of one of the vehicles, making Xie Baru cry out in shock. Jiang Che had been standing on top of the car all along, calmly greeting the familiar faces with a smile. Beside him, Ji Yi even joked and asked if they had booked the ride through an app. Jiang Che looked at the crowd with a mocking grin and asked if they came to visit or had something else in mind. At that moment, thunder rumbled across the sky. Shieburu pointed straight at Jiang Che and declared that he was the one who had slashed their tires before. The leader slowly stepped out of the car, took a drag from his cigarette, looked Jiang Che up and down, and asked if he was the target they were after. Shieburu laughed in delight because the target had shown up on his own. As long as they brought Jiang Che back, the family head would be more than pleased. Ji Yi started acting again and shyly asked what they wanted to do with him. Shieburu immediately yelled at him to shut up and surrender, unless he wanted even more pain. Just as the tension reached its peak, a loud voice echoed from the distance and stopped the men in black. A burly, middle-aged man introduced himself as Hu Lao-san. He declared that no fights had ever been allowed here under his watch and promised to protect the peace of the neighborhood. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful punch came flying straight at him. The leader ordered his men to deal with Hu Lao-san while sending the weaker ones to capture Jiang Yuan. A man named A.B. accepted the order with a sinister grin. Jiang Che's expression changed at once. The moment A.B. made filthy remarks about his sister, Jiang Che's anger exploded, and his killing intent was almost impossible to hide. Without wasting another second, Jiang Che told Ge to find Jiang Yuan and contact Brother Yong's group for backup. He believed the enemy was mainly after him, so there would not be many people targeting his sister, but she had to be protected at all costs. Ge patted Jiang Che on the shoulder and agreed before reminding him to stay careful. Deep down, he looked down on the people in front of them, thinking they were nothing but small fry. As Ji Yi prepared to leave, Shieburu shouted for him to stop. Another subordinate stopped him instead and said to ignore the white-haired guy because he was all looks and nothing more. Jiang Che quickly realized this was not the right place to fight. The leader sneered and said Jiang Che was far too naive to face their entire group alone. He proudly revealed that they had 2 F-rank challengers, 3 E-rank challengers, 2 D-rank challengers, and he himself was a C-rank challenger. Then he asked whether Jiang Che would get in the car willingly or by force. Jiang Che answered by raising his middle finger with a mocking smile. In his eyes, the whole group was nothing but useless trash. Still holding the taunt, Jiang Che turned around and ran, while shouting for them to catch him. One of the subordinates awkwardly asked if they still needed to capture Jiang Yuan. The leader flew into a rage, slapped the man across the face, and yelled that once Jiang Che was caught, Jiang Yuan no longer mattered. Right after that, he ordered every subordinate to chase Jiang Che with everything they had. Before long, they saw Jiang Che dash straight into a dark alley. Someone immediately pointed and confirmed that was the way. Another man remembered it was a dead end and claimed Jiang Che had nowhere left to run. The leader also sneered, believing Jiang Che had trapped himself. But when they rushed inside, Jiang Che was nowhere to be seen. The leader's face changed as he could not understand when the target had disappeared. At that instant, Jiang Che suddenly dropped from above and swung his sword straight at him. The leader blocked the blade with his bare hand. Jiang Che gave a cold smile and said he was partly right, except the one who had walked into the trap was not him. Jiang Che pushed even harder with his sword and coldly declared that they were the real prey. The leader gritted his teeth and cursed while struggling to hold him back. After the clash, both of them jumped backward, almost at the same time to create some distance. The leader began preaching that anyone who killed must pay with their own life, because that was the natural law everyone had to accept. Jiang Che laughed with contempt. He said those words meant nothing. If someone wanted to kill him, was he supposed to stand still and die? Anyone who wanted to live had to protect themselves first. It was that simple. The leader became more cautious. He remembered that Jiang Che had defeated the C-rank demon with the help of the ghost spirit living inside him. But what confused him was why such a powerful ghost spirit would ever make a contract with an unknown nobody. He admitted Jiang Che was no ordinary opponent since he had defeated Endless Dread at such a young age. Even so, he insisted that Jiang Che would never leave this place alive today. Jiang Che had heard enough and cut him off, telling him to stop rambling. The leader suddenly looked shocked when he realized Jiang Che was about to activate his ghost spirit form. Jiang Che activated his power, but nothing happened. Seeing him freeze, Xiao Man explained that after the life and death battle, his body was completely drained, so he could not maintain ghost spirit form for now. Jiang Che could only curse his luck that even this trump card had failed him. The leader sneered and mocked Jiang Che for talking big when he had already run out of options. Without wasting the chance, he immediately ordered all his subordinates to attack together. The group quickly surrounded Jiang Che. A sword came crashing down toward his head, but he blocked it just in time. At the same moment, another man rushed in from the side, with a strange weapon to launch a coordinated attack. Jiang Che dodged with a quick leap and drove a kick straight into the man's face. He even mocked him, saying that no matter how tall he was, his injured arm could never reach farther than Jiang Che's leg. Turning toward the swordsman charging again, Jiang Che sarcastically asked if he really thought he was that tough. Jiang Che showed no mercy and slammed a brutal kick into the man's weak spot before coldly asking if he still felt so tough now. He kept kicking the same spot over and over until the man rolled across the ground in agony while clutching himself, and Jiang Che never stopped mocking him. Jiang Che proudly declared that even without ghost spirit power, his brain was still far beyond everyone there. Xiao Man reminded him not to worry about the lackeys, but warned him to keep an eye on the C-rank leader, who was quietly waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Right then, the leader suddenly dropped from above. His heavy landing shook the ground with a thunderous impact. Jiang Che looked at him with a confident smile and said there was no way he would lose to his own signature move. The leader coldly replied that it had only been a warning. The family head wanted Jiang Che captured alive, but killing him was acceptable if necessary. The leader and his subordinates immediately formed a battle formation as a glowing array appeared beneath their feet. He claimed Jiang Che had no chance because they fought as a trained team with perfect coordination, and their combined strength far surpassed a lone E-rank challenger. Jiang Che cursed in frustration, saying they had gathered an entire army just to catch one person. Xiao Man seriously explained that a coordinated team could unleash power far beyond its individual members. If Jiang Che were at full strength, it would not matter, but the backlash from his ghost spirit was still far from healed. Jiang Che asked if reaching C-rank ghost spirit power would let him defeat them all. Xiao Man said yes, but stressed that it was only hypothetical, because Jiang Che had not even reached D rank yet. Even eating 10 more blood crystal herbs would not raise him straight to C rank. Jiang Che simply stared back with a fearless look. Then he suddenly activated another ability and summoned a strange black mask, calmly saying things might not turn out the way they expected. The system immediately displayed the item's name, Mask of the Fallen, with a humorous note claiming that anyone who wore it would instantly become a youth icon. At the same time, the scene shifted to another building. Hong Ling called out to Ye Changqing with a serious expression. Ye Changqing turned toward her and declared that he had found proof that Jiang Che was the one who murdered his daughter. Furious, he drove everyone away and shouted that Jiang Che had already left the demon world, while everyone here was only protecting a murderer. Jing Xiaolan calmly explained that no one could fully control what happened inside the demon world. She understood Yi Changqing's pain, but countless people died there every single day. Bloody memories flashed through Jing Xiaolan's mind. Some died to demons, some were killed by other challengers, and some fell to the very teammates they once trusted. She cold said that ever since the demon world appeared, the rule of a life for a life had almost disappeared. The only law left was the brutal survival of the strongest. Yi Changqing clutched his chest and cried out in grief. He could not accept that his daughter had died without justice, and he refused to believe that even his right to seek revenge had been taken away. Hong Ling lightly raised her hand, and a cold, gleaming boar spear instantly appeared in her grip. She calmly pointed the blade at Ye Changqing with a threatening stare. Do whatever you want, as long as you can kill every one of us. Yi Changqing could only laugh bitterly. He knew he was no match for them. His frustration grew because his strongest guards had all been sent to hunt Jiang Che, and the rest could not be gathered in time. Qin Li smirked with open sarcasm. See? Just like Xiao Lan said, the strong rule the weak. I thought you understood that better than anyone. Xiao Xiao looked at him without emotion and slowly spoke. When the Yi family head killed Yang Ziyang, did you ever try to see things from the victim's family side? Xiao Xiao's voice grew even firmer. Your daughter caused 13 innocent people to die just to please the demons, yet you still called her a genius worth celebrating. Did you ever think those 13 victims also had grieving families? Ye Changqing stood there completely stunned. Xiao Xiao continued by talking about the parents of the 13 students. They also longed for revenge and would have dragged 1,000 people into it, if that was what it took to find the killer. Images of grieving parents filled her mind, all wishing the Yi family would pay for what they had done. Every word struck Yi Changqing like a knife, leaving him speechless. To those families, the Yi family was an unshakable mountain. Any resistance would only bring brutal retaliation, so all they could do was endure. What could he possibly say to them now? Hong Ling let out a mocking laugh and pointed at Ye Changqing. The words you would have told them are probably the same ones you're hearing from us right now. That sentence landed like a crushing blow, leaving Ye Changqing barely able to stay on his feet. After clenching his fists until the veins bulged, he admitted in a low voice that life and death were common in the demon world. It had always followed the law of the strong crushing the weak. He glared with burning hatred and roared like a cornered beast. As long as I have the chance, I will kill that boy to avenge my daughter, even if it costs me my life. Hong Ling casually rubbed her ear, as if nothing had happened, but her group quietly continued watching and calculating the situation. Yi Changqing stared at Hong Ling and declared that the Ghost Bureau must have already finished handling things over there. She denied it calmly, but he refused to believe her and insisted that without their interference, Jiang Che would never survive today. Hong Ling remained calm and simply replied that whether he believed her was his choice, because she had no duty to explain. Deep down, she admitted, the old man was far harder to fool than expected. Even if he guessed correctly, keeping him here was enough. Just then, a familiar teasing voice came through Hong Ling's earpiece, joking that she had become quite good at lying with a straight face. She gritted her teeth and replied, "Shut up." Over on Zhou Yong's side, he answered a phone call and was shocked to learn that Jiang Che had already left the demon world. A mission expected to take 12 days had been completed in only 5, and he could not hide his excitement. Standing beside him, Jiang Xuan immediately asked with joy if Xiao Che had really returned. Zhou Yong reassured her that everything was under control. He, Four Eyes, and Jing Shuo had the entire neighborhood tightly secured, both inside and out. While Zhou Yong was still on the phone, a series of urgent knocks suddenly came from the door. He immediately signaled everyone to stay quiet and walk to the entrance himself. He slowly pulled the door open. Ji Yi spread his arms wide, ready to hug the person in front of him, excitedly saying he had been sent to protect Jiang Yuan and that everyone should contact Brother Yang right away. He even rubbed his head against the person while happily mumbling that it felt so soft and warm. Then he suddenly noticed the real Jiang Yuan standing behind them with a confused expression. He looked up at the person he had just hugged, turned pale, and cried out, "Brother Yang." Ge Yi hurriedly jumped back like a child caught red-handed. Zhou Yong brushed off his clothes in disgust and asked why Ge Yi had come alone. Before hearing any explanation, Zhou Yong anxiously asked, "Where is Jiang Che?" At the same time, back where Jiang Che was fighting, rain poured across the area. Blood mixed with the rainwater and flowed through the streets, while desperate pleas for mercy echoed everywhere. The enemies could only beg that they had been following orders. Another man screamed in panic that something was wrong with Jiang Che and told his companion to run back and report everything to the family head. Xie Boru had already lost an arm. He ran while screaming in terror. Even though the leader was badly wounded, he cursed Ye Changqing for sending them to fight a monster instead of an F-rank challenger, then desperately shouted for Lord Shukeng to come and save them. The last 2 survivors ran for their lives, leaving countless bodies of their subordinates scattered across the ground. At that moment, Jiang Che burst forward like a hunting beast. His blood-red eyes and murderous grin made the scene even more terrifying. The sword in his hand came slashing down at the 2 fleeing men. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Shi Baru by the shoulder. The leader had ruthlessly shoved him toward Jiang Che to buy himself a chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, Shi Baru was cut down on the spot. His body collapsed to the ground, while the leader's legs gave out as he stared in horror at the headless corpse before him. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and despair filled his eyes. Then Jiang Che's icy voice echoed behind him. Holding a sword still dripping with blood, Jiang Che slowly walked toward the leader with an overwhelming presence. He mocked him with a cold smile. "Looks like you're the only one left now." Among the piles of corpses, a phone lying on the ground still showed an active call with the family head. The leader could only gasp in panic. Jiang Che picked up the man's severed arm and grinned wickedly, asking if he wanted a taste of his own flesh. He even mocked him for building huge muscles without a bit of fat. Trembling, the man begged for mercy, repeatedly admitted his mistakes, and immediately revealed that Ye Changqing was the one who had ordered them to capture Jiang Che. Jiang Che rested a hand on his shoulder and calmly asked if betraying his teammate and using him as a shield had also been Ye Changqing's order. The man could only cry and beg, insisting that he truly regretted everything. Jiang Che grabbed his head, pulled out his tongue with one hand, and laughed like a madman. He coldly said that nobody cared about his regret. That kind of thing only mattered in church. The next instant, the leader's tongue was cut off and dropped onto the ground. The unbearable pain left him unable to do anything but scream. Jiang Che picked up the phone, calmly asked if it belonged to him, and reminded him not to throw his belongings around. Grabbing the leader by the hair, Jiang Che coldly said that if he chose to be someone else's dog, he should do the job properly. Your master is still on the line. Go ahead and give him your report. On the other end of the call, Ye Changqing's face turned pale as he heard his subordinate crying non-stop, begging only for a quick death. Terror filled his heart. Could Jiang Che really have done all of this by himself? Hong Ling touched her earpiece and asked Zhou Yong about the situation on his side. Zhou Yong urgently replied that Gei Ye had reported Jiang Che had lured every member of the Ye family away by himself. He was rushing over because he feared Jiang Che had not fully recovered from the injuries he suffered in the demon world, and he hoped he could arrive in time. Hong Ling immediately rejected that assumption. Judging from Yi Changqing's reaction, it was obvious Jiang Che had already finished everything on his own. Hearing that, Zhou Yong was stunned because this operation had been planned with extreme care. Su Jingshuo calmly checked the situation and said that none of the nearby surveillance cameras had captured the attackers, proving the battle had not happened near the residential complex. Zhou Yong suddenly remembered that Jiang Che always avoided places with surveillance cameras, and the only possible location immediately came to mind. It was the alley north of Jianghai Road, where Jiang Che was now. Footsteps splashed through the rainwater and echoed throughout the alley. Jie shouted excitedly after finally finding Jiang Che. But the moment he saw the scene before him, he froze and could only stammer, "Be Brother Che." As soon as Zhou Yong arrived, he frowned at the overwhelming smell of blood filling the air. A horrifying sight stood before them. Jiang Che's sword was still driven through the leader's body, while strips of flesh had been cruelly carved from both of the man's legs. Jiang Che laughed with contempt and mocked the man for being too weak. He said the man had already broken after only a few cuts, even though Jiang Che had not gotten to the other leg yet. Holding a piece of flesh in his hand, Jiang Che casually remarked that the thigh looked pretty decent, then mocked the man for thinking big muscles made him unbeatable. Xiao Man desperately called for Jiang Che to wake up, saying Zhou Yong had arrived. Every enemy was dead, everything was over, and it was time to take off the mask. Deep down, only one thought remained in her mind. This time, Jiang Che had truly gone insane. One more word, he would kill her. He reminded her that under their contract, a single thought from him was enough to erase her. Xiao Man immediately fell silent. Jiang Che then asked if she still dared to call him by name. She could only fold her arms and grumble that she would stop. The next moment, Xiao Man completely changed her attitude. She lowered her head, respectfully called him master, and apologized for her disrespect. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction and said that sounded much better. Jiang Che picked up the severed tongue of the leader and asked Xiao Man if she wanted to eat it. She quickly refused, saying she did not eat things like that. Jiang Che calmly replied, "Then feed it to me." Just then, two demons wrapped in white bandages like mummies suddenly dropped from above. Their target was Jiang Che, but he instantly turned around with killing intent blazing in his eyes. Jiang Che swung his sword and shouted, looking to die. The two demons closed in on the blade, and countless white bandages shot from their bodies to wrap tightly around the sword. The bandages quickly spread across Jiang Che's body, binding him completely until he could no longer move. They flung the sword into a nearby wall and pinned Jiang Che in place with the bandages. Jiang Che cursed in frustration, realizing he had left an opening. Standing on the nearby wall, Su Jingshuo mocked him with a grin, saying the mask was so ugly that Jiang Che clearly needed better taste. Jiang Che roared in fury, shouting the names Zhou Yong and Ge Yi, demanding to know if they all wanted to die, when he had not even gone after them first. Su Jingshuo leaned close to Jiang Che with a teasing smile and asked, "Don't you want to smile?" He added that he could help Jiang Che smile right away. Enraged, Jiang Che roared and cursed, 4 eyes for showing up out of nowhere. Su Jingshuo gently pressed a finger against Jiang Che's forehead. Jiang Che immediately struggled with all his strength, screaming for them to let him go, because he still wanted to kill every last one of them. A few seconds later, Su Jingshuo suddenly collapsed unconscious. Yi shouted in alarm, but Zhou Yong calmly explained that this was Su Jingshuo's ability. His mental power could sever a ghost spirit's influence over someone, and could even suppress it completely. Jiang Che's hands began shaking uncontrollably. He clutched his head in agony and begged as if fighting another will inside his body, still regretting that the fun had ended too soon. Using the last of his strength, Jiang Che ripped the mask of the fallen off his face. Zhou Yong immediately informed Hong Ling that everything had been resolved and Jiang Che was safe. However, the scene was a complete mess, so he would send the location for the Ghost Bureau to handle. Surrounded by nothing but corpses and blood, Jiang Che still had not fully regained his senses. The overwhelming smell of blood hit his nose, making him clutch his head as another wave of pain struck. After a while, Jiang Che's mind slowly returned to normal. Zhou Yong glanced at him and let out a sarcastic chuckle. He joked that the brat had finally woken up. Xiao Man instantly switched to a flattering tone, calling Jiang Che her great master, pretending she had been scared to tears, and subtly asking if they should cancel the contract. Jiang Che could only sigh and tell her to stop causing trouble. Xiao Man immediately teased him back, saying he had looked so imposing just moments ago, yet now he was trying to keep her around. Jiang Che rubbed his forehead in exhaustion and told her to be quiet so he could remember what had happened. His memory slowly returned. He remembered the Ye family hunting him down, forcing him to wear the mask of the fallen to boost his ghost spirit power. But the more he remembered, the clearer the brutal scenes became. One memory after another flashed before his eyes. Corpses were piled everywhere, while blood and flesh mixed together into a horrifying nightmare. Jiang Che's face instantly turned pale. A violent wave of nausea surged from his stomach until he could no longer hold it back. Jiang Che doubled over and vomited again and again, asking in horror what he had actually eaten. Instead of comforting him, Xiao Man laughed and said the good news was that he had thrown it up, but the bad news was that he had already chewed it several times first. Zhou Yong looked at Jiang Che with a serious expression and warned that he had acted far too recklessly this time. Without Su Jingshuo's ability suppressing that forbidden item, the consequences would have been disastrous. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Zhou Yong added that the darkness inside a person's heart was far more terrifying than anyone imagined. He advised Jiang Che to avoid using that mask whenever possible. Jiang Che nodded slightly. He knew he had no choice this time, but the influence of the Mask of the Fallen was far more horrifying than he had ever expected. If Zhou Yong and the others had not arrived in time, he might have completely lost control and even harmed innocent people. Jiang Che sat down, sincerely thanked Zhou Yong, and also thanked the man standing beside him. Su Jingshuo adjusted his glasses and calmly replied that Jiang Che's eyes had almost popped out of their sockets earlier. Zhou Yong burst into laughter and introduced him as Su Jingshuo, better known as Four Eyes. He loved teasing people but never meant any harm. Jiang Che smiled awkwardly and quickly apologized for losing control. Just then, a Ghost Bureau support team member walked over and seriously reported to Zhou Yong that the scene had been completely cleaned up. Zhou Yong nodded and thanked everyone for their hard work. He explained that this was the Ghost Bureau support team, responsible for handling incidents like this. He reminded Jiang Che that since he had chosen this path, he would see many more scenes like Toaday's. He needed to adapt and not let them weigh down his heart. Jiang Che nodded in understanding, realizing Zhou Yong was right. Just like his fight with Ye Qingjiao before, if he had not fought back, he would have been the one who died. Suddenly remembering his sister, Jiang Che hurriedly asked if Jiang Yuan was safe, then immediately looked for Go Ye. The scene shifted back to Jiang Yuan's home. The moment she saw her brother return, she rushed over and called out to him. Jiang Yuan tightly grabbed Jiang Che's hand and anxiously explained that those people had suddenly left after hearing they could find him elsewhere. Even after Ji Yi returned with the news, she still could not stop worrying and carefully checked him for injuries. Jiang Che smiled and reassured his sister that he was completely fine before asking if anything unusual had happened at home. Ji Yi lounged on the sofa and proudly claimed that with him guarding the place, not even a fly could get inside. Ignoring Yes boasting, Jiang Che noticed Jiang Yuan's phone ringing and asked who was calling. Jiang Yuan checked the screen and was surprised to see it was the principal of Jing University. After answering, she greeted him politely. The principal happily said he had heard that Jiang Che and his teammates had returned from the demon world. Since he had not properly hosted them during his last visit, he wanted to invite everyone to a friendly dinner. He even offered to reserve a room at the city's finest hotel and asked which day worked best. Seeing the eager looks on Jiang Che's and Gei Ye's faces, Jiang Yuan smiled and accepted the invitation. She agreed and suggested meeting the very next day if possible. Ji Yi could barely hide his excitement. He could not believe the principal of such a prestigious university was personally inviting them to the city's most luxurious hotel. Jiang Che immediately agreed to go the next day. Standing nearby, Zhou Yong quietly wondered how those two had received the news so quickly. Could there really be an informant inside? That night, Jiang Che and Gei Ye were both asleep in the bedroom. Gei Ye even talked in his sleep, insisting to Zhou Yong that he had absolutely no interest in him, and that what happened earlier had been a complete accident. Jiang Che frowned slightly, as if trapped in an unpleasant dream. In his dream, he held an iron chain and realized the second prison cell still could not be opened. Thinking of that, Jiang Che called for Xiao Man. Xiao Man immediately answered in an overly sweet voice. Jiang Che helplessly asked her to speak normally. She pouted and said she thought her master liked being talked to that way. Jiang Che quickly returned to the main topic and asked what was inside the second prison cell. Xiao Man shook her head, explaining that her movement and perception inside this space were heavily restricted, so she had no idea. Jiang Che quietly considered how to unlock the second cell. Every trump card he had was already exposed. If he wanted to face the Yi family, he needed something even stronger. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Current affection level, 89. Reach 100 to unlock a new skill. Jiang Che gently asked Xiao Man if she ever felt lonely, being locked inside the dark prison every day, and whether she had any wishes. Xiao Man casually replied that she was already used to it, but if she could choose, she would love to have some comic books to read. Without hesitation, Jiang Che agreed to buy them for her. Xiao Man was surprised by his answer, and the system immediately announced that her affection level had increased by 1 point. Xiao Man excitedly said she also wanted to visit a human comic convention in person. Jiang Che did not hesitate and promised to take her the next morning. She then remembered a reward Jiang Che had received earlier and asked him to give it to her. Confused, Jiang Che asked what she wanted it for, and casually said it had already been burned black anyway, so he could just buy her something better later. Xiao Man instantly blushed and shouted that what she wanted was valuable because it could increase her strength, not because she wanted to eat it. She finished by scolding Jiang Che, saying his dirty imagination would get him into trouble one day. The next morning, the two of them arrived at a comic convention. Cosplayers dressed as famous characters like Hinata and Son Goku all stared in shock at the sight before them. The crowd and reporters quickly surrounded Xiao Man and Jiang Che. Cameras flashed non-stop as everyone wanted a photo with her, and kept asking how she had created such an incredibly realistic effect. Xiao Man proudly claimed it was a one-of-a-kind prop that only she possessed. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was squeezed from every direction, and silently wondered why everyone was so excited over a headless girl. When Xiao Man insisted it was only a prop, he could only laugh because people actually believed her. A little girl dressed as Snow White curiously asked if the secret involved a magical mirror like the treasure from a comic she had read. A picture of a magic mirror immediately appeared in the little girl's imagination. Xiao smiled and praised the little girl for being clever. Jiang Che could only shake his head, thinking it was amazing that one dared to make things up while the other dared to believe it. Not wanting to stay surrounded any longer, Jiang Che grabbed Xiao Man's hand and led her away, suggesting they find something to eat. He was honestly about to suffocate in the crowd. Xiao Man looked confused and replied that ghost spirits did not need food at all. As they walked past a clothing store, Xiao Man suddenly stopped in front of a mannequin, wearing a sleek, black outfit. Jiang Che noticed and asked if she liked it. Not long afterward, Xiao Man's voice came from the fitting room. A few minutes later, she stepped out in her new outfit and announced that she was done changing. Xiao Man spun around confidently and asked Jiang Che if she looked good. The moment Jiang Che saw her, he almost had a nosebleed. Covering his nose with one hand and giving a thumbs up with the other, he praised the outfit without holding back, saying it suited her perfectly. Xiao Man became even more pleased and confidently declared that if she got her beautiful head back, she could charm everyone even while wearing a burlap sack. Jiang Che then curiously asked why she liked comic conventions so much. Did the demon world have events like this too? Xiao Man stayed silent for a few seconds, as if carefully choosing her words. She slowly explained that ghost spirits who formed contracts with humans were treated as traitors by demons, while humans also feared and distrusted them. Ghost spirits were rejected by both worlds and belonged nowhere. Once they became ghost spirits, no matter how high their status had once been, they could never live freely again. She then forced a smile and said that was why so many generals refused to make contracts with humans. Xiao Man continued by explaining that the duration of a contract depended entirely on the mental strength of both sides. Allowing a ghost spirit to remain materialized always placed a heavy burden on the contractor. So unless absolutely necessary, no one let their ghost spirit roam freely outside. Opportunities like tow days, where they could walk around and enjoy themselves together, were even rarer. After listening to Xiao Man, Jiang Che glanced at her and smiled faintly. Just hearing about it made him realize that a ghost spirit's life was far from easy. Xiao Man happily threw both hands into the air and excitedly said that because chances to come outside were so precious, she could not waste one. She confidently added that Jiang Che was the only person at the convention with a contracted ghost spirit, and since she had completely hidden her aura, nobody could discover her true identity. Jiang Che rested his chin on one hand and quietly thought for a moment. Suddenly, he turned and ran off, telling Xiaoman to stay where she was and wait for him. He said he was going to buy her a few things, both to make her happy and to keep himself safe. After finishing his shopping, Jiang Che proudly praised his own taste. Even so, he still complained that the tiny helmet had cost 648 yuan, saying that money could have bought a decent insurance policy instead. At that moment, a cute pink helmet with bunny ears appeared on Xiaoman's head. She curiously touched the helmet and asked what it was for. Jiang Che proudly explained that from now on, whenever she wanted to go out, she only needed to wear it to walk around normally. He also boasted that his mental strength far surpassed other contractors, but reminded Xiaoman to tell him before going anywhere and never run off on her own. All of a sudden, Jiang Che casually asked whether Xiaoman had a family name. Xiaoman immediately froze, hugged the helmet tightly, blushed, and stammered as she asked why he would suddenly ask something so personal. Jiang Che looked completely confused and had no idea why the question sounded so sensitive. A moment later, Jiang Che finally realized she had misunderstood him. He immediately leaned closer and loudly explained that he meant her surname, not what she was thinking. Jiang Che even scolded Xiaoman for always overthinking everything. Xiaoman refused to back down and argued that she had learned it all from him. She admitted that the last time she used Jiang Che's computer, she accidentally clicked on a strange link in his browser history and got curious enough to see what it was. Xiaoman folded her arms and helplessly admitted that she could not even remember her real name anymore. Jiang Che casually replied that if that was the case, she could take his family name from now on and be called Jiang Xiaoman. Xiaoman froze in disbelief. She asked why Jiang Che treated her so well when a family name was something sacred and deeply meaningful to humans. Jiang Che looked at her in confusion and calmly answered that she was his ghost spirit, so if he did not treat her well, who else would he treat well? In his eyes, they were no longer bound only by a contract. They were family who could live and die together. Xiaoman was deeply moved by those words. The system immediately displayed one affection level increase after another. Unable to hold back her emotions, Xiaoman rushed over and hugged Jiang Che tightly while thanking him through tears. At the same time, the system kept announcing that her affection level was still rising. Jiang Che blushed so hard that his nose started bleeding. He awkwardly stammered that there was no need to be so polite between them. While Jiang Che was still floating on cloud 9, a lucky wheel suddenly appeared before them. Jiang Che excitedly summoned it, while Xiaoman could only watch him with a puzzled look. Jiang Che clasped his hands together, knelt before the wheel, and sincerely prayed for an unbelievably powerful new skill. The reward wheel spun rapidly before gradually slowing down and finally stopping. The pointer landed on a reward called Infinite Duel. Jiang Che stared at his new skill with great curiosity. After returning home, Ji Yi immediately frowned and accused Jiang Che of hiding something from him, insisting that he tell the truth. He jumped to his feet, pointed at Jiang Che, and demanded to know why he had gone to the comic convention without inviting him. What annoyed Ye the most was that Jiang Che had gone with a beautiful girl without saying a word beforehand. Jiang Che calmly took a sip of cola and replied that he had called Ji Yi all day long, but Ji Yi had slept like a rock. He had even been talking in his sleep after having a nightmare, apparently dreaming that Zhou Yong had done something to him. Ji Yi ignored that and kept questioning when Jiang Che had met the girl. He explained that one of his classmates had taken a picture of the two of them at the convention and sent it to him. One glance was enough to tell she was gorgeous, so he demanded an introduction. Sitting nearby, Jiang Yuan quietly listened to every word. The moment she heard that her younger brother might have a girlfriend, her eyes lit up with excitement. Jiang Yuan eagerly asked to see the picture. Ji Yi immediately sent it to her, while Jiang Che sat between them, helplessly asking his sister not to be so curious. Jiang Yuan carefully looked at the photo on her phone. In the picture, Xiaoman stood beside Jiang Che, making a V sign with her hand. Jiang Yuan praised the photo quality and said that even though the girl was wearing a helmet, she still carried the aura of a beautiful woman. She also commented that Jiang Che looked quite handsome standing next to her. Blushing slightly, Jiang Yuan curiously asked how old the girl in the picture was. Jiang Che deliberately gave a completely unrelated answer, making the atmosphere instantly awkward. Jiang Yuan looked confused, while Xiaoman quietly muttered her objections behind them. Ye also jumped in to tease Jiang Che, making the conversation even more chaotic. In the end, Jiang Yuan smiled and told her brother that next time he should bring the girl home, so they could all have a meal together. Then she became serious and reminded Jiang Che that dating was perfectly fine as long as he knew his limits, took care of himself, and acted responsibly toward the other person. Jiang Yuan especially warned him not to let anything unexpected happen before marriage. After hearing the long lecture, Jiang Che hurriedly explained that everyone had misunderstood. Deep down, he also knew that a relationship between a human and a ghost spirit was simply too unrealistic. The sky that day was bright blue, with white clouds drifting peacefully overhead. Just then, a gentle knock came from the front door. The two principals, Jiang Huizhi and Jiang Bufan, happily went to open it, warmly greeting Jiang Che, Ge Ye, and Jiang Yuan. They even complimented Jiang Yuan, saying she had become even more beautiful and elegant. But the person standing outside was not the three of them. It was Zhou Yong, casually waving with a calm smile. Both Jiang Huizhi and Jiang Bufan frowned at the same time and asked why Zhou Yong was the one standing there and what he wanted. Zhou Yong casually rested his hands on his hips and replied that he had simply come to invite Jiang Che out for a meal. The two men immediately pretended to be surprised and asked if Jiang Che had already returned, acting as though they had no idea. Jiang Bufan and Jiang Huizhi exchanged quick glances, clearly trying to think of a way out. They forced a smile and insisted they had no way of knowing Jiang Che had come back. Zhou Yong immediately called them out, asking that if they truly did not know, why had they greeted Jiang Che the moment they opened the door? Cornered by the question, the two awkwardly claimed they had simply misspoken and that they had actually intended to invite Jiang Che's sister to dinner. Hearing exactly what he wanted, Zhou Yong agreed at once. He told them to invite Jiang Wan, while he would bring Jiang Che from the other room. The two quickly changed their minds and suggested everyone eat together, since they were siblings anyway. Zhou Yong gave them a knowing look and asked if they were really sure. After getting a firm yes, he nodded without hesitation. Then Zhou Yong casually called everyone inside, leaving Jiang Yifan frozen as he tried to figure out what Zhou Yong was planning. The moment he finished speaking, a whole crowd walked in from the hallway and happily thanked the host for treating everyone. As she entered the luxurious dining room, Jing Xiaolan admired the huge table and said it looked incredibly grand. Someone joked that it only looked huge because she was so tiny. Jing Xiaolan instantly pointed at the foul-eyed guy and cursed him out. Outside the door, Jiang Yifan and Jiang Huizhi peeked inside and turned pale when they saw far more guests than expected, especially at such a famous and expensive hotel. Jiang Huizhi grabbed his head and groaned, asking if Zhou Yong's team was not supposed to be out on a mission. Zhou Yong smiled and said they were indeed on a mission, because Jiang Che and Jiang Wan were now under special protection. Everyone present today was considered a friend of the unit. Had no one told them that? After hearing that, the two looked even worse. They could not understand how Zhou Yong knew about their dinner plan with Jiang Che, and they even suspected he had overheard yesterday's phone call. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. The three turned at the same time and saw Kong Na arrive. Jiang Che came with him, along with Uncle Jijia, who still carried his unique style. Uncle Jijia stretched and recited a poem, saying that when he made a move, everyone had to be amazed. The two, dressed like a movie star and a bodyguard, laughed and apologized for being late. Seeing Zhou Yong there, they joked that he had come to eat for free. The instant they finished speaking, both of them were smacked on the head. A bump immediately appeared on each forehead. Jiang Wan sternly ordered them to return to normal within 30 seconds or face the consequences. Zhou Yong, Jiang Yifan, and Jiang Huizhi could only stand there with awkward expressions. In the end, everyone took their seats around the massive round table. Uncle Jijia studied the menu and innocently asked if the restaurant served stinky tofu or charcoal-grilled durian snail noodles. Jiang Che looked at him helplessly and reminded him they rarely got to eat at such a fancy hotel, so he should order something worthy of the place. Uncle Jijia immediately changed it to abalone braised with stinky tofu and golden platter charcoal-grilled durian shark fin snail noodles, leaving everyone speechless. The host was completely speechless and had no idea how to respond. Jiang Huizhi quickly raised his glass and kept praising Jiang Che as a rare genius, outstanding, and incredibly talented. Seeing him struggle to think of more compliments, Zhou Yong, sitting between them, wondered what those two old men were plotting. After hearing a few compliments, Jiang Che and Uncle Jijia instantly looked pleased. They acted humble, but everyone could see how proud they really were. Jiang Che stood up confidently and said it was only a drank challenge, plus a crank monster with a ghost domain. The team cleared everything in just 5 days. Zhou Yang sneered and said they were exaggerating. In his view, finishing the main mission early was already impressive. If they had really cleared the challenge as well in such a difficult dungeon, he would gladly do something embarrassing to keep his word. As soon as he said that, the entire table fell silent. Someone curiously asked if Zhou Yang still had not read the latest dungeon report. Everyone burst into laughter while Zhou Yang started sweating, as he admitted he had been too busy to read it. Jiang Che calmly asked the staff to serve the hot dishes, while Uncle Ji Jia held his stomach and excused himself, saying he might need to rush to the restroom. Zhou Yong stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he wanted to confirm what he had just heard. Everyone nodded. Just as he suspected, both the main mission and the challenge mission in the Xiling village dungeon had been completed, and they even earned an A rank evaluation. Jiang Yifan and Jiang Huaiji froze, with their glasses raised, their faces full of shock. The dining room instantly erupted with excited chatter, and even the passing waitstaff were startled by everyone's reaction. Jiang Yifan suddenly jumped to his feet and loudly demanded that Jiang Che join Jing University. He even threatened to blow up the place if Jiang Che refused. Not willing to lose, Jiang Huaiji pulled open his jacket to reveal explosives strapped to his body and declared that if Jiang Che did not choose Qing University, he would blow up the entire city. Zhou Yong could only step in and stop them, shouting that this was enough to land them in prison. He also reminded them that Jiang Che and his team had passed the trial and were now official members of the Ghost Bureau. Even so, the two still tried to charge at each other. Left with no choice, Zhou Yong grabbed both of them by the collar and pulled them apart to stop the fight. Jiang Wan looked completely confused, wondering how everything had turned into a brawl. Nangong Xiaoxiao calmly sipped her drink and told everyone not to worry because this was nothing too serious. She explained that although the Yoma era had created far more challengers, truly powerful ones were still extremely rare. It had not even been a month since these people entered the world of Yoma. Aside from prodigies raised by challenger clans, someone as capable as Jiang Che was incredibly uncommon. Uncle Ji Jia became full of himself again, patting his own face and sighing that his charm was truly a curse since everyone was fighting over him. Sitting beside him, Jiang Wan looked at her younger brother with pride, feeling that Jiang Che had exceeded even her highest expectations. Just then, Jiang Che suddenly came up with an idea and spoke up. He told everyone to stop arguing because he already had a solution. Jiang Che said he could join the Ghost Bureau while enrolling at both Qing University and Jing University, making everyone happy. Everyone fell silent. They all understood that Jiang Che wanted every benefit without giving up either side. The room went speechless, and everyone shared the same thought. This kid was way too greedy. Meanwhile, Jiang Che stayed completely calm, wearing a confident smile as if everything was going according to plan. Jiang Yifan stood there in disbelief before explaining that no one had ever joined multiple organizations at once. If they agreed so easily, the university's reputation would suffer badly. Jiang Che calmly asked one more time if they would accept. When they still hesitated, he pretended to call New Oriental University and threatened to change his mind. Jiang Huaiji immediately panicked, jumped to his feet, and hurried to stop him, insisting that everything was still open for discussion. He praised Jiang Che as an outstanding all-around student and declared that, if Jiang Che joined Qing University, they were willing to make an exception. Seeing the situation, Jiang Yifan reluctantly gave in as well, even though the request was outrageous. As long as Jiang Che did not reject Jing University outright, they could still consider it. Standing nearby, Zhou Yong frowned, unable to guess what Jiang Che was planning next. Jiang Che then asked about joining the Ghost Bureau. Zhou Yong replied that there was no precedent for this, so he had to ask Captain Xia first. Jiang Che cleverly suggested deciding first and reporting it afterward. However, Zhou Yong explained that only he and the captain had the authority to decide, while the other members all stated they would fully support whatever the two decided. Jiang Che quickly weighed the situation. Staying on good terms with the Ghost Bureau would only benefit him, and he also wanted a chance to obtain a powerful ghost artifact to protect Jiang Wan. While thinking, Jiang Che suddenly realized someone was missing and asked why their captain was not here. Zhou Yong said the captain was attending an emergency meeting in Mado and had probably already reached Zhenyu Mountain. The moment Jiang Che heard that name, he was startled. He asked what had happened in Mado that required such an urgent response. Zhou Yong explained that a ghost domain was spreading there. It was a phenomenon where part of the demon world invaded reality and transformed the area into a completely different space. To make it easier to understand, he gave Jiang Che an example. Someone could be sleeping peacefully in their own home. Then, in the blink of an eye, their familiar bed could become a cold coffin without any warning. That was the power of a ghost domain. It could cover a vast area, transform everything, and assimilate it. Every ghost domain contained at least one Srank demon, and some even housed beings beyond Srank. Based on the current situation, there was a very high chance that more than one powerful demon had appeared there. If the captains failed to handle the crisis, the entire city of Mado could fall to the demons. Hearing that, Jiang Che was deeply shaken. He could hardly believe that a major city like Mado was facing destruction, and he realized this world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Jiang Che could not help thinking about Tianqing. If a ghost domain ever appeared there, Jiang Wan and countless civilians would face a terrifying disaster. Uncle Ji Jia nervously asked if that meant their captain was facing almost certain death, then quickly corrected himself and said he only meant the mission was extremely dangerous. Zhou Yong calmly replied that orders were absolute. Protecting this world was their duty, and no matter how great the danger, they would never back down. Jiang Huaiji slowly swirled the wine in his glass and said that although they were usually rivals competing for talent, he truly respected what Zhou Yong had just said. He recalled that when the ghost domain appeared, many comrades who had fought beside him volunteered to reinforce the area. Sadly, less than half a day later, every one of them disappeared without a trace. Jiang Yifan spoke with a heavy heart as well. His university had sent its finest volunteer teams, all elite students they had trained themselves. Yet after only one day, just 2 people returned alive. Those words instantly filled the room with a heavy silence. Jing Xiaolan lowered her head and said through choked emotions that the captain and the others risked their lives because countless people still needed their protection. They were the true heroes. Nanggong Xiaoxiao stood up and declared that the world had never truly been peaceful. There were always people quietly carrying the danger for everyone else. That night, Jiang Che lay awake, unable to fall asleep. The conversation kept replaying in his mind. He wondered if taking the oath meant accepting the possibility of sacrifice, and whether he truly had the courage to give his life for complete strangers. Just then, a quiet voice called out beside him, "Brother Che." Jiang Che turned his head and nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw a face right next to him. By instinct, he threw a punch and yelled that the guy had almost scared him to death. Uncle Ji Jia grabbed his head and cried out in pain before saying that Zhou Yong had revealed Yi Changqing had found crucial evidence and would definitely try to kill Jiang Che. Then he excitedly claimed he had come up with a brilliant plan. Jiang Che immediately became wary and asked what crazy idea he had this time, saying he would already be lucky if Uncle Ji Jia stopped digging holes for him. Uncle Ji Jia confidently gave 2 thumbs up and suggested that Jiang Che openly challenge Ye Changqing to a one-and-one duel and settle everything. After hearing that, Jiang Che felt like sending him straight to a veterinary hospital. Seeing Jiang Che lose his temper, Uncle Ji Jia quickly apologized and asked him to hear the full explanation first. He explained that the great demon-slaying clans always placed the family's interests above everything else. Even if Yi Changqing wanted revenge at any cost, the clan elders would never approve. When facing an enemy who was too powerful to eliminate, they usually sought the most beneficial outcome instead of fighting blindly. Besides, what happened in the demon world was beyond the reach of the law. Ye Changqing had even dared to oppose the Ghost Bureau just to kill Jiang Che, so he was surely under enormous pressure from his own clan for causing such heavy losses and creating even more trouble. That was why, if Jiang Che publicly challenged him, it would give the Ye family an honorable way out, even if Ye Changqing died in the duel. As long as the Ghost Bureau continued protecting Jiang Che, the new head of the Ye family would not dare keep targeting him. Jiang Che asked in surprise how Uncle Ji Jia knew so much about the inner workings of the great clans. Uncle Ji Jia proudly lifted his chin and declared that he came from the famous Ji family. Jiang Che quietly considered the idea. The Ye family was indeed powerful and had countless members, but dealing with Ye Changqing alone was far easier than fighting the entire clan. After thinking it through, he nodded and decided to follow the plan. At the same time, the atmosphere inside the Yi family mansion was extremely tense. Yi Changzheng stood with his arms crossed, repeatedly criticizing Yi Changqing. He said challenging the Ghost Bureau over a deceased daughter was foolish and could drag the entire family into disaster. He also reminded everyone that he had long believed Yi Changqing was unfit to lead the clan. He continued blaming him, saying the talented members the Ye family had spent years training had all been killed by a teenager like Jiang Che. Now how was Ye Changqing supposed to answer to the entire clan? Facing all those accusations, Ye Changqing simply knelt on the floor, without saying a single word. At that moment, the silver-haired elder stepped in to stop the argument. He said what was done could not be changed. More importantly, Jiang Che now had the Ghost Bureau behind him, and was being recruited by top universities, making him almost impossible to touch. His gaze turned icy as he calmly said that if someone lost a child, they could simply have another one. From his words, a child's life seemed hardly worth caring about. Hearing that, Ye Changqing shot to his feet in anger and grief. He roared that they were talking about their own blood, yet everyone acted like nothing had happened. Were his two daughters nothing more than replaceable pets? In front of everyone, Ye Changqing swore that as long as he lived, he would kill Jiang Che to avenge his daughters, no matter who tried to stop him. Standing nearby, Ye Changjung only watched coldly and silently mocked him for still being too foolish to learn after everything that had happened. The Yi elder lightly moved the strange staff in his hand as the crimson eyes on it slowly opened. He admitted that Yi Changjung might have been right. Yi Changqing was truly unfit to remain the family head. Yi Changqing looked up at the elder with eyes full of hatred. The elder sighed in disappointment, saying he had placed far too much hope in Ye Changqing. At that moment, a blue-haired demoness appeared behind him, flashing her sharp fangs with a chilling smile as she asked if he planned to feed his own grandson to her today. As the demoness appeared, the ground was quickly covered with icy spikes. Just then, a servant rushed in and reported that someone named Jiang Che had arrived outside, asking to see them. In sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere inside, Jiang Che and his companions casually admired the Yi family estate. Jiang Che even commented on how wealthy the family was and joked about posting photos online, while Uncle Ji Jia still tried to act unimpressed. But just a second later, Uncle Ji Jia cried out in panic after sensing the terrifying aura ahead. Ye Changqing walked out with overwhelming killing intent. The moment he saw Jiang Che, he roared that Jiang Che had come seeking death and that he would take his life to avenge Jiao Jiao. Uncle Ji Jia swallowed nervously and whispered that this looked nothing like a negotiation. He blamed Jiang Che for misunderstanding his idea. They were supposed to arrange a duel, not march straight into the enemy's headquarters. Jiang Che calmly reassured everyone, saying he had already prepared for this, so there was no need to worry. Before he could finish, Ye Changqing raised his blood-red hand with a furious roar and launched a deadly attack at Jiang Che. Just as Ye Changqing was about to strike, a bullet tore through the air and grazed past his forehead as a clear warning. Yi Changjung and the Yi elder stood with their arms folded, showing no intention of interfering. The shooter was Zhou Yong. He coldly reminded Ye Changqing that murder in the real world was a crime, and if he attacked again, the next bullet would not be a warning. Hong Ling immediately grabbed Jiang Che by the ear and gave it a hard tug while scolding him non-stop. She blasted him for recklessly charging into the enemy's home alone, while Jiang Che could only clutch his ear and yelp in pain. Uncle Ji Jia looked around in confusion when he saw Hong Ling, Zhou Yong, and both university presidents standing there. Hong Ling raised her phone. The screen was filled with Jiang Che's posts from the moment he left until he reached the Ye family gate, showing off the huge mansion, the massive entrance, and even joking that one day he would build a bathroom bigger than the entire estate. She angrily said Jiang Che had posted more than 20 updates since morning announcing that he was on his way to the Yi family, so everyone knew about it whether they wanted to or not. While pulling his ear even harder, Hong Ling scolded him that if they had not arrived in time, he would have died today. Jiang Che could only smile awkwardly, admit his mistake, and confess that he trusted everyone would come to rescue him. Ye Changqing gritted his teeth as he stared at the group and growled that they were all deliberately protecting Jiang Che. The Yi elder immediately stopped him. He knew that with both the Ghost Bureau and the major universities present, making the situation worse was out of the question. The elder then softened his tone and said this was probably just a misunderstanding. Since Jiang Che had come here on his own, he must have something important to discuss us. But Ye Changqing paid no attention. He sneered and declared that as long as he lived, he would hunt Jiang Che forever. If he could not kill Jiang Che, he would target Jiang Wan, his friends, and anyone who dared protect him. Uncle Ji Jia immediately seized the opportunity and suggested Zhou Yang add charges for conspiracy to commit murder, threatening public safety, and inciting criminal acts. Both university presidents nodded and confirmed they were witnesses. Rubbing his stillered ear, Jiang Che calmly looked Yi Changqing in the eye and mocked him for using his position as family head to drag the entire Yi family into a meaningless revenge. He bluntly asked whether the Yi family elders truly agreed with that decision, then proposed settling everything through a formally signed duel. Yi Changqing's face darkened as he suspected Jiang Che was plotting something again. Jiang Che did not back down. He firmly declared that exactly 1 month from now, he would face Ye Changqing in a final duel. Only the two of them would fight, no one could interfere, and the outcome would be decided by strength alone. Hong Ling and Zhou Yong stood frozen, completely unable to understand why Jiang Che would make such a reckless decision. Everyone from both sides was equally stunned. No one expected things to take this turn. The atmosphere instantly became suffocatingly tense. After a brief moment of surprise, Ye Changqing revealed a murderous smile, seemingly accepting the challenge. A short while later, in another room, Hong Ling folded her arms, cracked her neck, and stared at the two of them, demanding to know who came up with this plan. Before Jiang Che could even answer, Uncle Ji Jia immediately sold him out, insisting the entire plan was Jiang Che's idea while claiming he had tried to stop him. Both angry and worried, Zhou Yong scolded Jiang Che for being far too reckless. He reminded him that Ye Changqing was a crank powerhouse, while Jiang Che was only a rank, making it nearly impossible to close that gap in just 1 month. In the end, Zhou Yong urged Jiang Che to take Jiang Wan and leave Tianqing City immediately to avoid disaster, while letting the Ghost Bureau deal with the Yi family. Uncle Ji Jia could only stand there, with his mouth wide open, never expecting things to become so serious that running away was now an option. Jiang Che lowered his head deeply and said with a choked voice that Tianqing was the place where he had grown up, so he would never leave. His sister was only an ordinary person, and he refused to let her live every day in fear of the Yi family. Hong Long calmly replied that they had already considered everything carefully. They were capable of protecting Jiang Che until he became strong enough. But this situation was even more dangerous than the previous clash with Ye Changqing. He should not think a single mask could solve every problem. Looking up with determined eyes, Jiang Che admitted everyone could protect both him and his sister, but he believed that was not worth it. His answer left Zhou Yong speechless. When asked why it was not worth it, Jiang Che only gave a bitter smile and said he was too selfish, because everyone had already sacrificed far too much for him. He repeated that it simply was not worth it. Hong Long remained silent, carefully watching Jiang Che, as if trying to read every thought in his heart. After letting out a long sigh, Jiang Che stood up straight, kept a serious expression, and said every problem had its own solution. He assured everyone that in just 1 month, Ye Changqing would definitely fall by his own hands. Jiang Che then asked to borrow the training room because he planned to enter the demon world with Jia Qiu to train and gain more combat experience. Zhou Yong sighed and promised that if Jiang Che truly survived this life-or-death trial, the training room would be his to use whenever he wanted. Scratching his head awkwardly, Jiang Che also asked whether challengers could look up information on other challengers. He said he only wanted to learn about one person. Zhou Yong immediately became suspicious, thinking Jiang Che was about to cause more trouble. Jiang Che quickly waved his hands and explained he only wanted to ask about a young girl. The scene shifted to a bathroom. A voice kept calling for Xiaoqin, asking where she was. Soaking in warm water, Su Xiaoqin suddenly turned around after recognizing her master's voice. The woman handed her a file and said she had finished investigating the person Su Xiaoqin had previously asked about. The name in the file was Yang Qingqing, captain of Squad 326. Her master said Yang Qingqing's team was about to enter the demon world and asked whether Xiaoqin wanted to join them. Just then, the green bracelet on her wrist displayed a challenger notification. The notification confirmed that the challenger had successfully entered the demon world. In another room, Zhou Yong held his head in frustration because he still could not understand what Jiang Che had meant. He angrily kept asking himself why Jiang Che insisted none of it was worth it, then slammed his fist into the wall hard enough to make it shake. Zhou Yong furiously cursed Jiang Che for being an ungrateful brat, feeling that all the care and effort he had given him had gone completely to waste. While gently stroking an old photograph, Hong Long slowly explained that Jiang Che must have been struggling inside as well. He called himself selfish, only because he did not want everyone else to keep paying the price for him. He clearly understood that the Ghost Bureau was doing everything it could to protect him and Jiang Wan, and he also knew that the conflict between himself and Yi Changqing was never something that could be judged as completely right or completely wrong. The photograph showed Jiang Che and Jiang Wan smiling together. Hong Long said that from Jiang Che's point of view, he was simply protecting himself and the people he loved. From Yi Changqing's side, he only wanted to avenge his daughter. With hatred that deep, if the Ghost Bureau kept interfering, it would easily look like they were taking sides. Hong Long agreed with Jiang Che. This was a grudge between Jiang Che and the Ye family, so they had to settle it themselves. He also believed Jiang Che was thinking much further ahead than everyone else. They protected Jiang Che because they saw his potential, but if he could not grow and prove his worth, no one would protect him forever without conditions. Zhou Yong immediately objected and said there was no if. As long as they were still around, they would keep protecting him. Hong Long calmly replied that a person's value had to be earned by their own actions, Since Jiang Che chose this path, he should walk it himself. Besides, he probably did not want to owe too many favors that would be hard to repay later. Zhou Yong turned red with anger and shouted that he did not care. Before leaving, Jiang Che had even taken a piece of his purple spirit root, so that debt was far from settled. Besides, this was no longer just about the Yi family. It also involved the Guangming society. Honglang continued that Jiang Che had no idea how many problems were still waiting behind the scenes. Besides, Jiang Che had not taken the purple spirit root himself. Zhou Yong had forced him to accept it, and even called it a reward from the Ghost Bureau. Zhou Yong kept calling Jiang Che ungrateful, yet every time he found something valuable, he pushed it straight into Jiang Che's hands. Honglang laughed and said he was the perfect example of someone whose words never matched his heart. Zhou Yong immediately covered his ears and refused to listen anymore. No matter what, he valued Jiang Che greatly and was determined to recruit him into his team. Suddenly remembering something, Zhou Yong asked who Honglang had just called. She replied that she had contacted Yang Qingqing, someone who had once helped her. Stroking his chin, Zhou Yong muttered, "Isn't she the captain of Squad 326? While wondering about the reason for the call, he suddenly remembered Jiang Che asking about a girl named Su Xiaoqin. She was a reserve member of Squad 326 and Yang Qingqing's favorite student. Honglang pretended to look surprised before explaining that Su Xiaoqin had a tragic past. She had been forced to kill her own mother, leaving her mentally unstable. Honglang hoped that staying with the two troublemakers, Jiang Che and Zhu Guiye, would help her slowly open up. Thick fog covered Hongyu Station. In the freezing silence, an ancient train slowly rolled into the platform as its iron wheels screeched across the tracks. The announcement welcomed all passengers and stated that the train was departing from Hongyu Station. The trip would take 10 hours and 30 minutes, with only 5 minutes left before departure. Everyone was reminded not to stick their hands or heads outside the windows, while all service, kitchen, and cafeteria staff had to report to the dining car immediately. The moment Su Xiaoqin stepped onto the train, a chill ran down her spine. Soon after, she heard countless conversations around her. Someone was shocked that even the demon world had modern trains. Another person laughed and said this place even rented ghost motorcycles, and calling a taxi was completely normal. Right then, the main mission was announced. The goal was to survive on the train until it reached the final station. The participants would serve as train staff, and the mission would last 6 days. Jiang Che and Zhu Guiye stood in a corner, discussing the mission. Zhu Guiye joked that they were both service staff, so they should look out for each other. Jiang Che answered with a teasing remark that left him speechless. Jiang Che then checked his stats and muttered to himself. The Arank Blood Essence herb only increased his ghost power by 20 points, far less than he expected. Even worse, his total was exactly 250, making him wonder if the number was mocking him. Xiaoman gently explained that the Blood Essence herb was mainly for healing injuries, not boosting ghost power. If he wanted to grow stronger faster, he should use the purple spirit root Zhou Yong had given him. Although it was only a drank ghost item, the purple spirit root steadily increased ghost power over time without placing too much strain on the body. Xiaoman added that Zhou Yong had probably completed many dangerous missions to obtain that item. It showed he sincerely wanted Jiang Che to become stronger, and its value was definitely far from ordinary. Remembering Zhou Yong's flushed face, as he insisted that Jiang Che accept the gift, Jiang Che could not help smiling. Back then, Zhou Yong had even threatened that refusing it would be the same as disrespecting him. Jiang Che asked Xiaoman to keep an eye out for any ghost items that suited Zhou Yong. If she found one, he would figure out a way to bring it back as a thank you gift. Just then, a familiar voice called Jiang Che's name, making him turn around at once. Seeing the person in front of him, Jiang Che smiled and greeted Su Xiaoqin. She calmly corrected him, saying they had been apart for less than a week, so it was hardly a long time. She also reminded him that her name was Su Xiaoqin, not Su Daqiang. Jiang Che grinned and teased that it made no difference. Then he asked how she knew his real name, and joked that maybe she had secretly looked him up because she liked him. Su Xiaoqin calmly fired back, pointing out that Jiang Che had also asked around about her before. Jiang Che snorted and turned to leave, saying they were even now. He headed for the dining car, while Zhu Guiye looked completely heartbroken and complained that someone as handsome as him did not even get a single question from Su Xiaoqin. A playful voice came from behind Su Xiaoqin. Her master asked if she had taken an interest in Jiang Che, since she had never cared this much about someone her age before, even agreeing to enter the dangerous demon world just to see him again. Su Xiaoqin quickly explained that what caught her attention was the terrifying power Jiang Che unleashed against a crank demon. Her master laughed and said that power mostly came from his ghost spirit. As for combat skill and personal strength, Jiang Che was still below her, but Su Xiaoqin shook her head because that was not all she had sensed. The woman calmly concluded that if Jiang Che truly had something special, it was his incredibly strong will. That unwavering will had allowed Jiang Che to break free from the illusion so quickly. His desperate desire to protect his family and everyone around him was also why he was willing to risk his life to keep increasing his ghost power. Su Xiaoqin silently repeated those words to herself. Her expression turned complicated. A strong will and the desire to protect others? A long whistle echoed through the air, signaling that the train was about to depart. Inside a spacious train car, 4 people sat together chatting. They mentioned Jin Zi and his teammates, guessing that group was probably clearing another dungeon. Sitting not far away, Jiang Che quietly watched them and guessed they had known each other for a long time, probably forming a team just like him and Zhu Geye. Xiao Man suddenly warned him that a crank demon was approaching. Jiang Che was instantly startled. Before long, a tall female demon wearing a wide-brimmed hat walked over. She spoke in a gentle voice, filled with pressure as she welcomed all the new staff. Standing at the entrance of the train car, she smiled and introduced herself as the train supervisor. Throughout the journey, everyone only needed to complete the tasks she assigned. After that, the supervisor began explaining each person's duties. At the same time, the system announced that everyone had officially become employees of the Yellow Spring train and had to obey every order from the supervisor. They could also earn valuable rewards if passengers praised their service. Jiang Che quietly sized her up. Judging by the train door, the angle she had to bend, and her high heels, he estimated that the supervisor was around 2.7 meters tall. He swallowed hard. Demons really were nothing like humans. Everyone quickly stood up and waited seriously for their assignments. The supervisor assigned Su Xiaoqin and Angela to sell snacks on the train. Each of them had to sell at least 200 ghost coins every day, and they immediately accepted the order. Next, Daqiang and Gongzi were assigned to clean the entire train, especially the public restrooms. The supervisor coldly added that if any passenger refused to flush after using the toilet, they could throw them straight off the train. The 2 men could only look at each other helplessly. The remaining 2, Xiao Yang, were assigned to assist the chef in the kitchen and immediately nodded in agreement. Then the supervisor shifted her gaze toward Jiang Che and Zhu Geye. She tilted her head and stared at them for a long moment before saying in confusion that she had no idea why, but just looking at them made her feel extremely annoyed. Those words hit Jiang Che and Zhu Geye like a crushing blow. The other challengers looked at them with sympathy. Getting targeted by the boss right at the start of the mission was unbelievably unlucky. Quite a few people silently wished the 2 of them good luck and hoped they would survive. The supervisor's icy gaze remained locked on Jiang Che and Zhu Geye, creating such overwhelming pressure that neither of them dared breathe too loudly. After a while, she finally looked away and assigned them their task. They would be responsible for delivering meals. Every day at 6 in the morning, 11 at noon, and 6 in the evening, they had to collect meals from the kitchen car and deliver them to every passenger from car 3 to car 14. Each passenger was entitled to only 1 free meal, and it did not matter whether they ate it or not. As for the 2 of you, if you feel like it, those passengers can eat you instead. Hearing that, Jiang Che and Zhu Geye instantly turned pale and waved their hands in panic. Zhu Geye even stammered that he was not noble enough to sacrifice himself for others. He had not showered in 10 days, so no ghost would want to eat him anyway. The supervisor put away her notebook and smiled mysteriously. She reminded everyone that besides their daily duties, they also had to pay attention to any unexpected requests from passengers. Every morning at exactly 5:30, everyone had to gather and report the situation. After 7 in the evening, all staff could return to car 1 to rest. The supervisor's office was also there. If anything happened, they could report to her, but it was best not to bother her unless it was truly necessary. After giving her instructions, she left, and everyone scattered to begin their work. Jiang Che was the only one who stayed where he was, quietly observing his surroundings instead of rushing into action. He quickly noticed that no one wanted to get familiar with anyone else. After thinking about it, that made perfect sense. In the demon world, keeping your distance from other challengers was the safest choice. You never knew when someone might stab you in the back. Su Xiaoqin simply told everyone to split up and get to work, saying they would meet again later. That single sentence was enough for Zhu Geye to let his imagination run wild. He happily assumed she wanted to team up because she liked him. Jiang Che immediately smacked him on the head and reminded him to stop daydreaming because the life-or-death trial had officially begun. Zhu Geye rubbed his head and sighed, saying the supervisor was a crank demon. so his little fantasy had been completely shattered. He kept complaining that a drank mission had already revealed multiple crank demons, which made no sense at all. Even so, the two of them pushed the meal cart and started delivering food. In the kitchen, Xiao Yang stood in front of a basin filled with foul-smelling ingredients. He held his breath, but still nearly threw up. He could not believe that the disgusting pile in front of him was meant to be served to the passengers. To Xiao Yang, this job felt even worse than cleaning public toilets. The fierce-looking chef with razor-sharp teeth roared at Xiao Yang, ordering him to wash every ingredient thoroughly. If he failed, he would be chopped up and served as the next meal. Just then, the chef turned toward Jiang Che and Zhu Guiye as they entered. He urged them to grab the food cart and leave immediately, warning that the passengers would get angry if they were late. He pointed at the prepared meals and told them to deliver them to every passenger from car 3 through car 13. Jiang Che obediently agreed. Xiao Man immediately warned that the fat chef was also a crank demon. Jiang Che was secretly shocked. He could not understand why a drank mission had already produced 2 crank demons. Still acting politely, Jiang Che asked what the passengers in car 14 were supposed to eat if the meals only covered cars 3 through 13. The chef snorted with obvious contempt, making it clear that he did not care about the passengers in the last car. Then he kicked a bucket toward them. Looking inside, Jiang Che and Zhu Guiye found it filled with rotting dead rats. The chef coldly declared that this was the meal for the passengers in car 14. On the way, Jiang Che quickly memorized the train's layout. The driver's cabin was at the front, followed by car 1 for the staff and dining area. Cars 3 through 6 contained sleeper cabins. Cars 7 through 13 had regular seats, and car 14 was isolated at the very end of the train. Based on the number of seats, Jiang Che estimated that both the sleeper section and the seated section each held around 50 drank demons. Behind car 14 was probably the baggage car. Just as Jiang Che reached for the door to car 14, a blood-covered hand suddenly slammed against the window. The sight made him step back at once. At that moment, the golden finger appeared again, while weak cries of hunger echoed from inside the car. A ghost with bloodshot red eyes kept pounding on the door and screamed for food in a nearly crazed state. Zhu Guiye was so frightened that he hid behind Jiang Che and suggested skipping this one car since it probably would not matter. Just then, a red-haired ghost woman nearby spoke up to reassure them. She said they still had the bucket of dead rats. As long as they brought it inside, the demons would not make things difficult. Jiang Che was slightly surprised and wondered why this demon had taken the initiative to warn him. Zhu Guiye immediately pulled him back and whispered that demons were experts at tricking humans. In his opinion, they absolutely should not open the door unless they wanted to die. However, the golden finger displayed another message. It said the chef had carefully prepared fresh ingredients and sincerely hoped every train employee would safely reach the final station without a single human dying. After reading it, Jiang Che frowned in confusion. He wondered whether the train employees mentioned in the message were the challengers like them. What confused Jiang Che even more was that the demons did not seem to want to kill humans at all. That completely went against the usual rules of the demon world. Even so, Jiang Che trusted the golden finger without question. Every clue it had given him before was accurate and had saved his life countless times. After reading the message again, he became even more convinced that a hidden secret was buried inside it. Determined to uncover the truth, Jiang Che reached for the door handle again. Seeing this, Zhu Guiye cried out in panic. He could not believe Jiang Che was really about to open the door. He kept shouting, asking if Jiang Che was planning to throw himself into the demon's jaws and get torn apart. The moment the door cracked open, everything changed. The demons that had been screaming just seconds ago suddenly fell silent and stepped back together as if making way for someone. A few seconds later, the entire crowd rushed back to the door, their eyes locked onto the bucket in the two men's hands, as drool poured from their mouths. They screamed in hunger, urging Jiang Che and Zhu Guiye to throw the food inside. The stench pouring out of the train car forced Jiang Che to cover his nose. He frowned, feeling that the smell was just like the pig manure pit he had smelled as a child. Just then, Xiaoman suddenly spoke in an unusually serious tone and immediately stopped Jiang Che from going any farther. She warned that there were over 100 demons inside the car. Most were only drank, but something far more terrifying was also hiding there, something even she could not handle. Xiaoman admitted it was the first time she had ever felt such overwhelming unease and urged Jiang Che not to step inside under any circumstances. Hearing that, Jiang Che decided to throw the food into the car instead and told Zhu Guiye to do the same. They agreed not to risk entering. Zhu Geye instantly let out a sigh of relief and laughed, saying they were thinking exactly the same thing. The bucket full of dead rats was hurled into the middle of the train car. Instantly, the demons charged forward in a frenzy. Shouts, screams, and desperate cries echoed everywhere as every one of them fought to grab a share. In the blink of an eye, every dead rat had been ripped apart and devoured, leaving only the empty bucket rolling across the floor. Watching the scene, Zhu Geye shivered. He had never imagined they could be driven to such madness by hunger. Jiang Che simply smiled and casually reminded the demons to leave a 5-star rating for their meal delivery service. If it was not enough, there was still more food. At 7 in the evening, the supervisor gathered all the employees to review the first day's results. She announced that both the passengers and the management staff were very satisfied with everyone's performance. Then she pulled out a thick stack of envelopes to hand out rewards. Everyone received 1,000 ghost coins. Zhu Geye hugged his envelope tightly, took a deep breath, and sighed in delight at the wonderful smell of money. The supervisor simply smiled, wished everyone a good rest, and said she looked forward to their performance the next day. Xiao Yang stared thoughtfully at his envelope. Seeing that, Jiang Che joked that if he did not like money, he could hand it all over for safekeeping. Xiao Yang seriously replied that the money was not what worried him. In his opinion, this trial was far from normal. Even though everyone here was experienced, he wanted to remind them all to stay alert. The first day had gone far too smoothly, even though this was supposed to be a crank mission, and that was deeply suspicious. After hearing that, the cheerful mood instantly disappeared, replaced by silence and thoughtful expressions. Jiang Che also realized something was wrong. A drank mission had already revealed 2 crank demons, so the danger should have been overwhelming. Yet everything had gone unbelievably smoothly from the very beginning, and that was exactly what made it so frightening. Xiao Yang sat down and began explaining what had happened on his side. He introduced himself again and said his team's job was simply washing dishes and helping the chef prepare food for the passengers. Although the chef looked incredibly vicious, and the ingredients were disgusting enough to make anyone sick, he had not harmed a single member of the team all day. Not only that, but before the shift ended, the chef even let them take some food back because he was worried they might go hungry. Da Qiang continued, introducing Gang Zi as his younger brother, and confirming that their team had not faced any real danger during their work either. Hearing that, Zhu Geye secretly felt jealous, because the 2 brothers seemed lucky enough to get nothing more than cleaning duty. Da Qiang added that the passengers not only showed no disgust when they saw them cleaning the restrooms, but even rolled up their sleeves to help. Anyone who used the toilet without flushing was dragged back and forced to clean it themselves. Angela also shared that her work with Su Xiaoqin had gone even more smoothly than expected. The passengers happily bought snacks and even competed to pay more than the asking price. Each of them only needed to sell at least 200 ghost coins worth of snacks, but before long they had already earned a full 1,000. Then it was Zhu Gai's turn to brag. He proudly said the meal delivery team had finished their job without any trouble. Car 14 was a little strange, but thanks to the helpful passengers and Jiang Che's brilliant leadership, everything went smoothly. After that shameless self-praise, the entire room fell into an awkward silence. Seeing that there was nothing else worth discussing, Su Xiaoqin stood up, announced she was going to rest, and immediately left the room. Someone tried to stop her and continue the discussion, but Jiang Che simply shrugged and said she had always been like that. As night fell, Zhu Geye slept like a log, mumbling complete nonsense in his sleep. Just then, Xiao Man appeared beside Jiang Che's bed and gently woke him up. Jiang Che was sleeping soundly and only opened his eyes after a while. Xiao Man immediately scolded him for sleeping so peacefully when things had become urgent. She then revealed that Su Xiaoqin had quietly left the room and seemed to be heading toward car 14. Hearing that, Jiang Che instantly jumped out of bed, fully awake. He could not understand why Su Xiaoqin would head to car 14 in the middle of the night. By then, Su Xiaoqin was already standing in front of the closed door to car 14. She silently stared inside with a hesitant expression, unsure whether she should open the door. Just then, Jiang Che rushed over and deliberately teased her in a strange voice, asking what she was doing, wandering into such a dangerous place in the middle of the night. Su Xiaoqin turned around, and the moment she saw Jiang Che's disguise, she wanted to roll her eyes. Jiang Che remained perfectly calm, and even asked why she was not saying anything. In the end, Su Xiaoqin bluntly asked if he enjoyed dressing as a woman and wandering around at midnight. Jiang Che casually replied that there was nothing wrong with a personal hobby. Su Xiaoqin immediately looked away because the sight was too much for her. Jiang Che turned red with embarrassment and complained that she was being way too harsh. Putting that aside, Su Xiaoqin seriously asked whether Jiang Che had found any new clues. He replied that everything seemed normal except for car 14. Jiang Che believed that entering car 14 now would be no different from throwing themselves straight into the demons' mouths, so he urged her not to take the risk. Just then, the mysterious masked figure appeared behind Su Xiaoqin and mocked them, saying he had already warned them that car 14 was suspicious. Even Jiang Che, with such a powerful ghost spirit, did not dare enter, which proved how dangerous that place really was. Even so, Su Xiaoqin kept walking forward without stopping, making Jiang Che ask what she was planning. Standing right beside the glass door, Su Xiaoqin calmly said that if there were no more clues inside the train, then there was only one way left to continue the investigation. Jiang Che immediately understood and asked if she was planning to leave the train. Su Xiaoqin nodded and casually invited him to come along. Jiang Che looked surprised and asked how she planned to get outside when the train windows could not even be opened. Without another word, Su Xiaoqin drew the sword from her waist. Seeing that, Jiang Che hurried over to stop her. He worried that making too much noise would attract every demon on the train. Before they could argue, a hoarse and unpleasant voice suddenly echoed from behind them. They both turned around at the same time. At that moment, the system announced that they had disturbed the other's sleep, and the creature now intended to kill them both. A ghost with drool hanging from its mouth and blood-red eyes stared straight at them. Another system message revealed that it believed it was already dead, so it had nothing left to fear. The ghost suddenly swung its bony arm at them with incredible speed. It roared that it would tear Jiang Che apart and make him its midnight snack. But at that very moment, green blood suddenly splattered everywhere. The blood sprayed across Su Xiaoqin as the attacking ghost froze in place. A skeletal hand had pierced straight through its chest from behind. The ghost collapsed, revealing another ghost wearing glasses with the appearance of a scholar. It sighed and said that, even among demons, the rules could not be broken so casually. The ghost with glasses looked annoyed and remarked that undisciplined fools like that were exactly why the supervisor had to enforce such strict rules. It then turned to Su Xiaoqin, recognized her as one of the train vendors, and calmly told her to leave the cleanup to them. The ghost told Su Xiaoqin to go back and rest, then turned to Jiang Che and said they were both starving, but absolutely must not touch anyone on the train. He asked Jiang Che to endure it a little longer. Jiang Che was left speechless because the ghost had completely mistaken him for one of its own. Even so, he realized this might be the perfect chance to learn more. But after thinking it over, Jiang Che froze. That monster had just killed its own companion. Were they really willing to kill their own kind to protect humans? The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. Su Xiaoqin stayed on guard. The fact that the monsters sacrificed their own kind to protect humans convinced her there had to be a much bigger secret behind it. The monster with glasses sat down, grabbed its companion's corpse, and prepared to drag it away. Seeing that, Su Xiaoqin immediately raised her sword and got ready to attack. She knew she could not let the enemy leave that easily. But Jiang Che reacted instantly. He grabbed her wrist and gently lowered her sword. Then he fake coughed a few times and stayed in character, saying that since the monster had spoken up for her, he would not eat her anymore, and told her to go back and rest. As he spoke, Jiang Che kept blinking at Su Xiaoqin, signaling her to retreat first and leave the rest to him. Su Xiaoqin's dark eyes revealed nothing, and he could not tell if she understood the signal. Luckily, she finally turned and left. Jiang Che even waved goodbye with a playful smile and wished her good night to finish the act. Just then, the monster with glasses called him over and told him to stop standing around and help out. Jiang Che agreed at once and walked over. After everything was taken care of, the monster calmly wiped the blood from its hands with a tissue and prepared to leave. Jiang Che quickly followed and started a conversation. He thanked the monster for helping him earlier, then pretended his memory had been acting up and asked why they were trying so hard to protect those humans. The monster with glasses immediately turned around with a cold stare and warned him that thinking like that was dangerous because humans were far from stupid. Jiang Che quickly apologized and said he thought everyone shared that opinion. The monster only stressed one thing: never harm any human on this train. That was the only rule he needed to remember. After saying that, it walked away without another word. Jiang Che was left speechless with frustration. He had still failed to get any useful information. While feeling disappointed, he suddenly remembered the unopened chocolate jar. The last reward had been incredibly useful, so maybe this one would also give him something that could save his life. Jiang Che immediately chose to open the jar. The first reward was one evil scarecrow and one extra revival. Next, he received one universal key that could only open locks, along with 3 servings of delicious grilled meat. The jar was not done yet. It also gave him 2 blocks of C4. Jiang Che almost blurted out his usual line about the art of explosions before stopping himself. Looking at the 2 C4 charges in his hands, Jiang Che broke into a cold sweat. Was the system seriously expecting him to blow up the entire train? The scene shifted back to the real world, at Zhenyu Mountain. Yin energy covered the entire area. The battlefield was in ruins, with countless wounded people lying everywhere. Painful groans mixed with desperate shouts, while doctors and nurses rushed around, searching for bandages and treating the injured. More critically injured patients kept arriving for emergency treatment. Everyone hurriedly called for bleeding control ghost items, painkillers, and even morphine to save the wounded. Yan Yibing stayed beside old Wang, who was on the verge of death. She tried to comfort him, saying the bleeding control ghost item was on its way, and that he would make it through. Old Wang weakly stopped her and said not to waste those precious resources on him, because others needed them more. His breathing grew heavier, as he admitted that he could no longer see anything. Yan Yibing fought back her tears, and kept insisting that he would recover soon. Old Wang only smiled with regret, and said he had once promised to donate his corneas to a little girl, but it seemed he could no longer keep that promise. He used the last of his strength to call for Dr. Wang. The doctor hurried over, held his hand as it grew colder, and told him she was listening. With his remaining strength, old Wang said he probably would not survive, and asked the doctor to check whether there were any other organs that could still be donated. Hearing those final words, Dr. Wang stood frozen as tears streamed down her face. She struggled to hold back her grief, and replied through a trembling voice that there was still one. His heart had not been damaged by the poison. She continued encouraging him, telling him not to give up, because there was still hope, and everyone would do everything they could to save him. Old Wang smiled peacefully. Then, he quietly asked that if his heart could still be used, they should give it to someone else in his place. The heart monitor stretched into one long continuous tone as the line on the screen turned flat, marking old Wang's final breath. Before anyone could grieve, urgent shouts came from outside. More critically injured patients had arrived, and everyone needed to get back to their stations immediately. Dr. Wang quickly wiped away her tears. Then she regained her composure and joined her colleagues in fighting to save more lives. Not long after, someone loudly called for Yan Yibing. They reported that she had returned along with the captain of Assault Team 3, and the commander wanted to see them both immediately. Yan Yibing hurried to a table covered with maps and documents, reported in, and asked if there were new orders. The commander looked around and asked why old Wang was not with her. Yan Yibing lowered her head. Fighting back tears, she reported that old Wang had fallen, and every member of Assault Team 3 had also been killed. Hearing that, the commander quietly removed his cap, placed it on the table, and bowed his head in silence for the fallen. Then he looked up and said he suspected there was a traitor inside the camp. Yan Yibing froze in shock and could hardly believe what she heard. The commander explained that their heavy losses happened because the demons seemed to know their troop deployment perfectly. Every A-rank team ran into S-rank demons, while every S-rank team was surrounded by multiple enemies of the same level. On top of that, the enemy knew everyone's abilities, strengths, weaknesses, and even the defensive layouts of every stronghold. Based on all those signs, he was certain there was a traitor among the humans. Yan Yibing agreed that if it was true, the situation was extremely serious. Just then, she suddenly remembered an important discovery that she and old Wang had made before retreating. According to Yan Yibing's report, this ghost domain seemed to be linked to the Yoma world. Every time a demon was killed, new reinforcements appeared immediately, while the human forces kept shrinking. Unless that mysterious connection was destroyed, the demons would have endless reinforcements, and the war would never end. The commander immediately realized how serious it was, and ordered an investigation at once. This had gone far beyond an ordinary ghost domain invasion. He stared at the map in front of him, and wondered why all the demons had gathered in such a remote place. His finger stopped on a location marked with a bold red circle. It was the burial ground. The moment that name appeared, Jiang Che was startled. His reflection, and the monster with glasses faintly appeared in the train window. The monster with glasses chewed on fake meat while saying that the conductor had given one clear order. Before the train reached the burial ground, they had to protect every challenger on board at all costs. Then it licked its lips and said that if Jiang Che had more questions, he could keep asking. Another serving of fake meat would buy whatever answers it knew. Jiang Che immediately gained another clue. The train's final destination was the burial ground. He smiled and replied that he still had some meat, but he planned to share it with the monsters in Car 14. since he heard they had only been given a few rat carcasses to eat today. Hearing that, the monster with glasses looked completely disgusted. It mocked them as nothing more than watchdogs who did not deserve good food. That remark gave Jiang Che another important clue about the group in car 14. He continued pretending to have memory loss and asked if they were not the same kind. Deep down, he could not help thinking that the chocolate jar rewards never disappointed. Just a few pieces of meat had bought him a huge amount of valuable information. The monster kept chewing and said that since the meat was so good, it would reveal a few more secrets. It explained that they only had 2 missions. First, protect every human on the train without exception. Second, deliver the mysterious item stored in car 15 to the burial ground. The monsters in car 14 were only responsible for guarding car 15, and even it had no idea what was inside. Even so, it sincerely warned Jiang Che never to get curious about car 15. A new clue involving car 15 had appeared. Jiang Che fell into deep thought. He had not expected another train car beyond car 14, let alone one guarding something this important. Right after that, the system activated a new challenge quest. The quest was called Sacrifice. Those 2 words instantly made Jiang Che serious. He remembered the mission at Broken Bone High School, where one clue had led to the quest Poisonous Gossip. It seemed every quest title was closely tied to the dungeon's hidden secrets. Not wanting to stay any longer, Jiang Che made an excuse to leave. He thanked the monster with glasses and said he was going to the restroom for a moment. The monster did not suspect a thing. Inside the restroom, Jiang Che changed back into his normal clothes, but his mind kept circling around car 15. He quietly repeated the words car 15 and the sacrifice quest. They still did not fit together. Even with all the clues he had gathered, the pieces were scattered. If he wanted the truth, he would have to keep investigating. Jiang Che's eyes were filled with deep thought. When he and Su Xiaoqin returned to the cabin, Xiao Yang and the others immediately blocked the door with angry expressions. Xiao Yang demanded to know where the 2 of them had secretly gone. He reminded them that everyone else had stayed in the room, while only they had left on their own. Jiang Che did not back down. He snapped his fingers and bluntly replied that whatever they did outside was none of their business, so they should not make themselves the villains over it. Xiao Yang's temper flared. He clenched his fists and replied that nobody would care if they were alone, but everyone was sharing the same room now. He explained that sneaking out could attract demons and put the whole group in danger. Another challenger agreed, saying he did not want to die because of someone else's actions. Seeing the tension rising, Angela quickly stepped in and urged everyone to calm down. But Xiao Yang was still upset. What bothered him the most was that they had forgotten to close the door when they left, even though that was the most basic rule in a dangerous place like this. Knowing they had made a mistake, Jiang Che and Su Xiaoqin quietly accepted the criticism. Even Jiang Che admitted he had been too careless this time. After calming down, Xiao Yang said he understood they wanted to search for clues to the challenge quest. Still, everyone should focus on clearing the main quest safely first, while the side quest could wait. Just then, old Uncle Cat, who had been sleeping the whole time, slowly woke up and asked what had happened. The moment he opened his eyes, he misunderstood the scene. Seeing Jiang Che and Su Xiaoqin standing close together because they were blocked at the door, he thought they were hugging. His mouth dropped open in shock. The next second, old Uncle Cat loudly demanded to know what the 2 of them had been secretly doing behind his back. The entire room instantly erupted into chaos. Old Uncle Cat pointed at Jiangxi and demanded an explanation, saying he would not let it go otherwise. Jiangxi gritted his teeth and snapped that the old man had slept himself silly. Seeing things getting out of control, someone else quickly stepped in to calm everyone down. In the end, a gentle voice spoke up and eased the tension. The speaker hoped everyone would think about each other, instead of only worrying about themselves. It was Xiao Yang. He reminded everyone that they were all challengers stuck in the same situation, so there was no reason to create unnecessary conflicts within the group. Angela also raised her hand and asked everyone to cool down first. She believed both sides had their reasons. Since there was no immediate danger, everyone should focus on their own mission for now. If new problems appeared later, they could discuss them together. A D-rank quest that was both easy and guaranteed rewards was incredibly rare. Hearing that, Jiang Che realized he should sometimes look at things from other people's perspective. He understood that not everyone had the same advantages as he did. For most challengers, simply surviving in the demon world was already difficult, so there was no need to create extra conflict when the other side meant no harm. After thinking it through, Jiang Che nodded in agreement and decided to observe the situation before making his next move. Su Xiaoqin quietly put her sword away as well. Xiao Yang smiled, put an arm around Jiang Che's shoulder to make peace, and thanked the two of them for cooperating. He even joked that the group owed them a favor and would treat them to a proper meal someday, before asking what team Jiang Che belonged to. Jiang Che curiously asked about their organization instead. Xiao Yang proudly puffed out his chest and said Jiang Che would definitely be surprised after hearing the name. While his three teammates struck dramatic poses behind him, Xiao Yang proudly announced that they all belonged to the Gengqi Association. Hearing the name, Jiang Che frowned slightly. It sounded a little strange. Xiao Yang then asked Jiang Che's group whether they belonged to a guild or were just an independent team. Without missing a beat, Jiang Che made up a name on the spot. He introduced himself as Handsome, pointed at Su Xiaoqin and called her Person, then pointed at Old Uncle Cat, and finished with In Your Heart, combining the three into a playful joke. Old Uncle Cat stood there in confusion for a few seconds, before realizing something was off. Though he still had no idea, Jiang Che had just turned him into the punchline. Xiao Yang and the others burst into laughter, saying the three of them were hilarious. They even joked that their guild leader would definitely love personalities like theirs. Everyone soon gathered and started chatting. When Jiang Che asked about their guild leader, Xiao Yang proudly said he was an A-rank challenger. He also mentioned the ghost domain invasion at Zhenyu Mountain, saying their leader had taken many members there to help. Hearing that, Angela asked if their guild leader worked for the Ghost Bureau because she had heard the place was extremely dangerous. Xiao Yang shook his head and explained that they were just an ordinary guild. But because the situation at Zhenyu Mountain was so severe, many powerful challengers had volunteered to help. He sighed that he was still too weak to join them, then said that everyone should do their part when the world faced a great crisis. Those words made Jiang Che pause. They reminded him of Zhou Yong, who had often said the same kind of thing. Old Uncle Cat changed the subject and asked if anyone knew which secret realm this ghost domain invasion had taken place in. Angela quickly answered that she had heard about it. It was a secret realm for challengers from E rank and above called Fallen Spirit Rift. Xiao Yang nodded and said it was also known as the graveyard of E rank challengers because it had claimed countless lives. Another member added that it was even better known by another name, the burial ground. The moment Jiang Che heard those words, his face changed instantly, and a cold sweat ran down his back. He jumped to his feet and asked again in disbelief. He confirmed once more that the ghost domain at Zhenyu Mountain really was the burial ground. After receiving a definite answer, Jiang Che said in a serious voice that the clues he had gathered had revealed a terrifying truth. According to those clues, this train's final destination was also the burial ground. The entire room fell silent. After a long pause, Xiao Yang finally asked whether that meant the train was heading straight toward Zhenyu Mountain in the real world. Jiang Che nodded and decided to stop hiding the truth. He revealed that he had also received a special challenge quest called Sacrifice. After hearing that, Old Uncle Cat angrily shouted at Jiang Che for hiding something so important. Angela turned pale and said with a trembling voice that Fallen Spirit Rift was filled with S-rank demons. If the quest was called Sacrifice, did that mean they were all destined to become sacrifices? Just then, Xiao Man suddenly spoke inside Jiang Che's mind, saying she had just remembered several extremely important memories. Xiao Man explained that Fallen Spirit Rift was ruled by an SSS rank demon known as the Lord of Spirits. It commanded countless S-rank followers, and even worse, it was preparing to evolve into an even higher level of power. Jiang Che was deeply shaken. He immediately thought of Yan Yibing, who had already gone to Zhenyu Mountain. Xiao Man believed Yan Yibing was probably S-rank as well, but even then, the chances of survival were incredibly slim. Seeing the heavy mood, a brown-haired young man from Xiao Yang's group tried to reassure everyone. He believed the main quest would probably end once the train reached its destination, so there was no point worrying too far ahead. After all, S-rank demons were far beyond anything they could fight. Old Uncle Cat quickly agreed. He believed nothing was certain yet, and since the original quest had been scheduled to last 6 days, they still had time to observe before making any decisions. Just then, the system suddenly announced a major change. Due to special circumstances, the main quest would now continue until the train reached the burial ground, and the remaining time had been shortened to just 2 days. Hearing the announcement, Angela went pale. She said with a shaky voice that if the 3 dots in the difficulty rating really stood for 3 S's, she was going to panic. Everyone immediately turned toward the doorway. The train conductor was standing there, with her familiar smile. She looked down at everyone and cheerfully announced that she had 1 piece of good news and 1 piece of bad news. She explained that the original route had encountered problems, so the train had switched to a backup line. Although the route had been abandoned for many years, it was still safe enough for the journey to continue. Thanks to the new route, the travel time had been greatly reduced. If everything went smoothly, the train would arrive in just 2 days. At that point, everyone could choose to leave or continue working on the train. She kept smiling warmly and claimed this was a friendly and united team. In complete contrast to those pleasant words, Jiang Che heard the icy thoughts hidden beneath them. The conductor looked down on humans and had only spared them because she still needed to use them. Jiang Che could only curse her hypocrisy in silence. After finishing her instructions, the conductor smiled, wished everyone a productive day, and hoped they would all finish their work before returning to their rooms. The door quietly closed behind her. Old Uncle Cat nervously asked Jiang Che what they should do next. A sudden change to the main quest usually only happened in nightmare dungeons. Jiang Che calmly explained that this was not a nightmare dungeon. If it were, the system would have clearly announced it. In reality, the main objective had not changed. The system had only revealed the final destination and shortened the time limit. He told everyone not to scare themselves. For now, they should continue working as usual, secretly watch for anything suspicious, and never reveal their doubts. After 7 that evening, everyone would meet here again to discuss a plan. That night, the conductor appeared as usual. She casually took out a thick stack of envelopes and announced that they contained everyone's wages based on their performance that day. Old Uncle Cat immediately raised his hand like a student in class and excitedly asked if it was finally payday. The conductor handed out the money one by one, giving Old Uncle Cat 1,000 before distributing the rest. She even mocked them, saying that if anyone did not want the money, she would gladly keep it herself. Before leaving, she reminded everyone that the train would arrive at its destination at exactly midnight the next day. Everyone should get some rest, but they still had to work seriously tomorrow. Anyone who dared to slack off would pay the price. Hearing the warning that lazy workers would not be allowed to leave tomorrow, Old Uncle Cat froze as cold sweat soaked his back. Night fell. At 8:12 p.m., Angela looked puzzled. She said the system still had not issued any new warnings, which felt very strange. Another challenger happily suggested that maybe everyone had been worrying too much. At the moment, the main quest still seemed completely safe to finish. Da Gang only glanced over and remarked that the man was far too optimistic. Xiao Yang gave his own analysis. The burial ground had already appeared at Zhenyu Mountain in the real world, and the train's destination was the same place. That meant the battle there was still raging, and the demons on this train were most likely reinforcements. He continued that both the number and strength of the demons were far beyond what D-rank challengers could handle. The quest called Sacrifice might actually mean they had to abandon the main quest and find a way to stop the train from reaching its destination. A brown-haired young man from Xiao Yang's group immediately disagreed. He asked if Xiao Yang seriously intended to stop the entire train when he had been the one telling everyone to wait and observe. The young man argued that the idea was impossible. With their current strength, they could never stop the train. The conductor alone could probably crush Xiao Yang just by sitting on him. After being bluntly shot down, Xiao Yang could only force us an awkward smile and say the criticism did not have to be so harsh. The brown-haired young man refused to back down. He argued that Zhenyu Mountain already had plenty of A-rank and S-rank challengers defending it, so there was no need to worry about the C-rank and D-rank demons on this train. In his opinion, the smartest choice was simply to finish the quest and claim the reward. Jiang Che saw things differently. He knew these demons were no match for top-tier challengers, but the clues suggested their real mission was not to fight. They were transporting a mysterious item hidden inside Car 15. Whatever was stored there had to be extremely important to the demon forces at Zhenyu Mountain. Thinking about the countless people risking their lives at Zhenyu Mountain, especially Yan Yibing, the members of the Ghost Bureau, and Zhou Yong who had helped him so many times, Jiang Che knew he could not simply stand by and do nothing. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and sincerely apologized to everyone. He admitted that he had originally suggested staying out of it, but now he was the one changing his mind. Whether this was truly connected to Zhenyu Mountain or not, he believed they should get involved. Because Xiao Yang understood the situation there better than most. He knew the battlefield was far more brutal than anyone imagined. As a challenger, as a citizen, or simply as a human being, as long as there was even the slightest chance to help, he refused to back away. Even so, he warned everyone that taking action would most likely cost them all the rewards from the main quest. After returning to the real world, he promised to do everything he could to make up for everyone's losses. Jiang Che immediately voiced his support. He believed that truly valuable rewards never came easily. The easier the main quest was, the less worthwhile its reward would be. On the other hand, the more dangerous the challenge quest, the greater the reward would be. That was why he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. After saying that, Jiang Che pulled out 2 blocks of C4 with a confident grin. In his view, the fastest way to stop the train was the most direct one. He even joked that true art was all about explosions. Uncle Ji stared in shock and asked where Jiang Che had gotten military-grade C4. Even Xiao Yang was stunned and kept asking where the explosives came from. Jiang Che only smiled mysteriously and said the source did not matter. He just wanted to know if they dared to use it. Xiao Yang agreed at once and said that with C4, even the train could be blown apart. Jiang Che quickly laid out the plan. He suggested destroying Car 14 or Car 15 because every clue pointed to the heavily guarded item being stored inside Car 15. Su Xiaoqin calmly added that they should start from Car 13 since it offered the best approach. The group quickly agreed on the plan. Xiao Yang excitedly called everyone to move, while the other 3 could only stare as this group discussed blowing up an entire train without hesitation. Angela cautiously reminded them that destroying the train would erase the main mission reward. After thinking it over, she still chose to join. She believed the challenge reward was worth the risk, and failure would only cost another life before leaving the dungeon. The Da Qiang brothers immediately joined in as well. They refused to return empty-handed and wanted to help. Jiang Che smiled at everyone, as the mood instantly turned energetic, now that they all shared the same resolve. Everyone shouted together and vowed to risk everything for the challenge reward. The group quietly moved out, slipping through each train car, while carefully checking every step ahead. No one dared make a loud sound because waking the sleeping demons would ruin the entire plan. Only after passing every dangerous car did they finally relax, knowing they had avoided the enemy's attention for now. After a tense crawl through the train, the group finally reached their target. Everyone let out a relieved sigh after the close call. Jiang Che peeked through the next car's window and spotted several demons still awake. The only way forward was to break the window and climb outside, but the noise would definitely alert them. He could not help thinking these demons stayed up just as late as humans. Su Xiaoqin did not hesitate. She drew her sword and suggested wiping them all out. Da Qiang rushed over and repeatedly told her not to act recklessly. Angela suddenly came up with another idea. She said putting the demons to sleep would avoid a fight. As she spoke, she took out a heart-shaped item and introduced it as a hypnosis microphone. The item could put nearby demons into a deep sleep, but it only worked on targets below a certain rank. Angela blushed and asked if everyone was ready because she was about to sing. Jiang Che simply nodded, wondering why she was so nervous over one song. Angela's face stayed bright red with embarrassment. The moment she started singing, her expression became so strange that it reminded everyone of an adult movie. The gentle yet hypnotic melody quickly spread through the train car and reached the demon's ears. Angela sang until she was soaked in sweat, and even her clothes clung to her from the strain of using the item. One demon after another slowly lost consciousness, staggered, and collapsed into a deep sleep. Seeing the plan succeed, Angela finally breathed a sigh of relief. The funny part was that the guys watching had all turned red and were even drooling because of the performance's strange effect. Without wasting the chance, Su Xiaoqin swung her sword and shattered the window. One teammate quickly stepped onto the broken frame to open the way. Jiang Che climbed onto the outside of the train and told everyone to stay on guard while he planted the explosives. Without wasting another second, he quickly climbed onto the roof of the train. As soon as he looked back, Jiang Che saw Su Xiaoqin and Uncle Ji following close behind. He asked in surprise why they had climbed up as well. Right then, a warning voice echoed out and ordered everyone to stand still. An invisible force field surrounded the train, and countless giant ghostly arms emerged from the void, ready to attack. The system recorded another clue about the ghostly arms surrounding the train. Jiang Che's expression immediately changed. He had no idea whether this was Car 15's defense system, or if their plan had already been discovered. Either way, Car 15 was clearly far more dangerous than expected. Uncle Ji suddenly slipped and let out a terrified scream. 2 ghostly arms instantly lunged toward him. Luckily, Su Xiaoqin reacted in an instant and sliced both arms apart before they could reach him. But another giant hand immediately crawled up the side of the train. The system unlocked another clue about the train's blood-draining ability. While fighting, Su Xiaoqin urged Jiang Che to finish planting the bomb as she and Uncle Ji held the enemies back. Uncle Ji pulled out a strange item and kept firing at the ghostly arms while loudly shouting about the light of justice. Jiang Che answered with a quick reply and immediately sped up. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqin kept swinging her sword to block wave after wave of ghostly arms. Jiang Che finally found the connection between the two train cars. Blowing up this point would separate Car 15 from the rest of the train and ruin the demon's secret transport mission. Just as he was about to finish, a strange sound suddenly echoed out. The system unlocked another clue called heartbeat. Jiang Che was shocked to realize the sound matched the heartbeat of a living creature. Behind him, Uncle Ji kept yelling as more ghostly arms appeared and urged Jiang Che to hurry up with the bomb. Jiang Che turned around and happily announced that the bomb was ready, except the default timer was set to 72 hours. At first, Uncle Ji thought there was still plenty of time and almost relaxed. Then he realized the train would arrive tomorrow and immediately screamed after figuring out Jiang Che had set the wrong timer. Jiang Che frantically asked everyone to hold on while he fixed it. After wildly pressing the timer controls, he happily announced it was fixed. There were now only 10 seconds left before the bomb exploded. Uncle Ji finally nodded with satisfaction and said that sounded much better. Then the atmosphere suddenly turned strangely silent because all three realized something was very wrong. The bomb's warning alarm rapidly beeped. The three of them immediately ran for their lives, while Uncle Ji shouted Jiang Che's name the entire time. A few seconds later, the countdown reached 0. A violent explosion tore through the night, and the terrifying shockwave blasted all three of them away. They slammed onto the ground and struggled to look back. Uncle Ji had one swollen black eye and had even lost a tooth, yet he burst into laughter as he praised the explosion. His eyes were filled with pure fascination, as if he had truly understood the art of explosions. Jiang Che already had his weapon in hand and quietly muttered that the charm of art existed in that brief instant when beauty reached its peak and human emotion soared. In his view, if everything vanished together in that single moment, that was the true spirit of art, because its value lay in the final explosion. Even though the rear of the train had been blown apart, it never stopped and kept racing down the tracks, as if nothing had happened. The conductor rushed into the control cabin, wearing only red three-piece underwear, and angrily demanded an explanation for the violent shaking. The operator nearly stuttered in fear after seeing her disheveled appearance. Trembling, he reported that he had no idea what caused it. He only knew a massive explosion had destroyed cars 11 through 15. The entire rear section of the train had broken off and was scattered across the tracks. From the wreckage, the demons stumbled out and looked around in confusion, terrified because they thought they had died before reaching the destination. After quickly changing back into proper clothes, the conductor shouted that no matter what happened, they had to deliver that item to its destination. Hiding nearby, Jiang Che silently cursed his bad luck. If he had not used the bone-shattering blade to weaken the blast, he would have been blown to pieces. Even after such a massive explosion, the train was somehow still running. Suddenly, Su Xiaoqin leaned close and whispered that the train was injured and bleeding. Jiang Che jumped in surprise because he had no idea when she appeared. Looking more carefully, he realized she was telling the truth and suddenly remembered someone was missing. He quickly asked where Jiago was, and Su Xiaoqin pointed toward a figure stuck headfirst in the ground in the distance. Jiang Che immediately rushed over and pulled his friend free. As he ran, he kept calling Jiago's name, but Uncle Ji remained completely motionless, without any response. Jiang Che immediately used his favorite trick. Su Xiaoqin's skirt got blown up. The moment he finished speaking, Uncle Ji sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. He panicked and asked where it happened, then froze after realizing Su Xiaoqin was not even wearing a skirt. Standing nearby, Xiao Man could only shake her head. Those two really were a strange pair. The conductor arrived at the blast site with 3 subordinates dressed in dark blue, suspecting someone had launched an attack. One of them asked if terrorists were responsible, but his teammate immediately snapped back and reminded him that they were the terrorists. While everyone was still talking, the conductor cut them off and ordered all personnel from cars 3 through 8 to reinforce car 15. Everyone else was told to repair the train and refill its fuel. Just as Jiang Che's group tried to quietly leave, the conductor suddenly called them back. With an icy stare that looked ready to tear them apart, she asked one question: why were the 3 of them here? Hearing that, Su Xiaoqin and Uncle Ji immediately took fighting stances. Right then, the golden finger displayed a hint. The conductor's top priority was simply delivering the item in car 15 to its burial site. Everything else was just trouble she wanted to avoid. Jiang Che instantly understood. He stopped his teammates and calmly explained that they had only been inspecting the train when the explosion happened, leaving everyone too shocked to react. He even casually asked if anyone had any toilet paper. Uncle G immediately played along, complaining that he had almost embarrassed himself from sheer fear. He blamed everything on whoever blew up the train and cursed the culprit to stay single forever with only his right hand for company. He even wished all of that person's friends lifelong happiness, big families, and long lives so the culprit would die of jealousy. Unable to tolerate the endless rambling, the conductor coldly ordered him to shut up. She then told all three of them to return to their room and clean themselves up first. Back in their room, Uncle G finally let out a long sigh of relief. He said they had only escaped because Jiang Che had reacted so quickly. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked wide open. The three turned around to see Xiao Yang and his teammates storming inside. Xiao Yang angrily accused Jiang Che of nearly blowing up the whole team by setting the C4 timer too short. Jiang Che could only smile awkwardly and admit it was his first time using C4. Angela stepped in to calm everyone down. She reminded them that the train had still been partially destroyed, so the mission had at least made progress. Before anyone could celebrate, an announcement echoed throughout the train for all passengers. It stated that the train had only experienced a minor accident. Repairs were underway, and normal operation would resume in about 10 minutes. After hearing that, the entire group stood there in stunned disbelief. Uncle G could not understand how a train that had been blown apart could be repaired so quickly. Jiang Che calmly noticed that the system still had not marked the mission as complete. He took out the last block of C4 and suggested blowing up the train one more time, or even changing its direction if possible. Xiao Yang immediately rejected the idea. The train repaired itself far too quickly. Even blowing it up dozens of times would be useless, and destroying the tracks would probably not stop it either. All it would do was expose them. Jiang Che fell into deep thought. He remembered Su Xiaoqin saying the train was bleeding, and how every severed ghostly arm had been absorbed back into it. It made him suspect the train was actually alive, and that they had missed a crucial clue. After thinking it through, Jiang Che chose a more direct approach. Tomorrow, while delivering food, he would walk straight into car 14. If no one else dared to go, then he would do it himself. In no time, the monstrous train had completely repaired itself and continued racing forward. The next morning, the group stood outside the door to car 14. Uncle G grabbed Jiang Che's arm with a trembling voice and asked if they really had to go inside, even quoting a famous philosopher. Jiang Che took a deep breath, steadied himself, and repeated his familiar words. "If I do not walk into hell myself, then who will?" Gathering all their courage, the two stepped into car 14 together. The moment they entered, Uncle G began shaking uncontrollably. Everywhere they looked were twisted ghosts, crying from hunger and begging for just one bite. From the darkness, countless thin skeletal arms reached toward them all at once. The horrifying scene completely shattered Uncle Ge's composure. His terrified scream instantly echoed through the entire train car. The hungry ghosts grabbed Uncle Ge's legs, drooling as they begged to suck just one fingertip. They even promised they only liked rotten flesh. Jiang Che gently patted his teammate on the shoulder and reminded him to stop freezing up and use his light sphere ability. Uncle G finally remembered he was a light-type player and was just about to show off when a hungry ghost charged at him with incredible speed. Uncle G could only let out a terrified scream. His cries for help echoed throughout the train car. He panicked after realizing his equipment had been snatched away. In despair, Uncle G thought the two of them were finished this time. But one hungry ghost respectfully picked up the bracelet with both hands. It politely returned the item to Uncle G. Right after that, every hungry ghost dropped to its knees. Trembling, they begged for mercy, admitted their mistakes, and pleaded not to be killed. Completely confused, Uncle G turned to Jiang Che for an explanation. Before he could ask, he noticed Xiao Man had somehow appeared behind them, dressed in black and radiating overwhelming pressure. Uncle G immediately fell silent as his eyes instinctively looked her up and down. The icy aura surrounding Xiao Man forced every hungry ghost to lower its head. Not one of them dared meet her gaze. Uncle G nudged Jiang Che and quietly asked if she was his ghost spirit. Jiang Che answered with a look that made it seem completely obvious. Uncle G started rambling again, laughing as he claimed true love could overcome even the barrier between races, and even called Jiang Che his father. But after looking closer at Xiao Man, he felt she seemed strangely familiar. Xiao Man coldly asked what he was trying to pull and mocked him by saying there was no way she could give birth to such an ugly child. Jiang Che immediately questioned the hungry ghosts and demanded to know what was hidden inside car 15. With Xiao Man standing behind him, he believed questioning these frank demons would be easy. But they all answered in unison that they knew nothing. They were only fuel used to keep the train running. The system unlocked another clue. The demons kept repeating that they were nothing more than fuel being burned so the train could continue moving. Hearing that, Jiang Che quickly connected the dots. Although they were all frank demons, most still looked human. The train survived by feeding on their flesh and blood, which explained why it had been bleeding earlier. Compared to before, there were also far fewer demons left. Xiaoman gently shook her head and said there was no need to ask any more questions. These demons had suffered mental torture for so long that only fear and survival instincts remained. Jiang Che asked if they truly posed no threat anymore. Xiaoman nodded, but warned that the hungry ghosts were not what worried her. Car 15 was. The door to Car 15 stood completely still, yet it seemed wrapped in a dark crimson aura of ill omen. The entire area was filled with the breath of death and overwhelming despair. Jiang Che stared at the door and tightened his grip on his weapon. He still did not know how the enemy had turned demons into fuel, but if the fuel disappeared, the train could no longer keep moving. Moments later, blood splattered across the floor and stained the windows. Watching Jiang Che cut down the demons as casually as chopping vegetables, Uncle Ji could only swallow nervously. After wiping the blood from his face, Jiang Che quietly muttered a few words and called Uncle Ji over to enter Car 15 and see what was hidden inside. This time, Uncle Ji obediently followed behind without another complaint. When they arrived, they saw the door locked shut, with countless massive iron chains, clearly protecting something extremely important. Uncle Ji rubbed his chin and remarked that so many locks were useless without a key. Jiang Che calmly pulled out an old weathered key and asked who said they did not have one. Uncle Ji stared at the key with wide eyes in disbelief. The moment the key entered the lock, it clicked. Every heavy chain automatically came loose and crashed onto the floor. Jiang Che rolled his wrist, took a deep breath, and said it was time to go inside. Just before he stepped forward, Xiaoman suddenly appeared behind him, hugged him, and softly told him to be careful. Then Xiaoman's body slowly merged into Jiang Che's. At that very moment, the massive door to Car 15 slowly creaked open. Jiang Che and Uncle Ji cautiously walked inside. The room was strangely empty, making Uncle Ji think there was nothing there. But after a few more steps, they found a stone table in the center of the train car, with an ancient wooden box resting on top. A heavy yin aura continuously poured out of the box, along with deep, horrifying sounds that seemed to echo straight from hell. The moment Jiang Che looked at the box, a terrible pain pierced straight into his bones. Smoke poured from his body, and his ghost-spirit fusion was forcibly cancelled by an invisible force. Enduring the agony, Jiang Che shouted for Uncle Ji to run as fast as possible. They immediately turned and sprinted away. As he ran, Uncle Ji kept yelling at Jiang Che not to breathe. In a trembling voice, Jiang Che said this was not SS rank power, but SSS rank. Hearing that, Uncle Ji was horrified. Xiaoman's voice suddenly echoed inside Jiang Che's mind, telling him their connection had been completely severed. Jiang Che reached toward the still-open door in the distance and shouted that they had to get out immediately without wasting even a second. But the harder they ran, the more desperate they became, as the distance to the door seemed to stretch farther and farther away. Suddenly, two blazing red beams shot up from deep inside the train car. When the light faded, Jiang Che and Uncle Ji had completely vanished. All that remained where they had stood were torn pieces of clothing and drops of fresh blood, slowly falling beside an abandoned pair of shoes. Jiang Che suddenly woke up and realized he had returned to the real world. The first thing he did was call out to Xiaoman to make sure she was safe. She immediately replied that she was unharmed. As Jiang Che gradually calmed down, the shock still remained. He had no idea what the box inside Car 15 really was. He only knew the laughter coming from it was beyond terrifying. They had not even reached the box before being erased instantly. Xiaoman appeared with a serious expression and said she had seen that kind of box once before. According to her, it was used to seal part of a demon's body. Judging from the ancient carvings and the aura she sensed, she had a theory. Xiaoman concluded that the sealed object was most likely the heart of an SSS rank demon. Jiang Che turned pale, unable to believe a drank challenge could contain something so far beyond its level. Even so, he quickly abandoned every normal assumption. In the world of demons, no rule was absolute. Jiang Che could only sigh after realizing both he and Uncle Ji had died in an instant. He still had a substitute doll that could revive him, but what worried him was whether Uncle Ji had another chance. At that moment, Uncle Ji was still sleeping soundly on the bed with drool soaking the pillow. Jiang Che wondered if he had been too reckless, but quickly dismissed the thought. Even with Xiaoman's help, they had been crushed without the slightest chance to resist. It felt like a brand new player being thrown directly in front of the strongest player in the game, with an impossible gap in strength. Just then, a gentle hand rested on his shoulder. Su Xiaoqin quietly told Jiang Che not to overthink it and to steady himself first. Jiang Che nodded slightly and agreed that calming down was the most important thing right now. He quickly regained his composure. Then Jiang Che picked up a syringe and decisively injected the medicine into his arm. Standing beside him, Su Xiaoqin softly asked if he felt any better. Jiang Che gave a brief reply before carefully injecting the unconscious Uncle Ji as well. During that time, Su Xiaoqin asked if they had really died once inside the dungeon. The moment she finished speaking, the room door was suddenly shoved open. Xiao Yang's group rushed inside with tense expressions. One of them was still shaken and gasped that he had been scared half to death. Xiao Yang immediately raised both hands to calm everyone down and asked what had happened. Jiang Che calmly explained that he and Uncle Ji really had died once, but it had nothing to do with fighting each other. He said that the moment they entered Car 15, an overwhelming force instantly killed them. The only thing inside was a single wooden box. Jiang Che believed the object sealed inside that box was the heart of an SSS rank demon. Angela's face instantly turned pale. She could not believe an SSS rank existence had appeared in this challenge. Jiang Che continued by explaining that the burial site was home to an S-rank demon called the Undead Lord. It was on the verge of evolving into SSS rank A, and absorbing that heart would complete the transformation, although the fusion itself carried enormous risks. Right then, Uncle Ji let out a faint groan and slowly opened his eyes. Everyone immediately fell silent and listened as Jiang Che explained the full plan. He said the only way to clear this challenge was to stop the train before it reached the burial site and prevent the Undead Lord from obtaining the SSS rank heart. Uncle Ji had barely woken up before raising his hand to speak, but the first thing he cared about was where his handsome image had gone. Jiang Che turned to him and apologized, admitting that entering Car 15 had been his idea, which cost Uncle Ji one of his revival chances. He said the next step would be far more dangerous, so he wanted Uncle Ji to stay behind while he handled it alone. Hearing that, Uncle Ji clenched his fists and asked what would become of him if Jiang Che went alone. Jiang Che simply looked away and said he would think it through. But moments later, Uncle Ji jumped up and argued loudly, insisting that Jiang Che should not underestimate him because he knew his own limits and abilities. Jiang Che sighed and said that although they had both lost a life, the trip had not been pointless. They discovered that the train ran by consuming the demons aboard, and they had already wiped out all the fuel stored in that train car. Xiao Yang nodded and confirmed his team had learned the same thing from a particularly aggressive passenger. That proved everyone had reached the same conclusion. Uncle Ji also remembered that there were noticeably fewer demons on the train today. Even Car 14 was almost empty. Xiao Yang continued his analysis. The train repaired itself so quickly because it sacrificed its own demon passengers. The more fuel it consumed, the faster it regenerated. As long as demons remained aboard, the train would keep moving no matter how many times they destroyed it. Jiang Che gritted his teeth and decided the old approach would no longer work. It was time to switch to Plan B, the most direct solution. After agreeing on the strategy, the group returned to the ghostly train once again. A brown-haired member of Xiao Yang's team quietly approached a sleeping monster. He tightened his grip on the dagger as sweat poured down his face from the tension. Just as he was about to strike, the monster suddenly opened its eyes. It instantly grabbed his knife arm and stopped the stab aimed at its chest. The monster leaped to its feet with a murderous roar, saying it should have killed these little rats long ago. The brown-haired player turned pale. As expected, a Frank Demon Slayer dagger could not affect a crank demon. At that moment, the entire train lit up with flashing red warning lights, and an announcement echoed throughout every car. The conductor's voice declared that extremely dangerous intruders had appeared aboard the train. These people were threatening the safety of every passenger and the train itself. As the conductor, she officially issued an extermination order. The command was simple: eliminate every saboteur and ensure the train reached its destination on schedule. She even gave the demons permission to use any means necessary and treat the players as a grand feast. The moment the order was given, every demon on the train sprang into action. A purple-haired member of Xiao Yang's team was grabbed by the throat and lifted into the air by a giant demon. The monster sneered and said it would tear out every part of his body to enjoy, repaying the spear wound it had suffered before. Just as the situation turned critical, a figure rushed in from behind and unleashed a lightning-fast slash. The monster's arm was instantly severed, making it clutch the wound and howl in agony. Gang Zi quickly caught his purple-haired teammate and asked if he was all right. After confirming he was fine, the two immediately prepared to keep fighting. Gang Zi pulled out a compact chainsaw and decisively announced that the assassination plan had failed because they were exposed too early. From now on, they would switch to a full frontal purge, and tossed another weapon to his teammate. Even with one arm missing, the monster calmly stared at them with a twisted grin. It mocked them by saying that in the world of demons, power was everything. Weak humans dreaming of defeating the strong with fewer numbers were hopelessly naive. As its laughter faded, countless demons poured out from every dark corner of the train, like a massive swarm of ants. They accused the players of ruining Lord Undead's plan, and declared that every one of them would pay dearly for such reckless actions. Gang Zi merely let out a cold snort as his eyes grew sharp. He replied that words were meaningless now. Since it had come to this, they would fight to the very end. In the next train car, the half-asleep demons were awakened by the noise and immediately rushed over to reinforce their allies. Just as they were about to leave, a massive hammer crashed onto the train floor. The path ahead was blocked in an instant. The demons looked up and saw Da Gang standing in their way with a cigar in his mouth. He calmly declared that he was their opponent. Normally, demons were stronger than humans at the same rank. It usually took 3 rank D challengers to match 1 rank D demon. But this time the tables had completely turned. Maybe miracles only happen when someone dares to do the impossible. Da Gang casually flicked his cigar onto the floor. He roared with overwhelming confidence and challenged every demon to come at him if they dared. One monster was stabbed through the eye before it could even react. Su Xiaoqin moved like the wind and wiped out every demon in the train car within seconds. Angela leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. She wiped away her sweat and complained that the crazed demons had almost scared her to death. Luckily, her hypnosis microphone worked and they finished them off. Su Xiaoqin coldly ordered everyone to move to the next train car. Angela grimaced and begged for a moment to take a throat lozenge before hurrying after her. Before splitting up, the group quickly confirmed their battle plan. Da Gang and the others would handle the rank D demons. Angela and Su Xiaoqin would clear the train from car 13 toward the front, while Xiao Yang stayed in the middle as backup. Even after ranking up, facing over a dozen rank C demons at once was overwhelming. Xiao Yang realized both of his hands were shaking as cold sweat covered his body. The surrounding demons mocked his fear and joked that frightened humans always tasted the best. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth, gathered all his strength, and drove his sword straight through the chest of the demon that had mocked him. Even in death, it never understood how it had been killed so quickly. The other demons froze before they could charge. Xiao Yang's blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. He calmly pulled his sword from the corpse. Xiao Yang loudly declared that he was the challenger and the first person to insist that this train had to be destroyed at any cost. He reminded himself that fear was not an option. This was only the beginning, and his next goal was to wipe out every demon on the train. But just as his fighting spirit peaked, Xiao Yang's expression suddenly froze. His body stopped moving completely. Looking down slowly, Xiao Yang discovered a clawed arm had pierced through his chest without him noticing. All he could do was gasp in shock. He could not believe what had just happened, while the demon behind him only sneered with contempt. It praised Xiao Yang's courage but coldly reminded him that an ant would always be an ant. Then it ripped away Xiao Yang's torn shirt and exposed the horrifying wound in his chest. Elsewhere, Jiang Che handed Zhu Gaya a bomb and the map drawn by Xiao Yang. He ordered him to secretly reach the engine room and plant the bomb there. Zhu Gaya accepted the mission without hesitation and confidently promised to complete it. After arranging everything, Jiang Che took out a rank D spirit root. According to its description, it could greatly increase ghost power. Without any hesitation, he shoved the root into his mouth and swallowed it. Moments later, his ghost power surged, and Jiang Che's eyes lit up. Wiping his mouth, he clenched his fist and decided it was time to fight personally. The boost in ghost power also raised his challenger rank to rank D. Jiang Che called for Xiao Man. She instantly appeared behind him, answered his call, and embraced him as they entered the ghost possession state. Jiang Che clearly felt his ghost power soar. Xiao Man's enhancement became far stronger than before, and his appearance quickly changed. He realized that reaching 300 ghost power was completely different from 299. From that point on, the quality of his strength evolved, instead of simply increasing by 1 point. Looking at his own hand, Jiang Che was filled with confidence. Even against a rank C demon, he believed he could win head-on. At that moment, a familiar hand suddenly rested on Jiang Che's shoulder from behind. Zhu Gaya saw Jiang Che's current form with Xiao Man's long hair and burst into laughter. He gave a thumbs up and joked that Jiang Che looked just like a girl. Jiang Che frowned and told him to shut up, but Zhu Gaya only laughed harder and said that made him even more likable. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, making Jiang Che freeze before turning around. Xiao Yang scratched his head awkwardly. He thought Jiang Che was a new female teammate and accidentally complimented him, making Jiang Che yell that he was a real man. Completely confused, Jiang Che asked what was going on, and even wondered if Xiao Yang had died and somehow returned. Zhu Gaya was just as shocked and asked why the first person who should have died was still standing there. Xiao Yang explained that the situation was far worse than expected. The conductor had discovered them too quickly. The train was packed with countless demons, and every demon he encountered had no heart. Hearing that, Jiang Che fell into deep thought. He connected the mysterious man from the real world with the crazed demons from earlier. If his guess was correct, everything pointed to a huge contradiction, unless it was connected to the SSS rank heart inside car 15. Then he asked Xiao Yang if he had really died once. Xiao Yang stayed silent for a moment before quietly nodding. Jiang Qi immediately turned around and said they would split up. He and Zhu Gaya would handle the main objective involving the train's destruction device, while the others took care of the remaining tasks. Xiao Yang worried about letting Jiang Che fight alone. Zhu Gaya simply laughed and said Jiang Che's destructive power spoke for itself before urging everyone to continue the mission. In another train car, a giant monster had pinned down Ming Ming and was about to deliver the final blow. Da Gang roared in fury and swung his weapon while surrounded by waves of demons. Suddenly, a freezing gust swept through the train car. The monster attacking Ming Ming vanished from sight. When everyone looked again, it was already lying dead behind them, with blood covering the floor. Jiang Che appeared with a smile and apologized to Ming Ming for arriving a little late. He raised his sword and declared that he would end everything in no time. Jiang Che kicked the next door wide open. The two monsters inside instantly turned around in shock. Before they could react, crimson sword flashes filled the air. A moment later, both monster heads hit the floor at the same time. Xiao Gang rushed over to Da Gang and shouted that something had just flashed past faster than lightning. Da Gang complained that they had struggled the whole time, yet someone else cleared everything with a single strike. Xiao Gang quickly corrected him, saying they had almost died instead of simply struggling. Ming Ming hurried over and explained that it was not some mysterious creature. It was Jiang Che because he had clearly seen his face. Da Gang stood there in disbelief, while Xiao Gang muttered that Jiang Che was far stronger than anyone had imagined. Amid the chaos, Jiang Che slipped through the crowded train car, with his weapon gripped tightly and charged straight toward the monster, blocking his path. Angela spun around in shock. She could not believe he had already cleared so many train cars. Without wasting a single move, Jiang Che struck decisively and instantly cut down the two ghosts, blocking the passage. After the attack, his eyes never wavered as he kept advancing forward. A monster suddenly accelerated from behind like a black arrow, with its jaws wide open, aiming straight for him. Sensing the danger behind him, Jiang Che spun around in an instant and thrust his sword backward. As the ghost collapsed behind him, Jiang Che only glanced back, as if the final threat had already been dealt with. Zhu Gaya finally caught up and reported that the device had been installed before rushing back to support them, but the scene left him speechless. Looking at the piles of corpses, he stared in disbelief that every ghost had been wiped out so quickly. Su Xiaoqin sheathed her sword and coldly confirmed that most of the kills belonged to Jiang Che alone. Da Gang hesitated and pointed at Jiang Che as if he wanted to comment on his appearance but stopped himself. Jiang Che immediately pointed back and declared that people could discuss his strength all they wanted, but nobody was allowed to question his gender. In the pitch-black night, the train kept racing forward like a wounded beast, trying to escape. At the rear, the bomb system began its final countdown as every second passed with unbearable tension. Then a series of earth-shaking explosions erupted, and the shockwaves blasted the train cars into the air. Da Gang's group stood frozen, staring at the sea of flames swallowing everything ahead. Ming Ming burst into tears, thinking everything was finally over and the cursed train had been stopped. But Jiang Che immediately denied it. His voice turned cold as he said everything had only just begun, and the two masterminds had yet to appear. On an overturned train car, the conductor calmly sat there with a smile, as if enjoying an entertaining show. The fat chef stood beside him, staring blankly at the destruction, as though he still had no idea what had happened. The conductor laughed mockingly, as if the entire explosion had been part of his plan all along. He mentioned the final destination of the journey, Yushan Town. It appeared as a land of death stained in blood, with corpses scattered everywhere. High above the area, Yan Yibing slowly walked toward the Lord of the Undead Ring, in the middle of the lifeless landscape. The Lord of the Undead Ring stood with his back turned, holding a long sword, as he coldly declared that he would claim the SSS rank heart at midnight. He turned around with blood-red eyes and shouted that he would become the world's ruler and plunge everything into darkness. At the same time, he mentioned Yan Yibing's other identity, as if he already knew his deepest secret. He brought up the legend of the yin-yang ghost Peach, the one who once swept through the ghost realm and wielded a king-rank forbidden relic, hinting at a hidden past. Seeing Yan Yibing's enormous potential, he carefully observed him before offering an invitation. The Lord of the Undead Ring reached out his hand and openly demanded that Yan Yibing join him as his subordinate. He stepped closer with a tempting voice, promising unmatched power and absolute rule over the world. Yan Yibing simply answered with a faint smile filled with contempt. That smile instantly darkened the Lord of the Undead Ring's face, as the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Yan Yibing gripped the object embedded deep inside his body and prepared for a desperate move. Without another thought, he tore the killing blade from his chest with all his strength, completely breaking free from its control. The killing blade hit the ground with a heavy crash, making the Lord of the Undead Ring pause for a moment. Yan Yibing looked at him coldly and asked, "Rule this world?" He let out a scornful laugh, raised his sword before his eyes, and roared that this world was no place for demons to run wild. No self-proclaimed king would ever rule here. Before that dream could come true, Yan Yibing swore to erase him forever. Meanwhile, Jiang Che and his teammates fixed their eyes on the conductor, sitting atop the overturned train car without looking away. The fat chef curled his lips into a twisted, murderous grin as sharp claws slowly emerged from his raised hand. He gripped two massive weapons linked together by iron chains, spinning them while laughing arrogantly. He mocked the group, saying they could destroy the train all they wanted because the game had only just begun, and he had plenty of time to torture every one of them. Zhu Gaiya clenched his teeth in anger, realizing the enemies had been watching everything like spectators from the very beginning. Destroying the train had not affected them at all, and the whole team had been played. Su Xiaoqin turned toward Jiang Che and waited for his next order, as the situation became even more intense. Jiang Che raised his weapon and decisively assigned the targets. He and Zhu Gaiya would face the conductor, while everyone else would deal with the fat chef. He had already calculated that with his current ghost power and enough support, defeating a rank C enemy was no longer impossible. After thinking it through, he changed the plan and decided to strike the leader first, because once the conductor fell, the rest of the battle would collapse on its own. Just then, the conductor let out a chilling laugh, as if everything was still unfolding exactly as he expected. Jiang Che froze for a split second as a terrible sense of danger washed over him. He suddenly turned around and shouted in panic, after realizing the conductor's real target was not any of them. The conductor's speed exploded as he rushed toward Angela like a ghost, leaving Jiang Che only enough time to scream a warning. Before Angela could react, the conductor's attack slammed into her face with terrifying force, twisting it out of shape. His brutal hand crushed her face completely, sending blood spraying everywhere. Within moments, Angela's body was crushed beyond recognition, and her final scream faded into unbearable agony. The conductor licked the blood from his lips and smiled even more grotesquely as he coldly declared that he would gladly grant all of them their wish to die. Jiang Che stood frozen, staring at the pool of blood spreading across the ground. Then a violent aura erupted around him as his battle form began to transform. He charged straight at the conductor, raised his sword, and roared with overwhelming fury. The conductor only sneered, treating Jiang Che like nothing more than an insect. But in the next instant, an invisible force sliced open her arm, sending blood spraying everywhere. She froze in shock, unable to believe a rank D challenger could actually wound her. Jiang Che gritted his teeth as killing intent exploded from him, cursing her without the slightest restraint. He followed with a powerful kick that sent her flying, his furious insults never stopping. Zhu Gaiya rushed in from behind, shouting for Jiang Che to wait for him. The fat chef cried out in panic as the battle began to turn against them. The moment he turned around, Su Xiaoqin was already charging at him like an arrow. He hurriedly raised his twin blades and poured all his strength into blocking her attack. Enraged, he roared that humans were weak and had no chance of winning. Then Da Gang appeared behind him and drove 3 metal spikes straight into the back of his neck. The fat chef opened his mouth in agony, but could not even finish his scream. The others immediately joined in, shouting for everyone to survive until the very end. The conductor knelt in the middle of the battlefield and clearly felt Jiang Che's killing intent closing in from behind. She was shocked by how much stronger he had become. Without hesitation, Jiang Che unleashed a devastating slash that seemed capable of splitting the air itself. One of the conductor's arms was severed, and her painful scream echoed across the battlefield. She turned back with furious disbelief, demanding to know how he had grown so powerful in such a short time. Jiang Che pointed his sword at her and coldly asked, "Are those your last words?" The conductor's eyes suddenly turned blood red as she burst into manic laughter, mocking him for believing a newly promoted Rank D challenger could kill her so easily. Behind Jiang Che, countless blood-red hands crawled out from the wreckage of the train car and emerged from the darkness. She unleashed all her power and activated her ghost art, Blood Hand of Hell. A deadly sense of danger struck from behind, and Jiang Che immediately turned to face the horrifying hands rising everywhere. Seeing them, he instantly realized the strange hands from earlier had been created by the conductor's ability. At the same time, her severed arm regenerated at an unbelievable speed. Jiang Che became even more cautious and mentally asked Xiao Man about ghost arts. Dark energy completely covered the conductor, as Xiao Man explained that ghost arts were the unique abilities possessed by demons. She added that the flames and talismans Zhu Gaia had used were also forms of ghost arts. Jiang Che immediately understood and even became curious to test them himself. When Xiao Man fell silent, Jiang Che impatiently asked again. She confidently replied that she had always been in existence beyond normal limits and had no need for such flashy techniques, leaving Jiang Che speechless. Across the battlefield, even Su Xiaoqin was startled, as countless ghostly hands rose from the empty air around her. Jiang Che swung his sword sideways to block them, annoyed that these ghost hands kept interrupting the flow of the fight. Just then, a familiar voice shouted from behind, as Zhu Gaia yelled that he was coming to help. Jiang Che turned around and saw blue light wrapping around the ghost hands, instantly recognizing his teammates' support. Zhu Gaia charged into the battle with a yellow talisman in one hand and a magic artifact on the other, loudly introducing himself as Old Zhu Gaia while fighting through the chaos. The conductor only laughed with contempt, acting as though every bit of resistance was already part of her plan. Another ghost hand suddenly burst from the ground and grabbed Zhu Gaia's leg with tremendous force. Zhu Gaia was lifted into the air in panic as even more ghost hands closed in from every direction. In the blink of an eye, he was dragged around helplessly, screaming that the attack was unbelievably dirty and impossible to predict. Amid the chaos, a few strange thoughts briefly flashed through Jiang Che's mind before he forced himself to focus on the battle again. Before he could react, countless more ghost hands shot toward him and tightly wrapped around his body. The conductor laughed with delight as she watched the two of them hanging helplessly in the air, treating it like pure entertainment. She declared that she would never allow her plan to be ruined and offered Jiang Che a deal. Hand over Xiao Man, and she would grant him a quicker death. Jiang Che laughed scornfully and mocked her, saying threats like that had gone out of style long ago. The conductor admitted she already knew their true objective and spoke of the burial ground that was invading the real world. Veins bulged across her face as she screamed that the two of them had ruined her grand plan again and again. Jiang Che froze for a moment as a terrifying killing intent echoed beside his ear, realizing the situation was slipping further out of control. Blood-red bones suddenly burst out around the conductor, twisting into a violent vortex in the air. She roared with contempt, claiming that the only thing worth anything in this world was herself, while everyone else was nothing but trash. Her eyes turned into eerie pools of black as murderous energy surged. She cursed everyone as hypocrites. Xiao Man immediately warned Jiang Che that the conductor was losing control. Her power was skyrocketing, and she might soon reach rank B. Elsewhere, the fat chef was still desperately struggling against a relentless storm of attacks. Su Xiaoqin unleashed a powerful strike that knocked one of his blades from his hand, opening a brief gap in his defense. She paused for an instant and realized his strength was rapidly fading. A sharp glint flashed across Su Xiaoqin's eyes as she recognized this was the decisive opportunity. She and Da Gang charged together, putting everything into one finishing attack to end the battle. But at that very moment, she noticed the fallen blade quietly spinning back toward Da Gang's back, making her scream a warning. Da Gang instinctively turned around, but it was already too late. A streak of crimson blood sprayed into the air, shattering the brief silence. Xiao Yang suddenly jumped in front of the attack, sacrificing an arm to protect Da Gang. Da Gang's face turned pale as he desperately called out Xiao Yang's name in shock. Jiang Che suddenly looked back at the conductor as a growing sense of dread filled his heart. He realized she was on the verge of completely losing herself. Xiao Man warned him again, explaining that hatred and obsession had consumed her completely. She no longer had any moral restraints, only the instinct to survive at all costs. Hearing that, Jiang Che unexpectedly gave a thumbs up and said he could actually understand her. Whether human or demon, everyone should live for themselves, and he openly agreed with that belief. The conductor froze and stared at him suspiciously, completely caught off guard by his response. Jiang Che kept talking, insisting that a world where everyone put their own interests first was the ideal world, sounding as though he shared her beliefs. The conductor stood there in confusion, unable to understand why he was saying the exact opposite of what she expected from a hero. Then Jiang Che suddenly changed his tone and cursed people who liked playing heroes. He even admitted that if he had not been forced into this, he would never have gotten involved. Zhu Gaia overheard him and started complaining too. Even while tied up, he grumbled that he had nothing to do with this fight and had only been dragged into it. Then he suddenly paused after realizing he had strangely repeated his own name several times. He stood there blankly, his expression turning increasingly confused. Jiang Che looked toward Zhu Gaia and let out a heavy sigh. He silently mouthed a single word, "Run." Zhu Gaia frowned in confusion and asked if Jiang Che was really telling him to run. Jiang Che repeated it more clearly, emphasizing every word, "Run now." Zhu Gaia still stared blankly and asked again, unable to believe what he had heard. Then tears suddenly streamed down his face as he finally realized it was time to retreat. Jiang Che was completely baffled. He had only meant for Zhu Gaia to escape, yet Zhu Gaia cried as though he had been abandoned to die alone. That pitiful look only left Jiang Che more confused. The conductor regained her composure and flashed a twisted smile before asking again if Jiang Che truly believed living only for himself was enough. Jiang Che answered without a word. He shattered the ghost hands binding him and laughed loudly, as if confirming her belief. In the next instant, he exploded forward like a bolt of lightning. He raised his sword high above his head and brought it down at the conductor. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Che's eyes turned icy as killing intent overflowed. He roared that if survival meant living for himself, then he would never let anyone stand in his way. But countless ghost hands still surrounded the conductor, forming an impenetrable wall of defense. Jiang Che turned around and shouted for Zhu Gaia to help. But behind him, Zhu Gaia was clutching his head and crying, shaking it over and over. He claimed he could not hear anything and refused to run away alone. Through his tears, he activated a talisman with trembling hands, saying Jiang Che was the first person to truly treat him like a teammate, so he could never abandon him. Brilliant blue flames burst from the talisman and slammed into the ghost hands, restraining Jiang Che, tearing open a path through the blockade. The glowing light weakened the restraints around Jiang Che, and he heard Zhu Gaia shouting as he poured everything into the support attack. Seizing the opening, Jiang Che thrust his sword straight at the conductor and casually praised Zhu Gaia with a short compliment. The conductor gritted her teeth as the incoming energy forced her defensive wall backward. Jiang Che's sword cut through the air at incredible speed, leaving her no time to react. One decisive slash swept forward as though splitting space itself. The conductor's head fell to the ground, and her body collapsed. Even then, she managed to ask one final question in confusion before dying. Xiao Man immediately warned Jiang Che to make sure the enemy was completely dead and advised him to deliver one final strike. Jiang Che nodded without hesitation, treating it as common sense. He immediately drove his sword straight through her heart. Looking at the fallen body, Jiang Che let out a long breath. Despite a few unexpected twists, the outcome had still gone according to plan. Completely exhausted, Zhu Gaia collapsed to the ground and complained that the battle had drained every bit of strength from his body. Jiang Che turned back, gave a confident thumbs up, and declared everything was under control before preparing to help the others. Zhu Gaia weakly protested, saying he needed to rest because his body had reached its limit. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he screamed that something dangerous was behind Jiang Che. The conductor's headless corpse suddenly stood back up in the deathly silence. Jiang Che instantly spun around on instinct, but the conductor moved far faster than expected, launching a deadly strike from behind. Blood burst into the air as Jiang Che was pierced, his entire body shaking violently. Jiang Che looked down in horror. The headless corpse was grinning eerily while clutching his heart in its hand. He could not understand why the conductor was still alive after suffering a fatal wound. Behind him, Zhu Gaia screamed Jiang Che's name in absolute despair. The conductor completely regenerated, raising her hand to summon countless ghost hands from the void. With a twisted smile, she declared that every one of them would die. Zugaya's face turned pale as the icy killing intent in her voice overwhelmed him, making escape seem impossible. Inside a pure white space, Jiang Che suddenly appeared as the system coldly informed him that his substitute life item had been consumed, and all of his revives were now gone. Xiao Mo looked at him with a serious expression and confirmed he had no more chances to come back to life. Jiang Che gave only a brief reply before falling silent. She suggested retreating, but Jiang Che held his head in thought and realized there was no turning back, especially with the life-or-death battle against Ye Changqing still ahead. Zhu Gaya suddenly appeared beside him, cursing the enemy for cheating, while complaining that he had not even had the chance to leave his last words before getting dragged into this mess. He grabbed Jiang Che by the shoulders and desperately begged him to retreat, saying the enemy was practically immortal. He did not want to die for nothing, and even mentioned the family waiting for him at home. Jiang Che pushed Zhu Gaya away and firmly refused to retreat, insisting they could not abandon the battle now. Zhu Gaya completely lost his temper, warning that continuing meant certain death because the enemy kept growing stronger after every fight. Jiang Che calmly analyzed the situation. He admitted the enemy was indeed becoming stronger and had likely reached rank B, suspecting some kind of special mechanism was at work. Xiaoman immediately confirmed the existence of Twin Ghost Nexus, explaining that it was an extremely rare bond shared between two demons. She continued explaining how such a ghost nexus was formed, emphasizing how rare and complicated it truly was. Xiaoman explained that once two demons formed this bond, they could share power and revive each other. Unless both were killed at the same time, they were almost impossible to eliminate completely. Jiang Che quietly muttered to himself as he finally understood the truth. He turned to Zhu Gaya and proposed coordinating with the other teams to strike both targets simultaneously. He also mentioned that he still had one final trump card. Zhu Gaya panicked and objected, reminding him that his revives were gone and another fight would be nothing but suicide. Jiang Che drew his weapon, declared he would fight until the very end, and charged forward like an arrow. Ji Yi gritted his teeth and kept chasing, terrified but determined not to leave anyone behind, even though he had nothing left. As he ran, he sliced his own palm to trigger his last bit of power, screaming in pain and determination. In the chaos of the battlefield, Zhu Gaiche was forced to use an ancient forbidden art, using his own blood to push his ghost power to the limit. The moment his strength erupted, he shot into the air and shouted Pikachu's name as the signal to attack. "Go, Pikachu!" His shout echoed through the battlefield. In another train car, Xiao Yang was gasping for breath with one arm already gone, while Da Gang kept urging him to choose resurrection and escape the pain. But Xiao Yang shook his head and weakly said he had already died once on this train and had no chance to come back again. Hearing that, Da Gang exploded with anger, hugged him tightly, and yelled for him to leave this place at once. Xiao Yang quietly said he just wanted to be useful one last time, but that only made Da Gang even angrier. The argument continued as Xiao Yang insisted there was only one resurrection left, and it would never be enough against a rank C monster, so someone else deserved it more. He pushed Da Gang away and urged him to help the others, because the situation there was critical. Da Gang froze in place with a tense expression. Then he let out a roar and rushed off, turning back one last time to shout for Xiao Yang to survive and return safely. In that rare moment of silence, Xiao Yang smiled faintly and realized everyone claimed they were fighting for the mission reward, but they were really protecting Zhenyu Mountain in their own way. He also wanted to contribute in his own way to this battle. Suddenly, the cold voice of the train conductor echoed again, making Su Xiaoqin, Da Gang, and everyone nearby realize the battle was not over yet. Xiao Gang looked over in shock, while Xiao Yang stood frozen in the tense silence. Elsewhere, a creepy woman appeared behind the fat chef, twisted into a strange smile, and coldly said she was hungry. The fat chef immediately changed his expression and bowed while calling her big sister in a flattering tone. His aura suddenly changed. His eyes turned crimsons. He gripped both cleavers and roared that he would turn everyone into food for his big sister. Da Gang immediately sensed his power surging, almost reaching rank B. His eyes turned completely black, drool streamed from his mouth, and his entire presence became utterly insane. Seeing Su Xiaoqin trapped by countless ghost hands, Da Gang shouted for her to run. But the moment she looked up, the blade was already right in front of her, with overwhelming killing intent. Su Xiaoqin realized in horror that the attack was far beyond her reaction speed. Blood sprayed across the air, and a crimson haze filled her vision. At the moment between life and death, Xiao Yang suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for her. He looked back with a faint smile and said that using 2 resurrections like this was already worth it. Di Gang froze as he screamed Xiao Yang's name, while Gang Zi clenched his teeth in overwhelming rage. The fat chef kept swinging his cleavers to block the relentless attacks from the 2 charging at him. A single powerful shockwave sent both Da Gang and Gang Zi flying backward. Gang Zi coughed up blood as his body staggered. The fat chef walked over, kicked Xiao Yang's corpse, and mocked him for throwing his life away. He then stared at Su Xiaoqin with a twisted grin and said her flesh would make the perfect sashimi for his big sister. Su Xiaoqin coldly ordered her ghost spirit to release all its power and forcefully activate Void Ghost, even after being warned of the terrible price. Even so, she firmly declared that she had to kill him no matter what. The fat chef let out a mocking laugh at her determination. He raised his cleaver high and growled in annoyance that she was still resisting. Su Xiaoqin gathered all her strength to block the strike, and a different aura ignited in her eyes. The next moment, Void Ghost manifested behind her and brought down a massive phantom blade. The train conductor, who was fighting elsewhere, immediately shouted in alarm, shocked that she could summon Void Ghost. Jiang Che suddenly appeared behind her, slashed down with his sword, and coldly said she should worry about herself first. The train conductor turned around and sneered, saying a tiny nobody like him actually dared dream of defeating her. Jiang Che said nothing. With a wave of his hand, every ghost hand rushing toward him was sliced apart into countless pieces. Xiaoman immediately warned that Jiang Che's ghost power was draining far too fast, and if this continued, both he and Su Xiaoqin would be consumed to death. She looked toward the battlefield, where Su Xiaoqin and Void Ghost were forcing the fat chef back. She explained that although Su Xiaoqin's Void Ghost was powerful, it could only handle that one enemy and could not help Jiang Qi. She sighed that if her own Void Ghost were still usable, things would be different, but that was impossible now. After hearing her, Jiang Qi confidently dismissed her conclusion. He immediately replied, "Who said it cannot be used? I can still control her Void Ghost." Xiaoman froze in shock and immediately asked what he meant. Jiang Che gave no explanation. He quietly called out, drove his sword into the ground, and began forming seals at incredible speed. In that instant, an enormous wave of energy erupted around him. The system activated the infinite duel effect, turning the area into a zone of limitless power, while warning that weaker users could only maintain it for a little over 10 seconds. He pulled out his sword with enough compressed power to tear through space and slashed straight at the train conductor. She reacted just in time and barely dodged by retreating. Jiang Che immediately shouted to Su Xiaoqin that the enemy had twin Void Ghosts, and they had to seize the perfect moment to kill both at once. Su Xiaoqin tightened her grip on her sword and answered without hesitation, "Understood." She charged forward and slashed at the fat chef, forcing him to raise his cleavers to block while roaring in fury. He ground his teeth and hurled vicious curses filled with killing intent. At that exact moment, a burst of purple light exploded behind him and cleanly severed one of his arms, sending blood everywhere. Da Gang and Gang Zi charged in from both sides, shouting that he was not fighting just one opponent. The fat chef licked his lips in madness, thinking only about killing Su Xiaoqin first. He poured all his power into one devastating slash, aiming to split her in half. As he attacked, he burst into delighted laughter, as if victory were already his. His mocking laughter echoed as he spat out one cruel insult after another. But just as the finishing blow was about to land, he froze when a mass of black mist gathered into a human shape before his eyes. Su Xiaoqin appeared behind him and activated Divine Mirror Image, creating a shadow clone with all of her strength and allowing instant position swaps. In an icy voice, she declared the skill activated. Her eyes turned razor sharp as killing intent exploded from her, and she declared that he would die. On the other side of the battlefield, Jiang Che stood facing the train conductor without taking his eyes off her. She roared in fury and cursed him with utter contempt. The train conductor charged forward with a crushing punch, convinced victory was still hers. The instant her fist came down, a thick white mist burst out and completely covered Jiang Che. She froze, unable to understand what had just happened. When the mist cleared, Jiang Che stood motionless, blocking the devastating punch with a single hand. He narrowed his eyes at her and did not retreat even one step. Then he instantly reversed the situation by brutally twisting her arm backward. The train conductor screamed as her arm bent out of shape and blood began flowing. A layer of red mist quickly spread over her body and restored the injury. Jiang Che sneered and mocked her, saying noble blood alone was not enough to win with bare hands. Then he rushed forward and drove a powerful punch straight into her face. The tremendous impact blasted the train conductor far away. She staggered back to her feet, unable to understand why he had suddenly become so powerful and possessed such an unimaginable void ghost. She could not stop wondering how someone she thought was insignificant could achieve this. Jiangxia raised his hand, pointed straight at her, and coldly declared that she would not even have the chance to speak her last words. He immediately swung his sword down, unleashing a slash filled with overwhelming killing intent. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Su Xiaoqin unleashed her full strength and released countless sharp blue blades toward the fat chef. Both enemies, who had seemed to hold the advantage, suddenly froze as though an invisible slash had cut through everything they were doing. The next instant, the train conductor's head fell to the ground. Even then, she desperately shouted that she had no choice but to carry out Lord Wraith's orders, because if she failed, everyone would die. Beside her, the fat chef also collapsed, laughing bitterly as he admitted the other side had won, yet agonized over why he was not the one who survived before his body faded into nothing. Crying as he faded away, he kept apologizing to his big sister, admitting everything went wrong the moment he touched the forbidden power on the train. The train conductor also broke into tears, saying every tragedy began on that fateful train ride when they became monsters with no way back. She then admitted she was the one who caused it all by signing the contract to save her younger sister. Jiang Che gasped for breath and murmured that everything was finally over. The next moment, a violent backlash struck him without warning. He dropped to his knees, clutched his chest, and screamed as the power he had used turned against his own body. Through his blurred vision, he saw Uncle Jijia running toward him. He gave a bitter smile and admitted he had only been acting cool, and now the consequences had arrived far too quickly. His body finally gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. The system spoke in a heavy voice, declaring that true peace never exists, only those willing to bear the ending for everyone else. A notification confirmed that the sacrifice challenge had been completed, along with the hidden mission to eliminate every demon on the train. An old photo of the train conductor and her younger sister appeared, faded with age but carefully preserved as an unforgettable memory. The system announced the hidden mission was complete and granted a special reward. Jiang Che's level rose repeatedly, and his ghost power increased to 70. A new feature was unlocked, disguise, allowing him to completely change his appearance in the demon world. It required ghost currency, but the first use was free. More rewards appeared, including a low-rank blood-stained blade, a strange blood-red Buddha's hand, a mysterious diary, and additional reward money. The final reward was a special ancient key to unlock a hidden treasure inside a mysterious castle. As the system faded away, Jiang Che slowly regained consciousness, only to find Uncle Jijia doing something unbelievably weird beside him. He opened his eyes and looked ahead with obvious annoyance. Uncle Jijia was leaning in close, while making strange noises that only made the situation more awkward. Jiang Che jumped up, shoved his head away, and shouted, asking what on earth he was doing. Uncle Jijia calmly replied that Jiang Che had finally woken up. Su Xiaoqin had been awake for a while, and he was even ready to perform CPR if necessary. Hearing that, Jiang Che froze for several seconds before nearly exploding in frustration. The scene shifted to a solemn moment as he knelt before a freshly built grave. He quietly blamed himself, believing that if he had used Void Ghost sooner, everything might have ended differently. Uncle Jijia quickly interrupted, saying no one could have predicted every possibility or known the outcome of that choice. He continued by explaining that using Void Ghost too early might have made things even worse because no one fully understood how the twin Void Ghost worked. Jiang Che stayed silent for a moment before turning toward his companion. In the end, he gave a slight nod and accepted the reality before him. In the heavy silence, Uncle Jijia placed a hand on Jiang Che's shoulder and laughed, saying a real man had to learn to let go of what weighed him down in order to grow stronger. Jiang Che said nothing. At that moment, Su Xiaoqian's choked voice echoed from the distance. Her blood-stained hands trembled as she continued covering the fresh grave with dirt, her eyes filled with confusion and grief. She quietly asked why someone who did not even know their names would still step in front of a fatal attack when he could have escaped, and why anyone would make such an unimaginable choice. Gangzi tightly gripped Angela's small hairpin, his voice trembling as he remembered every teammate who had fallen. He bitterly admitted that he once believed dying once would make them leave the battle, but in the end, none of them walked away. Xiao Yang, Angela, and even that nameless man used every last resurrection and stayed until the very end. Su Xiaoqin lowered her head. Hearing those heartbreaking words made her realize the survivors could leave safely, while those who stayed behind would rest forever in this cursed place. Jiang Che walked over, gently patted her head, and said in a hoarse voice that no one died for just one person because every sacrifice was their own choice. He looked up at the distant sky and quietly said that some things could never be judged as right or wrong. Those who fell simply chose the path that meant the most to them, while those who survived had to carry their memories and keep moving forward. Everyone looked up at the sky together and spoke a final farewell in unison, like a ceremony to bring everything to an end. The wind swept across the temporary graveyard, leaving 3 silent graves resting on the cold ground as sorrow lingered in the air. Da Gang raised his hand in farewell and said they would return to Mountain City, promising they would meet again for a huge meal. Gang Zi laughed and said they would definitely see each other again. Su Xiaoqin quietly nodded and said goodbye, while Uncle Ji Jia eagerly invited Jiang Che to go out and relax. Jiang Che remained thoughtful and mentioned there was still something left on the old train that he could not ignore. The mysterious wooden box and the sealed heart of an SSS rank demon in Car 15 appeared in his mind. In another forest, Zhou Yong's phone suddenly rang in the middle of the silence. He happily answered, believing the crisis at Zhenyu Mountain was over, and asked when the captain would return. Another teammate, Qin Li, hurried over and eagerly asked about the battle. She even wondered if they were planning a celebration. Zhou Yong smiled awkwardly and said the captain was badly injured and needed time to recover, so there would be no celebration yet. Qin Li joked that as long as the captain was alive, everything was fine, then asked if the injuries were so severe that he was disfigured. Zhou Yong immediately frowned and scolded her for the insensitive joke. While inspecting the area, Nangang Xiaoxiao picked up a handful of damp soil and frowned after noticing an unusually strong smell of blood in the air. She confirmed they had not gone the wrong way, then looked toward a dark stone alley and said the scent was coming from there. Qin Li immediately got excited, cracked his knuckles, and urged everyone to move quickly so they could return in time to welcome the captain back. As he searched with a flashlight, Zhou Yong quietly analyzed the intelligence and realized the Yi family had recently used the Challenger selection process to make hundreds of civilians mysteriously disappear. He continued that Yi Changqing had likely already entered the demon world, making this the perfect chance to investigate what the Yi family and the Radiance organization were hiding. Nangang Xiaoxiao suddenly looked in another direction and called everyone over in shock. Zhou Yong immediately turned around, only for the overwhelming smell of death and decay to hit him so hard that he covered his nose. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the scene ahead was far worse than he had imagined. Countless rapidly decaying corpses were scattered across the entire area. At the center stood a massive stone pillar covered with strange yellow talismans, surrounded by bodies as though part of some sealing ritual. The corpses lay piled around the pillar, creating a horrifying and unnatural sight. Zhou Yong clenched his teeth in anger, concluding that Ye Changqing had carried out a large-scale massacre and demanded to know what he was planning. He immediately ordered Nangang Xiaoxiao to call the support team, seal off the area, examine every corpse, and prepare to handle the crisis. Nangang Xiaoxiao immediately took out her phone and followed the order, but her expression suddenly changed and became even more serious. Cracks began spreading across the massive stone pillar, as though something inside was breaking the seal. A strange blue liquid started leaking from the cracks, putting the entire team on high alert. Elsewhere, Uncle Ji Jia let out a long yawn and disappeared, complaining that everything was exhausting, while Xiaoman wondered why Jiang Che still had not left. Jiang Che stood motionless as the smile on his face slowly turned cold and eerie. He raised his hand and gathered a stream of blue energy, looked at the villain Scarecrow, and said there was still unfinished business before he could leave. The system quickly explained that the villain Scarecrow could copy and mimic the user's every movement within a certain range. Jiang Che immediately tested it by making it perform a series of Wing Chun moves exactly like Ip Man. He changed his stance and grinned proudly as the Scarecrow copied every movement perfectly. He struck a few more poses, and the Scarecrow mirrored them flawlessly, leaving him thoroughly amused. Xiaoman watched in confusion and asked what he planned to do with it. Jiang Che gave a mysterious smile and said his real objective was investigating the SSS rank heart. He then declared that he would use the Scarecrow to approach it and uncover the secrets behind that incredibly dangerous item. Jiang Che suggested a simple backup plan, saying that if he avoided touching the box or even looking at it, he might avoid bad luck. Xiaoman immediately shot the idea down, saying there was no guarantee that would work, and warning him not to gamble with his life. He pouted and argued that he was only going to test it for a moment, and if anything went wrong, he could just stop. Jiang Che's eyes locked onto the villain's scarecrow, as he excitedly said that it was an SSS rank heart, and if he could take it with him, his future might completely change. The villain's scarecrow suddenly dropped from above and landed on top of the train car, holding the mysterious box. It slowly reached out and placed its hand on the ancient wooden chest. The moment the lid opened, a blood-red light burst out, filling the area with an overwhelming aura of death. The scarecrow's face twisted into something horrifying before it burst into mad laughter. Jiang Che watched excitedly as a mass of red mist gathered into a living heart and urged it to bring the heart over. But in the very next second, he froze as the heart was swallowed back into the scarecrow's body. The scarecrow clenched its fist and let out a savage laugh, as if it had just claimed the ultimate prize. Its eyes turned completely crimson, its smile became grotesque, and it spoke as though savoring its reward while mentioning me with obvious delight. Jiang Che immediately realized that his connection to the scarecrow had been completely severed, and a deep sense of unease filled him. Xiao Man quickly asked what had happened, while Jiang Che awkwardly pretended everything was fine, even though cold sweat was running down his back. He scratched his head and stammered, but his mind was racing. The scarecrow seemed to have been possessed, and he wondered whose voice he had just heard. The creature had completely transformed and slowly emerged from behind the train car with a chilling smile. Without hesitation, it shot toward Jiang Che like an arrow. Seeing the creature charge at him with unmistakable killing intent, Jiang Che turned pale and cursed in shock. As he felt an attack like a black hole closing in, he desperately shouted for it to stop. The scarecrow threw a hammer-like punch that sent Jiang Che flying. He struggled back to his feet with his head spinning, realizing he had brought this disaster upon himself. Looking around, Jiang Che was stunned to find himself inside a prison cell. He frantically asked if his real body was still outside, and Xiao Man explained that someone had interfered and pulled him here the moment the challenge ended. Hearing that, he sighed in relief, thinking the situation was at least manageable, before remembering that he still had not checked his rewards. The system announced an unnamed key that could unlock a treasure inside an ancient castle, and the item immediately appeared in front of him. Jiang Che picked up the key and examined it from every angle, wondering why something like an ancient castle even existed in the demon world. Xiao Man looked at the key and cautiously asked if she could take a closer look. Jiang Che asked why, and she gently touched her chin before saying it felt strangely familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. The moment Jiang Che heard the word treasure, his eyes lit up as he imagined all the riches hidden inside the ancient castle. Xiao Man shook her head, trying to remember, but her memories remained completely blank. Jiang Che looked annoyed, then handed Xiao Man a small notebook and told her to keep it if it seemed familiar. He casually tossed the notebook to Xiao Man. As she caught it, she quietly called it a secret diary. Jiang Che immediately warned her to keep it safe this time, and joked that her scattered brain had wandered off again. Xiao Man instantly protested, proudly claiming her mind shined brighter than the stars and was unmatched by anyone. Jiang Che's face darkened as he casually replied that she could believe whatever she wanted, but she should focus on finding her missing head first. Xiao Man suddenly became serious and thanked him for giving her the diary, saying it might help her achieve her goal and even uncover important clues. Jiang Che waved it off, saying it was just another benefit for one of his ghost spirits, then joked that she should stop writing random questions about where her head was. He warned that asking random questions would only lead to ridiculous answers, and with a world this huge, searching would be impossible. Xiao Man innocently asked what she should ask instead, so Jiang Che made up a fake philosophical example that completely missed the point. She tilted her head in confusion and asked how she was supposed to phrase a question like that. Jiang Che laughed and gave an answer so absurd that it somehow sounded like an explanation, making the whole conversation even more awkward. Xiao Man immediately misunderstood him and proudly assumed she was just as smart as anyone else, even suspecting that Jiang Che had been complimenting her. Jiang Che froze for a few seconds, then tried to recover by explaining how to ask more specific questions to uncover useful clues. She nodded with approval and proudly claimed she was still smart, even with her head intact, leaving Jiang Che to sigh and offer a polite compliment. He turned around, said he had other matters to handle, told her to keep writing, and walked away. Xiao Man hugged the notebook tightly and called out to thank him. Jiang Che quickly moved forward. He stopped before an area covered by countless giant iron chains woven together like a massive web and surveyed the scene. He calculated his current ghost power along with the recent gains, estimating it at around 395. The system immediately confirmed. Player level 6, disguise skill, ghost power 395. He tightened his grip on the sword as his eyes filled with determination. Jiang Che shouted that this should be enough to open the gate to the next prison level. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword straight into the network of chains. A deafening metal crash echoed as broken chains rained onto the ground. He kept attacking without pause, never giving the chains a chance to reconnect. Sharp sword energy burst outward and swirled around him like a storm. The air itself was torn apart by his relentless slashes. He caught his breath and wiped away the sweat, realizing everything was under control, while guessing his greater strength would also expand his prison authority. Looking at the gate ahead, he judged this was only the first area. If more ghost spirits waited beyond, Xiaoman could help him gain even greater rewards. The thought of a vault full of ghost spirits made him picture an incredibly wealthy future, with a treasure beyond imagination. Just then, the gate was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Jiang Che spun around in surprise. A tiny girl walked in with a strange yellow talisman stuck to her forehead, giving off an eerie presence. She had pale legs and stood with an oddly stiff posture that looked unnatural. Jiang Che's face darkened as countless troublesome scenarios and awkward legal risks flashed through his mind. The zombie girl named Xiao Meng slowly got up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and let out a strange sound. Her confused eyes stared at Jiang Che as if she had just awakened from a long sleep. He instantly switched to an overly friendly attitude, asking what she wanted to play or needed, and even promised to grant any request. Xiao Meng's eyes suddenly turned red as killing intent erupted, and she growled a single word, "Die." Jiang Che froze before he could react. The system announced, Prison Level 2, Prisoner Xiao Meng, Hatred Level extremely high, capable of causing great danger or absorbing special power. He was shocked by the negative fear value, and wondered what it meant, since it should have been favorability instead. Xiao Meng bared her fangs and charged at him like a wild beast. Outside, Xiao Man walked toward the prison cell and curiously peeked inside. She happily announced that she had found where her head was and noticed the cell had already been opened. Seeing Jiang Che restraining Xiao Meng, Xiao Man excitedly called her a zombie. She even suggested letting Xiao Meng bite someone for fun, making Jiang Che reject the idea immediately. He realized Xiao Meng showed no fear at all and was still incredibly aggressive. Jiang Che became overwhelmingly confident, believing he alone controlled everything inside this prison. But the moment he let go, the situation changed instantly. Xiao Meng's face turned pale as if an unseen force was crushing her mind. She collapsed to her knees and trembled uncontrollably. A cold and overwhelming pressure descended like endless darkness, warning that she had only two choices. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Che's face as he slowly declared, "Accept it or disappear from this world." The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Meng fell into complete panic, hugged herself tightly, and cried out in terror. Seeing the tension rise, Xiao Man rushed over and grabbed Jiang Che's arm, begging him to stop. He remained confident, believing his kingly aura could suppress the little girl. The system updated again, showing the fear value had increased slightly, but was still negative. The notification made Jiang Che stop in disbelief when he saw it had changed by only a single point. He grumbled to himself, wondering if all his effort had achieved almost nothing. Watching Xiao Man gently pat Xiao Meng's head, he quickly realized forcing the issue might completely break the girl. In the end, he gave up on forcing her submission and also abandoned the idea of making a contract with someone so unstable. He reassessed the situation and concluded that forcing a contract with such an unstable ghost spirit would bring far more risks than rewards. In the end, he turned to Xiao Man and gave her the task of dealing with the little girl, asking her to find out why Xiao Meng was so afraid, so they could recruit her the right way. Xiao Man confidently agreed to help, though she felt a little helpless about handling a child. Jiang Che added one more condition. He wanted the girl to submit willingly. Xiao Man hesitated, saying it seemed too harsh for a child, and his expression immediately darkened. She reluctantly agreed, feeling both guilty and resigned. She let out a helpless sigh, raised her notebook, and announced she had found the location of her head. Jiang Che took the notebook and immediately focused on the information inside. Xiao Man happily confirmed the result, while Jiang Che prepared to find out who owed him the debt. He carefully read through the notes, as his expression gradually turned serious when the target's identity became clear. His mind locked onto the crucial details as he searched for the person behind the new information. The page clearly stated that her head was in the hands of someone named Wang Yuan, along with the title, Flame Demon God. A moment later, the space shifted, and Jiang Che's consciousness was pulled back into the real world. The moment he returned, he saw Zhu Geye and Hong Ling waiting for him. Zhu Geye immediately spoke with both surprise and relief after seeing him return safely, while Hong Ling stood with her arms crossed and teasingly asked about the trial. Hong Ling smiled and praised the team for clearing such a difficult mission far beyond expectations. Jiang Che answered calmly, admitting the trial had been anything but easy and that the whole team had nearly been wiped out. He remembered his former teammates and quietly thought that the people who truly deserved to be called the Pillars were probably not him. Hong Ling noticed the change in his attitude and felt he had become much more mature. She casually draped an arm over his shoulder, teased him for finally learning some humility, and announced that everything involving Captain Yan had been settled. The celebration would be held the following evening at Tianqing Hotel. Smiling, Hong Ling invited everyone to Captain Yan's celebration if they were free. Hearing that Captain Yan had returned safely, Jiang Che let out a clear sigh of relief, feeling that the dangerous trip through the ghost world had been worth it. After a brief pause, he asked Hong Ling to help investigate someone. She immediately asked who it was. Leaning back with her arms crossed, Hong Ling seriously explained that the agency could not casually disclose personal information without a valid reason. Jiang Che bluntly said the person he wanted was a thief who owed him 1 billion. Hearing that number, Hong Ling blurted out in shock, thinking she had misheard. He simply confirmed that the amount was indeed 1 billion. She immediately spun her chair around and called a co-worker, joking that someone must have lost his mind after talking about 1 billion. Jiang Che slammed the table in protest and insisted he was telling the truth. Hong Ling became annoyed, saying the story was absurd because even 100 million was incredibly hard to earn, let alone 1 billion. He lowered his head and admitted he could never come up with that much money himself, making her even more frustrated. Jiang Che quickly changed his approach, insisting that someone genuinely owed him the money and even offered to split the recovered amount. Hong Ling immediately warned him against bribery and stressed that information security rules could not be broken. Jiang Che switched to another argument, reminding her that someone had investigated him before. She replied that it had been part of an official evaluation process, making it completely legitimate, which irritated him even more. Jiang Che complained that the whole thing had been a trap to recruit him into the organization, then dragged Zhu Geye away while declaring he would investigate Wang Yuan himself. Hearing that name, Hong Ling suddenly jumped to her feet and immediately asked who he had just mentioned. She hesitated, as though she had remembered something important about that name. She fell silent for a moment and carefully listened as Jiang Che repeated the details. The instant she heard the title, Flame Demon God, she started typing rapidly and verified Wang Yuan's identity with an extremely serious expression. Jiang Che calmly replied that someone with such an outrageous title could not possibly have many namesakes, so it had to be the same person. Hong Ling turned the computer screen toward him and asked him to confirm it one more time. On the screen was a classified file from the Bright Council. It listed Wang Yuan, alias Flame Demon God, former vice high priest of the 24th generation. His abilities were almost completely unknown. He had participated in numerous major incidents and was also credited with public service. The next page detailed a bloody record, including wiping out an entire encirclement team in 2014, multiple incidents in 2015, and a 2023 report stating that he had died in the ghost world. Jiang Che froze the moment he read that Wang Yuan had supposedly died last year, and the report completely conflicted with what he had experienced. He reviewed the timeline of when he had used the notebook and realized the facts did not match the file at all. From that, he concluded that either the records were wrong or the organization had no idea this man was still alive in the real world. Another possibility formed in his mind. Wang Yuan might still be alive and operating in secret. He pointed at the screen and asked Hong Ling just how dangerous this person was. She seriously explained that Wang Yuan was a top-tier figure who had cleared multiple fake strength trials, with his strength estimated to be at least SSS level, making him an extremely dangerous individual. Even after hearing that, Jiang Che stubbornly insisted that the man still owed him 1 billion. Helpless, Hong Ling waved him off, told him to stop arguing and get some rest, then reminded him about tomorrow night's dinner. Zhu Geye also pulled him away, warning that Hong Ling would really lose her temper if he kept arguing. The office door closed, bringing the conversation to an end. After they left, Hong Ling immediately called the captain to report everything. On the other end, Yan Yiping, still covered in bandages, listened quietly before asking who Jiang Che wanted to investigate. The moment he heard the name Wang Yuan, the flame demon god, he rubbed his forehead and admitted it was an extremely sensitive matter, then changed the subject to another mission. Outside, Zhu Geye curiously asked if the man really owed Jiang Che 1 billion, and Jiang Che firmly answered yes. Zhu Geye was instantly amazed, joking about how rich Jiang Che must be, and comparing it to his own childhood allowance. Just then, Zhu Geye's phone started ringing again. The loud ringtone made Jiang Che frown in annoyance, and complain that Zhu Geye's phone was ridiculously noisy. Zhu Geye simply laughed, answered the call, and casually said they would meet first and talk later. Jiang Che glanced over and directly asked who he was going to meet. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. With a mysterious grin, Zhu Geye lowered his phone and proudly announced that he was meeting his fiancée. The scene shifted to the entrance of a crowded shopping mall. Jiang Che stood there in disbelief. Zhu Geye had previously claimed his fiancée was waiting at home, yet now she actually seemed to exist. Without another word, Zhu Geye proudly held up his phone and showed him a photo. Jiang Che was left speechless by the stunning girl in the picture. Zhu Geye proudly introduced her as Liu Yanran, the young lady of the Liu family from a famous demon-slaying clan, and mentioned that their engagement had been arranged generations ago. He explained that their families had once saved each other in the ghost world, which eventually led to the arranged engagement. Though the story sounded almost unbelievable, Jiang Che remained skeptical, feeling the whole tale had been exaggerated, while Zhu Geye insisted that she had personally invited him to meet. Zhu Geye proudly declared that today he would broaden Jiang Che's horizons by showing him what a true heavenly beauty looked like. Seeing Zhu Geye's overwhelming confidence, Jiang Che could not shake the feeling that something was about to go terribly wrong. The scene shifted to a luxurious private room numbered 2333. Inside, members of the Liu family were gathered around a grand banquet table. Huang Yi raised his glass and praised the younger generation of the Liu family for becoming more outstanding every year. Yi Shan added that a marriage alliance with the Zeman family would make both families even stronger. Liu Qiang humbly replied and mentioned that his daughter had already awakened as a crank, with the potential to reach SSS in the future, while Liu Yanran remained silent throughout the conversation. Just then, the door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Zhu Geye strode in with Jiang Che and loudly greeted everyone as if they were old friends. Liu Qiang frowned the moment he saw them, clearly surprised and displeased. Jiang Che quietly reminded Zhu Geye that this might be an engagement meeting, but Zhu Geye laughed it off with complete confidence. Jiang Che quickly corrected himself, saying it might actually be a breakup meeting instead, but Zhu Geye laughed even harder and accused him of watching too many dramas. Zhu Geye turned toward Liu Yanran and cheerfully greeted her like they were close friends. Liu Yanran merely gave him a cold glance without saying a word. A cold and commanding voice suddenly rang out, scolding Zhu Geye for casually calling her by name, and the entire room instantly fell silent. Huang Yi only needed a single glance at Jiang Che before revealing his contempt. He mocked him without restraint, saying someone like him had no right to dream about Liu Yanran and was utterly unworthy of standings beside the Liu family's young lady. Qian Chenduo, the head of one of Tianqing's 3 greatest factions, raised a hand to calm the tension. In a gentle voice, he asked Liu Ying to settle down and said he would speak to the young man himself. He turned to Jiang Che with a hint of arrogance and explained that the young master of the Simon family from Modu had officially come to propose to Yanran. The two families were a perfect match, so the old engagement should be cancelled. The news hit Jiang Che like a bucket of ice water. He blurted out in shock, unable to believe the engagement really was being called off. Huang Yi lifted his wine glass with a mocking smile and continued attacking Jiang Che's background, calling him nothing more than an illegitimate child rejected by his own family, and saying he had never been worthy of Yanran. Zhu Geye stood there silently as the insults poured in. In their eyes, he was no better than a useless drifter who was not even qualified to serve as a servant. He lowered his head and let out a choked sound of frustration. Looking at Yanran, Jiang Che spoke with a trembling voice, but forced himself to stay calm, asking if she truly felt the same way. Yanran answered without hesitation. She coldly admitted they were no longer suitable for each other. Her father was right, and with Jiang Che's current situation, he was not even qualified to stand among the Liu family. Hearing those words, Jiang Che exploded with anger and shouted for them to stop insulting him. Liu Qiang glanced at him and laughed with contempt, saying Jiang Che was just an ordinary nobody. Signing a life and death pact with the Ye family head was nothing but asking for his own funeral. Jiang Che's fury finally erupted. He roared that he had endured enough of being called an illegitimate child and demanded they shut their mouths. Liu Qiang only became more vicious, sneering that trash always gathered together and that the friend of an illegitimate child was no better. Without proper upbringing, neither of them knew the meaning of respect. Jiang Che's face darkened as he glared at Liu Qiang with murderous intent, warning him that he would pay the price if he kept talking. Zhu Geiye quickly grabbed Jiang Che's shoulder and urged him to calm down, reminding him that Liu Qiang was a top-level powerhouse and not someone to provoke. Huang Yi also placed a hand on Liu Qiang's shoulder. Although he tried to calm him down, he warned that Jiang Che was not as simple as he looked and had powerful backing. Liu Qiang merely scoffed, saying that even with support, Jiang Che was still a worthless loser. Looking down on Jiang Che, Liu Qiang asked what exactly he planned to wager if he wanted to issue a challenge. Jiang Che raised one finger with complete confidence and said that since Liu Qiang claimed he would kill him anyway, why not make a bet and see how it ended? Liu Qiang burst into laughter, treating Jiang Che's words like a joke and asking how one person could possibly compare with the head of the Yi family. Instead of backing down, Jiang Che laughed even louder, looking completely fearless as if everything had already been planned. Then he pointed directly at Yanren and declared that if he defeated Elder Liu, she would become his best friend's personal maid. Yanran flew into a rage. She slammed the table so hard that the dishes rattled, jumped to her feet, and shouted at Jiang Che in disbelief. Liu Qiang's killing intent erupted instantly. Roaring like an enraged beast, he prepared to attack on the spot, but Huang Yi hurriedly stopped him and tried to keep the situation from spiraling out of control. Jiang Che folded his arms with a mocking grin and continued provoking him, saying that even the head of the Ye family had dared to sign a life and death pact, yet Liu Qiang seemed too scared to accept the challenge. Pushed beyond his limit, Liu Qiang slammed his hand down and roared that he accepted Jiang Che's life and death wager. He immediately added one more condition. If Jiang Che lost, both he and his friend would die. Hearing that, Yanran sprang to her feet in alarm. Despite the intense confrontation, Jiang Che remained completely relaxed, casually walking around while observing his surroundings. Tilting his head, he jokingly asked whether Liu Qiang had lost his mind. He treated the wager like a game, saying that if he lost, he would not be alive to care anyway. At that moment, Xiao Man suddenly appeared beside him. Jiang Che paused and looked at her in confusion. Xiao Man rushed over excitedly, as if she had made an incredible discovery, and announced that she had found Xiao Meng's greatest weakness. She enthusiastically explained that Xiao Meng was terrified of going to school. Just mentioning it was enough to send her into a panic. Jiang Che stared blankly for a moment, unable to believe that someone like Xiao Meng could fear school. But Xiao Man insisted it was true because she had tested it herself. Xiao Man went on to explain that the moment Xiao Meng heard the words "go to school," she started trembling, as if reliving a nightmare. Jiang Che looked at Xiao Meng curled up in the corner. Her fear meter was rising rapidly, and he immediately became excited because his plan seemed to be working. A mysterious smile spread across Jiang Che's face, equal parts amused and dangerous. Xiao Meng was visibly terrified. Her face turned pale as Jiang Che gently called out to her, making her even more uneasy. Jiang Che launched a full mental assault, with stacks of textbooks and non-stop invitations to attend school. He even added advanced classes, sending Xiao Meng's fear value soaring, until the entire place felt like an endless school nightmare. Holding a textbook high, he grinned wickedly and repeated motivational study slogans, turning education into the ultimate horror. The system immediately responded as the fear value dropped sharply, showing that this educational strategy was producing clear results. A roulette wheel of abilities appeared in Jiang Che's mind, with countless strange options. He spun it again and eagerly waited for the result. When the wheel landed on Lazy Glutton, his expression instantly froze as though someone had poured cold water over him. He silently complained that if he ended up with an ability centered on extreme laziness, his entire plan would be ruined. He never expected such a bizarre skill to exist. The wheel spun once more and finally stopped on Crimson Obsession, making the situation seem much more promising. Jiang Che let out a quiet sigh and reassured himself that at least he had avoided the worst possible outcome. He examined another ability related to the yin-yang ghost eyes and guessed it might allow him to see through demons and ghosts, making him curious about its true power. Suddenly, rapid knocking echoed from outside the door, as if something urgent had happened. Standing outside, Zhu Geye pounded on the door while shouting for Jiang Go, complaining that he had been hiding inside for far too long, and warning him that he would only bring trouble upon himself. Jiang Che yanked the door open, stepped outside, and casually said he was finished, grumbling that he had only gone to the bathroom for a moment before getting rushed. He looked at Zhu Ge's swollen face and laughed, joking that his eyes looked just like those of a bloated goldfish. Zhu Geye tearfully complained that he was still feeling wronged. Jiang Che wrapped an arm around his shoulder and gently shook him, saying he should at least appreciate that someone had stood up for him. Zhu Geye immediately argued back that Jiang Che's plan had been far too reckless and had dragged both of them into danger. Zhu Geye's expression completely fell as he sadly complained that he should never have ended up walking toward death like this. Jiang Che instantly fired back, accusing him of being ungrateful after everything he had done to protect him. Scratching his head awkwardly, Zhu Geye still urged Jiang Che not to make enemies of the Lu family so carelessly. Jiang Che patted his chest and insisted he simply could not stay silent after they had insulted both his friend and himself. Zhu Geye stood there in silence, feeling completely helpless, as though he had been dragged into a disaster with no escape. He turned to Jiang Che and directly asked what they would do if they really lost. 1 month later, his eyes full of worry, Jiang Che calmly replied, as though life and death meant nothing to him. He even joked that before dying, the first thing to do was erase everything from his phone, leaving Zhu Geye strangely enlightened. Right then, both of their phones started ringing non-stop, interrupting the conversation. Zhu Geye checked the message and said Hong Ling was inviting them to dinner. By coincidence, the others were already in the same restaurant, right next door, so they decided to head over. Walking ahead, Jiang Che glanced back at Zhu Geye and quietly thought that although he looked fine on the outside, he was definitely carrying a heavy burden inside. Jiang Che continued thinking that being abandoned by his entire family and then having his engagement broken off could not be the whole story. Zhu Ge's true identity might be far more complicated than it seemed. Hong Ling cheerfully waved them over and called the two of them into the dining room. She patted Zhu Geye on the shoulder and teased him that his broken heart expression was impossible to miss. Surprised, he asked how she knew, while she simply smiled as though she already knew everything. Jiang Che immediately grew suspicious and asked whether everyone had secretly listened to the entire conversation. He even joked that they must have planted a tracking device on him. Yan Yibing spoke firmly and told everyone to sit down and eat first. Smiling, he added that Hong Ling had almost rushed into the next room earlier to start a fight. He then warmly greeted the two newcomers, and Jiang Che politely returned the greeting by addressing him as Captain Yan Yibing. Yan Yibing spoke in a low voice about the Ghost Realm invasion. The battle had been brutal, countless people had died, and even he had barely made it back alive. He especially warned them about a high-level demon called the Lord of the Undead, who was using the entire Zhenyu Mountain as a sacrificial altar to reach SSS rank. Yan Yibing let out a rare sigh of relief and said they were fortunate the enemy never obtained the demon heart, causing the ascension ritual to fail midway. Jiang Che immediately connected the dots and realized this was likely the same type of sacrifice Xiao Man had mentioned before, not just what happened aboard the train. Yan Yibing frowned as he wondered who had managed to stop the entire transportation operation, though he admitted that person had made a tremendous contribution. The moment he finished, Zhu Geye excitedly raised his hand to claim the credit. Before he could speak, Jiang Che quickly covered his mouth, then humbly accepted the recognition, while emphasizing that those who had sacrificed their lives deserved to be remembered. Silent heroes had laid the foundation for peace, even at the cost of their own lives. Suddenly, Jiang Che paused, as though he had noticed a missing piece of the puzzle, letting out a surprised gasp. He glanced around at Nangang Xiao Xiao and the others, before asking why someone important was missing, especially Zhu Yong, who should have been there to welcome the captain home. Hong Ling froze for a moment before quietly explaining that Zhu Yang had been seriously injured during a mission 2 days earlier and was still receiving treatment in the hospital. Jiang Che immediately asked about the severity of his injuries, his expression turning grim. Nangang Xiao Xiao and Qin Li remained silent, avoiding his gaze, making the atmosphere even heavier. Unable to hold back, Jiang Che pressed for answers, desperate to know what had happened to Zhu Yong. Hong Ling steadied her voice and urged everyone to focus on growing stronger instead of panicking. She also warned them that Ye Changqing had entered the demon world not long ago. Jiang Che slammed his fist onto the table in anger and demanded that they at least tell him the truth instead of hiding everything. His emotions boiled over as he declared that Zhu Yong had helped him countless times, and he could never stand by while his benefactor suffered. Zhu Geye hurried over to hold him back, repeatedly urging him to calm down before things got out of hand. Yan Yibing simply watched in silence, showing almost no emotion. After a long pause, he finally revealed that the Yi family had most likely joined forces with the Bright Council and was secretly raising ghost creatures within Tianqing City. He continued explaining that Zhu Yong had discovered some of their failed creations during the investigation and was critically injured when one of them attacked him. Hearing that, Jiang Che immediately became tense and urgently asked what would happen if someone was attacked by those creatures. Yan Yibing answered briefly that the victim's body would become corrupted, and without timely treatment, the condition would only continue to worsen. Jiang Che froze as he realized that if nothing was done, Zhu Yong could eventually transform into a demonic creature. The room fell into complete silence as an invisible weight pressed down on everyone. Jiang Che lowered his head, his voice shaking with anger and helplessness, as he demanded to know how everyone could still sit there eating while the situation was so serious. His fury finally exploded. He shot to his feet, slammed the table, and shouted that if the Yi family was involved, they should take direct action and capture Yi Shan to force the antidote out of him. Hong Ling finally spoke up as well. She agreed that if the Bright Council was involved, there had to be a hidden supply of the antidote, and they needed to track it down immediately. Zhu Geye panicked, dropped to his knees, and grabbed Jiang Che's legs, begging him to calm down. Jiang Che's killing intent only intensified as he swore he would personally capture Yi Shan and force him to reveal the antidote no matter the cost. Yan Yibing slowly opened his eyes and calmly stated that Yi Shan most likely knew nothing about what was really happening behind the scenes. Jiang Che froze in disbelief. Yan Yibing raised a finger and firmly explained that every clue pointed to Ye Changqing. Since he had already escaped into the demon world, he was the true key to the entire case, not Ye Shan. Jiang Che's rage erupted once again. His eyes turned bloodshot as he vowed that no matter what it took, he would hunt Ye Changqing down, even using Xiao Man's help to force the antidote out of him. Yan Yibing remained perfectly calm and reminded him that anger was the fastest way to lose control. No one was immune, not even himself. He urged Jiang Che to think rationally, instead of letting his emotions decide everything. Zhu Geye quickly placed a hand on Jiang Che's shoulder, urging him to calm down and listen to the captain's full explanation before taking action. Jiang Che took a deep breath, forced his anger down, set the fallen chair upright, and apologized for losing control. Looking at Yan Yibing, he honestly admitted that hearing about Zhu Yong's condition had shaken him, causing him to vent his anger at everyone else. Yan Yibing let out a quiet sigh, his tone softening as he said such a reaction was understandable for someone so young. He fixed Jiang Che with a sharp gaze and questioned the real purpose of Today's gathering, along with how Hong Ling had learned about the conflict between them. Lighting a cigarette, he explained that ghost breeding meant using corpses to recreate or raise demonic creatures, and this case alone involved more than 100 bodies. Smoke drifted around Yan Yibing's face as he continued explaining that Yi Changqing might hold the title of family head, but he was still controlled by Yi Shan, making it impossible for him to organize crimes of this scale alone. He stubbed out the cigarette and stated that, if the Bright Council had assigned this operation to Yi Changqing, they would certainly remain in the shadows to avoid exposing themselves. Jiang Che quickly concluded that this meant Ye Changqing had another powerful force backing him. Yan Yibing nodded, agreeing that the Bright Council would need support from other influential factions to sustain such a massive ghost breeding operation. He went on to explain that within Tianqing, the Yi family was only comparable to the Qian family. Since the Qian family was a sworn enemy of the Bright Council, they could not possibly be involved. Nanggong Xiaoxiao joined the discussion, guessing that among the remaining major families, the Huang family was the most likely suspect. Yan Yibing brought up the Huang family, widely known as the leading demon-slaying clan. Although they appeared charitable on the surface, they had many suspicious points. Oddly enough, investigations into them produced information far more easily than investigations into the Yi family. Only then did Zhu Geye realize the real purpose of the trip. This gathering had never been just about dinner. Hong Ling explained that the largest hotel in Tianqing belonged to the Huang family. Since the three major factions were holding a secret meeting there today, their group had deliberately reserved the room next door to monitor the situation. Jiang Che finally understood the entire plan. This was not an ordinary gathering but an undercover investigation, and he immediately asked whether they had uncovered anything important. Jing Shuo adjusted his glasses and reported that every recent missing persons had been seen at this hotel before disappearing. Every trace afterward had been completely erased, proving that the Huang family covered their tracks with incredible care. Jiang Che fell into deep thought, realizing this was an extremely difficult case when nearly every clue had been wiped away. Suddenly, he stood up with determined eyes and told Yan Yibing that he had a possible solution. As soon as he spoke, both hands rose into the air while his fingers rapidly formed a series of complex seals like a grand formation taking shape. One of Jiang Che's eyes suddenly changed color as a strange crimson glow appeared. A familiar mechanical voice echoed through his mind. The ghost eyes had activated. The veil covering the world was stripped away, exposing every filthy and sinister trace hidden from normal sight. He slowly scanned the room, expecting to find hidden evil lurking everywhere. Instead, what he saw far exceeded his expectations. This ability was clearly much more than an ordinary spiritual eye. Then his gaze suddenly froze on something unusual. He slowly crouched down, touched the tabletop, and muttered in disbelief, "Is this blood?" Through his special vision, 2 dried, bloody handprints were clearly visible on the table, dark and horrifying. As he kept looking, a chill ran down his spine. The entire room was covered with faint red stains, as if someone had desperately tried to wipe them away. Seeing him stand there without moving as his expression constantly changed, Hong Ling asked, "What's wrong, Jiang Che?" Holding one aching eye, he lowered his voice and replied, "There's something seriously wrong with this place." Everyone immediately became tense. After hearing those words, they looked around the room, only to realize that bloodstains seemed to exist everywhere. Zugiye panicked and stammered, "Real blood? Is this a hospital or a haunted house?" Yan Yibing remained unusually calm and immediately asked, "Did you find anything else?" He looked at Jiang Che with obvious suspicion. His team had already searched the room thoroughly with every method available and had found no trace of blood, yet Jiang Che had discovered it immediately. Jiang Che clenched his fists and said firmly, "I'll keep searching." Suddenly, his eyes widened as his entire body froze. Looking closely at the faint drag marks across the floor, he immediately understood something. His expression darkened as he said, "Blood trails like these mean there wasn't just one victim." Without another second of hesitation, Jiang Che shoved the door open and rushed out of the room. Yan Yibing reacted instantly and gave the order, "Hong Ling, go with Jiang Che. Everyone else stays here and keeps watching the room next door. Do not leave your positions." Jiang Che took the lead, following the trail that only he could see as the strange bloodstains stretched ahead. At the end of the hallway, he stopped before a heavy metal door. The blood trail ended there. The discomfort grew worse with every second. Jiang Che gritted his teeth as both his ghost power and mental strength drained rapidly. His eyes hurt so badly he could barely keep them open. Even so, he forced open the heavy emergency exit door and charged down the stairs, telling himself to endure just a little longer. The closer he got to the truth, the greater the chance of saving Zhu Yong. Fighting through the dizziness, he focused on the final direction of the blood trail. Jiang Che clenched his teeth as every muscle in his body tightened. Before him was a freezing cold room where the blood trail suddenly vanished without a trace. A freezer? Jiang Che's altered pupils suddenly contracted, and his ghost eyes deactivated. Hong Ling quickly caught him as his exhausted body staggered. Xing Shuo immediately activated his ghost eyes. A familiar system prompt echoed in his mind as the ability allowed him to see through nearby obstacles. His eyes suddenly widened, and his face turned pale with both shock and horror. Xing Shuo frantically waved everyone back and shouted, "That's enough. Everyone fall back now." Jiang Che froze, frustrated that he had risked everything to get here, only to be told to retreat. Xing Shuo turned to him and said gravely, "I know what's inside, and trust me, you don't want to see it. Pull back first. This could be a trap prepared by the Huang family head." At the hospital, a tall man stood in the hallway shouting, "I'm a lawyer. Don't mess with me." Jing Xiaolan blocked the hospital room door with an icy stare. "Move aside. This room belongs to our team. You're causing trouble in a hospital." The man in black pointed straight at her and snapped, "I'm perfectly fine. I'm a lawyer, and I reserved this room first." Jing Xiaolan looked him in the eye and sarcastically thought that someone who loved pointing fingers so much should have become a road sign instead. The man finally left in frustration, but before disappearing around the corner, he looked back at Jing Xiaolan and made a half-warning, half-mocking remark, implying that her ability was being overused and was far from safe. Seeing that scene from a distance, Jiang Che suddenly stopped, overcome by a strange feeling he could not explain. Zhu Guiye noticed him stop and asked what was wrong. Jiang Che simply shook his head, but one thought kept echoing in his mind. Why did that man's aura feel so familiar? As soon as Hong Ling entered the hospital ward, she loudly asked who that strange man had been and why he had acted as though the room belonged to him. Jing Xiaolan politely asked why everyone had returned so early. Hong Ling excitedly explained that Jiang Che had uncovered an important clue, then immediately asked about Zhu Yong's condition. Jing Xiaolan lowered her head and quietly admitted that Zhu Yong's condition had not improved at all. In fact, he had fallen into an even deeper coma. Jiang Che looked toward the hospital room and softly asked if he could go in for a moment. The hospital room door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. He stepped in and fixed his gaze on the motionless man lying in bed, covered with IV tubes and life support equipment. Seeing the once powerful man reduced to barely breathing beneath the cold machines, Jiang Che stood there in silence for a long time. Hong Ling explained from behind that, after suffering severe injuries, Zhu Yong had fallen into a deep coma and could only survive with life support. They had hidden the truth because they did not want it to affect the mission against Ye Changqing. Hearing that, Jiang Che felt as though a heavy weight had settled on his chest, his eyes filled with sorrow. Standing behind him, Zhu Guiye could no longer hold back his emotions and softly called Zhu Yong's name. Suddenly, remembering something, Jiang Che raised his hand. A strange flower glowing with a faint light appeared in his palm. He immediately asked whether it could help Zhu Yong's condition, leaving Hong Ling stunned. The moment she recognized it, Hong Ling exclaimed in shock, "That's Buddha's blood bloom, a rare ghost item that can regenerate flesh and blood. Its rank may be low, but it's incredibly difficult to obtain." Jiang Che honestly said it was a mission reward, and that they should use it if it could help. Hong Ling still hesitated because of its immense value, but he simply smiled and said he had intended to give it to Zhu Yong all along. Looking at the unconscious man, Jiang Che sincerely said it was his way of repaying everything Zhu Yong had done for him. Yan Yibing stepped forward and gently patted Jiang Che on the head, praising him and reminding everyone that it was thanks to him they had discovered the hidden underground freezer. Xing Shuo explained that the Huang family had placed a powerful illusion formation over the basement. As night approached, it distorted everyone's senses, making the entire area impossible to detect. Even after thorough searches, they had found nothing, but Jiang Che's ghost eyes had accidentally pierced through the illusion. Ren Yibing and Jiang Che both looked at Su Jingshuo, waiting for him to explain. Jiang Che recalled the path he once led the team through, and shivered after realizing everyone else saw it as nothing but a hidden dead end. Su Jingshuo confirmed that was exactly how he found the location, then warned that rushing in would be a death sentence. He described what his ghost art revealed. Inside the freezer were at least 20 dismembered bodies, around 10 intact corpses, and every one of them carried the same ancient rune. Su Jingshuo stressed that those runes were of king rank, far beyond anything ordinary. The room fell silent as he concluded that someone in Tianqing City was secretly preparing a resurrection ritual for an SSS-level existence or even higher. Qin Li clenched her fists in anger and declared they could not ignore a freezer full of human corpses. She proposed sealing off the Huang and Ye families at once, even if it alerted them, just to break their plan. Ren Yibing spoke in a low voice. With his burned-out cigarette still between his fingers, he admitted that could disrupt the enemy's ghost-raising scheme, but it would also destroy the only lead to the antidote that could save Zhu Yong. He raised his head with a heavy gaze and said that once Zhu Yong completely lost his mind and transformed, the real question would be who had the courage to kill him. The entire group fell into silence as the heavy mood sank even deeper. Ren Yibing quietly crushed the burned-out cigarette. Jiang Che thought of the previous victims, and his voice tightened with rage. Once someone fully became a ghost, all consciousness vanished, leaving only the instinct to kill like a low-level demon. At that point, the only answer was destruction. Gi Ya raised his hand, still confused, and suggested bringing in an SSS expert from another region like before instead of letting things drag on. Nanggong Xiaoxiao calmly turned another page of her comic and replied that if they could send an SSS expert, the enemy would do the same, creating a perfect stalemate. Kiki closed her book and explained that top-tier experts were like nuclear weapons. They existed to deter one another, and that balance kept the world from falling into total chaos. Jiang Che slammed his fist on the table, unable to understand why everything had become so restricted. He demanded to know why the Huang and Ye families, despite being human, would betray their own kind and turn against humanity. Ren Yibing slowly closed his eyes and replied with chilling calm that human nature had always been complicated. He opened his eyes, changed the subject, and asked if Jiang Che had been investigating the demon god Wang Yan. Jiang Che froze. Ren Yibing frowned and warned that Wang Yan had once been the 24th executive of the Guangming Society. His strength was terrifying, and even Ren Yibing could not challenge him. Although the records claimed he died in the demon world, that story remained highly questionable. He added that Wang Yan had secretly spent years searching for a headless Yin Sha. Jiang Che's heart tightened as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Wang Yan and Xiao Man? He looked at Ren Yibing with a troubled heart, thinking Xiao Man's head was in that man's hands, and their connection had to be far from simple. Ren Yibing looked him straight in the eye and warned that some truths only became more dangerous the deeper you dug, and some people were best left alone. He placed a hand on Jiang Che's shoulder and said the priority was growing stronger and settling the feud with the Yi family. He promised the ghost-raising scheme would be stopped, and Zhu Yong would never become a ghost slave. Jiang Che looked at him as a firm sense of trust slowly returned, pulling him back from the edge. Elsewhere, inside an ancient tomb, a figure stood within a ritual array and loudly confirmed the orders from Captain Ren. Jiang Che and Gei Ya continued, walking through a crowded street packed with people. Suddenly, a small and oddly dressed teenager stepped in front of them with a bright smile and told them to stop. The young man clasped his hands with a mysterious grin and said. Jiang Che looked troubled, inviting him to stay and hear a reading. Gei Ya and Jiang Che stayed silent, watching the stranger with guarded eyes. Jiang Che finally pointed straight at him and shouted that he should be studying, instead of pretending to be a fortune teller and scamming people. He warned the kid that his anti-fraud knowledge would not be fooled. The fortune teller casually walked past Jiang Che as if nothing had happened, mumbling that everyone was born with their own fate, and some turning points could never be resisted. Jiang Che turned around with a mocking laugh and argued that people chose their own path, not fate. The man only smirked and asked if anyone could truly say the path they walked had always been their own choice. The fortune teller adjusted his round glasses and calmly advised that if fate could not be changed, then it was better to live with it and follow the natural flow. Jiang Che stopped and locked his eyes on the man. Then he clasped his hands with a faint smile and replied that he trusted his own choices and would not be swayed by someone else's words. The fortune teller instantly broke into a wide grin and raised a finger like a seasoned salesman, saying there was no need to be shy. The fortune reading cost exactly 51 yuan. Jiang Che frowned, wondering who still used cash for fortune telling these days. Without missing a beat, the man held up a QR code as if he had prepared for every situation. Jiang Che immediately pulled out his old phone, backed away while saying it could not scan QR codes, then slipped away. The fortune teller watched him leave and muttered that the guy was unbelievably cheap. His eyes suddenly shifted behind him, as if he had noticed something else. He looked toward a man in black, lingering nearby, and loudly called him out, saying he had watched long enough. Still using his sales pitch, the fortune teller offered a reading for 51 yuan. The man in black exploded in anger, calling him a fraud and claiming he upheld the law. The fortune teller simply smiled and replied with two vague words, "Fellow disciple." The man grew even angrier and snapped that he was a lawyer, not whatever nonsense the other man meant, before warning him to stay away. The fortune teller calmly spoke about good, evil, and karma, then directly asked why he had been secretly following Jiang Che. The man in black roared that he had no obligation to answer a scam artist. He turned away in contempt, treating the fortune teller as someone beneath his attention. The fortune teller kept his faint smile and calmly spoke a warning about kindness and karmic retribution. Then he directly asked again why the man had been secretly following Jiang Che. At that instant, killing intent flashed across the man in black's eyes. He turned his back and coldly warned the fortune teller not to interfere. The fortune teller suddenly formed a series of hand seals with incredible speed while chanting an ancient incantation. He raised one hand high and shouted as his aura surged like it was calling upon the laws of heaven and earth. A brilliant golden talisman appeared out of nowhere and shot toward its target as he unleashed a soul-binding command. Invisible chains instantly wrapped around the man in black, making his whole body convulse as he screamed in agony. He gritted his teeth while his body overheated and his killing aura exploded. His skin began to crack apart, revealing a horrifying monstrous form beneath as insane howls echoed out. The fortune teller lowered his glasses slightly, his eyes turning icy as he gave a knowing smile. Heavy rain suddenly poured from the sky. Beneath the downpour, the man in the suit revealed his true demon form, cursing and struggling to break free from the chains. It suddenly charged forward at terrifying speed, with overwhelming killing intent. The fortune teller remained motionless, steadily chanting, as he activated a grand formation that seemed to move heaven and earth. The space around them trembled as the formation came alive, and power surged up from the ground. a massive torrent of water burst forth and tightly bound the demon, leaving it unable to move. He switched techniques again as blazing fire chi rose, and his hand seals changed, compressing even greater destructive power. The demon panicked and screamed in despair, demanding to know who he really was. The fortune teller adjusted his glasses and coldly replied that his identity did not matter. What mattered were the sins the demon had committed. Fierce flames erupted and engulfed the demon's entire body, burning both flesh and soul as endless screams filled the air. Trapped inside the inferno, the demon cried out in horror after recognizing the flames as samadhi true fire, capable of reducing both spirit and soul to ashes. Writhing inside the samadhi true fire, the demon desperately begged for mercy, claiming it had only followed orders from above and was willing to leave the body immediately. Even so, it warned that killing it was useless, because the one behind everything had already declared that everyone would die. As the demon's body slowly burned away in the rain, the fortune teller remained completely expressionless. Before disappearing, the demon still managed to scream a final curse that everyone would eventually die. With those last words, it collapsed into ashes and vanished beneath the heavy rain. The fortune teller sighed and muttered that a restriction had prevented him from learning anything more. He also concluded that this had to be connected to the Guangming society. Suddenly, an old man with the bearing of an immortal appeared from thin air and asked why he had bothered with such a trivial matter. The fortune teller replied that he had not planned to interfere, but the creature's true form was so filthy that it disturbed his Tao heart. He looked up at the sky, saw the rain growing heavier, and decided to leave before attracting the ghost bureau. The fortune teller and the old man calmly walked away through the rain, quietly reciting verses of the Tao. That evening, training was still underway at the Linhai branch of the Ghost Investigation Bureau. Wooden swords sliced through the air as powerful battle cries echoed non-stop. Xiao Qin gripped her wooden sword tightly. Sweat soaked her clothes, yet she kept practicing every movement. She moved without stopping, each clean strike smashing into the wooden posts and sending splinters flying. Just then, a gentle knock came from the door. Yang Qingqing peeked inside with a smile, praised her dedication, and brought in 2 cups of milk tea. She explained they were from Xiao Lin, who wanted to invite Xiao Qin to a birthday party, but was too shy to ask in person. She added that everyone on the team hoped Xiao Qin would join them. Yang Qingqing continued by saying Xiao Qin had been with the team for a long time, but had never attended any group gathering, and everyone wanted to get closer to her. At that moment, a black-clad figure with a covered face silently appeared behind Yang Qingqing. In a deep voice, he suggested she should consider the invitation, instead of shutting herself off, then hinted that Jiang Che was about to enter the demon world. He added that people should always cherish what was right in front of them. Yang Qingqing smiled knowingly and said she had expected Xiao Qin to refuse. Then, she mentioned Jiang Che's upcoming trip to the demon world and asked if she wanted to come along. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Qin's eyes became firm and she agreed. But Yang Qingqing immediately misunderstood and thought she meant tomorrow's mission, becoming excited as she started making plans. Xiao Qin quickly explained that she only wanted to attend Xiao Lin's birthday party. Hearing that, Yang Qingqing froze for a moment before bursting with joy. She hugged Xiao Qin and promised they would pick out a gift together the next day. The next morning in Tianqing, the atmosphere before the journey became tense. Jiang Wan carefully straightened Jiang Che's clothes and repeatedly reminded him to stay safe and retreat if things turned dangerous. Jiang Che replied a little impatiently, telling her not to worry so much. Just then, Jia squeezed in and asked her to fix his collar too, making the atmosphere instantly awkward. Jiang Che immediately grabbed Gei Ya by the collar and dragged him away, complaining that he was acting weird in broad daylight before turning back to reassure Jiang Wan. The system suddenly announced that first-time users could customize their appearance for free before entering the demon world. Jiang Che fell into thought, remembering how he had once been a weak beginner. In just over a month, he had already reached level 5, and his ghost power had grown tremendously. The young man stood quietly, a mischievous look flashing across his eyes, as he wondered what kind of dramatic new appearance would shock everyone the most. Then a pretty good idea suddenly came to mind. The system's cold voice echoed through the space, introducing Sunshine Mental Hospital, a place that claimed to represent the peak of medical science. Every patient faced examinations so thorough they seemed to peel away every layer of their true nature. No fake lunatics were tolerated here. The mission was to perfectly act as a mental patient while helping the only genuinely sane patient escape. The first warning stated that failing to stay in character would bring a terrible price. The second warning was even more chilling. Perhaps the participant had belonged to this place from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was still fast asleep. He suddenly jolted awake after seeing the challenge would last 15 full days. If he failed to escape early, there would be almost no time left to prepare for his life and death battle with Ye Changqing. Still, the longer the mission lasted, the greater the reward. Either way, the mission came first. Whether he ran into that annoying guy could wait. Just then, the creaking sound of a sliding door shattered the silence. 3 bizarre figures walked inside, none of them looking remotely normal. One burst into wild laughter while bragging about being asked how many cows 1 yuan could buy. He confidently gave a ridiculous answer, then mocked everyone else for not understanding idioms, and treated them all like fools. Li Changxi immediately noticed Jiang Che staring at him with a strange look. He frowned and asked warily, "Why are you looking at us like you want to eat us alive?" He kept studying Jiang Che, feeling that something about him was completely different today. Jiang Che broke out in a cold sweat as he desperately figured out how to blend in. He was supposed to be pretending to be insane, and one mistake could ruin everything. After making up his mind, he slipped into character without hesitation, yelling wildly and acting completely out of control, while claiming he could not even remember who he was. The other 3 froze on the spot, their expressions locked in disbelief. Hidden somewhere nearby, Xiao Man could only sigh, thinking the mission was to act like a mental patient, not someone with total amnesia. One of the 3 walked over, patted Jiang Che on the shoulder, and said with sympathy that the poor kid must have lost his memory from the shock. Li Changxi also nodded sympathetically, turned to Professor Sun, and suggested letting him help restore Jiang Che's memories. Then he started inventing a legendary past, claiming Jiang Che had once dominated countless battlefields and terrified every enemy he faced. According to him, Jiang Che's reputation was so overwhelming that people panicked the moment they heard his name. In the story, Jiang Che became an undefeated war god, wearing magnificent armor and standing at the peak where everyone could only bow before him. Jiang Che stared in complete shock and stammered as he asked what his name actually was. The man folded his arms and solemnly declared, "From now on, your name is Pretty Girl." The moment those words landed, Jiang Che felt like his mind exploded. After all that heroic buildup, he ended up with a name that sounded like a bad joke. Li Changxi's face turned serious as he asked whether Jiang Che had finally remembered his identity. Jiang Che quickly forced out a few fake tears, sobbed dramatically, and insisted he remembered, repeating the name Pretty Girl over and over as if it were absolute truth. The man nodded in satisfaction and asked if he remembered who he was. After a brief pause, Jiang Che answered, "A crazy guy." The man immediately waved his hands and lowered his voice, insisting that while everyone else here had problems, he definitely was not crazy. Then he leaned in with an extremely secretive expression and warned Jiang Che not to let the other 2 hear what he was about to say. Jiang Che eagerly nodded along. Li Changxi leaned even closer and lowered his voice, as if revealing the greatest secret in the world. Then he calmly confessed that he was actually the one with a mental disorder. He stressed once again that Jiang Che absolutely had to keep it secret and pretend he had never heard a thing. Jiang Che was left speechless and silently concluded that this group was even stranger than he was. Just then, the ward door suddenly swung open. A nurse with an icy expression walked in and firmly ordered everyone back to their beds for inspection and roll call. Seeing the nurse, Jiang Che briefly thought that at least one person here looked normal. The nurse began reading the names. Every patient reacted in some bizarre way, with one swallowing loudly while another made strange noises. When Li Changxi's name was called, he answered proudly as if this were a daily ritual. When the name Pretty Girl was called, the entire room fell silent, while Jiang Che remained lost in thought, completely missing what was happening. The nurse called the name again, clearly growing annoyed by the lack of response. Only then did Jiang Che pretend to snap out of it and lazily answer. After finishing the inspection, the nurse turned around and coldly announced that everyone could rest. Professor Sun immediately asked for a late night snack, and the nurse replied that it was allowed as long as no one caused trouble or left the room. Hearing that, the other patients instantly became excited and started chatting as if a feast had just been announced. Jiang Che could only complain to himself, unable to understand these people's strange tastes. Once the door was locked, the room felt even more suffocating. There were only 4 beds and 1 old bathroom, making the situation even harder to predict. Jiang Che examined the lock and discovered it was a modern fingerprint lock, making him question what kind of mental hospital this really was. Suddenly, Li Changxi appeared right behind him and curiously asked what he was doing. Jiang Che quickly made up an excuse, but inside he was tense. remembering that everyone in the room was someone he could not underestimate. The system warned him again, saying his acting was still far from convincing, and that he needed to take the role more seriously. Li Changxi nodded in agreement, gave Jiang Che's actions another bizarre interpretation, and reminded everyone to go to sleep, or they would be dealt with if discovered. The moment he heard the word surgery, Jiang Che looked confused as countless strange possibilities rushed through his mind. That reaction stunned Li Changxi, while Jiang Che kept pretending to be clueless and blamed it on his poor memory. The room gradually filled with scattered snores, as the atmosphere became heavy and unsettling. Xiao Man quietly asked if he planned to get some rest. Jiang Che stayed completely alert, convinced that the people around him might make a move at any moment during the night. Lying awake, Jiang Che kept turning the word surgery over in his mind, growing more uneasy the longer he thought about it. A doctor in a white coat silently entered the room, but the twisted aura around him was anything but human. Panic exploded inside Jiang Che's mind as he repeatedly called for Xiao Man. His body was completely frozen, as if locked in place, and for a moment he wondered whether he had become part of an experiment or fallen into a deadly trap. The demon doctor slowly stopped behind him. A chilling cold spread through the room as the doctor softly asked a question that carried overwhelming pressure, as though confirming Jiang Che's condition. Jiang Che kept calling for help in his mind, feeling trapped in darkness, with only his consciousness left to resist. A system warning appeared with an almost helpless tone. Patient management had failed because he ignored bedtime, and the condition would only worsen if he kept staying awake. If it was not too serious, a minor operation could restore everything to normal. Jiang Che immediately began wondering whether this thing was actually a real doctor. The doctor's neck suddenly stretched to an unnatural length as his face moved right in front of Jiang Che, inspecting him like an object. Jiang Che forced himself to stay calm and pretended to be someone sleeping with his eyes open, refusing to show the slightest reaction. After observing him for a long time, the doctor found nothing suspicious. The doctor muttered a curse, turned away, and dismissed him as an idiot who did not even know how to sleep properly. Jiang Che finally let out a silent sigh of relief. Only then did Xiao Man speak up, lightly scolding him for handling everything alone. Jiang Che immediately snapped back, accusing her of abandoning him at the most dangerous moment. Xiao Man calmly explained that the creature was a crank demon, specializing in mental attacks. Speaking at the wrong moment could have exposed them. Jiang Che became even more confused and asked what kind of demon it really was. She explained that it was a spiritual entity similar to the evil spirits and vengeful ghosts from legend. It had no fixed form, was extremely difficult to deal with, and would be one of the biggest dangers in this mission. Jiang Che muttered that none of his previous missions had ever been as easy as she made them sound. The next morning, Li Changxi woke up in high spirits, singing while muttering strange nonsense as though he had just experienced the wildest dream. Seeing Jiang Che's exhausted face, he showed concern in his own awkward way and commented that Jiang Che looked completely drained. Professor Sun also came over and patted Jiang Che on the shoulder, saying things that became more confusing by the second, even bringing up a bizarre research project that could completely change the human body. Jiang Che stared blankly and asked what on earth he was talking about. Professor Sun excitedly explained that it was research that would allow men to become pregnant, and he even wanted Jiang Che to be the first test subject. Jiang Che could only force an awkward smile before quickly changing the subject by suggesting they go eat breakfast. Professor Sun eagerly agreed, hooked his arm around Jiang Che, and dragged him toward breakfast as if male pregnancy required proper nutrition. He casually asked whether Jiang Che preferred a boy or a girl, only for Jiang Che to jokingly suggest Dragon Phoenix twins instead. Professor Sun slapped his thigh and immediately agreed without a second thought. As soon as they finished talking, breakfast was served. The table was covered with dishes so strange and unsettling that Jiang Che could not even tell what the ingredients were. One look was enough to kill his appetite. Xiao Man reassured him that the food was not made from human flesh, but Jiang Che immediately argued that the real problem was how none of it looked like normal food in the first place. The nurse gave a calm but firm reminder that everyone had to take their medicine after eating. Li Changxi immediately agreed and even seemed excited, treating it like a familiar daily ritual. Jiang Che hesitated as he looked at the small pill in his hand, worried about what it might do to a normal person. Seeing his hesitation, Li Changxi urged him on, saying everyone here had problems, so nobody was allowed to skip their medicine. His concern was strangely genuine. Running out of patience, he switched to outright threats and demanded that Jiang Che swallow it immediately. With no choice left, Jiang Che put the pill in his mouth, planning to hide it and spit it out later, but things did not go as planned. He froze when he realized the pill dissolved the instant it touched his tongue, leaving him no chance to react. Li Changxi smiled faintly, as if everything had gone exactly as expected, and reminded him that being obedient was always the right choice. After confirming everyone had taken their medicine, the nurse announced a reward. Patients with good behavior would receive extra time in the hospital's recreation area. Jiang Che could only sneer inwardly, feeling like everything here followed a bizarre script. But a moment later, he sensed that something was seriously wrong. Among the crowd of chaotic patients, he spotted someone who looked exactly like him, complete with the unmistakable white hair. Jiang Che immediately stopped him and shouted for him to stand still. His eyes widened in disbelief as he found himself face to face with his own double. The other man spun around just as angrily, acting as though he were the real victim of impersonation, and the two quickly fell into a chaotic confrontation. Standing face to face with identical versions of themselves, neither of them knew what to say. In the end, Jiang Che sighed and suggested calling it a draw. The duplicate quickly agreed and let the matter go. Jiang Che took the chance to ask whether he had discovered anything useful. The duplicate casually replied that he had found nothing important. Instead, he and his roommates had decided to become trees and enjoy photosynthesis before casually walking away. Before leaving, he cheerfully waved goodbye, as though everything were perfectly normal, leaving Jiang Che completely stunned. Jiang Che could not tell whether the other version of himself had truly been assimilated. Another day that seemed peaceful on the surface, yet filled with chaos, continued inside the mental hospital. Jiang Che looked up at the sky, briefly appreciating the rare sense of peace. The weather was pleasant, the air was fresh, the patients were unusually calm, and even the nurses seemed more relaxed. Yet that only made the place feel even more unsettling, as though silence was merely the calm before something far worse. Professor Sun walked over from the distance, patted Jiang Che on the shoulder, and asked if he wanted to escape the hospital and see the outside world. He confidently assured Jiang Che that once his project on male self-reliance was complete, he would find a way to get him out. He even emphasized that Jiang Che had been chosen from among many patients. Jiang Che replied with uncertainty, guessing that maybe he had only been chosen because his name was Pretty Girl. Professor Sun immediately denied it, explaining that it was because Jiang Che often shared his food, then hinted that he was about to reveal a huge secret. His expression turned serious, as he claimed he was not actually a patient, but a scientist working on a great project, willing to sacrifice everything for his ideals, even his own life. Hearing that, Jiang Che reviewed the mission in his mind. He needed to find the only sane person in the hospital and help them escape. And at that moment, Professor Sun almost seemed to fit the description. But just then, Professor Sun glanced at his watch and hurriedly said he had an important meeting, leaving Jiang Che realizing he had almost believed him before becoming suspicious again. The truth was revealed moments later, when Jiang Che noticed that the expensive-looking watch was nothing more than a crude drawing on his wrist. Professor Sun proudly claimed it was a handmade Patek Philippe and even promised to give Jiang Che one after finishing his research. Jiang Che simply nodded along and jokingly ordered one for himself to keep the conversation going. Professor Sun immediately agreed, then leaned close as if preparing to reveal another secret. This time, he claimed the medicine had invisibly bound everyone's souls, making it impossible to truly escape the hospital, even after leaving. After hearing that, Jiang Che became deeply suspicious, unable to tell whether it was a genuine clue or just another delusion from a mind that had completely lost touch with reality. In Jiang Che's mind, Sunshine Mental Hospital became even more mysterious and dangerous. Jiang Che anxiously asked Xiao Man about the strength of the demons inside this place. Xiao Man helplessly replied that she could not tell. They had gathered too little information and could only identify a few individuals and unusual spirit entities. Suddenly, a blond young man shouted across the room, claiming to be some legendary figure and spouting grand but completely nonsensical lines. Another patient also went into a frenzy, screaming about money and power while completely losing control. 3 people, including Gei Ya, could only shake their heads at the chaotic scene. Jiang Che felt the situation slipping further out of control, as if he had been trapped inside a deadly place with no escape. Xiaoman continued explaining that in this hospital, the line between patients, nurses, and demons had almost disappeared, making it nearly impossible to tell friend from foe. Jiang Che slowly realized he was isolated in a world where he could trust no one. Countless thoughts flooded Jiang Che's mind. If an ordinary person lived among people like this, Could they ever leave safely, or would they be assimilated without even noticing? He remembered hearing about a famous psychological experiment where everyone believed they were normal, yet the line between the sane and the insane was far blurrier than people imagined. Xiaoman suddenly panicked and urgently called Jiang Che's name after noticing something was wrong with him. Jiang Che's face gradually twisted with pain, his head spun, and his throat felt painfully dry as though all his strength had been drained. Xiaoman immediately suspected it was a side effect of the medicine. Jiang Che gritted his teeth and fought to stay conscious, unsure what else was happening to his body. Xiaoman admitted she had no idea either, because she had never experienced taking medicine in a place like this. Just then, a soft female voice sounded from behind him, yet it sent chills down his spine. The nurse called him pretty girl and gently asked whether he felt unwell. She smiled mysteriously, held out a glass of clear water, and asked if he wanted a drink to feel better. Xiaoman quickly checked it and confirmed it was nothing more than ordinary water, so Jiang Che relaxed a little and reached for the glass. But the instant his fingers touched it, he jerked his hand back, as though burned, and cried out in pain. The nurse looked surprised and asked what was wrong. Jiang Che insisted the water was so hot it had burned his hand. She stared at him in silence. Then, without hesitation, she drank the entire glass right in front of him. Even though her lips immediately turned red and swollen from the burn, she calmly insisted it had only been cold water. Jiang Che argued back after clearly seeing the burns, only to have his claim flatly denied, making him realize he had walked straight into a trap of perception. At the same time, she loudly announced that a patient was showing abnormal symptoms. More nurses rushed in as though they had been waiting all along. Jiang Che instantly realized he had been set up, and any explanation had become meaningless. The nurse kept her sweet but unsettling smile and softly assured him that it was only a simple examination. As the group closed in, Jiang Che instinctively stepped backward, overwhelmed by a growing sense of danger. He was restrained and dragged away, despite shouting explanations until he was hoarse. But nobody listened. All he could hear was the nurse's falsely comforting voice. She smiled gently and repeated that it was only a small test and there was nothing to worry about. The cold room resembled an operating theater, with gleaming medical instruments laid out everywhere, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The flickering surgical lights overhead made the room feel even more distorted and terrifying. Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes in a daze. He discovered he was tightly strapped to an operating table. At the same time, cold system messages informed him that the hospital believed his early discharge might threaten its interests, so a more thorough examination was required before allowing him to leave. The hospital system and procedures had agreed that his condition must be verified again before deciding the next course of action. Xiaoman remained calm, saying they only needed to deal with a few low-level demons. Jiang Che immediately rejected the idea because it would ruin his disguise and cause the mission to fail on the spot. A nurse standing nearby gently reassured him that he only had to answer a few simple questions, but he should think carefully because answering them all correctly would greatly increase his chances of being discharged. Hearing that, Jiang Che immediately felt uneasy because leaving this place early sounded far more like a trap than a reward. The nurse started with a cold voice and asked if he admitted he was a mental patient. Jiang Che cursed inwardly countless times and insisted he was completely normal, while everyone here was the real problem. The second question sounded harmless. If you had to empty a bathtub with a small spoon or a large basin, which would you pick? Jiang Che snapped that the spoon was faster and the basin was way too slow. The last question came instantly without giving him time to think. Was he male or female? Jiang Che jumped into character at once, acted shy, and claimed he was a girl, even calling himself a beautiful young maiden. The nurse coldly declared his bathtub answer was completely wrong, and his file showed he still firmly believed his gender delusion, so his condition had not improved, and there was no need to send him to the attending doctor. Jiang Che secretly felt proud and believed he had easily passed the test, and even figured out their logic. The nurse pretended to praise him, and Jiang Che immediately got excited, thinking he was about to be released. But the next second, she pulled out a gigantic syringe, and the atmosphere instantly turned dangerous. Before he could react, the needle pierced him. As she calmly explained, it was only necessary treatment. The system also displayed a notice, as if it were a normal procedure, to help the patient recover. Jiang Che screamed in pain and quickly lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly woke up and realized he had already left the operating room. Li Changxi appeared beside him, happily helped him up, asked how he was doing, and invited him back to the room to rest. Jiang Che quietly followed him back to the familiar room. As soon as they entered, Li Changxi sighed with relief and said Jiang Che had been taken away last month and suddenly stayed unconscious for an entire month, leaving him extremely worried. Xiao Man immediately cut in and calmly exposed the lie. He had only been given anesthesia, and only a few hours had actually passed. Jiang Che felt a chill run down his spine as he realized nothing said in this hospital could be trusted. He comforted himself that at least he was still alive, but his head soon became dizzy again, making him suspect the injection was still affecting him. Xiao Man seriously warned him never to take any more medicine, and Jiang Che could only nod and admit he had fallen into the trap because he was careless before. The girl continued with an even graver expression and said that while he was completely unconscious, the hospital had taken the chance to give him 2 more doses. That huge syringe was also put to full use, giving him 1 painful shot in each butt cheek, and they even joked that his skin looked unnaturally pale afterward. Jiang Che could not take it anymore and immediately cut her off with a deep frown, telling her to stop describing those details. Xiao Mo kept a serious tone and warned him without holding back. It was the truth. Even someone with stronger mental power could only last a little longer, and in about 10 more days, his mind would completely collapse. Nerve damage like this was almost impossible to recover from, and even if he escaped, he would never return to normal. Many people trapped in the demon world had gone permanently insane, so he could not afford to underestimate it. Jiang Che understood that himself and silently agreed. Compared to earlier instances like Shiling Village or the horror train, this place felt dangerous in a completely different way. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. The mission only required him to act as a mental patient, yet the medicine they forced him to take was directly destroying his nervous system. Combined with the earlier warnings and the nurse's strange behavior, was this instance designed from the very beginning so that no one could leave alive? The common rest area. In the lounge, Uncle Cat Yes' face was horribly twisted, and drool streamed uncontrollably from his mouth. He muttered foolishly, and invited the beautiful young maiden to sit down and watch ants crawling with him. As he spoke, he grabbed the other person's hand in excitement and kept urging them to come see a giant ant nest nearby. A chaotic scene unfolded across the open ground, as if people or strange creatures were crawling everywhere without control. Jiang Che spoke plainly and said they needed to find a way out as soon as possible. This was no longer just about life and death. The danger had gone far beyond anything before. The mission lasted 15 days, and he still had to prepare for a crucial final battle that he had to win. The most important thing was staying in top condition, so he could face that damned Yi Changqing. The other person looked at him in confusion and lectured that getting in here was easy, but leaving was nearly impossible. Jiang Che immediately fired back with sarcasm, saying that if he listened to nonsense like that, he would still be the worst student in class. Seriously, that Sunshine Mental Hospital was known as a mass grave for challengers, with a death rate reaching about 90%. On top of that, among the few survivors who made it out, most ended up insane, and fewer than 5% remained fully sane. There were even more terrifying rumors. Once you took the hospital's medicine, you could not stop halfway. If you did, your mind would collapse completely, or you would turn into a vegetative state, alive but gone. Jiang Che froze and asked back in shock, unable to believe what he just heard. The man explained helplessly that the only way was either to leave before taking any medicine, or pretend to be a patient for all 15 days. Jiang Che immediately exploded, shouting why this was not said earlier. The other man snapped back just as angrily, saying who he thought he was. He only remembered after taking the medicine himself. Jiang Che cursed inwardly, feeling like he had run into a group of brainless troublemakers. Uncle Cat Yi began explaining his role. He was a mental patient with strange tendencies, obsessed with animals and plants, even delusional enough to believe he could transform into them. Then he asked Jiang Che about his role, but Jiang Che avoided answering. Before he could finish, a nurse appeared behind them and cut in coldly, asking what they were secretly discussing. The sudden appearance startled both of them, but they reacted instantly as if rehearsed. Cat Yi pretended to be naive and said they were just talking about watching a big ant nest. Jiang Che also jumped into character, speaking in a sweet fake voice, and even warning her not to interfere in a girl's private conversation. The nurse said nothing and just stared at them, her eyes scanning every detail. Jiang Che tensed up, cold sweat forming on his back, feeling that a single mistake would expose them instantly. After a while, with no abnormalities detected, the nurse snorted softly and turned away. Once she left, both of them finally dared to breathe again. Cat Yi immediately asked about Jiang Che's role. Jiang Che, embarrassed, covered his face and admitted he was playing a young lady, a so-called beautiful maiden. Cat Yi could not hold it in and laughed so hard he almost choked, trying to stay serious but failing completely. He then explained the situation. After being injected and taking medicine here, they were bound by an invisible seal on their souls. Even if they escaped physically, their souls would still be trapped in this hospital. Hearing this, Jiang Che grew serious, realizing that escaping alone was meaningless, and they would have to clear the entire instance. But the problem was, they only had one vague clue about a mysterious surgery, while almost nothing was known about the nurses and doctors. Jiang Che circulated spiritual energy and wondered if the doctors here were spirit entities. If so, he might be able to use his ghost pupil ability to see hidden traces. He began scanning carefully every corner of the hospital without missing any abnormal detail. Suddenly, blood-red writing appeared on the old wall, faint but terrifying. Challengers can only be imprisoned here and cannot escape. Jiang Che froze, a chill rushing up his spine. More red words kept appearing as if carved in blood. No one is allowed to leave. Take the medicine. Get the injection. Everyone must die here. No one escapes. The message repeated like a curse, branding the idea of an eternal prison. At the same time, the system notification appeared, stating Jiang Che had obtained a clue about imprisoned souls. He fell into deep thought, wondering if these trapped souls belonged to players like him, or if something else was behind it. At that moment, a strange sound came from behind. A patient in the crowd suddenly screamed nonsense, as if going insane during some ritual. The surrounding area immediately reacted, and the atmosphere turned violently unstable. All the patients collectively screamed in chaos, like a group-wide trigger, their words becoming completely incoherent. A purple-haired man suddenly gouged out his own eyes and laughed maniacally, shouting about some strange strawberry candy. Another brown-haired patient rushed to restrain a bald man, struggling while yelling that helping him would let everyone survive. The head nurse appeared right after, face cold as ice, striking the troublemaker with a baton and ordering emergency staff to suppress the riot in the rest area. Cat Yi panicked, his face pale as he screamed at the scene. Jiang Che could only sigh in boredom, thinking that, in a mental hospital, collective madness was hardly surprising. In the middle of the chaos, a man named Professor Sun suddenly rushed out from the crowd of patients, repeatedly calling out the name of the young maiden. He grabbed Jiang Che's hand and dragged him away in a hurry, leaving Jiang Che confused as he asked where they were going. Professor Sun only replied in urgency that there was no time to explain, just follow him, and he would understand. Meanwhile, the surrounding patients had completely lost control, screaming and destroying everything, their words blending into a collective mental breakdown. Another patient tore open a nurse uniform and roared with hatred, as if all order in the place had already been crushed. Two others completely snapped, throwing foul-smelling brown substances everywhere, making the atmosphere even more chaotic and disgusting. Professor Sun still did not let go of Jiang Che's hand, dragging him through the riot. Cat Yi followed behind and nervously asked if that man was also a challenger like them. Jiang Che calmly replied that he was a roommate, and it was better to follow and see what he wanted. Maybe there were clues to be found. Suddenly, a female nurse rushed in and blocked their path, shouting that no one was allowed to leave. Without hesitation, Jiang Che drew his sword and delivered a clean strike that pierced through her. Professor Sun looked impressed, giving a thumbs up and calling him a proud, beautiful maiden warrior. Jiang Che pretended to be shy again, keeping his tone natural, then asked where they were actually going. Professor Sun suddenly remembered, slapped his forehead, and said he would take them to his secret base. The wall clock showed exactly 1:10. Professor Sun struggled with an old door, bragging that he learned how to handle this type of lock from a madman before, using both hands, so he was quite skilled. After some effort, the door finally clicked open. Jiang Che and Cat Ye both sighed in relief and carefully stepped inside. Inside looked like an abandoned warehouse, covered in thick dust everywhere. The space felt damp and decayed, everything showing signs of long-term rot. Professor Sun locked the door and immediately called out, urging the beautiful maiden to come closer. He then pulled out a strange black pill with a disgusting smell and said it was a male enhancement medicine, forcing Jiang Che to take it. Professor Sun proudly introduced it as a revolutionary product that could make men become pregnant. Cat Ye's eyes lit up instantly, and he excitedly urged Jiang Che to try it for their shared future happiness. Jiang Che gritted his teeth, clearly on the verge of losing control. He questioned why they were brought to such a bizarre place, just to force him to take this pill, while Professor Sun looked disappointed and asked again if he really refused. Seeing Jiang Che refuse, Professor Sun suddenly laughed loudly, his voice becoming increasingly abnormal, as if he had already seen through something. Cat Yi panicked and stepped back, whispering that the man was losing control, and even suggested Jiang Che should just take it. Jiang Che coldly replied that if he took it, both of them would go insane. The only question was who would break first. Professor Sun suddenly snapped and shouted whether Jiang Che was really a beautiful maiden or not. He declared that the medicine must be taken no matter what. Jiang Che no longer hesitated and threw a straight punch at him. The punch sent Professor Sun flying backward. He struggled up, pointed at Jiang Che, and screamed in rage, insisting this was the future of medical science, and anyone who refused would pay the price. Jiang Che said nothing further. He drew his sword and stabbed straight into the man's vital point, silencing him instantly in pain. An empty chair nearby suddenly made a creaking sound, as if someone had just sat down. The person beside it panicked and screamed in fear. Cat Yi dropped to his knees, trembling and praying for mercy, as if facing something supernatural. The beautiful maiden tilted her head slightly, completely confused about what was happening. Cat Yi could not see the entity at all, which made Jiang Che suspect his ghost pupil ability might be playing a special role here. He spoke up directly toward the invisible shadow, sitting on the chair, asking what it needed. Xiao Man in the rabbit hat calmly explained that it was only a low-level spirit entity with little threat, even weaker than what they had encountered in the dormitory. Still, Jiang Che remained cautious and approached carefully to communicate. Before he could finish speaking, the spirit interrupted him with a hoarse, strangled voice. It only repeated one unclear word, medicine, so faint it was barely audible. Jiang Che asked again, forcing himself to stay calm. But immediately after that, the spirit's condition changed drastically. Its face twisted, eye sockets sank deep, and its gaze lost all reason. It screamed in extreme agitation, repeatedly demanding medicine while denying it was sick. A foul stench poured out from the spirit, forcing the beautiful maiden to cover her nose and keep her distance. In the chaos, it kept talking incoherently, sometimes insisting it was here for treatment, other times completely denying its condition, its words spiraling out of control. Then it switched again into panic, repeatedly saying it had to get out, complete a mission, and escape this place. Cat Yi turned deathly pale and hid behind Jiang Che, stammering and asking what the hell this thing even was. The spirit kept repeating like a broken machine, "I am a patient, I must take medicine." The looped phrases grew more unstable, spiraling further into madness. It screamed constantly about medicine, the intensity rising. Jiang Che began piecing things together and suspected this might also be a player who had been trapped here. At that moment, violent banging came from outside, along with shouting that the door was locked from the inside. Cat Yi panicked and said someone was approaching. Jiang Che immediately pressed for medicine, urgently asking Cat Yi for it. Nervously, he finally pulled out a pill he had secretly kept from dinner. A two-colored capsule was handed to Jiang Che. He turned to the spirit, smiled calmly but calculatingly, and tempted it with the pill. The spirit swallowed it in a clear gulp. Its body froze for a brief moment. In a rare moment of clarity, it rasped that you and I are the same. Outside, the pounding on the door grew louder, followed by demands to open up immediately. Jiang Che urged the spirit to quickly reveal everything before it was too late. Tears rolled from the spirit's eyes as it spoke in broken fragments, warning them to open the door to save someone, and absolutely not to trust a certain person. Its words became fragmented, mentioning clues like the restroom and some deliberate conspiracy, forcing Jiang Che to press it urgently. Suddenly it let out a piercing scream, so loud both of them had to cover their ears in pain. Cat Yi cursed in panic while covering his ears, unable to understand whether such a sound could even come from a human. The spirit completely lost control again, screaming in madness, repeating the intent to kill everyone and demanding medicine non-stop. The Rabbathat figure Xiao Man finally spoke, warning that the spirit had already exceeded its limit, and its human consciousness was almost completely erased. Jiang Che froze and asked how it could have deteriorated that far. He began connecting the scattered fragments. Open door, restroom, broken phrases. A suspicion of a hidden conspiracy formed in his mind, but everything was still too fragmented to form a clear logic. Another voice suddenly shouted in panic that the nurses were getting closer. The door was smashed open, and 3 men rushed in with murderous intent, coldly asking what they were doing here. Cat Yi instantly reacted in panic and charged at them. He clung to one of the men, crying and screaming, as if pushed to the edge of survival. At the same time, he pointed at the beautiful maiden and accused him of attempting coercion. After speaking, his eyes flickered with hesitation and guilt, but he still told himself he had to do it to survive this instance. The beautiful maiden stood there, silently, eyes darkening, feeling a familiar sense of disappointment towards survival-driven betrayal. the scene shifted to another ward, much cleaner and quieter. Lee Changxi reported that Professor Sun had disappeared. He spoke calmly, but his eyes were filled with suspicion, wondering if the man had found a way out. The beautiful maidens silently thought that in a sense, he really had disappeared. The atmosphere turned tense. Dr. Zhang chimed in, admiringly, saying that with Professor Sun's intelligence, escaping should not be difficult, but it was unclear how far his research had gone. Li Changxi immediately objected, bringing up the idea of imprisoned souls. Dr. Zhang remained overly optimistic, claiming that not everyone could be bound if their will was strong enough. At that moment, a steady knocking sound broke the discussion. A female nurse entered with a gentle smile, announcing that the hospital had prepared dinner and nutritional medicine to calm everyone after the incident. The beautiful maiden held the meal and pill in her hand, but had no intention of using them at all. Dr. Zhang ate happily and asked why he was not eating. The beautiful maiden used the excuse of dieting to avoid gaining weight. Dr. Zhang immediately snatched the chicken leg and kept eating with satisfaction. The beautiful maiden only felt annoyed, thinking he should have taken the pill instead. Li Changxi came over and asked while holding the pill if he planned to take it. The beautiful maiden quickly refused, saying she was already full. Without hesitation, Li Changxi immediately put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it right after speaking. A cold voice interrupted their conversation. The nurse emphasized that no one was allowed to take pills for others, and each person must consume their own dose. As soon as she finished speaking, her face twisted horribly. Her skin became covered in blood-like streaks. Her nails stretched into sharp claws, and she growled for the pill to be returned immediately. Under that terrifying pressure, Li Changxi acted weak and pitiful, refusing to return it and pretending he had his own reasons for keeping it. Frustrated but helpless, the nurse took another pill from the box and handed it to the beautiful maiden again, treating it as a replacement dose. She leaned in close with her grotesque face and coldly threatened her, forcing her to swallow it immediately. At the same time, a mechanical system-like voice echoed. The nurse was a certified medical staff member whose duty was to ensure patients took their medication, especially those under strict doctor supervision, with zero room for error. The pressure intensified. She warned that refusal would lead to immediate surgery, pushing the beautiful maiden into panic and suspicion that the doctor had already been watching her. The distorted image and voice of the earlier entity resurfaced in her mind, repeatedly screaming for medicine in a mad loop. Those chaotic sounds refused to stop, as if parasitically embedded in her consciousness, constantly urging her to take the pill. In the mental turmoil, she realized a terrifying truth. This pill was not just treatment, but something that could create dependency. The Rabithat figure interrupted again, calmly advising her to just take it if there was no choice, claiming even the red pill's outcome would not matter in the endless loop, while bizarrely mentioning death and family meals. The beautiful maiden angrily warned him to stop talking nonsense. He continued calmly analyzing that once taken, another pill would not make a difference, and in her current situation, she had no real choice, pushing her further into a corner between the nurse's pressure and his cold reasoning. In the end, unable to resist both sides, the beautiful maiden reluctantly swallowed the pill. Seeing the goal achieved, the nurse gradually withdrew her grotesque appearance, turned toward the door, and told everyone to rest. Before leaving, she tossed a final goodnight and disappeared from the room. Once she confirmed no one was around, the beautiful maiden rushed into the bathroom, trying desperately to force out what she had just swallowed. The Rabithat figure placed a hand on her shoulder, calmly but firmly, saying the medicine had already taken effect and it was too late to reverse it, repeatedly mentioning the Chushan prison, pushing her into a half-believing, half-panicked state. Her mind became completely chaotic, thoughts colliding without order. She suddenly collapsed, while the Rabithat figure observed and asked about her dizziness. Unexpectedly, her consciousness became strangely clear, as if she had broken through a fog. The beautiful maiden stood up in shock, realizing her mind was much clearer, and her condition had stabilized to an almost unbelievable level. The Rabithat figure then explained that the Chushan prison actually existed deep within consciousness. There was no need for food or drink, wounds healed quickly, and more importantly, negative mental effects would be automatically removed upon returning. The beautiful maiden immediately asked if it was safe to leave this place, still holding on to hope. The Rabithat figure gave a vague answer, unable to guarantee anything. She instantly became excited, calling it a mobile recovery station that could restore peak condition any time. But before she could celebrate, he poured cold water on her, saying there were limits, and the real body outside could not be brought in. Even so, the beautiful maiden remained happy and repeatedly thanked him, acting overly enthusiastic, as if he had done a great favor. The Rabithat figure then suddenly changed tone, playfully asking to go to a water park next time. She immediately agreed and promised to prepare the best swimsuit for her. At that moment, a familiar voice came from outside the door, slightly anxious, asking why they were still not done, since someone was hungry for a late night snack. The beautiful girl walked out of the bathroom feeling instantly relieved. Sure, the drug effects were completely gone, and she got cheerful again while already thinking about fried chicken drumsticks for a late meal. Her mind started racing again with theories, thinking that without the Ju Tian prison bug, the enemy would struggle, and she had already gathered clues from the warehouse, bathroom, and a mysterious key card, even mentioning that Professor Sun learned lockpicking from Li Kuang, deciding she must leave the hospital to investigate further. She then turned to Li Changxi and invited him to sneak out tonight for stargazing as a small adventure. The wall clock showed exactly 10:15 p.m., and the entire place was eerily cold and silent. In the hospital room, a vague ghost-like existence hovered in the air, silently watching the sleeping patients. It let out a strange smile and muttered, confirming that everyone had fallen into a deep sleep, almost like death. The figure then withdrew, leaving a heavy atmosphere behind, while Jiang Che still pretended to sleep in tension. Once he was sure there was no movement, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Confirming it was safe for now, he signaled Li Changxi to get ready. Jiang Che stood guard, while Li Changxi tried to unlock the door with a special skill, and Jiang Che still doubted whether it would work. Li Changxi glanced back with full confidence, acting extremely arrogant as if it was nothing worth questioning. In the next second, the lock clicked open and the door swung wide, making Jiang Che unable to hide his shock and admiration. The two peeked their heads into the hallway, carefully observing the pitch-black space that seemed to swallow all light. Jiang Che activated his special vision ability to scan ahead, thinking the key clue was in the bathroom area and needed checking first. Finding no movement, he cautiously moved toward the bathroom zone and began searching every corner. Not stopping at one spot, he continued checking multiple bathrooms for any trace. After a while, Jiang Che rubbed his eyes in exhaustion, feeling like his vision was being slowly drained. He could not help but complain in his mind, wondering who built 8 bathrooms on the same floor, forcing his ability to overwork and risk overload. At that moment, Li Changxi walked over and asked what he was doing, reminding him about the stargazing plan, forcing Jiang Che to quickly make up a lie about going out for some late night food first. The other guy still acted casually and asked innocently if Jiang Che was hungry, and Jiang Che forced himself to stay calm and said it was just personal business. Seeing Jiang Che keep entering the bathroom repeatedly, the other began to feel suspicious, since they had already gone in and out of the VKFC area many times. So, Jiang Che quickly added another excuse, saying he was not used to those bathrooms and was very picky like a girl, needing a place that felt right. Hearing that, he completely believed it and even admired it, thinking this level of pickiness was worth learning from. After walking a bit further, a strange glowing door appeared ahead, flickering with an unnatural light. Jiang Che excitedly assumed it was a bathroom and was about to enter, but Li Changxi stopped him and warned that the second-floor women's restroom area was not safe. Even after hearing the warning, Jiang Che still looked curious on the outside, but inside he was annoyed at wasting so much effort. At that moment, Li Changxi showed clear fear, quickly finding an excuse to leave, suddenly remembering he still had a late night meal to eat, and ran off immediately, leaving Jiang Che confused that even non-humans feared this place. After the other disappeared, Jiang Che immediately drew a blood-red saber, preparing for any danger. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside, old lights flickered on and off, making the space feel distorted. Suddenly, a strange cold wind blew straight at him even though the room was completely sealed. Jiang Che dodged instinctively, tense and confused, wondering how wind could exist in a closed room. When he turned back, he saw a long-haired female ghost silently closing in from behind, her face pale and red as if about to touch him. His gaze then shifted upward to the light bulb, where sparks of electricity began to crackle strangely. Above, an old ghost woman was clinging to the bulb, greeting him with a hoarse and eerie voice. The scene froze Jiang Che in place, leaving him completely unable to react. Jiang Che was tense and helpless, just staring blankly at the unbelievable situation in front of him. He cursed inwardly, unable to understand what this thing even was, feeling it looked less like horror and more like some absurd staged performance. The old ghost woman mistook his reaction for fear, smugly thinking a little more pressure would complete the task. Jiang cautiously asked if she was not afraid of getting electrocuted while hanging on the light bulb. The old ghost calmly replied that it was just part of her job. Jiang Che fell silent for a moment, then casually told her to continue doing her job. The old ghost happily agreed right away. Suddenly, both the old ghost and the female ghost screamed in unison after noticing something abnormal. They panicked and asked if Jiang Che could actually see them, but he calmly replied with a blunt comment about the female ghost's breath, freezing the entire atmosphere. The room fell into awkward silence as both ghosts looked at each other in embarrassment. In the end, they panicked, hugged each other, and fled the scene in an instant. While escaping, the female ghost screamed in panic, covering herself and shouting that she had been seen while not wearing underwear, completely humiliated. The old ghost also panicked and asked if they had dropped anything important while fleeing. But the female ghost was already in full panic mode, saying survival mattered more than anything else now. Jiang Che stood there confused, even waving at the empty air, wondering why the ghosts ran away, and thinking he should have been the one scared instead. Then his eyes fell to the ground, and he noticed something unusual near his feet. Jiang Che froze slightly, a suspicion forming in his mind. It looked like a special kind of access card. A small card lay quietly on the floor, as if it had been placed there on purpose. When he picked it up, the system immediately announced it as a key mission item, a universal unlock card, warning that possessing it was not simple at all. At that moment, Xiao Man detected abnormal movement outside, and quickly warned Jiang Che that someone was approaching. The two immediately left the room and spotted a panicked patient running away in the corridor. Jiang Che quickly questioned whether the person was a player, spirit, or hospital staff, while Xiao Man confirmed she was unsure, but had memorized the aura for future identification. The next day, in the noisy hospital cafeteria, Xiao Man placed her hand on Jiang Che's shoulder and silently pointed toward a target in the crowd. Following her direction, Jiang Che saw a group of patients surrounding a standout man, and after closer inspection, he suspected this was the same person from last night, though Xiao Man admitted she still could not fully gauge his strength. The gray-haired man in the center kept boasting that he had awakened a brief future prediction ability, shocking everyone around him. He continued exaggerating, claiming the skill activated in seconds, but had extremely high accuracy, further convincing the crowd. Jiang Che sighed in annoyance, already judging the man as clearly abnormal. He asked Li Changxi about the man's identity, while Li Changxi casually ate a chicken drumstick and replied that he was quite famous. Li Changxi continued listing exaggerated achievements, making the story even more unbelievable while the man kept boasting about his so-called future vision. After thinking it over, Jiang Che suspected the man was not just a patient, but might also be hiding his identity like others, so he decided to observe more closely. Jiang Che and Chu Gejia secretly watched from behind, discussing his true identity, while the man was labeled a classic mental patient with a history of strange incidents in the ward. Jiang Che stared at him, still unsure if he was faking it, while Chu Gejia sighed and said everyone here seemed insane, making it impossible to tell truth from lies. Suddenly, Chu Gejia laughed confidently and said he had a method. He took out 2 cards and explained they were a reward from a hidden quest called the Lie Poker Cards, used to test whether a statement is true or false. Chu Gi-da spun the card in his hand with a smug look, declaring he would use it to expose the opponent's identity, seeing this as the moment to show his real skills. A man with orange hair nearby was overly excited, even showing strange admiration towards Superfly, making the atmosphere chaotic. Chu Gi-da pushed straight into the middle, roughly shoving the orange-haired man aside to clear the way for the test. He immediately switched to a ridiculous tone, inviting the opponent to play cards and even making provocative, weird remarks, causing the man to refuse out of disgust. Jiang Che then stepped forward and approached Superfly, saying he wanted to buy his watch. Superfly replied that he only had a Patek Philippe worth 8 million, then asked if Jiang Che had enough money, and Jiang Che confirmed he did but requested to inspect it first. Superfly handed over a glowing green marker and told him to extend his hand for a test. Jiang Che agreed while nearby medical staff mocked them and left, thinking they were all insane. Jiang Che signaled Chu Ge-da, confirming it was time to act, and the other immediately responded. Chu Ge-da raised the card in front of Superfly, preparing to start the verification question. Superfly looked on as Chu Ge-da moved closer and asked the key question directly. Caught off guard, Superfly angrily cursed back, insisting he was not insane. The first card displayed the result. His answer was true. Chu Ge-da continued and asked if he was a challenger, his tone slightly cautious. Superfly looked confused, saying he did not know what a challenger was and insisted he was just Superfly. Both of them immediately looked at the card result. The second card also confirmed his answer was true. Jiang Che began rethinking the situation, ruling out both insanity and challenger status, gradually leaning toward another conclusion. He thought the man might just be a normal person trapped in the hospital, trying to adapt and hide his true identity. Jiang Che stated his conclusion, saying he was just an ordinary patient being held here, trying to reassure him. He continued, saying they could help him escape if he cooperated. The man started wavering, losing his earlier arrogance. He admitted his name was Chen Fei and said he was originally a normal person who did not know why he was brought here. Chen Fei said he had been locked up since waking up, and no one believed he was normal, also recalling terrifying scenes of nurses handling patients. He continued in fear, saying that if he was exposed as normal, the consequences would be even worse. Still half drawing the watch on his hand, he begged them to save him and said he would do anything, while Jiang Che began linking this to the mission of getting him out. Jiang Che looked at the markings on his hand and asked if there was a hidden exit, and Chen Fei replied there was none, except a fenced park area that could be escaped from but required a key. Jiang Che paused and asked where the key was and if it could be obtained. Chen Fei sighed and said it was impossible because the director's office door could only be opened with a special access card. As Chen Fei was still thinking, Jiang Che calmly said he could unlock it. Hearing this, Chen Fei immediately became excited and agreed, scheduling the operation for 9 p.m. Jiang Che and Chu Gada hid behind large rocks. While observing, Chu Gada whispered that everything felt too easy, and the target being exposed so smoothly made it hard to feel at ease. Jiang Che told him to continue secretly monitoring tonight and report any new clues. He also admitted Chu Gada had a point, as the target not only appeared quickly, but also revealed too much information, creating a lingering sense of unease. Chu Gada curiously asked if Jiang Che had figured out how to open the ward door. Jiang Che reluctantly explained that his roommate was a lock-picking expert. Hearing this, Chu Gada was impressed, saying even fingerprint locks could be handled, which was extremely skilled. Jiang Che asked which room he was in so they could ask for help later. Chu Gada replied briefly that he was in room 667. At night, Jiang Che shook Li Changxi awake, repeatedly calling him until he finally woke up groggily and asked what was going on. Without wasting time, Jiang Che took out a pill as a reward and asked Li Changxi to help open the door. Seeing the pill, Li Changxi immediately took it and confidently claimed lockpicking was his specialty. Jiang Che also asked him to open room 667, and he agreed enthusiastically. With a single click, the lock was opened. As they left the room, Chu Gada leaned close to Jiang Che and whispered that his roommate was extremely reliable, always useful at critical moments. Jiang Che smiled meaningfully and asked if he had gathered any new information. Chu Gada put on a pair of black glasses and confidently claimed he had obtained a special item that allowed him to see spirits. The system immediately complained, reminding him it was just spirit energy glasses, not the X-ray vision goggles he imagined. Jiang Che looked at Chu Gada wearing black glasses in the middle of the night and asked if he could still see clearly. Chu Gada proudly admitted he actually could not see very well. Meanwhile, Li Changxi kept yawning and slowly walked back to his room to sleep. Saying he was going back to sleep, Li Changxi left. The clock now showed 12:39 a.m., and they were at the treatment department on the first floor. At the end of the dark corridor, Chen Fei had been waiting for a long time. Seeing them arrive, he urgently said they were finally here. Chen Fei lowered his voice and explained that the director's office was behind an operating room. He had spent a long time locating it and even obtained a special card to open the operating room door. Arriving at the location, Chen Fei carefully opened the outer door. As the door creaked open, a horrifying scene appeared with countless bloodstains everywhere. Blood splattered across the floor, with strange dragging marks, clearly showing something extremely violent had happened here. Chen Fei trembled and pointed to the door beside it, whispering that it was the director's office. Under Chen Fei's hopeful gaze, Jiang Che took out the universal unlock card and tried to open the door. The three of them stepped into the director's office. Contrary to expectations, the room was clean and unusually orderly, with no signs of chaos. After scanning the room, Chen Fei firmly stated that the key must be inside the desk drawer. He pulled the drawer open, but it was completely empty. Chen Fei froze in disbelief, as he had previously heard from a nurse that the key was stored here. At that moment, footsteps mixed with the sound of a rolling wheel echoed from the corridor. All three immediately turned toward the sound. Jiang Che felt annoyed, realizing someone had arrived just when they were about to succeed. The door to the room slowly opened. The director walked in with an unreadable smile. Behind him, a spirit pushed a wheelchair carrying a patient. The system then explained that the team was using a concealment skill called spiritual flame. It erased their presence to avoid detection, at the cost of their bodies feeling slightly hot. The director sat calmly at his desk, his smile never fading. Behind him, the three of them held their breath in tension, sweating non-stop. The spirit stopped the wheelchair, directly in front of the director. Chuga-da whispered that he recognized the person in the wheelchair as the patient from the next room. Jiang Che asked whether he was a real patient or a challenger, but Chen Fei could only shake his head uncertainly. The director flipped through the medical file and smiled as he spoke. Wu Xiaoming, hello. Wu Xiaoming responded nervously to Director He's greeting. Without beating around the bush, the director asked if he had heard that Wu Xiaoming always claimed to be a challenger and wanted to know what that concept actually meant. Still smiling calmly, the director said he had met many people like this before. They all believed they were in a challenge and refused medication, fearing it would affect their mental state. He even laughed as he said, those people had to pretend to be real psychiatric patients, because if they acted poorly, the nurses would punish them severely. These words made Wu Xiaoming break into a cold sweat, his expression turning increasingly panicked. The director continued slowly, with a strange smile, mentioning that someone once said that surviving 15 days in the hospital would allow them to leave. Hearing this, both Jiang Che and Chuga-da were completely shocked. The director continued asking questions. He looked straight at Wu Xiaoming and asked if he believed all of this was just a game-like challenge. Seeing the other remain silent and sweating, he concluded that silence was already an answer, meaning he had guessed correctly. The director then curiously asked another question, saying he had heard challengers could revive after death, and asked if that was true. Without waiting for an answer, he escalated the pressure with a hypothesis. If Wu Xiaoming were killed right now, and the nurses waited to see him revive, how would he respond? At this point, Wu Xiaoming's face had already turned deathly pale. In a serious tone that since Wu Xiaoming always believed this was just a trial, he would give him one last chance to give up right now. Wu Xiaoming tensely replied that he had already taken the director's medicines, and if he chose to quit now, his mental state would suffer severe damage. The director spread his arms and coldly stated that this was just a normal mental hospital, and everyone here was a patient. He even mentioned someone who believed he could fly and ended up jumping from a height and dying. Standing in front of Wu Xiaoming and the three hiding people, the director declared there were no challengers here at all. In his view, it was just an illusion created by patients trying to escape reality. Wu Xiaoming's expression changed drastically as he loudly denied it. He accused the director of trying to brainwash him and declared he would leave immediately. The director only smiled calmly and said he would not stop him. That overly relaxed attitude instead made Wu Xiaoming more terrified, thinking it was a trap. His composure completely collapsed. In desperation, Wu Xiaoming screamed that anyone who abandoned the trial would go insane, so he could not quit. The director clasped his hands and said he had heard this kind of excuse countless times. If Wu Xiaoming wanted to prove his belief, he could simply walk out. From behind, Jiang Che subconsciously grabbed Chuga-da. His mind was in chaos, as it was the first time he had seen someone openly talk about a challenge in front of a supposed challenger. Wu Xiaoming's hands trembled violently as he kept reminding himself he was a challenger, and this was a demon world, not reality. But his mental state kept wavering. He wondered if he should give up, yet remembered that quitting would lead to madness, so he did not dare choose either way. His face turned completely pale as sweat poured down non-stop. He could only keep telling himself that surviving 15 days meant he could leave. The director pointed at his own head and continued sowing doubt, asking what if everything Wu Xiaoming believed was just his own imagination. Those words hit his psyche directly. Wu Xiaoming's eyes went blank as he muttered that maybe everything really was just his illusion. In the end, he completely lost the ability to distinguish reality. His logic collapsed, and he admitted he was just a mental patient, while the demon world and challengers did not exist. Seeing his goal achieved, the director smiled in satisfaction and calmly ordered that it was time to begin. The ghost behind him slowly removed Wu Xiaoming's glasses and raised a sharp object high. In an instant, the object stabbed straight into Wu Xiaoming's right eye, causing him to scream in agony. When the weapon was pulled out, blood dripped down continuously, and his right eye was completely gone. The ghost then took out a syringe filled with a strange liquid. He injected the entire fluid into the place where the eye had been removed. A bizarre phenomenon occurred. as the missing eye rapidly regenerated, returning to perfect condition, as if nothing had happened. The ghost looked at Wu Xiaoming in confusion and asked again whether he still believed he was a challenger. But Wu Xiaoming's memory seemed to have been erased. He only smiled foolishly and begged for his medicine. The director stood up, opened the drawer, took out a bunch of keys, and ordered Wu Xiaoming to be sent to room 6. He then coldly declared that none of the so-called challengers would ever leave this hospital. After the director and the others left, the atmosphere slowly calmed down. Chu Gada finally dared to whisper and ask Jiang Che if he saw the key ring earlier. Jiang Che immediately confirmed that he had seen it clearly. Jiang Che glanced at the desk drawer and urged everyone to quickly take the keys and leave before anyone returned. While searching for the key ring, Jiang Che pieced together what he had just witnessed. First, the challenger is forced to lose rationality. Without awareness, they cannot trigger revival, and they begin to believe they are just patients. Then, they are continuously drugged until their mind is fully destroyed and they become dependent. Clenching the key ring, Jiang Che felt a chill run down his spine. Even if challengers could revive, with severe drug dependence, escaping the hospital would be nearly impossible. The scene shifted to the silent iron gate outside the hospital. Jiang Che inserted the newly obtained key into the lock and forcefully opened the gate. The three immediately rushed outside. While running, Chu Ge-da repeated the director's words that no challenger could escape, then nervously asked if their true identities had already been discovered. Jiang Che calmly replied that it could not be ruled out, and the director might already have a list of suspected targets, just like when he was taken away by nurses before. Chu Ge-da was still confused, asking why they had not already been taken away for surgery if they were suspected. While panting, Jiang Che analyzed that they likely only act once. They are fully certain of a target's identity and always avoid exposing any weakness. Jiang Che looked up at the night sky and told himself that as long as they left the hospital's range, this mission would be considered complete. After moving further, the group arrived at a high watchtower. From the rocky platform at the top, the three of them looked into the distance. The scene in front of them made Jiang Che curse out loud. Before them was an endless ocean, completely blocking their escape route. Jiang Che angrily shouted, blaming the dungeon for trapping them, with no way out. Chen Fei collapsed to his knees, falling heavily onto the ground in pain. He kept pounding the stone floor and screaming, unable to understand how everything had turned out this way. Chu Ge-da stared blankly and said there was not even a lifeboat, wondering if they had to swim across the sea to escape. Jiang Che shook his head, saying no dungeon is ever a dead end, and there must still be another way, so they should return to search for clues. Hearing this, Chen Fei's eyes turned red as he choked out whether they really intended to go back to the mental hospital. He clenched his fists and said everyone had already seen the truth. The hospital people did not care who was sick or not, and their only goal was to turn everyone into mindless shells. He refused to go back to that terrifying place. Jiang Che looked at Chen Fei and placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. He said the gate had already been opened and the key was in their hands, so once they found a way off the island, they would leave immediately, without hesitation. Hearing this, Chen Fei fell silent. Tears slowly rolled down his face. He wiped them away and hoarsely said he trusted them and hoped they would truly get him out of this twisted place. After returning to the dark director's office, the dim light was lit again. Seeing Jiang Che still searching through old books on the shelf, Chu Ge-da asked in confusion why they were back in the director's office when he had just said they would rest. Jiang Che continued searching, while explaining that he felt he had missed a very important clue. He then urged Chu Ge-da to stop standing around and help search. At that moment, Xiao Man appeared beside Jiang Che and seriously reminded him about the rules of this world. She explained that for humans in the demon world, the existence of challengers was never a secret. Xiao Man added that the demons Jiang Che had encountered all followed certain rules, while challengers completed missions to gain rewards. The demons inside the dungeon also had their own objectives they needed to fulfill. In her words, challengers looked like NPCs to demons, just as demons looked like NPCs to challengers. Both sides were bound by dungeon rules that maintained balance. After hearing this, Jiang Che immediately understood. He realized that even Xiao Man and other powerful beings inside the dungeon were restricted by preset rules, and challengers were no exception. Continuing his reasoning, Jiang Che noticed this trial was completely different from the previous dark train. It could not be cleared by simply eliminating all demons. He also recalled the warning about an absolutely untrustworthy person mentioned by the warehouse survivor. Jiang Che's thoughts were interrupted when Chu Ge-da suddenly shouted for him to come over, saying he had found something important. It turned out that after lifting the carpet, Chu Gada had discovered a hidden door underneath. Jiang Che was also shocked. The two opened the hidden entrance and used their weak flashlight to examine the space below. After confirming there was no immediate danger, they decided to go down and investigate further. Jiang Che secretly activated his ghost eye ability to carefully scan the area, determined to find the crucial hidden clue. But the moment he did, the scene before him made his expression turn pale. In front of them was a gray-haired man completely submerged in a massive water tank, leaving both of them frozen in shock. Chu Gada shouted in shock without thinking. Looking closer, he immediately recognized the person inside the water tank as Chen Fei, making both of them even more shaken. Jiang Che quickly asked Chu Gada if he still remembered the clue about the challenger spirit in the warehouse. At that moment, both of them recalled the warning left by that challenger, "Save them, and absolutely do not trust that man." Thinking of this, Jiang Che's expression grew even more serious. The next morning, two nurses whispered that the director had specially instructed them to find a chance to send the two of them for surgery. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Che and Chu Gada were secretly hiding nearby and listening. After piecing everything together, Jiang Che concluded that it was not only Wu Xiaoming who had been sent for surgery yesterday. Combined with the system's hint, it was very likely that tomorrow it would be his and Chu Gada's turn. At that moment, Chen Fei approached them and reminded them that their watch might be due for maintenance. While carefully redrawing the watch design, Chen Fei lowered his voice and revealed an important piece of information. Every 3 months, a supply ship would dock at the island to deliver materials for the hospital. He looked directly at Jiang Che and emphasized again that the supply ship would arrive tonight, and there was only one chance. Hearing this, Jiang Che immediately finalized the plan and decided to act tonight. After Chen Fei left the area, Chu Gada leaned in and asked nervously what Jiang Che was really planning and whether he still intended to keep pretending with that guy. Jiang Che calmly replied that based on what they found in the office last night, the supply ship was indeed arriving today. The person beside him immediately objected, saying that the man was clearly fake and capturing him would not help complete the mission. After a moment of thought, Jiang Che decided to temporarily cooperate with him while revealing he had formed a new theory about the real target. Inside the patient ward area, both Li Changxi and Dr. Zhen were drawn in at the same time, their eyes shining as if they had seen something extremely rare, shock written clearly on their faces. Li Changxi could barely hide his greed, saying these were top-tier items rarely seen, then asked where she got them. Jiang Che immediately guessed in his mind that he must have sneaked into the director's office to steal them. Jiang Che looked at him directly and asked bluntly, "Is this guy really able to open any lock?" The man replied without hesitation that as long as he had enough tools, he could handle any type of lock. Jiang Che handed him a pill and assigned him the task of reopening room 61 tonight as before. Li Changxi immediately agreed without hesitation. Dr. Zhen beside him also showed obvious greed, trying to ask for more, but Li Changxi immediately refused, firmly keeping his share. Jiang Che continued connecting the clues. Earlier, the director mentioned Wu Xiaoming would be sent to room 61. It was very likely a common trap targeting high-risk individuals, pushing them into situations where escape was impossible. Thinking of that room, Jiang Che began to suspect what exactly was hidden inside room 61, feeling it was far from simple. The group was already standing in front of room 61, while Li Changxi focused on picking the lock. After a few movements, the door slowly opened. The moment it cracked open, the scene inside left them frozen in place. Spirits hanging from the ceiling, their bodies in hanging positions like they had been executed, cold and terrifying. Chu Gada trembled and stammered, asking if these spirits were the dead challengers from before. Chen Fei impatiently grabbed Jiang Che, urging him forward in frustration, reminding him of his promise to get him out of here. Jiang Che slowly drew his weapon, his voice icy, telling him not to rush. He said everything would end very quickly, in the blink of an eye. With a single clean slash, all the spirits inside were released. Jiang Che calmly announced that they were now free and could leave. The awakened spirits were all in shock, unable to believe it. The system suddenly issued a notification, confirming the hidden mission of freeing imprisoned souls was completed, rewarding Spirit Gathering Grass and Ghost Thread. Spirit Gathering Grass could restore mental damage, while Ghost Thread was an almost invisible but extremely sharp and dangerous material. Spirit Gathering Grass could treat mental-related injuries, and even tasted quite decent when brewed. Ghost Thread, on the other hand, was an almost invisible filament, razor-sharp to the point that a single mistake could lead to instant cutting. Jiang Che stored his weapon back into his spatial storage. A thought flashed through his mind. So-called freedom only meant sending those spirits off this cursed island, while escaping as a normal challenger was nearly impossible. Chen Fei grew impatient again and urged them forward, asking if everything was done. Jiang Che replied briefly, his voice low, "Let's go." The heavy iron gate was pulled open. The director looked at them and asked in mild surprise why all three were leaving in the middle of the night. He continued in an annoyed tone, saying patients wandering around at night would cause serious trouble for the hospital. Jiang Che sneered coldly, as if there was no need to keep pretending anymore. He drew his weapon, immediately shifting into combat stance. His voice turned icy, no more talking. Without hesitation, Jiang Che charged straight in. The director's spirit form floated forward to meet him head-on. The enemy swung down a heavy strike, but Jiang Che dodged cleanly. Jiang Che tightened his grip, preparing to counterattack. He aimed at the opponent's neck and delivered a decisive slash. But in that instant, he realized the attack had completely missed, freezing him for a brief moment. The spirit let out a mocking laugh. It quickly retreated, widening the distance. Chuga Da became flustered, unsure of what to do in this situation. He awkwardly suggested they should just stand aside and watch the fight, trying to keep things peaceful. The director glanced at him and coldly remarked that his soul was quite strong and unusually pure. Hearing this, Chuga Da felt a chill down his spine and forced a nervous laugh. But the director had no intention of stopping, beginning to gather spiritual power. He said he would free him quickly, his tone turning dangerous. Chuga Da's eyes widened in panic. His body went weak as intense mental pain surged through him, realizing he was under a spiritual attack. On Jiang Che's side, he was still locked in battle with the director's spirit form and its strange abilities. Jiang Che cursed inwardly, finding the ability extremely difficult to deal with. The enemy spirit continued its frenzied assault. Sharp ice-like projectiles kept flying in, making it extremely hard for Jiang Che to dodge. Frustrated and under pressure, Jiang Che realized he could not even touch the opponent while being constantly suppressed, forcing him to rethink his approach. Xiao Man suddenly appeared, reminding him that some special ghost entities, even if low-level, are immune to most physical attacks. Normally, Jiang Che could handle them easily, but this type operated under a different system. She added that Chu Ge Da's firepower could help, but right now he had nothing useful on him. Jiang Che instinctively turned his head, his eyes showing a hint of worry. That moment of distraction created an opening, and an ice projectile instantly pierced through his defense. Xiao Man immediately warned him not to lose focus like that again, saying that fighting demons could not rely on raw strength alone. Jiang Che quickly asked if there was any way to deal with this situation. Xiao Man calmly replied that she did have a method, but she would not intervene unless he was on the verge of death. She also warned that if both she and Chu Ge Da were ever gone, he would be completely helpless against spirits. Her words made Jiang Che hesitate for a moment, a cold feeling rising in his chest. It sounded like a grim warning about an inevitable outcome. He quickly dodged another wave of attacks, while reminding himself not to rely on external power anymore. Even with ghost assistance, the enemy was still untouchable. A thought began to swirl in Jiang Che's mind. There had to be a way to physically hit this spirit. If he stayed passive, it would only lead to death. His eyes locked onto the director's spirit, and a new idea suddenly sparked. He might have found the answer. How could he touch an existence like this? After another careful observation, a risky plan formed in Jiang Che's mind. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Got it. Without hesitation, he immediately accelerated forward. He charged straight through the dense rain of ice projectiles, meant to crush his path. When the distance was close enough, he suddenly twisted his body and leapt backward, creating a tiny shift in rhythm. The director's spirit sneered coldly, as if watching a final desperate struggle. But right after that, his expression froze, and the smile vanished. He realized he was surrounded by thin spiritual threads like hair, binding him from all directions, turning panic into shock at what was restraining him. Jiang Che curled his lips slightly, his gaze cold and calculated. He pulled the thread system tight and ended it like a finished game, the enemy spirit collapsing instantly into disintegration. The spiritual thread sliced the target into countless fragments in a split second. Jiang Che calmly explained this binding technique was once used in Room 61, so applying it to a spirit doctor was perfectly logical, and Xiao Man admitted his precise calculation. His voice stayed cold and short. Now go deal with Zhu Ge. On Zhu Ge's side, he was drowning in curses and toxic memories, each wave trying to crush his will from within. Dean Chen stood behind him, excitedly amplifying mental attacks to destroy his consciousness. He believed breaking the mind would allow him to devour the remaining soul easily. But Zhuge suddenly laughed dryly, showing pure disdain and no sign of being shaken. Dean Chen quickly sensed something was wrong, his expression tightening. Zhuge stood up as his aura shifted, speaking with determination, asking if they still thought he was an easy target to crush. Dean Chen froze in disbelief that a crank mental attack was blocked by a drank challenger. Zhuge drew his cold blade, his eyes sharpening. He said the opponent was stronger, but chose the wrong way to attack. He pointed his sword at Dean Chen and shouted, "End it now." A blue flame erupted violently, engulfing Dean Chen in an instant. Jiang Che raised his hand to block the intense heat and light. When everything faded, only a charred corpse remained, still smoking. Zhuge stood before the ruins, proud as if he had just achieved a great victory. He turned to Jiang Che, surprised the battle was already over, saying he came to help but Jiang Che finished it first. He smiled confidently, saying his effort was not wasted, and the result was quite impressive. As things calmed down, Chen Fei quietly stepped out from behind a nearby rock, still tense. He gasped for breath, like he had escaped death, muttering curses, before thanking Jiang Che's group for resolving the fight. At that moment, the red blade in Jiang Che's hand suddenly moved. A decisive slash shot forward without hesitation, beheading Chen Fei on the spot. The falling head still showed a blank, confused expression, unable to understand what just happened. The remaining eyes stared toward Jiang Che and Zhuge in complete shock. Jiang Che looked at the corpse coldly and said in a low voice, "You handled every enemy but forgot you were one too. That acting was decent, only missing an award," while he pieced together all the clues. According to his analysis, Chen Fei was never simple from the beginning, and his sudden appearance made them suspect his identity. Events like Wu Xiaoming's act and the dean's pressure were layers of smoke to force them off the island early and focus attention on the only survivor, Chen Fei. Even failed surgeries and obstructing doctors were part of a plan to keep things unstable and prevent suspicion too early. Jiang Che concluded that no matter how the plan unfolded, the real target was always controlled by a larger force. He coldly asked, "Am I right, Dean Chen?" Chen Fei showed shock and asked how he saw through everything. Jiang Che replied that they never believed in such perfect coincidences, and even suspected he himself was trapped on this island. He raised an item as evidence, pointing out even the spirits in storage were part of the plan to guide them toward the key exit card. However, some spirits still left clues before their memories were completely erased. With too many coincidences stacking up, it was no longer coincidence but a deliberate design, and Zhuge followed up, saying he should stop pretending because everything was already exposed. Jiang Che pointed out the key issue. If both the dean and attending doctors were spirit entities, there had to be a controller behind the entire system, and he traced it back through documents signed by Dean Chen Fei. From the classified files found in the office, the true identity of the final mastermind gradually came into focus. Chen Fei picked up his severed head, his voice filled with rage as he mentioned those he had once manipulated in the storage facility. He calmly placed the head back onto his body, as if nothing had happened, speaking with contempt and admitting everything had been part of a deliberate plan. He said he needed challengers in order to leave this damned island, and every arrangement was made for that purpose. He continued expressing his hatred and exhaustion after years of being imprisoned, here, seeing everything as an endless cycle of torture. Jiang Che frowned slightly at the boastful man and mocked him, asking if he would really take away countless lives just for his own freedom, questioning what those imprisoned spirits had done to deserve it. Chen Fei roared in loss of control, veins bulging, insisting it was simply survival of the fittest, where the weak were only tools for the strong. Jiang Che suddenly changed tone, half joking and half provoking, saying there might still be another way, and not to conclude so early. Chen Fei's expression darkened, his smile twisting as he declared there was no need to act anymore, promising to erase the two in front of him and find replacements if necessary to escape the island. Jiang Che drew his sword instantly, not giving him time to continue, while Zhuge rushed in from behind to assist as their aura exploded outward. Once again, Jiang Che's blade swept down coldly, aimed straight for Chen Fei's head. But Chen Fei calmly picked up his head again, as if nothing mattered, speaking with arrogance. He mocked that decapitation or piercing attacks were meaningless, since his ability allowed instant body reconstruction, making injuries vanish in seconds. Another slash came down without hesitation. Jiang Che smirked coldly and said this type of so-called immortality was nothing rare, something he had seen before, just flawed copies at best. He continued, unleashing rapid strikes, forcing Chen Fei into panic as he begged them to stop so he could finish speaking. Holding his reattached head, Chen Fei screamed in rage and despair, claiming their mission had already failed, and they had no choice but death or mental collapse. Jiang Che tilted his head calmly and asked who told him their mission had failed. Chen Fei sneered and mocked them for refusing to face reality. At that moment, his body began showing signs of abnormal disintegration, freezing him in shock. The decay spread rapidly as he screamed in terror, unable to understand why his supposedly immune body was now collapsing. Jiang Che calmly explained that it was not a normal attack, but the consequence of his ability's nature, where his so-called immortality was actually just body duplication, while the true body was trapped under the world's rules and could not escape, forcing him to operate through substitutes. As the truth was revealed, Chen Fei screamed in disbelief, unable to accept that his plan had been exposed so completely. He struggled desperately, insisting he still held the key and control, and that knowledge alone could not change the outcome. Jiang Che stepped closer and mocked him, summarizing his assumption that without the key, they could not enter the operating room or the hidden chamber, and even if they did, they could not defeat him. He immediately refuted it, revealing that his companion could unlock every ward in the hospital. Li Changxi had already completely destroyed Chen Fei's secret laboratory. Jiang Che calmly stated that the real target of this mission was Li Changxi, the only normal human left on the island. Hearing this, Chen Fei finally understood everything, falling into stunned despair and bitter regret as he realized the person he underestimated was the decisive factor. In desperation, Chen Fei kept repeating that all he ever wanted was freedom. Jiang Che responded coldly that absolute freedom does not exist in this world, ending everything with a final farewell to Dean Chen Fei. Jiang Che and Chu Cat Da quickly boarded the boat waiting offshore, and the system immediately announced mission completion for helping the only normal human escape the island. The rewards were a rating increase from level 5 to level 7, 5 demonic power, plus items like the substitute doll, fine bone artifact, and a patient uniform set. The patient uniform had mental stabilizing effects and soft material, making it suitable even as casual clothing. Jiang Che was very satisfied with the rewards, thinking this was the hardest challenge so far, and the payout was worth it, with 3 spirit items and 1 drank forbidden item. His demonic power had reached 470 points, only 30 away from breaking into C rank. Suddenly, Chu Cat Da called out to Jiang Che with curiosity. He asked how Jiang Che managed to uncover the entire truth. Jiang Che explained that from their first meeting, Li Changse had stood out, since someone insisting he was not insane but a freak was clearly not normal. But the real suspicion came when he voluntarily took the medication for Jiang Che. He analyzed that after every meal, nurses gave identical medicine, and Li Changxi had never asked for extra before, so that sudden behavior was highly abnormal. So before acting, Jiang Che deliberately revealed his identity to Li Changxi, and if he were truly insane, he would not understand. Then Jiang Che exposed more clues to guide him into the secret room and eliminate Chen Fei's true body. Not long after, Li Changxi slowly walked toward the two of them. He reached out his hand, formally introducing himself again as Li Changxi. With sincerity, he thanked them for helping him. However, he also admitted he had nothing to repay them with right now. Jiang Che smiled politely and said it was unnecessary since they only achieved their own objectives. Li Changxi believed they would definitely meet again in the future. Jiang Che also smiled and said that if fate allowed, they would meet again. Immediately after, he told Chu Cat Da it was time to leave the dungeon, and Chu Cat Da activated the system to exit. But at that moment, an unexpected event suddenly made Jiang Che freeze. Just as his body was about to teleport out, Jiang Che saw a fast-moving object shooting up from beneath the sea toward him at extreme speed. After seeing it clearly, Jiang Che turned pale and shouted in shock, "What the hell is that? An evil scarecrow?" Meanwhile, Xiao Meng was still fast asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. Jiang Che rubbed his temples tiredly, feeling an increasing sense of unease. At that moment, Xiao Man appeared beside him and asked what had happened. Jiang Che immediately mentioned the heart of the king that had appeared on the train, and Xiao Man confirmed she remembered it and asked what was wrong with it. He repeated what Captain Yan had said, that the Radiant Light Society was plotting to create a new king, and asked if it was really possible. Xiao Man dismissed the idea, saying a king could not simply be manufactured, and most likely they only obtained the corpse of a previous host, rather than creating a new one. Even after hearing the explanation, Jiang Che still felt uneasy, sensing things were not that simple. the scene shifted to the real world in Lin Hai City, where the eastern stronghold of Squad 326 had been completely destroyed, with corpses, machinery, and broken weapons scattered across a sea of flames. Yang Qingqing was severely injured, struggling to crawl forward in search of help. Suddenly, someone stepped hard on her injured arm, making her scream in agony. The woman pretended to apologize for stepping on her, but she was actually Enforcer number 23 of the Radiant Light Society, accompanied by Enforcer number 3, known as the Ghost Shadow Slave. The man slowly walked forward, smiling confidently, and praising Squad 326 for their impressive investigative skills. He said that in less than 5 days, they had tracked down and destroyed all of the Radiant Light Society's arrangements, even stealing their prepared items. Then, he looked at Yang Qingqing and regretted that someone of her talent was working for the Ghost Bureau, ordering her to hand over the king's finger. Yang Qingqing forced herself up, her eyes full of contempt, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. She coldly replied that she would never hand it over and allow the Radiant Light Society to continue nurturing demons. As soon as she finished speaking, she drew her weapon and declared that they would never reclaim the king's finger. At that tense moment, a phone on someone's body suddenly rang with a familiar melody. Xu Kong immediately stepped forward to check the phone. The screen showed Mom calling, and he calmly pressed to answer. On the other end, a gentle mother asked why her daughter had not come home for the promised birthday, happily mentioning the food she prepared and worrying it would go cold. After listening, Xu Kong coldly asked if she was the mother of the phone's owner, and she cautiously confirmed while asking who he was. Without emotion, Xu Kong told her that her daughter would never come home to celebrate her birthday again. The mother still did not understand and thought her daughter was just busy at work, even offering to bring the food over. But before she could finish, Xu Kong cut her off with a chilling line. She no longer had that chance. Xu Kong said the girl's head had already been severed by him, and that this was the price of joining the Ghost Bureau. In his view, anyone who stepped into the Ghost Bureau should be prepared for this kind of ending from the very beginning. At that moment, a sudden noise echoed out. As if something had just been dropped, everyone turned their heads toward the sound. The one who caused it was Su Xiaoqin. She stood frozen in place, staring at the group ahead. Her face turned pale with fear as she asked in a trembling voice if the person they mentioned was Sister Xiaolin. As she spoke, she slowly stepped forward. Su Xiaoqin choked up, saying they had agreed to bring cake together to Xiaolin's house for her birthday, so why did everything end up like this? Hearing this, the woman from the Radiant Light Society laughed in amusement, calling Su Xiaoqin a self-walking prey and saying the game was not over yet. But before she could finish, a sharp sword light suddenly swept across her face. Surprised by the attack, she turned around in confusion. Yang Qingqing forced herself forward despite her injuries, attacking while shouting for Xiaoqin to run, insisting she would hold the enemy back. She had only one thought left. No matter the cost, she had to let the girl survive. Unfortunately, the enemy was far stronger and quickly suppressed her. Sharp claws tore into Yang Qingqing's body, causing her unbearable pain. The woman raged over her scratched face, complaining about her freshly fixed appearance, and disgusted by Yang Qingqing's blood. She continued stomping and tormenting Yang Qingqing, forcing her to kneel and apologize for damaging her face. Even while on the brink of death, Yang Qingqing still shouted for Xiaoqin to run. She only wanted Xiaoqin to survive, but Su Xiaoqin silently drew her sword instead. Killing intent exploded in her eyes as she activated Ghost Spirit Possession and Phantom Mirror technique. The enemy became intrigued, while Yang Qingqing desperately shouted for her not to act recklessly, knowing she stood no chance. Ignoring all warnings, Su Xiaoqin charged straight at the Radiant Light Society members. Slave Ghost Shadow calmly raised his hand to block the attack. He activated his ability and clenched his fist. In an instant, Su Xiaoqin's sword arm was snapped. Without hesitation, she switched hands and continued attacking, even faster than before. As she closed in, her aura became intensely violent. But Slave Ghost Shadow remained eerily calm, watching her with emotionless eyes. Moments later, he mercilessly broke all 4 of Su Xiaoqin's limbs, making her scream in agony. Her body collapsed to the ground. Lying before Xiaolin's severed head, Su Xiaoqin was overwhelmed for the first time by regret. Memories of Xiaolin smiling and asking if she liked sweets flashed through her mind, along with the warmth of those moments. That memory became her final source of strength as she gritted her teeth and vowed to kill every member of the Radiant Light Society for revenge. Hearing her vow, Slave Ghost Shadow suddenly paused, staring into her eyes and muttering that this feeling was familiar, as if they had met somewhere before. Slave Ghost Shadow slowly drew his weapon, showing a brief moment of confusion before shaking it off and deciding to forget it. He coldly said that everyone who once looked at him with Su Xiaoqin's kind of eyes was already dead. At that moment, Yang Qingqing weakly spoke up, begging him to stop. She agreed to reveal the location of the king's finger in exchange for Su Xiaoqin's life. Slave Ghost Shadow looked at her with clear disdain. Yang Qingqing kept pleading, only hoping he would spare the young girl. After a brief pause, he smirked and agreed to the exchange with Captain Yang. Su Xiaoqin was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Under the heavy rain, she could not tell what the enemy was truly planning. Slave Ghost Shadow suddenly grabbed Yang Qingqing by the head and lifted her upright. Then he brutally pierced his hand straight through her abdomen. Seeing this, Su Xiaoqin froze completely in shock. While rummaging through her body, he casually pointed out organs and mocked her, asking where the king's finger was hidden. Unexpectedly, Yang Qingqing let out a fierce laugh. She slowly raised her hand and swore an oath to protect this world with her entire life. A golden light quickly spread from her arm into Slave Ghost Shadow's body. With her last remaining will, she cursed them and screamed for them to die. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, the blood-burst ghost art activating. The suicide strike tore off one of Slave Ghost Shadow's arms, and he roared in pain and rage after being tricked. The woman beside him rushed over, furious that Yang Qingqing had used such a suicidal move and regretting not killing her earlier. At that moment, Xu Kong reported urgently that Nian Yibing had arrived with reinforcements, and higher command ordered an immediate retreat. Despite his rage, Slave Ghost Shadow could only curse the Ghost Bureau and reluctantly order a withdrawal. Soon after, Nian Yibing and Ghost Bureau forces arrived at the scene. Team members began reporting and asking about the battle situation in the area. During the inspection, someone suddenly reported that a young girl was still alive. Hearing this, Nian Yibing immediately rushed over. The assistant reported that after a full check, only this girl still had signs of life, while all members of Squad 326 were confirmed dead. Nian Yibing suddenly recalled Yang Qingqing's last words, asking him to take care of Su Xiaoqin if anything happened to her, since those children were the hope of the future, and he quickly called out her name. Without hesitation, he ordered emergency medical treatment and evacuation to the hospital, while instructing the team to secure the scene and preserve all evidence and clues. The scene shifted to Tianqing City, inside the Special Incident Handling Bureau. Zhu Yong happily greeted Jiang Che and Chu Cat Da, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Seeing him awake, Jiang Che immediately asked when he had recovered, while Chu Cat Da also checked his condition and jokingly asked about any lingering side effects. Zhu Yong laughed and said he had just woken up yesterday, then asked if they had returned from the demon world. Jiang Che proudly said he was about to reach C rank, and Zhu Yong joked they might as well skip university and join the Ghost Bureau. But then his smile faded as he mentioned Su Xiaoqin, saying she had long been a member of Squad 326. Before he could continue, he was suddenly hit on the head and forced to stop. Hong Ling sternly reminded him that the doctor had ordered complete rest for recovery. She said she would take the two young men outside so he could rest properly, while Zhu Yong reluctantly asked for more time to talk. Outside the room, Jiang Che worried about Zhu Yong's condition. Hong Ling explained that thanks to the blood Buddha hand Jiang Che brought back, Zhu Yong had regained consciousness, but it only stabilized his injuries, and a cure was still needed for full recovery. Hearing this, Jiang Che fell into thought before asking about the investigation into the Radiant Light Society's demon breeding plan. Hong Ling sighed and said the situation was worse than expected, with multiple cities involved and numerous squads being attacked by demons and Radiant Light Society members, making the situation increasingly severe. She added that just yesterday, Squad 326 in Linhai City had almost been completely wiped out, and Jiang Che immediately changed expression, realizing it was Su Xiaoqin's team. Hong Ling led the two of them to the hospital room where Su Xiaoqin was receiving treatment. The moment Jiang Che saw her condition, he felt a pang of pain, unable to believe she had been reduced to such a miserable state. Hong Ling handed him the medical file and slowly explained Su Xiaoqin's past, saying that as a child she had been forced to kill her own parents after they turned into demon slaves. Later, Yang Qingqing took her in and became her only family, but in the end she witnessed Squad 326 being slaughtered. Hong Ling recalled tearfully that just days ago, Yang Qingqing was happy that the girl had finally opened up, only for everything to end in tragedy. She softly said physical wounds could be healed, but mental trauma was an entirely different matter. After hearing everything, Jiang Che clenched his fist, furious that it was all caused by the Radiant Light Society. He then asked Hong Ling whether Su Xiaoqin still had a chance to recover. Hong Ling could only shake her head helplessly, saying psychological damage was extremely difficult to fully heal. If no effective treatment was found, Su Xiaoqin would have to remain here, under long-term supervision. Chu Cat Da froze, feeling that this was no different from being permanently confined. Hong Ling explained this was a necessary choice, since someone unstable could endanger others, and Su Xiaoqin's spirit entity was also highly unusual. Jiang Che suddenly asked whether spirit-based artifacts could treat her condition if normal medicine failed, and Hong Ling replied that such items were extremely rare in the Ghost Bureau. She added that mental-related research was very difficult, and the captain had already tried to obtain 2 divine artifacts for Su Xiaoqin, but the results were still unsatisfactory. At that moment, Xiaoman appeared and reminded Jiang Che that he actually possessed a spirit artifact specialized in mental healing, and Jiang Che immediately thought of soul-nurturing grass, but was unsure if it was enough. Xiaoman confidently stated that soul-nurturing grass could stabilize and strengthen the spirit, and although it could not erase trauma, it could prevent Su Xiaoqin from losing control. After hearing this, Jiang Che directly called Secretary Ji Jia to check the current market price of soul-nurturing grass, wanting to know its true value. Seeing such a rare spiritual herb in Jiang Che's possession, Hong Ling froze for a moment, looking at him in disbelief, almost suspecting he had pulled off some kind of trick. Chu Cat Da quickly checked and reported that soul-nurturing grass was a low-rank but extremely special spirit item that could nourish the soul and heal mental damage, and due to extreme scarcity, its price had risen above 5 million, with demand far exceeding supply. Hearing the figure, Jiang Che frowned slightly but made a decisive decision, asking for a promissory note to be prepared immediately. Hong Ling glanced at him skeptically, thinking 5 or even 7 million should not be a problem, so his reaction seemed excessive. But Jiang Che calmly said he did not care about money. What mattered was that once the other party accepted such a valuable item, their relationship had already shifted into debtor and creditor. Afterward, Hong Ling personally escorted Jiang Che and Chu Cat Da out of the hospital in a slightly heavy atmosphere. Before they left, Hong Ling suddenly called out with a serious tone, saying that in less than 10 days the life and death battle with Yi Changqing would begin, and the captain strictly forbade Jiang Che from entering the demon world due to high risk and possible disruption of preparations. She further explained that any delay or injury would not only waste time but could also ruin their chances in the upcoming decisive battle. Finally, Hong Ling asked directly whether Jiang Che wanted to hear the specially prepared training program. Jiang Che paused briefly, then slowly turned back, a glint of curiosity and calculation flashing in his eyes. The scene shifted quickly to the training room. That night, the space, quiet yet filled with an oppressive sense of pressure. Hong Long began a detailed analysis, stating that Ye Changqing had just returned from the demon world, and intelligence placed his strength at C rank, while Jiang Che had also reached that level, but their combat experience gap was enormous. In challenge worlds, fighters could rely on mechanics, missions, and clues to survive, but real-world combat left only pure strength with no rules to exploit. Jiang Che nodded, confirming that most boss fights he had won before were due to exploiting stage mechanics, rather than pure strength clashes. He further analyzed that the hospital's chief physician spirit entity, although labeled C rank, was actually weakened and not a true standard C rank. The only serious fight he had with a C-rank demon on the doomed ship required full team coordination to eliminate the enemy. Even against a Yi family subordinate who had just entered C rank, he had to use the Sin Mask, and without Captain Ying Yong's timely backup, the outcome would have been disastrous. Thinking of this, Jiang Che let out a quiet sigh, realizing he had never truly defeated a C-rank opponent alone. Just as his thoughts became tangled, Hong Lang cut in and returned to the main topic with a firm tone. She emphasized that Yi Changqing was not just an enemy, but tied to numerous crimes, including collusion with the Radiant Light Societies and illegal demon breeding experiments, making this life and death battle far beyond personal revenge. It also involved the antidote for Ying Yong, the safety of Jiang Che and his sister, the plan to dismantle the Radiant Light Society, and the peace of Tianqing City, meaning victory, was absolutely mandatory. Hong Long paused, her gaze turning resolute, and offered to personally train Jiang Che if he agreed, teaching him all knowledge about spirit entities, weapons, and effective countermeasures against Yi Changqing. Jiang Che gave a self-mocking yet determined smile, briefly feeling like he had been dragged into something far larger than himself. But he quickly suppressed that feeling. Knowing Hong Lang was right, survival meant only one path, and that was victory. He raised the bone-shattering blade, his eyes turning sharp, and firmly agreed to receive her training. Hong Lang immediately took stance, her aura rising, and replied bluntly that there was no problem. Suddenly remembering something, she added that Jiang Che had already seen Yi Changqing's ghost techniques, but his true weapon was still unknown, and Jiang Che had not yet seen his full arsenal. Hong Lang's spear began to tremble, its runes seemingly coming alive as they flowed along the weapon and formed a new shape. She explained it was a transforming arc blade form, a double-edged long weapon with extreme range and destructive power, but vulnerable when closed in due to reduced agility. Seeing a weapon transform before his eyes, Jiang Che was stunned, realizing how far beyond imagination other people's skills truly were. Xiao Man, silently observing, suddenly warned that although Hong Lang concealed her aura, her energy was at least at S-rank level. This information hit Jiang Che like a shockwave, making him visibly freeze. Hong Lang pointed her spear at him and solemnly stated that today's training would focus only on physical strength and hand-to-hand combat. Absolutely no ghost energy allowed. Jiang Che swallowed hard, cold sweat forming on his back as he awkwardly tried to refuse, due to his principle of not fighting women, while internally panicking at the overwhelming gap in strength. Hong Lang only smirked faintly, her expression carrying clear teasing intent. She asked in a soft voice whether he knew what was more embarrassing than attacking a woman. Without waiting, she answered herself. It was being unable to beat one. That blunt remark instantly made Jiang Che's face heat up as if his weak point had been struck. He tightened his grip on the bone-shattering blade, quickly adjusting his mindset and analyzing weaknesses to prepare a new combat approach. In the next moment, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, each step calculated to use the blade's momentum to seize initiative. But Hong Lang merely tilted her body slightly, so effortlessly that his entire charge missed completely. At that moment, Jiang Che thought he had finally spotted a rare opening. Jiang Che immediately turns to counterattack, but his move is cleanly locked down by the opponent. A backlash force surges through his arm, leaving it numb, and he clenches his jaw under the pressure. Hong Lang curls her lips into a smile, as if she already controls the whole situation. She drives the spear forward, metal ringing out, and Jiang Che's bone-shattering sabers is knocked flying. His weapon is disarmed in a single move, leaving him frozen in disbelief. A wild thought flashes in his mind, wondering if he just encountered a legendary weapon-breaking technique. Hong Lang smirks and taunts that she has not even used a fraction of her real strength. She announces the training schedule in the Ghost Bureau Special Zone, with her personally overseeing his full combat rebuilding for 1 week. From that moment, Jiang Che enters extreme intensity training, with no rest even at dawn. At 3 a.m., Hong Lang storms in like a gust of wind and drags him out of bed without mercy. At 5 a.m., she brings a strange meal that looks more like a psychological test than food. From 6 a.m. to noon, he is pushed through non-stop endurance training, with 0 breaks allowed. From 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., he is thrown into continuous combat practice, and one mistake tears his clothes apart. At 10 p.m., he is forced into medicinal soaking, alternating between burning heat and freezing cold. Over time, Jiang Che adapts, feeling fatigue washed away, and his body growing stronger and more flexible. At that moment, the door suddenly opens, and Hong Lang walks in carrying a tall stack of documents. She says the files contain information on Yi Changqing's spirit entity and the Xingyao saber art. She orders him to read everything, while he remains soaking in the tub. 5 days pass, and the training ground feels like it has never known rest. Jiang Che collapses on the ground, complaining that this training is unbearable and even thinks about bringing Zhuge Jia in to share the burden. Hong Lang immediately rejects it, saying the real enemy is Yi Changqing, and Zhuge Jia is also undergoing even harsher training. She then changes tone and announces she will stop directly training him from now on. Jiang Che jumps up in shock, asking if this hellish routine is really over. But Hong Lang explains it is not over. She is just too overloaded with training, supervision, and logistics to continue personally. She says someone else will take over, and Jiang Che gets excited, thinking someone will finally take the pressure off him. But his smile quickly freezes on his face. A familiar red-haired girl appears, and Jiang Che is stunned as he recognizes Su Xiaojin. Su Xiaojin stands there, slightly nervous, looking less weak than before, but still a bit uneasy. Hong Lang explains the spirit-gathering herb worked perfectly, along with other high-level healing resources, fully restoring her condition. Jiang Che still doubts it, asking if someone who was heavily injured can really join training. But Hong Lang says S-rank fighters are not as simple as he thinks. She adds that Su Xiaojin has trained since childhood and has strong combat experience, not to be underestimated, even if she currently shows D-rank strength. At that moment, Jiang Che suddenly lifts his shirt, showing his abs and confidently claiming he has broken through to C rank. Hong Lang nods, confirming it is expected, and says the Ghost Barrow's investment in him was not wasted, while Su Xiaojin remains a dangerous opponent. As Su Xiaojin walks closer, Jiang Che immediately becomes highly alert. She speaks briefly with no emotion, demanding to start sword training immediately. Jiang Che quickly tries to stall by bringing up the spirit-gathering herb, but Su Xiaojin only repeats the same demand without changing her tone. Seeing her draw her sword and release a cold, killing aura, Jiang Che becomes irritated and annoyed. He pulls out the debt note and questions loudly if she plans to break her promise after signing it herself. But Su Xiaojin simply raises her sword, eyes cold as ice, repeating only one demand: sword training. Jiang Che freezes, staring at her and muttering in disbelief, wondering if she can only repeat one sentence. Hong Lang suddenly laughs from the side, half joking, naming the strange state the red-haired girl is in, then sets the rule. Ghost power can be used, but spirit entities are strictly forbidden. Hearing that, Jiang Che draws the bone-shattering saber, his aura rising as he confidently says a C rank is enough without getting serious. Before he finishes, Su Xiaojin moves like lightning, slashing down so fast he cannot react in time. Jiang Che rushes to block with his saber, trying to withstand the pressure. In that clash, he freezes, realizing her speed and power are nothing like a normal D rank. But before he can analyze further, the force keeps pushing through. His wrist goes numb, and the saber is knocked out of control, crashing to the ground. A cold blade immediately presses in front of his face, locking him into a passive state. To recover, Jiang Che awkwardly pushes the blade aside, claiming it does not count and demanding a redo. He picks up his weapon, takes a deep breath, and seriously asks for another round. Su Xiaojin says nothing and immediately resets her stance. In the next exchange, she twists away with extreme agility, dodging his charge. She follows with a precise horizontal slash, but Jiang Che blocks it in time. Almost instantly, a sudden kick from an angle hits him and sends him reeling in pain. Refusing to accept it, Jiang Che growls and demands another round immediately. Su Xiaojin leaps into the air, bringing down a powerful sword strike. Jiang Che raises his saber to block, fully focused on the moment of impact. He then unleashes full force and triggers a counter recoil, knocking her blade out of her hand. For the first time, he gains the upper hand, but instead of relief, he becomes even more alert and demands to continue. Hong Lang watches from afar and calmly notes they fight like neither will yield, while silently evaluating Jiang Che's progress. She acknowledges his fast adaptation, able to match Su Xiaojin using only C-rank ghost power. However, thinking of Ye Changqing and his true danger, her expression darkens slightly. His spirit entity and ghost power may exceed B rank, making the future battle extremely uncertain. Yet she thinks more extremely, deciding that if necessary she will handle Ye Changqing herself and not let Jiang Che be endangered. The sky turns into a dim red sunset, casting heavy heat over the training ground. Su Xiaojin, despite injuries and scratches, does not retreat and keeps a firm gaze. Jiang Che is also battered, breathing heavily, and mocks her fighting style as irritating like a biting dog. Neither yields, and they clash again in a tense battle. Hong Lang returns with 2 lunchboxes, sighs at the chaos, but admits their progress is faster than expected. Jiang Che immediately calls for help, complaining that Su Xiaojin's attacks are too strange and unpredictable. Hong Lang calmly separates them, saying a few bites during training are not worth overreacting. She hands out food and announces everything she could teach is done, telling them to rest and prepare for tomorrow's life or death duel with Ye Changqing. Jiang Che grows serious, quickly reassessing the situation and realizing C rank is still not enough to guarantee victory. He suddenly suggests going to a water park the next day, shifting the atmosphere completely. Xiao Man asks confused why a water park now, while Jiang Che quietly plans how to boost strength and support her. Hong Lang immediately frowns and objects, saying this is not the time for fun, but Jiang Che calmly replies that balance between training and rest is necessary. Jiang Che's suggestion makes Hong Lang pause for a moment, then she nods, agreeing it makes sense after such intense training days, and that going out to relax is not a bad idea. She casually decides to bring Su Xiaojin along, but the red-haired girl immediately shows resistance and refuses outright. Hong Lang says nothing, only gives a sharp glance and firmly rejects her refusal. She emphasizes that Su Xiaojin has been isolated for too long and needs exposure to crowds to stabilize her mental state. The next morning, the group arrives at a crowded water park, filled with noise and life. Xiao Man instantly gets excited, flying around energetically while reacting to the fun scenery. Jiang Che also gets into the mood, looking around with clear interest at the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Su Xiaojin remains cold and detached, standing apart as if she does not belong there. Jiang Che teases her to loosen up, but she replies briefly that she wants to leave. He quickly stops her, reminding her it would be hard to explain to Hong Lang, while also noting her outfit is slightly out of place. Su Xiaojin lowers her head slightly and quietly says her clothes might scare others, so she feels awkward. Jiang Che pauses, feeling a hint of guilt from what he said earlier. Xiao Man is the complete opposite, flying around excitedly and pointing at every water attraction. Su Xiaojin questions Jiang Che about whether his ghost entity can be used openly and whether his current mental state can sustain it. Jiang Che confidently says his ability is more than enough and that the energy consumption is negligible. He immediately suggests playing water gun fights, regretting that Zhu Gejia is not here to complete the team. Su Xiaojin coldly refuses, showing no interest in such childish games. But Jiang Che suddenly shoots water straight at her face, breaking her stillness. Su Xiaojin's expression changes instantly, her eyes turning sharp. Seeing this, Jiang Che smirks and provokes her, saying once you're in, you can't stay out. That line hits her pride, and she immediately walks toward the toy stand. She grabs 2 water guns, her gaze ice cold, announcing she will join the game. A chaotic and fun battle breaks out as she overwhelms Jiang Che with speed and precision, leaving him calling for help. Xiao Man also joins in, running around with a small water gun. The 3 of them plunge into an all-out water fight, with no one holding back. Under pressure, Jiang Che even improvises a move, spitting water from his mouth to counterattack and save face. They later move to an artificial waterfall area, where laughter and splashing water blend into a lively scene. Sunset falls quickly, painting the sky in a glowing orange-red. Jiang Che stretches with satisfaction, feeling the tension of the past days finally released. He asks Xiao Man if she had fun, and she replies casually that it was just okay. At that moment, a strange system notification interrupts Jiang Che. The system reports Xiao Man's favorability has reached 215, unlocking a new ability spin related to super regeneration. Jiang Che immediately realizes the reward is activating, his heart racing as the ability roulette appears. The result shows super regeneration, granting absurdly enhanced recovery abilities, described as pushing the body into extreme evolution territory. In another place, within the hidden domain of the Light Society, a gloomy atmosphere surrounds an altar holding the portrait of Yi Qingjiao. In a sealed room of the Light Society, the air feels so heavy that even breathing feels oppressive. A deep voice echoes from the void, carrying a chilling pressure, stating that tomorrow is the life or death duel between Ye Changqing and Jiang Che. Yi Changqing kneels low, extremely respectful, confirming he understands the order and will not be careless even for a moment. From the darkness, Void looks down with icy eyes, reminding him of the mission from the Lord of Light and demanding absolute obedience. Yi Changqing immediately responds, promising he will not fail and will take Jiang Che's life, along with all his ghost entities, as an offering. Void opens a spatial rift, and dark energy floods out in waves. He warns that Yan Yibing is under heavy surveillance, so this time all transactions will be handled directly by Ye Changqing. As the spatial gate closes, Void vanishes completely, leaving Ye Changqing alone in the heavy silence. He slowly stands upright, staring at the altar with his daughter's portrait, his voice low and filled with both emotion and hatred. He mutters that everything he does is for eternal light, and killing Jiang Che will be the final step to complete it all. Time passes quickly, and the day of the final battle finally arrives. Jiang Huan calls Jiang Che over, her voice slightly trembling but gentle, as if trying to hold on to the last bit of peace before he leaves. Jiang Che turns back, forcing a relaxed smile, and confidently assures her he will win and return safely. He further declares he will not lose, his words carrying strong determination. Jiang Huan steps closer and gently fixes his outfit, her eyes filled with trust and pride. In that moment, Jiang Che realizes this is the first time she has clearly mentioned their parents, and a strange feeling rises in his heart. Jiang Huan holds his hand and seriously says that the secrets of the demon world mentioned by their parents will be revealed after he returns victorious. Jiang Che silently connects all the clues in his mind, realizing his sister's past mysterious actions had deeper reasons never explained. Jiang Huan smiles softly, the warmest smile he has ever seen, and sends him off, reminding him he is not alone in this battle. At that moment, Jiang Che's phone vibrates repeatedly, pulling him back to reality. A flood of messages appears, from Zhou Yong's teasing, Hong Long's trust, Su Xiaojin's cold debt reminder, and Yan Yibing's support, all pointing toward one thing: victory. Then come messages from friends, teammates, and teachers, all sending encouragement and forming a wave of warmth in his heart. Among them are awkward but sincere messages from acquaintances, making him feel the deep bonds around him even more clearly. These messages wash away the heavy pressure in Jiang Che's heart, helping him regain calm in this decisive moment. Soon after, a message from Su Jingshuo appears, rough yet concerned, blaming the young group for acting without waiting for him. He declares that he will personally go to the scene to observe the battle. He also reminds Jiang Che to stay fully focused and prepare with all his strength for the upcoming duel. In a quiet room isolated from the outside world, Zhuge Jia is deep in meditation, his aura stable and nearly motionless. At the central arena built for the duel, the atmosphere has already reached its peak, boiling like a raging storm. The stands are filled with chaotic discussion, people arguing excitedly, as if witnessing a once-in-a-millennium event, some thrilled by the rare life and death match, others just here for spectacle, and many mocking Jiang Che for challenging the Yi family head. There is no shortage of contempt, with many calling Jiang Che reckless and overconfident, believing he is courting death by signing a life-or-death contract, most favoring the Yi family. Rumors spread through the crowd, linking the conflict to past bloody events involving Jiang Che, the Ye family, and even hidden secrets of Ye Qingjiao. Some argue fiercely that in this world, the line between life and death is thin, and only the strong survive, making the atmosphere even more tense. Others analyze the complex alliances between the Yi family, the imperial family, and other forces, suggesting that if these hidden alliances form, the regional power balance will be completely disrupted. Amid the noise, Jiang Yifan suddenly asks whether anyone will intervene if Jiang Che is in danger, causing a brief silence. Meanwhile, some grow impatient, mocking that Jiang Che has not appeared yet, and might have fled in fear, laughter echoing through the stands. In another corner, Qin Lei anxiously looks around, waiting for Jiang Che to appear and witness the fated confrontation. Hong Long calmly replies that Jiang Che rested since last night and is now on the way, causing parts of the crowd to start buzzing again. At that moment, a wave of excitement erupts from behind the stands, as news spreads rapidly that Jiang Che has arrived. The atmosphere instantly shifts, and the clear sky turns unnaturally dark, with lightning tearing through the clouds, and a crushing pressure covering the entire area. Amid this scene, Jiang Che steps onto the arena with a calm, almost unnatural composure, unaffected by the countless gazes around him. His voice rings out clearly, cold and slightly provocative, directly calling Ye Changqing an old man, as if it had been a long time since they last met. His calm attitude draws everyone's attention, creating a stark contrast against the oppressive atmosphere. Yi Changqing snorts coldly, killing intent surging in his eyes, admitting he hates Jiang Che but must acknowledge his audacity. He immediately demands Jiang Che sign the life and death contract to formalize the battle before it begins. The agreement is presented, stating all legal responsibility is void, and the fight ends only when one side falls, with both names already written, Ye Changqing and Jiang Che. Yi Changqing's confidence instantly ignites the crowd, many jumping up and shouting in excitement, mocking Jiang Che as an unknown nobody about to be crushed, with some openly insulting him as an immature brat still wet behind the ears. Jiang Che glances at the noisy stands with cold disgust, feeling irritated as they act like they already control the outcome before the fight even begins. Without warning, Hong Long moves like a gust of wind and appears right behind Jiang Che. Her presence is completely silent, unnoticed by anyone in the crowd. Calmly, Hong Lang takes the contract and carefully scans every detail, her expression steady but sharp beneath the surface. On the upper stands, two men in luxurious robes are visibly shocked. The man in blue confirms her identity, while the man in gold whispers in disbelief that an S-rank figure is personally backing an unknown youth. After reviewing it, Hong Long returns the document and states there are no issues. Jiang Che looks at her with sincere gratitude and thanks her. Without hesitation, Jiang Che bites his finger, letting fresh blood flow out. He presses the blood-stained fingerprint onto the signing spot of the contract. Hong Lang turns toward the packed stands and loudly declares that the life and death agreement is now binding, and neither side is allowed to break it. Yi Shan steps forward to receive the document from Hong Lang, looking satisfied and pleased as everything proceeds according to plan. He straightens and announces to the entire venue that Jiang Che is the killer of the Ye family's daughter, and this blood feud must be settled. Under everyone's witness, the contract has been signed, and the duel officially confirmed, with no interference allowed. He further declares that from now on, no one in the Yi family may interfere, and regardless of the outcome, the feud will end here, without further entanglement. With all formalities complete, Ye Changqing finally speaks coldly, saying they have reached this moment at last. He warns that the moment Jiang Che targeted his daughter, the price would far exceed imagination. Jiang Che silently draws his weapon, cold steel flashing, and mocks that villains in stories always die early because they talk too much. Yi Changqing only smirks slightly, treating it as a joke. His smile is filled with open contempt as he looks down on Jiang Che as an arrogant brat who knows no limits. He continues mocking him, dismissing Jiang Che as an overconfident fool who does not understand boundaries. Without any further warning, Ye Changqing erupts with killing intent and charges forward with his spear, roaring fiercely as he moves in to end the fight on the spot. In the stands, a young woman from the Liu family suddenly gasps in shock after recognizing the weapon in the opponent's hand as something special, suspecting it might be a forbidden-grade artifact. Beside her, Yi Shan calmly explains its power, saying it can turn invisible killing intent into physical form and cut through metal like mud. A young man nearby scoffs, saying there is no need to use such an expensive treasure just to deal with someone as unknown as Jiang Che. However, Liu Gang speaks up with caution, reminding everyone that the Yi family head must have his own calculations and cannot be underestimated. He then agrees that if Jiang Che dies under this famous blade, it would still be worth the risk. A man wearing a wide-brim hat mutters that Jiang Che has lasted longer than expected, saying it would be a waste if he were defeated instantly. Beside him, another young man warns that Jiang Che might possess a hidden protective spirit entity. On the arena, Ye Changqing swings his spear through the air, charging straight at Jiang Che with overwhelming speed and force. Jiang Che reacts instantly, raising his blade to block the incoming attack. Seeing this, Ye Changqing sneers, his eyes filled with contempt, treating it as futile resistance. He twists his wrist, unleashing a burst of force that sends Jiang Che flying backward, mocking him for resisting like an egg hitting a stone. Ye Changqing coldly delivers a verdict, as if Jiang Che's fate has already been sealed, telling him to take all his foolishness to the grave and repent there. But things do not go as expected. Jiang Che shows no hesitation at all, instead curling his lips into a calm, unreadable smile. He slowly clenches his fist, muscles tightening as veins rise like steel cables, then coldly replies that the one kneeling in hell will be his opponent. The moment he finishes speaking, Jiang Che's punch erupts like lightning, slamming directly into Yi Changqing's face and snapping his head aside, as blood and broken teeth fly out. On the stands, the atmosphere tightens instantly as everyone witnesses this sudden and unbelievable reversal. Su Xiaojin and Hong Long both remain silent, eyes locked on the arena without daring to look away even for a second. Ye Changqing is stunned, his mind filled with shock and confusion, as he realizes Jiang Che's strength has increased far beyond expectations, something he cannot understand. He struggles to regain his stance, but the intense pain in his jaw blurs his vision and destabilizes him further. Jiang Che calmly sheathes his blade, his movements decisive, releasing an invisible pressure across the entire arena. The surrounding air grows heavier and heavier, as if stretched to the breaking point. Suddenly, he puts away his weapon and raises a certification document, declaring himself an officially recognized crank challenger, certified by the Supreme Ghost Bureau, implying his opponent does not even qualify to be compared. Jiang Yifan watches with pride, satisfied with his disciple's rapid rise to crank strength, while Jiang Huaji grows worried, sensing the dangers of such unnatural growth. On the stands, the man in blue excitedly comments that this is turning into a top-tier battle, amazed that Jiang Che dares to counterattack immediately. Others admit they would have been defeated in that situation, while some mock that without real skill, one has no right to stand in the arena. The atmosphere heats up with mixed reactions, ranging from shock to admiration. Some spectators are stunned to learn Jiang Che is still very young, yet already reached crank, calling it beyond imagination. Others conclude, this is exactly why the Yi family wants him eliminated early, as allowing such a threat to grow would be uncontrollable. Meanwhile, the core members of the Yi family remain completely silent on the stands, their faces dark and grim. Liu Qingqing recalls Jiang Che's earlier provocation, feeling a mix of disgust and unease, her body even shivering slightly at his arrogant words. His father, Liu Qiang, tries to calm everyone, insisting Yi Changqing cannot be defeated so easily. He believes the Yi family head still has hidden plans, and the situation is far from over. Yi Shan also agrees, saying this is only part of the battle plan, and nothing can be concluded yet. He stresses that to truly finish someone like Jiang Che, he must be pushed into complete despair. Jiang Che is forced to fight like a madman to protect the people he cares about, and this is exactly shaping the entire situation in the direction he wants. Ye Changqing coldly analyzes everything like a director of a play, saying a quick kill would be too merciful and would not let the enemy feel real torment. In his view, the enemy must be given a false hope of victory, even making the crowd cheer for him, building that belief to the peak. Then, he will personally crush that hope step by step, shatter the spirit, destroy all will to fight, and drag the opponent into an inescapable abyss of despair. Green spiritual energy erupts from Ye Changqing, flooding the arena like a tide of killing intent. He growls that Jiang Che must pay for Dao Dao's death. On the stands, Qin Li changes expression as he senses a strange energy piercing through space. He warns it is an invisible killing force that can bypass all defenses and invade the body dangerously. Xiao Man immediately appears and panics, telling Jiang Che to dodge, but he only smirks coldly, saying this level of trick is not enough to shake him. Jiang Che quickly analyzes the situation in his mind, realizing Ye Changqing has not used his full ghost spirit power yet, possibly probing or draining him, but he has already decided not to be dragged into a passive fight. He confirms from the start this is a life or death battle, with no intention of dragging it into a pointless war of attrition. Before his thoughts even finish, Yi Changqing's spear pierces through space at terrifying speed and stabs straight into Jiang Che's chest, blood exploding out violently. The entire crowd falls silent, especially those who know him, as if their hearts are crushed in that instant. Hong Ling instantly stands up and shouts into the tense arena. Qin Li also calls out in panic. Jing Xiaolan stays calm and stops Hong Ling, reminding her not to act or she will break the rules. Yi Changqing also freezes for a moment, unable to understand why his opponent did not dodge the fatal strike. Jiang Che grits his teeth and grabs the spear embedded in his body. Blood keeps pouring out, but his eyes remain firm, a muffled roar forming like a declaration of war. Xiao Man responds immediately without any hesitation. The blade in Jiang Che's hand erupts with overwhelming force, forming a perfect slash that tears through space and strikes Ye Changqing. Ye Changqing screams in pain as the counterattack hits him directly. His body is sent flying and slams into the ground, dust and rubble filling the arena for a moment. The spear is still embedded in Jiang Che's body, but he uses it as a support to steady himself through the pain. He then grips the spear tightly and slowly pulls it out of his body before throwing it aside without hesitation. A system notification appears. A super healing skill is activated, rapidly restoring his injuries and temporarily boosting his physical strength. A soft green light envelops Jiang Che's chest wound, healing it at an unnatural speed until no trace remains. Xiao Man comments that the opponent reacted very quickly, reinforcing defense with ghost spirit protection. If he had been a fraction slower, that strike would have been fatal. Ye Changqing erupts with full killing aura, roaring in rage and calling out Jiang Che's name. On the stands, the atmosphere explodes again as part of the crowd stands up and cheers wildly for the increasingly brutal battle. The arena atmosphere is pushed to the limit as the crowd erupts. Xin Yu joins in, shouting hoarsely. Hong Ling, usually cold, now cannot hold back and loudly cheers for Jiang Che, demanding he show the true meaning of power. Many also mock the so-called ignorant weakling, hoping he learns a harsh lesson here. On the Ye family side, Ye Xian's face is tense, fists clenched until pale. He has only one thought: Ye Changqing must not lose, or the entire family honor will be crushed under the feet of an unknown opponent. A spectator on the stand sneers, clearly enjoying Yi Shan, losing his composure and looking increasingly tense. Hong Ling coldly fires back with full disdain, saying if they dare break the rules, she will have even more reason to act. She vows she will not let Jiang Che die unjustly here, and if anyone strikes first, she will not hesitate to eliminate them on the spot. A chubby boy nearby is shocked, unable to believe Jiang Che's strength. A man in purple regrets underestimating him earlier. Another spectator speculates that both sides have now revealed ghost spirit cards, and the real battle has only just begun. On the arena, Ye Changqing lets out a cold laugh, his eyes full of killing intent, like he is looking at prey already trapped. He mocks Jiang Che, saying he is too naive to think he already has the upper hand. Xiao Man suddenly senses overwhelming pressure and urgently warns that the opponent's ghost spirit has reached B rank, far beyond the original intel. Jiang Che frowns, confused why the data is wrong. Nanggong Xiao analyzes that Ye Changqing's state is being altered by a demonic aura, while she uses her perception ability to scan the true source of power. Hong Ling quickly notices the abnormality as well, and confirms traces of demonic energy covering the area. She immediately orders through communication devices to seal off the battlefield and prevent anyone from leaving. A blood-red aura erupts from Ye Changqing. He stares at Jiang Che with a twisted gaze full of hatred, roaring that Jiang Che is the one who killed his daughter and must pay with his life. Jiang Che remains silent, giving no response at all. The killing intent around Ye Changqing grows thicker. His voice turns hoarse as he unleashes a special ghost technique capable of draining the opponent's blood energy and ghost power, converting it into his own strength. He sinks deeper into madness, his expression distorted by rage, continuing to scream that his daughter was brutally killed in the ghost world, and nothing can ever make up for that loss. Jiang Che still does not respond, his cold eyes tracking every change in his opponent. Red Flow Ghost Art is activated, forcibly pulling blood energy and ghost power within range toward Ye Changqing, turning it into raw strength. Jiang Che immediately feels his power being drained, pressure crushing him like suffocation. For the first time, he faces absolute suppression from a B-rank expert. After absorbing a large amount of ghost power from Jiang Che, Ye Changqing roars in pleasure, as if he has regained complete balance of power. He then explodes forward in speed, rushing at his opponent like a storm filled with killing intent. In an instant, his figure closes in with no hesitation or delay. A full power punch is unleashed, carrying crushing force that seems to distort space, striking Jiang Che's abdomen. The impact sends Jiang Che flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth as his body loses control. Without stopping, Ye Changqing continues the pursuit, not giving him any breathing room. A heavy kick like a warhammer sweeps across, sending Jiang Che rolling across the arena floor. Blood keeps flowing from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground in a short moment. Ye Changqing slowly walks forward, his face full of arrogance and cruelty, like he is looking at a trapped prey. He coldly declares he will slowly crush his opponent, drain all strength, then break every bone, without allowing an easy death. Hong Ling can no longer stay still and prepares to rush onto the arena to intervene. But Yi Shan is already waiting and blocks her, coldly stating, "This is a life-and-death contract match, and outsiders are strictly forbidden to interfere." Hong Ling is furious, her face flushed red as she points her spear at him, warning that if the Yi family continues this behavior, she will flatten everything here. She also directly accuses Ye Changqing of using dirty methods to forcibly raise his strength to B rank. Yi Shan looks confused and denies everything, pretending not to understand the accusations targeting him. Just as the tension peaks, a calm voice from the stands cuts through the chaos. Jiang Yifan seriously suggests stopping at a reasonable level, stating Jiang Che is still a talent of the academy, and things should not be escalated further. However, Jiang Huaiji immediately interrupts with sarcasm, saying Jiang Che was never officially part of the academy and cannot be protected under that name. In his mind, he also worries the situation is already out of control. With Jiang Che's injuries, there is a high chance he will either die or be completely crippled. He continues to calculate that, with Ye Changqing's personality, this will not end here. Even Jiang Che's talent is not enough to make him risk intervening. Jiang Yifan stares forward and warns that Jiang Huaiji will surely regret this decision in the future. Jiang Huaiji avoids his gaze and replies coldly, but inside he feels heavier, thinking Jiang Che has almost no chance of turning things around. On the ground, Jiang Che is soaked in blood, struggling to push himself up in an extremely exhausted state. He growls weakly but firmly, declaring that no one is allowed to interfere because this is his personal life and death battle, and he states clearly that he is still not down yet. On the stands, a man in gold clothes is shocked to see Jiang Che's nearly shattered body still forcing itself up, something beyond normal understanding. Beside him, a man in blue robes cannot hide his admiration, muttering that this level of willpower has already surpassed human limits. Xiao Man is in extreme panic, repeatedly warning that if he keeps pushing himself, he will die. But Jiang Che still holds his torn wounds, gritting his teeth and refusing assistance, insisting he can still handle it himself. Ye Changqing sneers coldly, his eyes full of contempt, treating Jiang Che's resistance as nothing more than a dying struggle. He mocks him, saying Jiang Che is just a dying prey desperately clinging to life. Not wanting to drag things out, Ye Changqing begins to gather power, preparing his final killing blow to end the fight. However, Just as he is about to strike, he suddenly freezes as an abnormal sense of danger erupts around him. The space around him is now filled with countless invisible threads, sharp like blades, floating in the air and radiating chilling, killing intent. Yi Changqing still maintains arrogance, believing such thin thread-like tricks cannot threaten him. Meanwhile, Jiang Che, despite his severe injuries, shows unwavering eyes and speaks in a hoarse but unyielding voice, directly countering his opponent's provocation. In his mind, he rapidly recalculates the entire situation, realizing his injuries have exceeded recovery limits, and he must temporarily restructure his body to continue fighting. He also notes both sides have already consumed most of their ghost power. He understands the opponent is trying to stall and drain him, while he himself has also spent too much energy on recovery, making the battle extremely tense. Even so, he still holds one final card that can turn the situation around. Gripping his blade tightly, Jiang Che's eyes ignite with determination. He throws back a provocation and prepares to unleash his full counterattack. He then explodes with his remaining strength, activating the special skill, Infinite Duel, creating a domain that temporarily grants near limitless stamina for an extremely short time. The effect wipes away all physical limits for a few dozen seconds, but it is enough to reverse the situation. Yi Changqing is completely stunned, unable to understand why his opponent's ghost power suddenly recovers and surges again, throwing him into panic and instability. In that moment, he is trapped between two deadly choices, being torn apart by the surrounding sharp threads, or taking a full-force strike from Jiang Che if he missteps. The thought of being defeated by an unknown opponent fills him with humiliation and unwillingness. At that moment, a silver-white rope like a spirit serpent shoots out from the void at terrifying speed, nearly invisible. It wraps around Jiang Che's blade the moment his finishing strike is about to land, stopping the killing blow by a hair's breadth. In the tense instant, Liao Yani suddenly seizes control of the silver whip, causing Jiang Che's weapon to be forcibly knocked out of his grasp. She stands tall, radiating arrogance, repeatedly declaring that her team cannot lose, as if defeat does not exist in the Yi faction's dictionary. The silver whip, now free, writhes like it has a life of its own, striking toward the nearly exhausted Jiang Che. Just as the situation tilts completely in one direction, a black figure flashes in from behind. Su Xiaojin does not hesitate and unleashes a powerful flying kick like a blade cutting through the wind. The force slams into Liao Yani's ribs, sending her flying several meters away as she crashes heavily to the ground in a miserable state. After being knocked back, Liao Yani flushes red with rage, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she snarls and demands if the other side even knows who they are messing with. Su Xiaojin replies with ice-cold calm, every word unwavering, stressing the situation is already clear, and outsiders have no right to interfere in this death match. Hong Ling instantly rushes in at strength speed, catching Jiang Che in time as he staggers and can barely stay on his feet. A terrifying pain erupts through Jiang Che's body, as if every meridian is being torn apart, the direct backlash of the void duel technique. Jing Xiaolan panics and runs over, pulling out a vial of strange blue liquid and urgently explaining it can temporarily suppress the side effects, telling him to hold on a bit longer. Without hesitation, she immediately injects the liquid into Jiang Che's wrist. In the distance, Liao Yani continues screaming madly despite being injured, her voice full of hatred, insisting Jiang Che must die a miserable death here. She spirals further out of control, cursing everyone who stands in her way, her behavior completely irrational. Liao Qiang steps forward, trying to calm her down and force her to lower her emotions. But the more he tries to restrain her, the more she explodes, even shouting about a past engagement and refusing to marry someone she calls trash, forcing Liao Qiang to yell at her to shut up. In his heart, he feels a growing unease, especially recalling the term Lord of Light that Jiang Che mentioned, making everything even more chaotic. At the same time, the truth of Di Luo's crushing defeat also shakes him deeply, making it hard to believe what just happened. On the stands, the crowd begins to stir violently, everyone looking uncertain and uneasy after hearing the name Lord of Light. The discussion quickly escalates into speculation that the Yi family may be connected to the Light faction, creating a heavy and terrifying atmosphere. Yi Shan steps forward and declares, on behalf of Ye Changqing, admitting defeat and acknowledging Jiang Che as the winner, while agreeing to settle the feud, but firmly denying any ties to the Light faction. Outwardly, he appears firm, but inwardly Yi Shan knows he cannot admit any connection, no matter what the truth is. Jiang Che struggles to stand through the pain, his eyes sharp like fire as he locks onto Ye Shan, his killing intent rising as if ready to overturn everything on the spot. He coldly says this is not over, and every debt will be settled one by one, with no one escaping. Li Qiang steps in to mediate, suggesting canceling the bet and using the Liu family's interests to convince Jiang Che to stop. But Jiang Che only smirks in disdain, telling him not to overestimate his family's value, especially after his daughter just tried to kill him. Liao Yani immediately flushes red again, snapping back that so what, she had always intended to kill him anyway and saw no need to hide it. She further arrogantly declares the arranged engagement is impossible and she will never accept it. Jiang Che's eyes turn cold as he states that if it were up to instinct, he would have killed her already, but now he will not, because Ra Qijia himself must settle this. Liao Yani laughs in contempt, again using the term bastard as a cruel insult. Killing intent flashes in Jiang Che's eyes as he coldly corrects her, saying Ra Qijia is not a bastard, but his sworn brother, and she knows nothing about his true situation. He then exposes Ra Qijia's tragedy, abandoned by his father, rejected by his clan, and even betrayed by the Liao family, yet still constantly humiliated and trampled upon. Jiang Che's words land like a slap on the Liao father and daughter, leaving them frozen and unable to respond. He continues, saying most people would have collapsed under such circumstances, yet Ra Qijia still endured and even retained rare optimism. Liao Yani's arrogant aura begins to crack, no longer as stable as before. Jiang Che coldly concludes that sooner or later she will pay the price and regret everything she has done to Ra Qijia today. At that moment, a blazing red mark suddenly appears on Ra Qijia's forehead, as if it has just been activated. Sensing the change, he quickly touches his forehead and freezes, his eyes filled with shock. After a few seconds of confirmation, Ra Qijia almost jumps up in excitement, shouting that he finally succeeded. The extremely difficult mind control ghost art has been mastered. Without hesitation, he rummages through his pocket for his phone, muttering while checking whether he can still make it to watch the battle. The screen shows 2:33 a.m. and he freezes for a moment. Panic immediately hits Ra Qijia, as if everything is already too late. Without thinking further, he quickly puts on his clothes and runs, telling himself he must get there immediately, at least in time to cheer for Jiang Che. At the arena, Ye Changqing coughs violently, his face deathly pale from the pain tearing through his body. Jiang Che slightly nods at Hong Ling, signaling that everything is proceeding according to plan, then turns his gaze back to Ye Changqing. He slowly points his blade toward the opponent and coldly declares that the Liao family matter is over, and now it is Yi Changqing's turn to pay the price. He coldly questions whether all the accumulated crimes and countless innocent lives dragged into this ever had anyone standing up to protect them, and whether it was all worth it. Yi Shan immediately angrily refutes him, loudly demanding he stop the slander and accusing him of deliberately humiliating the Yi family again. Jiang Qi sneers and directly exposes that Yi Shan is pretending ignorance, while Yi Changqing has already colluded with the light sect right under his nose. Yi Shan roars for him to shut up immediately, ordering him not to continue speaking baseless accusations. At that moment, Ye Changqing suddenly laughs, a twisted and eerie sound echoing through the heavy atmosphere. He raises his head, his eyes fanatical, declaring that no matter what happens, he has no regrets. As long as he can follow the Lord of Light, he is willing to sacrifice everything for the so-called light. Yi Shan's face turns pale, and he immediately roars at Yi Changqing to shut up, unable to understand what path he is pushing himself into. But Ye Changqing is completely out of control. Black mist surges around him as he screams that he understands everything. Jiang Che must die today, and the will of the Lord of Light has already been decided. The sudden change shocks the entire audience into silence, leaving everyone frozen. Suddenly, two sharp ice-like beams pierce straight through Ye Changqing's body, freezing the entire arena in dead silence. Yi Shan coldly declares that ever since Jia Yao's death, Yi Changqing has gone insane, and everything after that has nothing to do with the Yi family. The statement triggers a huge uproar. Some suspect the Yi family is tied to the Light sect, while others think he is simply trying to erase all responsibility. Huang Yi panics and stands up, cursing Yi Changqing for being foolish and dragging the entire situation into collapse, only wanting to escape the chaos as fast as possible. At that moment, he suddenly pauses, sensing an abnormal aura spreading across the battlefield. Even after being pierced through, Ye Changqing still struggles to speak broken words, muttering about the light, salvation, and his twisted belief. His voice grows hoarse, as if something is choking him from within, yet he still insists he has nothing left to lose. He screams in madness that this city will be buried with him, and no one will escape the fate he has already decided. In another location, inside Yi Changqing's sealed chamber, all the talisman formations begin to vibrate violently. A large porcelain jar, engraved with runes, suddenly trembles, as if something inside has been activated. It explodes, and thick purple liquid pours out like a flood, rushing into the underground drainage system. The strange liquid quickly disappears into the earth, as if guided by something unseen. 3 large incense sticks nearby burn even more intensely, thick smoke spreading a strange and unsettling scent through the space. Qin Li reports from the shadows, through a communication device, that the sealing of the spirit sealing incense is nearing completion. Hong Ling responds shortly without hesitation. She then immediately informs Yan Yibing that Ye Changqing is dead and the entire Yi family has been sealed by the spirit sealing incense. But at that moment, Yan Yibing is blocked by 3 unknown figures, the eerie aura of ghost shadows, from the light sect enveloping the area. One of them sneers, mocking Yan Yibing for still resisting, while the entire city is already within their plan. He continues preaching that the world is rotten, and only the light sect is the true path of salvation. Yan Yibing sharply refutes him, accusing the light sect of being the real source of countless tragedies and turning many into victims of disaster. The ghost shadow simply snorts in disdain, treating her as a stubborn fool who understands nothing. Back at the arena, Yi Shan loudly declares that Yi Changqing is dead, and everything between the Yi family and Jiang Che ends here. He tries to force the crowd to leave, insisting Yi Changqing's final words were just the ramblings of a madman. But that explanation only fuels the audience's anger, instead of calming them down. They fiercely push back, accusing the Yi family of covering up the truth and refusing to dismiss everything with a few words. More and more people begin accusing the Yi family of involvement in disappearances, demanding a clear explanation. Yi Shan, now in chaos, breaks into sweat and desperately tries to calm the uncontrollable crowd. At that moment, a blood-red ghost spirit suddenly erupts from Yi Changqing's corpse. The terrifying aura spreads so fast that even Yi Shan is shocked into turning back. The ghost spirit continues pouring out of the dead body, growing stronger as if it has not been destroyed at all. Yi Shan realizes something is wrong. Under the contract, a dead user's ghost spirit should dissipate, but this one is still alive. Immediately after, he coughs out a mouthful of blood, his body staggering from a backlash of the erupting ghost power. Looking at his blood-stained hand, Yi Shan realizes the situation is spiraling completely out of control. His 2 personal guards also begin showing abnormal signs, their bodies trembling as if something is crushing them from within. They clutch their throats and scream in agony, voices choking as they beg for help in panic. The crowd on the stands breaks into chaos, everyone fleeing, while shouting that this is definitely a sinister plot by the Light Sect and Yi Changqing. Li Qiang holds his head, face dark, regretting ever getting involved. Even huge profits would not have been worth this. The 2 guards continue rolling on the ground, their screams echoing non-stop as if their life force is being tortured away. Jiang Che frowns, sensing the abnormal energy spreading through the space, suspecting it is the remaining ghost crew energy from Ye Changqing. Hong Ling immediately orders Jing Xiaolan to evacuate all unrelated personnel from the danger zone. She then turns to Jiang Che with a reassuring smile, telling him the rest is under control and he has already done enough. Jiang Che is helped away from the scene, still weakened from the battle. Xiao Man suddenly appears, her expression tense, saying that ever since Yi Changqing used the ghost spirit as a conduit, she has sensed an extremely unstable aura that is now escalating uncontrollably. In Yi Changqing's body, his form begins to distort visibly, as if something inside is devouring him from within. Xiao Man gives a trembling conclusion, saying there is a rank ghost spirit inside him, extremely dangerous. Everyone immediately speeds up evacuation. No one dares to stay even one more second. Jiang Che mutters in shock, unable to believe such a terrifying level exists. Jing Xiaolan calmly assesses that Ye Changqing was essentially turned into a vessel by the Light Sect, used as a ghost-nurturing tool, sacrificing himself for a twisted experiment. Jiang Che frowns and asks why Xiao Man previously said the Light Sect could not cultivate ghosts. Xiao Man explains that in theory it is impossible, unless they discovered a special entity or a method beyond normal limits. Jiang Che falls into deep thought, trying to connect all the clues he has gathered. Outside, heavy rain begins pouring down, covering the battlefield in a cold, oppressive atmosphere. While being treated by Jing Xiaolan, Jiang Che is shocked to find his wounds healing at an abnormal speed, far beyond normal recovery. She looks at him suspiciously and asks if he possesses some kind of ghost artifact or self-healing ability. Jiang Che simply replies that it is a secret. Jing Xiaolan does not press further, only reminding him that the situation outside is still under control and everyone has their own tasks. She smiles and says her job is simply to ensure Jiang Che is no longer in danger. At that moment, Su Xiaojin speaks up, her voice cold but thoughtful, recalling how she was once treated as a vessel in an incident involving the Light Sect. She explains that her master once pretended to be a vessel to deceive the organization in order to hide an important secret related to the king's finger. She stops there, her gaze drifting into distant memories. The rain outside grew heavier, making the air colder and darker. Jing Xiaolan explained that after seizing the finger, Squad 326 sent it to the Tianqing Research Bureau for deeper analysis. Jiang Che asked directly who the owner of those bones really was. Jing Xiaolan said it was linked to an SSS-level entity named HONDIC, which had lost all consciousness and was being controlled like a tool. Guang Minghui was trying to use the bones of He Wenyi to create a new demon entity with terrifying powers. Jiang Che immediately understood, realizing Ying Yong might have been contaminated by the ghost zone of He Wenyi, but not fully turned into a demon slave. He kept asking Jing Xiaolan for more information about He Wenyi. She hesitated for a moment, thinking about how to start the explanation. She said not all demons were born from the demon world. Some were once ordinary humans before being transformed. Jiang Che froze, shocked by the revelation. Jing Xiaolan described the demon world, where any being with consciousness and abnormal power is classified the same, whether spirit, god, or human. Among them was He Wenyi, born from an incest tragedy in ancient times, suffering deformities from birth. His twisted body made him no longer human in the eyes of others, branded as a monster by the village. In that era of heavy superstition, his existence was seen as a curse that would bring disaster. In the end, he was burned alive by his own parents and the villagers, and from that endless resentment, he became a vengeful entity that nearly erased the entire village. After transforming, he spread disasters through corrupted demon zones, killing countless lives across wide regions. His final fate and how his remains fell into Guang Minghui remain unknown. There is no clear record that explains the end of this entity. Unexpectedly, his last known appearance was in the area now called Yushan Town. Hearing that name, Jiang Che's expression changed as he suspected a trap had already been set, and Ye Changqing was just bait. Outside, the sky seemed torn apart by invisible rage as rain poured endlessly. Jiang Che connected the clues, Yushan, demon-raising rituals, and the heart transported through the dark train line, all pointing to the same scheme. He realized demon rituals rely on extreme emotions, and if one person can be turned into a demon slave, a group could also be pushed into corruption. Thinking of Ye Changqing's last words about saving Dao Dao at any cost, Jiang Che considered him a weak but useful bait piece. At that moment, a loud voice from Chu Geijia broke the heavy silence outside. He walked in excitedly, asking if the battle was over and why everyone was scattered. Jiang Che replied coldly that it was over. Ye Changqing was dead and asked why he was only showing up now. Chu Geijia showed a red mark on his forehead, saying he had entered a rapid cultivation phase and grown stronger, regretting missing the key moment. He even teased Jiang Che for looking gloomy like something terrible had happened. Jiang Che simply said in a low voice that it was not over yet. In his mind, another chain of reasoning formed. Ye Changqing's death might only be the surface of a larger plan. Jing Xiaolan immediately asked what else was still hidden if it was not over. At that moment, her communication device suddenly triggered a strange signal, raising tension again. She contacted Jing Shuo immediately, asking for a report on any important findings. On the other end, Jing Shuo was inside a hidden room of the Yi family. Beneath his feet, thick purple liquid kept seeping into the drainage system. He reported finding the hidden chamber, but something had already escaped through the underground sewage before the seal was completed. After hearing this, Jing Xiaolan immediately understood the situation and felt deep concern. Jiang Che suddenly stood up, as if he had found a key missing piece. Seeing him rush out, Jing Xiaolan quickly asked where he was going at a time like this. Jiang Che only left a short answer, saying he had to find clues. He immediately rushed out, already locking onto the drainage outlet as the possible trace point. As expected, when they arrived, they found purple liquid leaking right at the discharge gate. Next to the sewer opening, a yellow talisman was stuck there, looking extremely abnormal. Seeing it, Jing Xiaolan immediately felt a sense of danger. She remembered the previous attack, where the same type of talisman had appeared on the polluted container. Jiang Che immediately asked if the communication device still worked, and Jing Xiaolan confirmed there was a backup. She quickly pulled out an ear Pika-type device and handed it to him. After putting it on, Jiang Che entered emergency mode and told Xiaolan to report to the captain and Hong Long, stressing that Ye Changqing was not the final vessel and another demon might still be hidden. He further deduced that Guangming Hui was using the 2 bones of He Wenyi to create a demon, and if the real source of pollution had already escaped, he immediately ordered all teams to split up and search for any abnormal traces. Su Xiaoqin responded firmly, and Chu Gaya quickly followed as well. Jing Xiaolan immediately ran off to relay the orders, leaving Jiang Che alone with cold, sharp thoughts. The scene shifted to a high-end residential district in the city, where Jiang Che was moving rapidly in full pursuit mode. He scanned every small area, not missing a single corner. But the more he searched, the emptier it felt, and he began to wonder where the trace had gone. If Guangming Hui's goal was to spread contamination, they would definitely target densely populated areas. And in Tianqing City right now, the busiest place was the shopping mall. On the giant screen of the mall, an emergency alert kept playing, warning that Tianqing's rainfall had reached a 50-year record and urging citizens to stay safe. The announcement repeated non-stop, but the crowd inside the mall barely paid attention. Elsewhere, Jiang Ying was still on duty at her workplace. She worried about Xiao Che, wondering if things had ended and whether anything bad might happen in this heavy rain. A growing sense of unease lingered in her mind without explanation. The scene shifted again to another location. At the Yi family arena, Hong Long received Jiang Che's communication signal. She immediately answered and said she understood the situation, relaying Su Jingshua's analysis that the pollution source might not only be a weapon of destruction, but also the key to destroying it. And since Yi Changqing and the spirit had reached S level, a quick victory was impossible. Reinforcements from the Ghost Bureau were on the way, and Jiang Che's side had to be extremely careful. Hearing that the enemy might reach S level, Jiang Che froze, his mind flooded with questions about how such a monster could be created. The more he thought, the more confused he became, sensing that something was fundamentally wrong. Meanwhile, Guangming Hui's enforcer was still holding back Captain Yan. On the main battlefield, Ye Changqing and the spirit were fighting fiercely against Hong Lang. Almost all of the Ghost Bureau's main forces were tied up at the Yi family site. This left other areas with dangerously thin defenses. The most vulnerable point now was the Special Treatment Center. Realizing this, Jiang Che immediately contacted Xiaolan, warning that Yingyong might be in danger. Xiaolan immediately led her team toward the designated location, without hesitation. At the hospital, Jing Xiaolan rushed in, panting as she asked about Yingyong's condition. The on-duty doctor said the patient was stable with no abnormal signs. Nangang Xiao further questioned whether any suspicious person had appeared, but the doctor firmly denied it, and Xiaolan reported back that the treatment area was still safe. Hearing this, Jiang Che paused and asked again in doubt whether there was truly no sign at all. Countless possibilities immediately formed in his mind, wondering if he had miscalculated or if the enemy simply had not acted yet. In the heavy rain, Jiang Che suddenly noticed the umbrella in her hand and asked where it came from. She calmly said she picked it up in the prison area, then shifted the topic and told him his mood seemed off and that he should not keep everything bottled up. Jiang Che lowered his tone, blaming himself for not noticing sooner. He analyzed that Guangming Hui used Ye Changqing's revenge as an excuse, but never cared about the outcome, and he questioned why they would choose a direct confrontation in a major city instead of a hidden location, especially when they could use multiple factions as cover. He kept digging into the logic of the entire plan, believing the previous incidents were only a cover layer, because the enemy's behavior made no sense unless a bigger objective was being hidden. Jiang Che connected everything from exploiting the Yi family and the Huang family to weakening the Ghost Bureau forces, all forming a planned chain of moves. Yet it still looked like a deliberate distraction, making him suspect the city was hiding a crucial secret. He concluded the entire operation was most likely just a smokescreen. Even though Captain Nian had the ability to suppress the ghost shadow, the enemy still chose to strike in Tianqing, proving there must be something here they were desperate to obtain, stacking multiple layers of conspiracy. He reminded Xiao Man of Captain Nian's words. Guangming Hui has 24 enforcers, led by the flame demon god King Yan, who is searching for someone. More precisely, the target he was hunting was her. Xiao Man trembled at the name, a chill running down her spine, and she asked in panic whether the one who once took her head now wanted her entire body. Jiang Che kept his tone steady and analyzed that since the flame demon god was hunting them, the ghost shadow servants targeting him made perfect sense. He pointed out more inconsistencies piling up, from continuous attacks to Yin Yang's infection, all seemingly separate but actually converging toward one goal. The two fell into a heavy silence, the air feeling suffocating. Xiaoman suddenly spoke up, firmly telling Jiang Che to immediately find Captain Nian Yibing and the others. She added that if they could find Nian Yibing, they would proceed to break the contract. The rain outside showed no sign of stopping, covering the city in a dense, oppressive gloom. In that rain, Nian Yibing was surrounded by 3 members of Guangming Hui, facing them directly. He coldly questioned whether all their killings and layered schemes were ultimately for a forbidden spirit. Dark slave Ghost Shadow laughed in delight, admitting it, and said the target was far from simple, since even dealing with it had cost the flame demon a heavy price. He further emphasized the real target was not only the forbidden spirit, but also Jiang Che himself was on the hunting list. Nian Yibing immediately rejected it, insisting Jiang Che would never join Guangming Hui. Dark slave Ghost Shadow smiled with amusement, as if everything was already under control. He then proposed another scenario. What if Ying Yong died because of Jiang Che? He continued painting a cruel vision, where Ying Yong becomes a demon, spreading disaster across the city and dragging everyone close to Jiang Che into danger. He stressed that once all tragedies point back to Jiang Che, his mind would collapse completely. And when a person falls into absolute despair and loses direction, that is when Guangming Hui moves in to harvest. Their current goal was simply to push Jiang Che into that darkness. The story shifted again. Jiang Che looked at Xiao Man with confusion when she mentioned breaking the contract. Xiao Man seriously explained that if she was truly the enemy's target, the best choice was to leave Jiang Che to reduce danger for him and everyone else, admitting she was becoming a burden. She added that this was the most rational choice, even though their bond had already become deeply intertwined. But Jiang Che immediately cut her off, refusing to allow such thoughts. He pulled her into his arms, stating that the Jiang family does not abandon their own, and rejecting the idea that handing her over would solve anything. He emphasized that he was the contract holder, that his strength was not weak, and no matter how complex the situation became, running away was not an option. Jiang Che made a decision. Instead of splitting up, they must actively hunt down and eliminate the escaped demon, and retrieve the pollution source to save Ying Yong before it was too late. His firm words moved Xiao Man deeply. She softly asked where they should start. Jiang Che smiled with confidence, saying there was no need to search anymore. He had already nearly identified the demon's identity. And if his guess was correct, the real goal of that entity went far beyond Guangming Hui's mission, as it was driven by something else entirely. At that moment, a figure slowly approached them through the heavy rain. Ye Qingjiao appeared with a grotesquely deformed body, her face twisted in horror, and the aura around her warped beyond anything human. In the pouring rain, Ye Qingjiao screamed broken words, her emotions twisted between rage and madness, repeating Jiang Che's name like a blood curse. In contrast, Jiang Che remained unusually calm, even casually mocking how much she had changed, as if meeting an old acquaintance after a long time. Just as tension peaked, the communication device suddenly cut in with an emergency report. They had located the mysterious demon and were moving in immediately. Ye Qingjiao lost more control, screaming that Jiang Che could not protect anyone and that her hatred would drag the entire city into ruin with her. In her frenzy, she declared she would turn all citizens of Tianqing into sacrificial offerings for her revenge, sparing no one. Jiang Che only gave a faint smile, deliberately repeating her words as if evaluating an absurd request, his tone full of provocation. In the end, he concluded coldly, if she wanted to bury the entire city with her, she would first need the ability to survive and leave this place alive.